The fairy road is long, only the sword is the companion. My name is Jiang Lin, and I am a good boy now, is a man in the magic sect. Oh, there are 99,999 resurrection coins. One day, they broke through the door of the demon cult and questioned me with their swords. I slowly poured myself a cup of tea, and said calmly, loved. Chapter 1. Loved it. Lingzhou Mountain is surrounded by fairy air, with cranes flying and birds singing. The air is fresh and full of spiritual energy. The carbon dioxide content is low, but the oxygen content is sufficient. The mountain paths are filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. A walk after dinner can prolong your life, but bang! A loud noise startled the birds in the forest, and a huge water dragon rushed towards a small black dot in the sky. Boom! The little black dot in the sky fell straight to the ground, covering his chest. He struggled to stand up. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and drank it with the water drops on his face. It tasted sweet. Suddenly, a woman in a veil with wet hair stepped on the ground barefoot, her watery eyes showing hatred, shame, annoyance, and anger. The woman was beautiful, with exquisite facial features, like a work of art. The white silk ribbon tied around her waist made her look even more delicate and frail. The black gauze as thin as a cicada's wing made her look even more spiritual, but also inadvertently made her look more delicate. The 3,000 smooth hairs flowed down like a waterfall, making her look even more elegant and graceful. Jiang Lin, I have a question for you. I loved it. The woman waved her sleeves lightly, and a strong wind mixed with the scent of flowers and the smell of bathing spring water rushed directly to Jiang Lin's body, flying far away, standing up again with difficulty. There was no hatred in Jiang Lin's eyes, only helplessness in the world. Why? Jiang Lin, my Longmen sect treats you well. Why do you want to steal the dragon veins? On the cobblestone road, the woman stepped forward with her bare white feet, raised the long sword in her hand, and questioned the man in front of her with her soul. Isn't senior sister going to blame me for peeping at you bathing? The woman's pretty face suddenly turned red to her ears. Don't change the subject. Jiang Lin, why did you betray my sect? Why betray? Standing up, the man named Jiang Lin looked up at the skies. Why betray? Thinking of this, 2 lines of tears silently flowed from the corners of Jiang Lin's eyes. I still remember that I had just finished the college entrance examination. I was sitting in front of the computer with the air conditioner on, drinking happy fat house water and playing with Dean's caress. I spent all the money I had saved with great difficulty on opening the box. In the end, I spent almost 2,000 yuan, and all the money I got was resurrection coins? When I opened the last box and there were still a bunch of resurrection coins, I was so angry. As a result, he traveled to this inexplicable world of cultivating immortals. It is impossible to cultivate immortals. What is the point of cultivating immortals? In the novels he read in his previous life, the characters fought for resources to the death every day, and basically became stepping stones on the protagonist's road. Just when Jiang Lin was planning to live an ordinary life in this world, he was picked up at the age of 8 and inexplicably became a disciple of the demon sect. I originally wanted to quit the cult and live a secluded life, but some villain system forced me, a good boy, to do the things of the cult. Jiang Lin came here to complete the demon cult's mission. Dragon veins are a specialty of the Longmen sect. For can be produced a year and can be used to improve cultivation either by making tea or chewing them raw or through the sect recruitment. No, it was through the sect enrollment. Jiang Lin successfully enrolled and became a direct disciple. After a year of concentration, he finally came into contact with the dragon vein, and today he could finally sneak out to complete the mission. But who would have thought? The route I chose to escape was exactly the Lingquan pool of Lingzhou Peak, and at that time, the senior sister happened to be taking a bath. Jiang Lin really didn't want to watch all of it, although he wanted to, but he really didn't. As a result, when he was about to leave, the dam system suddenly gave him a task, asking him to go and peek at the senior sister taking a bath. Finally, I peeked and completed the task but was also discovered. Jiang Lin, answer me. If you have something to hide, senior sister can help you, and the sect can also help you. Lin Qingwan, a direct disciple of Longmen sect, bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and sadness, thinking back to how introverted he was when he first entered Longmen sect, how he kept calling her senior sister, how he would rather be punished than give her food when she made a mistake, and how he took care of her all night when she was injured. Lin Qingwan's eyes moved to tears. I'm sorry, senior sister. We are not on the same page. With a sigh, Jiang Lin looked at Lin Qingwan affectionately and said, actually, I am a member of the demon sect. What the spring breeze gently caressed the girl's light gauze skirt. After hearing Jiang Lin's answer, Lin Qingwan opened her mouth slightly, looking incredible. She was so cute. Cough, cough, cough. 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 Gathering his emotions, Jiang Lin coughed violently. Suddenly, before Lin Qingwan could react, Jiang Lin pounced directly at Lin Qingwan, who was pointing his sword at him. Puffed. The long sword pierced Jiang Lin's heart. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell forward. Junior brother Lin Qingwan stretched out her arms to take Jiang Lin, hugged Jiang Lin, and even spun him around in the air. Lin Qingwan sat on the ground holding Jiang Lin beautifully. Jiang Lin leaned in Lin Qingwan's arms, smelling the fragrance of her hair. Sister, I'm sorry, I know I did something excessive. In Lin Qingwan's arms, Jiang Lin touched Lin Qingwan's delicate and fair cheek. At this time, the girl was crying heavily. Actually, I don't want to become a member of the demon cult either. Jiang Lin, stop talking. Stop talking. I'm going to treat you now. No. It's too late, senior sister. Jiang Lin held Lin Qingwan's soft and boneless little hand and placed it on his chest. Senior sister, I betrayed the sect and deserve death. But dying in your hands is the greatest happiness in my life. Stop talking about it, stop talking about it. Lin Qingwan's tears dripped down and she hugged Jiang Lin tightly. Jiang Lin also shamelessly shrank his head out of Lin Qingwan's arms. Sister, I'm sorry. The dragon vein has been refined by me. If I die, the dragon vein will disappear. I can't repay you. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely repay you, sister. There is one more thing I must say, senior sister. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Lin's claws that had been wiping the girl's grease fell to the ground. Jiang Lin turned into thousands of points of light and disappeared in the girl's arms, leaving no clothes behind. No! On Lingzhu Mountain, the girl's tender voice spread throughout the forest, and she was heartbroken. Bite the sound of silver coins falling to the ground sounded quietly in the sky. A ray of light fell to the ground, and Jiang Lin appeared safe and sound in the distance. The 99999 resurrection coins -1 that came to this world of cultivation with Jiang Lin. What a close call. My acting skills should be okay, right? Run away quickly, or else we'll be discovered and it'll be over. Jiang Lin heaved a sigh of relief after being resurrected. He took the 4 dragon veins and quickly transformed himself into a horse and escaped. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again in Jiang Lin's mind. Please recommend votes. Chapter 2. I feel like I'm shaking. Congratulations to the host for completing the villain's mission, spying on the protagonist, Fairy Lin Qingwan, bathing. Rewards: 1. Infamy plus 500, now 5,000, can be used for lottery and prize exchange. 2. 1 set of body quenching agent, purely for warriors. Host, please keep up the good work and move forward on the path of a great villain that has never been seen before or since. Is the reward so generous? Jiang Lin, who was riding in the air on a horse transformed by spiritual energy, was a little surprised. After all, he just peeked at senior sister Lin bathing. Could it be because senior sister Lin was beautiful? Forget it, never mind, I'll go back to the sect and report first. With a roar, Jiang Lin rode on the horse transformed by spiritual energy and hurriedly flew to the Sun Moon Demon sect in Wutong Prefecture. There are 9 provinces in the world, and Wutong Province ranks the smallest in terms of area. The Sun Moon sect ranks in the middle of the Wutong Province's evil sect rankings. Although it is not a small sect, it is not big either. After 3 days and 3 nights of travel, Jiang Lin returned to Shuangzhou Peak where he practiced. Xiao Linlin. As soon as Jiang Lin landed, a woman in a white gauze butterfly dress hugged him directly. Master, please respect yourself, respect yourself. Jiang Lin wanted to push her away, but he couldn't. It's okay, Xiao Linlin, you are not hurt, right? Raising her delicate head in Jiang Lin's arms, the woman's eyes were as ripples as autumn water, her delicate face was flawless, and her eyelashes were as white as snow, making people want to pluck out a few of them every time they blinked. It's okay, but if you keep holding me like this, I'm going to suffocate. Oh, sorry. The woman named Jiang Yuni was reluctant to let go and straighten Jiang Lin's collar. Hey, master, these are the 4 dragon veins I found in the secret realm recently. Please hand them in quickly. This year's target should be met. After catching his breath, Jiang Lin took out 4 dragon veins from his storage ring, and a spiritual power floated across the entire top of the twin Everest peaks. Each peak of the Sun Moon sect has a villain index, just like the system assigns tasks, or in layman's terms, performance. If the performance is not up to standard, everyone on that peak will be held accountable, or even have the mountain taken back. Although there are only Jiang Lin and Jiang Yuni on the twin Everest peaks, but after all, twin Everest is my only home in this world. I can't lose my home anyway. The twin Everest peaks had not met their targets for 3 consecutive years. No, it should be said that they had 0 performance and had to take the twin Everest peaks back in the 4th year. So in order to pay off the debt in one go, Jiang Lin lurked in the Longmen sect with great regret, and then took back the 4 dragon veins with great regret. I'm really sorry, but I can only repay you when I find some rare treasure in the future. It is indeed a pure dragon vein, with abundant spiritual energy, and it is thick and large. But Xiaolin, did you really find it yourself? Stealing is not good. Master, we are members of the demonic cult. That's not good either. Well, I did find this real. Yes. Really? The two looked at each other for 3 seconds, and Jiang Yu and I smiled. I believe you. Jiang Lin sighed. Fortunately, his master was pretty and easy to fool. Jiang Yuni pointed at the 4 dragon-shaped veins. Jiang Lin felt they looked more like radishes, floating between the two of them, and repeatedly examined them with her slender hands. Hey, Xiaolin, we have to hide these 4 dragon veins well, so that we can help you break through to the Guanhai realm. If you practice boxing, maybe I can help you develop the courage of a pure warrior. Ouch, it hurts. Before Jiang Yuni could finish his words, Jiang Lin knocked his master's head with a chestnut. Jiang Yuni held her head with both hands, pouting her lips like a little squirrel, and looked up at Jiang Lin with resentment in her watery eyes. Master, what are you talking about? If the dragon vein is gone, our home will be gone. Never mind. I will hand it in myself later. Maybe I can apply for more funds. It's time to repair our house. Jiang Lin sighed, and I don't need this. Eh? Well, we can live in a thatched house. This dragon vein is really good for you. As she spoke, Jiang Yuni stretched out her slender hand and was about to collect the dragon vein. Fortunately, Jiang Lin took it in his hand and held it high. The girl climbed on Jiang Lin's body, but she couldn't reach it. Give me. No. Give it to me. No. I am the master. Master. The crows are coming. Newspapers for sale, 1 newspaper for a lower grade spirit stone, newspapers for sale at the top of the Twin Peaks. A huge crow carrying a bamboo box on its back kept calling out, putting away the dragon vein. Jiang Lin threw a low-grade spirit stone high in the air. The crow took it and threw down a newspaper. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to order next time. Xiao Lin really still likes reading newspapers? Jiang Lin rolled his eyes at his master and said, we must keep up with the times. What if the times change? Jiang Lin took the newspaper and felt uneasy for some reason. Sure enough, when he spread out the newspaper, a headline suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Lin. Shock. Why did Fairy Lin Qingwan, the eldest sister of Longmen sect, cry heart-wrenchingly on the forest path? Why did she stay indoors and not say a word? And why did her realm drop by 2 realms? What happened? Is this a distortion of morality or a loss of human nature? Please read the column to take you into the unknown secrets of Fairy Lin Qingwan. Bite. Just as I was about to read the newspaper column, the system made a ding sound. The protagonist's plot triggers. The protagonist Lin Qingwan, born with a holy body, has her Tao heart damaged due to the host. It is expected that her Tao heart will be restored within 3 years. From then on, she hates the demon cult. Within 10 years, she will clear nearly 90% of the demon cult in Wutong State. 11 years later, she will attack Wutong State. She will spend 10 years day and night killing the host N times. Later, she will scatter the host's ashes, prove her Tao and ascend to heaven. I hope the host will take care of himself. Suddenly, Jiang Lin felt himself shaking. Kill me N times and ascend to heaven? And scatter my ashes? Could it be that my senior sister is a sadist? No. This must not happen. I have to nip this in the bud, or I will die tens of thousands of times in 10 years. Each death is very painful, won't I go crazy? Shaolin, what's wrong? You didn't do anything bad, did you? Seeing Jiang Lin sweating profusely, Zhang Yuni asked worriedly. Master, we are originally members of the demonic sect, and we specialize in doing evil things. No, I picked you up and raised you, you can't do bad things. In fact, my master was not like this originally. She was the type of cold queen. But 7 or 8 years ago, when I was out for training, I accidentally snatched a girl's candied haws, and then a bunch of old people jumped out to protect her. Then, in order to protect myself, my master was seriously injured and fell into a coma. After waking up, his temperament changed drastically. However, Jiang Lin also likes his current master's personality. What will happen after 10 years? Don't worry, master. I'm fine. I'll go and hand in the dragon vein first. Although his master was very naive, he was very sensitive about some things. Afraid of being discovered, Jiang Lin transformed himself into Madara and flew away. While thinking of a solution, arriving at the Sun Moon Sect mission completion point, Jiang Lin handed in the dragon vein and applied for a lot of funds, and then he thought deeply about how to remedy the situation, and at this moment, in front of the evil taskbar, Jiang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 3. Yes, it's me. The realm system of this book is taken from the Sword Comes, but some places have been slightly changed for the needs of the book. It doesn't matter if you haven't read The Sword Comes, Xian Yu will also explain it in the book, the infamous taskbar. Jiang Lin generally calls it the NPC taskbar. There are all kinds of tasks, from robbing a little girl's lollipop on the street to hitting someone on the street, which are updated every week. Now, the Reward and Punishment Hall has just sent someone to update the tasks, and the taskbar is crowded with people. Please make way, please excuse me, thank you, please make way. Finally, I squeezed in front of the taskbar. At the top of the taskbar, there was a task called Disrupt the Dao Sect Competition. Destruction of Dao Sect Competition. Age, minimum 8 years old, maximum unlimited. Cultivation requirements, Cave Realm Cultivator or above. Task requirements, as the title indicates, anyone from the Demon Sect can sabotage the Dao Sect competition. You can raise the prices of goods around the Dao Sect competition to make people panic, or you can tease the fairies from famous families to affect their Taoist hearts, or even NTR the immortal Taoist couples in person to make them powerless and furious. Mission reward depends on the extent of the disruption to the sect competition. Required number of people, no limit. PS, it is recommended to form a team of 2 or more people to facilitate mutual cooperation. That's it. Jiang Lin was overjoyed. According to the system, senior sister Lin would see through the world after several bloody battles in this Taoist competition, break her heart not in the battle, and then hate the demon cult. As long as he went to the Taoist competition by carrying out the mission, he would be able to get in touch with senior sister Lin, and finally untie her heart knot himself and prevent her mind from being distorted. As for how to solve it, Jiang Lin already had countless ideas at that moment, and he felt that they were all extremely feasible. Jiang Lin did as he said and immediately ran to the Reward and Punishment Hall. Little brother Jiang, what's wrong? You look so anxious? The person who was responsible for receiving Jiang Lin at the front desk was named Feng Ruo. She was a female senior who had reached the first level of the nascent soul realm. She had a pretty face and a great figure. Countless people who accepted tasks liked to run to her window. After all, it was great to be able to see the scenery on the mountain there. Sister Feng, I want to take on the mission of disrupting the sect competition. Oh? Little brother Jiang just came back from Longmen sect, don't you want to take a rest? Little brother Jiang's performance this time can support Shuangju Peak for at least 4 years. This is a long story, but Sister Feng, please don't tell my silly and naive master about my stealing of the dragon vein. That's no problem, but little brother Jiang owes me a favor. I'll make an ice cream cake and send it over when the time comes. That's great, it's settled. Feng Ruo clapped her hands and handed an application form to Jiang Lin, just fill it out. Also, where's the person you're teaming up with? Isn't he here? Team up? I'm the only one. That won't do. Disrupting the sex competition is very risky. We need 2 people to cooperate before we can set off. But doesn't the taskbar say team formation recommended? It's changed now, and the file in the taskbar will be changed soon. If there are no teammates, even if Xiao Jianglin asks me to do so, I can't break the rules. Sister is doing this for your own good. Jiang Lin felt a little desperate. There were less than 10 days left before the sect competition. Where could he find reliable teammates? After all, a useless teammate was much scarier than a godly opponent. How about taking Master Jiang Yu and I with you? Forget IT. IT would have been fine if it was the master before his temperament changed drastically, but now the master will pout and get angry at me even if I cross the road. Just when Jiang Lin was thinking about posting his information in the reward and punishment hall to apply for a team, a man suddenly walked over. I want to take on the mission of disrupting the sect competition. The man's voice was a little hoarse. For some reason, Jiang Lin always felt something was wrong. Turning around, the moment he saw the man, Jiang Lin's eyes lit up again. He knew this person. No, it should be said that there were few people in the Sun and Moon sect who didn't know him. In this world, there are many kinds of monks, but they are mainly divided into 3 categories. The most important ones among them are Confucian monks, Taoist monks, and Buddhist monks. In addition, there are various schools of thought such as military strategists, legalists, and agriculturalists. These monks are collectively referred to as one category. The second category is sword cultivators, who have the greatest lethality, are the most decisive in killing, and also have the highest threshold. The other type is the martial arts practitioners. Although they are martial arts practitioners, strictly speaking they cannot be considered as cultivators. They should be said to be pure warriors who specialize in cultivating their physical bodies. Of course, there are battle mages who are proficient in both magic and physical skills, but most of them have limited achievements. Moreover, there will be conflicts between the true chi and spiritual energy of a warrior. Generally speaking, they need to make a choice when they reach a certain level. The realm of monks is divided into 15 realms, namely the lower 5 realms, the 5 realms of mountaineering, bronze skin, grassroots, willow tendons, bones, and building a hut. The 5 middle realms, Dongfu, Guanhai, Longmen, Jindan, Yuanying, Earth Immortal. The upper 5 realms, Jade, Immortal, Ascension, and Lost Realm. There are 10 realms for warriors. Legend has it that there are 11 realms, but they only exist in legends. The 10 realms are the 3 realms of body refining, Mud Embryo Realm, Wood Embryo Realm, and Mercury Realm, the 3 realms of chi training, the Heroic Realm, the Heroic Spirit Realm, and the Martial Courage Realm, the 3 realms of spiritual cultivation, Golden Body, Far Travel, and Mountain Peak. The 10th realm, Ending Realm. Ending Realm is divided into 3 levels, and this person, the martial arts fanatic, Chen Jia. He is less than 20 years old, but he is already a genius who has reached the 6th level of pure martial arts. He likes to exchange punches with others outside. There are even rumors that he likes to fight bears with his bare chest in winter. He is a real fighting man. Of course, what makes Chen Jia famous is not only his amazing talent in martial arts, but also his extremely fair and tender appearance. Her face is like flowers, her skin is like snow, her eyebrows are like willows, her bones are like jade, her lips are red without any paint, her eyebrows are black without any drawing. One look from her can conquer a city, another look can conquer a country. Unfortunately, he is a man and he hates being told that he looks like a woman. Once, a fellow from the cult said he was a woman, and he ended up being bedridden for 5 months. Jiang Lin was once curious whether this guy was a woman dressed as a man, but when he sawed his horse and killed a bear with his own hands, this idea was completely dispelled. Young Master Chen, are you going to disrupt the Taoist competition too? Looking at Chen Jia, Fang Ruo opened her mouth slightly, as if she was eating a hot dog. Why? Can't I? It's not that I can't, it's just that your elders are in your family. I will go and tell them myself. Just help me with the formalities. Does Mr. Chen have any teammates, teammate? Yes, the requirements have been revised. We need to work in a 2-person team. Chen Jia frowned slightly, and was damn sweet. I don't have any teammates, and I don't need any teammates. No. You need to. Just as Chen Jia finished speaking, Jiang Lin shook his bangs in front of his forehead. Sir. I am Jiang Lin, the first and last disciple of Shuangju Peak. If this burly fellow with a strong back and strong body, a punch as strong as the wind, and a kick that can kill a grizzly bear, doesn't mind, would you like to team up with me, you? Yes, that's me. Jiang Lin stood up straight, his heart beating violently. Chapter 4 No Feelings. Jiang Lin decided that in order to catch up with the sect competition, he could trick Chen Jia into becoming his teammate. Although this girl is really too pretty. The guy who is too pretty likes to fight with bears everywhere in the winter, and is willing to exchange his life with others, but not to mention his strong fighting ability. The only thing on his mind is practicing boxing, which is very simple. If there is any ambiguity, I can convince him. In general, there shouldn't be too many problems. I refuse. I'm a lone wolf. I have no feelings. I have no teammates. Chen Jia's head turned. If he didn't say anything, this cute and spoiled look would really make people rub him bald. Isn't that even better? Jiang Lin clapped his hands in joy. Better? What's better about it? Chen Jia looked at Jiang Lin with his silky eyes as if he was looking at a muggle. To be honest, I have my own plans for this sect competition. I really don't want to find anyone to form a team with. Since you also want to act alone, why don't we form a team in name and then act in various ways? What do you think of this man with a masculine appearance, a strong back and strong waist, and a masculine aura? Masculine? Chen Jia pointed his slender finger at himself, and his innocent look was simply too adorable. Unfortunately, he was a man, yes. Bold and strong? Yes. Big man? Yes. Don't you think I'm a bitch? Oh. If you are a woman, then I, Jiang Lin, am not even as good as a woman? Are you really humiliating me, Jiang Lin? Since you are unwilling to team up with me, then forget it. With a wave of his sleeves, Jiang Lin turned around and was about to leave. Wait, Chen Jia grabbed the corner of Jiang Lin's clothes, lowered her head, blinked her long eyelashes like snow brushes, her fair face was rosy, and her pair of eyes like autumn water were simply challenging Jiang Lin's sanity. That's not what I meant. Sorry, let's team up, the moment Chen Jia raised his eyes. Jiang Lin's nose started bleeding quietly. Ozzel, master, I just accepted a mission and will be leaving soon. Please take good care of yourself and remember not to fight with the black bear monster on the mountain for honey. Remember to dry the quilts in the sun more often. You can also take out the books in my room and dry them in the sun when you have time. Don't just eat meat, eat more vegetables and have a balanced diet. No. Shaolin Lin, please don't leave. You just came back not long ago, so stay for 2 more days. Master hasn't slept with Shaolin Lin yet. In the shabby little attic on Shuangzhou Peak, Jiang Lin was carrying a small bag on his back. He said goodbye while trying to pull his master away from his embrace. However, he was helpless because the master was holding him too tightly. Master, be obedient, I will bring you some candied haws when I come back. Don't want. I will definitely make you a mousse cake when I come back. No. I want Xiaolin. Master, look. There's a shooting star. Eh? Where? At the moment when Jiang Yuni relaxed her vigilance, Jiang Lin pulled Jiang Yuni's arm apart, transformed his spiritual energy into a horse and galloped away, all in one go. You actually lied to Master. Master doesn't like Shaolin Lin that much anymore. Jiang Yuni shouted at Jiang Lin, who was walking away, listening to the soft shouts coming from the twin Everest peaks. Jiang Lin wiped his face. The demon sect monks from other nearby mountains all raised their heads, for they knew that it was that master and disciple pair again who had that enviable separation that made everyone want to burn them to death. Okay, stop yelling. It's shameful to act like a nagging woman. Just as Jiang Lin left, a beautiful and graceful woman stepped onto the twin Everests. Is it embarrassing? Jiang Yuni's figure gradually changed, from the original 1.5 meter tall Hashimoto Kanna to a 1.7 meter tall senior sister. A charming smile appeared on Jiang Yuni's lips. Her pair of cute eyes instantly became as cold as a queen, and she undid her hair. A pair of black eyes, cherry pink lips, and a graceful figure that is even more visible under the already relatively small long gown, and a shawl with long hair fluttering in the wind. Your subordinate greets the master. Fang Ruo smiled and bowed. The master of Shuangzhou Peak, Jiang Yuni, also known as Jiang Yuni, is the most powerful hidden leader of the Sun Moon sect. He is also a genius that appears rarely in 1,000 years. He inherited the position of leader at the age of 20, and reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm at the age of 30, and was only 1 step away from the Jade Pu realm. Unfortunately, it was difficult to make a breakthrough within the next 20 years, so he lived in seclusion on Shuangzhou Peak, handed over the affairs of the sect to others, and devoted himself to cultivation. Except for a very few people, no one knew her identity. Did the master follow Jiang Lin again this time? Every time Jiang Lin went down the mountain to train, this beautiful leader would always follow him secretly, fearing that something might happen to Jiang Lin. Except for the fact that she didn't know Jiang Lin went to Longmen's sect during her last retreat, last time, because of the seclusion. I didn't know that Xiao Jianglin went to Longmen's sect until he came back. Xiao Jianglin also said that the 4 dragon veins were picked up. Humph. They must have been abducted from Longmen's sect. This time, Lin Qingwan's Taoism was damaged in Longmen, and I guess that it was related to Xiaolin. Longmen's sect will definitely let Lin Qingwan go to the sect competition to sharpen her heart, and Xiaolin is on a mission now. It must be for that Lin Qingwan. After all, Xiaolin is so kind, he must feel bad and want to make up for it. What if they really fall in love with each other? If I don't take action, my little Lin will be kidnapped by that witch. Fang Ruo sighed softly. So what does the leader plan to do this time? Zhang Yuni smiled seductively, turned around, and her skirt fluttered. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a cute little girl about 10 years old. Fellow Taoist Zhang, why do you look so hurried? Outside the demon cult gate, Chen Jia, who had just met Jiang Lin, asked in surprise when he saw him riding a horse at full speed as if he was running away with his sister-in-law. It's hard to put it into words. Jiang Lin recalled the image of his master hugging him with tears and snot, and then recalled the image of his master being left alone in the empty nest of twin Everest peaks. Jiang Lin felt quite guilty for a moment. After this mission is over, please spend more time with master. It's getting late, brother Chen, let's set off now. Good. Because a pure warrior cannot control the wind unless he reaches the 7th level of far-traveling realm, Jiang Lin wanted to pull him onto his spiritual horse to gallop together, but Chen Jia refused to do so, saying that he wanted to exercise his body, so Jiang Lin flew in the sky and Chen Jia ran on the ground. On the evening of the 5th day, the two arrived at the venue of the sect competition, a cave thousands of miles away from Xuanwu Mountain, to spend the night, planning to enter the mountain early the next morning. While the two were grilling fish, the sound of a little girl crying came from not far outside the cave. Chapter 5, Fraud? Bang! The sound of a huge rock falling to the ground spread throughout the forest, and several black and white giant wolves that looked like huskies fell to the ground, raising a lot of dust. Looking at the domineering, slender figure in front of him, Jiang Lin smacked his lips. He was worthy of being a pure warrior at the 6th level. This punch was extremely domineering. I can only say that it's a good thing that Chen Jia is a man, otherwise if this little fist hit you in the chest, wouldn't you spit out several liters of blood? Little sister, are you okay? Squatting down, Chen Jia looked at the girl who was standing there in a daze, wanting to cry but unable to because of fear. Just now, after the two heard the girl's cry for help, Jiang Lin and Chen Jia went to rescue her without thinking. Jiang Lin came back to his senses when he saw Chen Jia's gentle look. Something is wrong. Aren't you a member of the demonic cult? How come you are purer than the decent ones? May I have your name? Gently smoothing the little girl's long and smooth hair, Chen Jia spoke gentle words with his deep baritone voice and beautiful appearance. Nan Nan Xiaoman. The little girl gradually calmed down, but her big watery eyes looked like she was about to cry any moment. With the help of moonlight, Jiang Lin looked at the little girl carefully. Although her torn clothes were covered in dust and her hair was messy, the girl was indeed very cute, with a pair of big watery eyes. Although her face was a little thin, her facial features were very delicate. Wearing a gothic skirt and walking on the street, she would definitely be the target of some weird uncles who would take out lollipops. It is certain that I have never seen this little girl before, but the question is, why does she feel so familiar to me? Little sister, where is your home? Squatting down, Jiang Lin forced out a fatherly smile. Xiaoman has no home. The little girl lowered her head and poked her fingers at each other. What about your parents, little sister? Xiaoman's parents have already. As she was talking, the girl was about to cry out loud, Hey! Jiang Lin! What are you doing? Seeing that the girl was about to cry, Chen Jia angrily raised his fist and was about to swing at Jiang Lin. Brother Chen, wait a minute. He grabbed Chen Jia's little fist and gently put it down, then pulled him aside and said softly, Brother Chen, what are you going to do with this child? What should we do? Of course we should keep her with us. She is all alone now. Should we just let her fend for herself? Jiang Lin's brows twitched. Brother Chen, we are the villains. We are members of the demonic cult. I think we should. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and gave Chen Jia a look. Jiang Lin. Suddenly, Chen Jia pulled away and took a boxing stance. If you dare to touch her, I will smash your chest. Wait, Brother Chen, you misunderstood. What I meant is that Brother Chen is obsessed with martial arts and lacks in cultivating his mind and judging people. Brother Chen, how could we meet such a girl in this desolate mountain? And why could this weak girl hold on until we arrived? And she just happened to be an orphan and homeless. You mean? Chen Jia also found something wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. I'm worried that this girl is a member of a cult, the kind that specializes in causing trouble. Chen Jia, Brother Jiang, have you forgotten? We are members of the demonic cult. Jiang Lin wanted to curse. You are so kind-hearted for a member of the demonic cult. What I mean is, if this girl has any conspiracy, Brother Chen is obsessed with martial arts and will be difficult to deal with. Brother Chen, please let me take care of this girl. When we get to the town at the foot of Xuanwu Mountain, we will help her find a good family. Chen Jia touched his chin and finally nodded. Of course, I can, but I have a question. Brother Chen, please ask. Brother Jiang, could it be that he is the one mentioned in the rumors? The next morning, Jiang Lin and Chen Jia took Nan Xiaoman into Xuanwu City at the foot of Xuanwu Mountain. As a subsidiary town of Xuanwu Mountain where the sect competition was held, Xuanwu City was already bustling with people coming and going, and people from various sects were walking around in neat uniforms of their own sections. I have to say that people who practice Taoism are generally not bad in appearance, and there are handsome men and beautiful women everywhere following Jiang Lin's suggestion. The three of them first went to the inn to stay, otherwise there would be no guest rooms available. After Jiang Lin's instructions, Chen Jia brought Xiaoman to wait in the inn. Jiang Lin said he was going outside to replenish supplies. As a result, when Jiang Lin came back, he saw Jiang Lin took out 3 sets of women's clothing and various rouge, powder, and female accessories from the storage ring. Chen Jia and Xiaoman looked at Jiang Lin as if he were a pervert. Ahem, when you go out, it's extremely important to disguise yourself. Come on, let's change quickly. Originally, Chen Jia was extremely resistant to wearing women's clothing, as he felt that it was an insult to his identity as a man. As a result, after Jiang Lin's persuasion and his personal example, Chen Jia put on women's clothes and put on several layers of rouge. She felt extremely conflicted and thought that she really shouldn't be so fussy about details, and this dress is really pretty. But what made Jiang Lin depressed was that Xiaoman was fine, but why did Chen Jia have to go back to his room to change clothes? What's there to be shy about? Just let me have a look. Wait, could it be that Chen Jia is really a girl? With a little excited anticipation, Jiang Lin was waiting outside Chen Jia and Xiaoman's room. As soon as they came out, Jiang Lin's eyes lit up immediately. Xiaoman looked like a girl from a scholarly family, cute and pure. Just by changing her clothes, Chen Jia is even more beautiful, with a simple hair accessory, a long chiffon skirt with tassels, and a pair of embroidered shoes. Although her legs are all below her neck, she looks really good. But, looking at Chen Jia's smooth road, Jiang Lin felt very complicated. Jiang Lin felt that his chest muscles were bigger than his. To make it more realistic, Jiang Lin handed Chen Jia 2 steamed buns that were still hot and he had just bought them. I'm not hungry. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes at Chen Jia and said, I'm not hungry either. Then Jiang Lin stuffed the steamed bun into his arms. Seeing the scene, Chen Jia was stunned at first, and then her fair face turned red instantly. With a bang, Jiang Lin, who hadn't reacted yet, was knocked out of the building. After the 3 of them finished lunch together, Jiang Lin was worried about Xiaoman's identity and wanted to take her to collect intelligence, but Chen Jia didn't believe Jiang Lin and followed him, walking on the street. Just when Jiang Lin was about to use the secret technique "you are so sexy" to use his beauty to get information. At the other end of the street, a man bumped into another man's shoulder, and then he flew 3 meters away and fell to the ground, spitting blood. What the hell? Fraud? Thanks to Xiaoxing for the recommendation. I invited him to drink milk tea in the evening. Funny, I'm a new author and I have a new book. Please take care of me and forgive me. I will update twice a day starting tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chapter 6, Old Buddy. Looking at the blood spurting out of this buddy's mouth, and then looking at his powerless movements as he tried to get up from the ground, Jiang Lin was secretly amazed and wanted to go up and sing a song for him. This must have been practiced. After a closer look, I realized that I knew both of them. The person who committed the fraud was called Feng Chaochuan, and he was from the Ryu sect, because he was discovered by himself when he was stealing belly bands from the Sun Moon sect girls' bathhouse. The 2 of them split the profits 50-50 afterwards. The belly band sold for a lot of money, so they became business partners. The other person is an inner sect disciple of Longmen sect, named Tan Xiao. He is at the Guanhai realm of the middle 5 realms. He knows some pharmacology and has a crush on a junior sister in the sect. In fact, that junior sister is also interested in this senior brother, but one time, because the little sister had a stomachache, she wanted the senior brother to diagnose her. Then the senior brother just glanced at the little sister, said drink more hot water and continued practicing sword. As a result, the little sister never looked for Qin Xiao again. In the second month, the junior sister announced that she had a Taoist partner. Qin Xiao cried for a long time and kept looking for Jiang Lin to drink. Looking at the two of them, Jiang Lin's brows twitched. Can we only say that everything in the world is so coincidental? I actually encountered it. Back at the scene, not only were the street vendors stunned, even Qin Xiao, who was walking on the road, had no idea what was going on. I was walking just fine, but then you bumped into me and made me bleed and fly far away. What happened? You, cough cough cough. Fang Chaochuan finally stood up with difficulty and wiped the corners of her mouth with a pale face. Just as she was about to speak, Fang Chaochuan leaned forward, her cheeks puffed up, blood spurted out again with a puff, and she fell straight down. Brother! What's wrong with you? Brother! When Fang Chao's skirt fell down, a woman in ragged linen clothes that were mended ran up to her and hugged her brother tightly, tears dripping down her face. You! Why? My brother has no grudge against you. Why did you kill him like this? Do you still have any humanity? Is there no law in Xuanwu City? Brother, what should I do with my sister-in-law? What about you and your sister-in-law's children? The house prices are high recently, and the loan from the bank has not been repaid yet, brother. The woman's crying sounded throughout the alley, and many people came over with melons in their arms to watch. Qin Xiao was still confused and even had 3 questions in his life. In broad daylight. How dare you commit murder in the street? Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Jia suddenly couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to step forward to seek justice for the man who was vomiting blood, but his wrist was grabbed by Jiang Lin in an instant. Brother Jiang, why are you stopping me? Jiang Lin looked helpless. Brother Chen, we are members of the demonic cult. So what? Chen Jia looked at Jiang Lin innocently. That cute look of what's wrong with us being members of the demon sect made Jiang Lin wonder if Chen Jia had entered the wrong sect. Brother Chen, please rest assured that the man is safe and sound, and he is from the same industry as us, and he is here to commit fraud. Porcelain touching? What is porcelain touching? This is a little hard to explain. Jiang Lin looked at Qin Xiao, who was surrounded by the crowd, and saw his sect uniform. Jiang Lin was very familiar with it. It was the uniform of the inner disciples of Longmen sect. Since the Longmen sect appeared here, it means that Lin Xingwan has already arrived in Xuanwu City. This buddy might be able to serve as a breakthrough point for her. Anyway, let me handle this matter. Brother Chen, take Xiao Man and don't walk around here casually. I'll go buy you some oranges. Oranges? I don't like oranges. Listening to Jiang Lin's inexplicable words, although Chen Jia wanted to ask for clarification, Jiang Lin's back was gradually moving forward, and Chen Jia even felt that his back carried a certain firmness and determination. The discussions on the street were getting louder and louder. Qin Xiao wanted to check Fang Chaochuan's injuries. When his hand just touched Fang Chaochuan woke up as if she had a last burst of light. Brother, the woman exclaimed in surprise. The man waved his hand, stood up with difficulty, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. My dear brother, I have no grudge against you. Why did you treat me so cruelly? You caused me to lose the foundation of the Great Way. Just now you wanted to kill me secretly to silence me. Tan Xiao? Forget it. Anyway, I don't have any extravagant hopes of entering the nascent soul stage in this lifetime, and I've long wanted to live in seclusion. I only want 99 medium-grade spirit stones for healing, and I won't ask for anything else. What do you think, brother? Ahem. As she was talking, Fang Chaochuan coughed again, and blood spurted all over the floor. Brother, the woman cried again, you won't even give us 99 middle-grade spirit stones? Is this what the Longmen sect, a so-called righteous sect, does? You guys, the man with the sword was desperate, anxious, angry. and even wanted to be furious. Although 99 middle grade spirit stones were not a large amount, as an inner sect disciple of Longmen's sect, he could afford it, but he just didn't want to give it, because from the moment he asked for money, he remembered what a junior fellow apprentice had said to him at the mountain gate. He remembered that the junior fellow apprentice called it smashing the porcelain. Unexpectedly, the junior brother betrayed Longmen's sect and died under senior sister Lin's sword. After that day, senior sister never said another word. I have a pill that can cure all diseases and injuries. I hope you won't despise it. Just when the man with the sword was getting red in the face with anger, a woman came over gracefully, with a fluttering skirt and light makeup. Just one glance and Qin Zhao's face turned even redder. Girl! They are trying to scam people. I must take them to the law enforcement team. You don't have to spend money. Oh, scamming people means blackmailing people. Qin Zhao said quickly as he watched the pretty girl walk forward. Law enforcement team? Ha ha. My brother is seriously injured, so I must go to the law enforcement team to seek justice. The next moment, the woman patted Feng Chaochuan on the back, and Feng Chaochuan really spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her face was really pale. You guys. You actually faked injuries. Qin Zhao's face turned pale and blue, and he was so angry that he almost drew his sword. However, this girl gently pressed her big palm on the back of Qin Zhao's hand, shook her head, continued to walk forward, and took out the pills. You want to get rid of me with just one pill? I tell you, even if I jump from here and starve to death, I will. This medicine is called stretching legs and staring ice pills. Before Feng Chaochuan finished speaking, the woman interrupted with a smile. Stretch your legs and stare. You are looking at the pretty girl. Feng Chaochuan was extremely amazed. Old friend. Chapter 7 System. Me, on the street, the two sides stared at each other, looking at each other, and then fell into silence for a while. Brother Jiang. This is a good deal. You are a smart man. Could it be that Brother Jiang has other plans? The cultivators in the middle 5 realms can transmit sound through the heart lake. Feng Chaochuan looked at Jiang Lin in confusion. How come this guy who used to steal and sell belly bands with me suddenly became a good person? Jiang Lin, Brother Feng. You don't know, this time I came here to accept the mission of disrupting the sect competition, and I have a major plan. This person is my stepping stone, I have to help him first. Major plot? Feng Chaochuan looked at Jiang Lin and carefully examined his female attire. She was too shocked to notice it at the time. Now taking a closer look, you know what, it actually has a unique flavor. Suddenly, Feng Chaochuan understood, Brother Jiang actually came to Xuanwu City, he must be here to disrupt the sect competition. Brother Jiang wants to sneak into Longmen's sect disguised as a woman, use his beauty to sow discord between the brothers of Longmen's sect, and even draw his sword against them for the beauty, so as to destroy their Taoism. Feng Chaochuan sighed slightly in her heart, and transmitted her thoughts through her mind, as expected of Brother Jiang. You are so thoughtful. And I can only come up with this scam, I am really ashamed. No, I just mentioned touching a porcelain cart to Brother Feng before, but Brother Feng can use this touching a porcelain cart so innocently. I, Jiang Lin, did not expect it either. I really admire you. But this time, Brother Feng, please cooperate with me a little. Since it is Brother Jiang who asked me to do so, I will definitely not refuse. However, we will divide the profits in the future. I'll have 4 and you'll have 6. Haha, since Brother Jiang said so, I will definitely help you with this. Just when the two of them were about to spark each other, Feng Chaochuan waved her sleeves as sister. Let's go. But brother, it's okay. For the sake of John, this girl, let's go. Feng Chaochuan said nothing more and left quickly. Although his sister looked confused, she still followed him. The onlookers had no idea what had happened. Qin Zhao only guessed that the girl might have just spoken to him in her heart, but he had no idea what she had said. However, the girl had really helped him, and that was a favor. Miss, I am Qin Zhao from Longmen's sect. Thank you very much for your help. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Zhao bowed and said, if you don't mind, I would like to buy you a cup of tea to express my gratitude. Jiang Lin was shocked, his beautiful eyes opened wide. Qin Zhao? Longmen's sect? Are you the elder brother Qin that my brother often mentioned? Who is the girl's brother? Hey, my brother Jiang Lin in the tea house, at the tea table by the window, Jiang Lin and Qin Xiao, both dressed as women, sat face to face, while Chen Jiao brought Nan Xiaoman back to the inn at Jiang Lin's instruction. I didn't expect that, Miss Jiang, your brother is actually. What a pity. Hearing that this girl named Jiang Xian was Jiang Lin's sister, Qin Xiao's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Although I only spent less than a year with Jiang Lin, I can still vividly remember catching rabbits with him, talking about swordsmanship, playing flying chess with him, and watching the moon on the rooftop of the female monks' dormitory together. It can be said that it was Jiang Lin who livened up the atmosphere of Longmen sect in just 1 year, but what was unexpected was that Jiang Lin was actually a member of the demon sect, who stole the dragon vein and finally died tragically under the sword of senior sister Lin. Listening to Qin Zhao's sigh, Jiang Xian wiped away tears and said sadly, although my brother is a member of the demon sect, he really likes the Longmen sect. It's just that he is too deeply involved and cannot turn back. This time he stole the dragon veins according to the order of his master. I believe my brother is very conflicted, and dying under Fairy Lin's sword is, I think, his long-cherished wish. As he spoke, Jiang Lin's tears began to fall, and Qin Xiao also lowered his head and wiped his tears. Just when Qin Xiao raised his head and wanted to say something to comfort this girl, a woman who seemed to be otherworldly appeared behind Jiang Xian. The girl was wearing a long green gauze dress, and her long black hair was tied up in a bun, flowing down her back like black silk, just reaching her waist. Her delicate face was not made up at all, but was still so perfect, and her exquisite curves were as moving as a winding stream. This time, the woman's eyes were slightly red. Sister Lin Tan Xiao quickly stood up and saluted. The same time, Jiang Lin, who was covering his face with his sleeves and applying onion juice to his eyes, was also shocked. Holy shit. I was so engrossed in the drama that I didn't even notice Sister Lin coming. Fairy Lin, my daughter is Jiang Xian. Jiang Lin stood up and bowed to Lin Qingwan with red eyes. Are you Jiang Lin's sister? Lin Qingwan looked at Jiang Lin, her eyes already moist. Yes. I was the one who killed your brother. A life for a life. Just kill me. Lin Qingwan handed out the sword and looked at Jiang Lin calmly. In her eyes, Jiang Lin saw deep sadness and regret, as well as despair for the world. Taking the long sword and looking at Lin Qingwan's fair neck, Jiang Lin shook his head, dropped the long sword, and took out an envelope that he had prepared long ago from his sleeve. Of Fairy Lin, just as I said just now, it is my brother's long-cherished wish for him to die under your sword. However, if Fairy Lin's heart of Taoism is broken because of my brother and she has no chance to pursue the Tao from now on, that is what my brother least wants to see. Please take a look at this letter, which my brother asked me to give to Sister Lin. Looking at the envelope, the usually aloof Lin Qingwan's eyes shook, as if she was about to cry the next moment. As a result, the envelope was slowly torn open, and the familiar handwriting appeared in front of the girl again. Senior Sister Lin, when you see this letter, I think I have left. However, please don't be sad, don't hate the demon sect, and don't hate everything in the world. Senior Sister Lin, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever met, and the most gentle girl. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely be your junior apprentice again. Senior Sister, do you know that I like to see you teaching me how to practice sword the most? Unfortunately, in this life, Jiang Lin cannot ascend to heaven with you, but please live well with Jiang Lin's share. Jiang Lin Lu, Jiang Lin, Jiang Lin, Jiang Lin. Holding the envelope in front of her chest, the girl sat on the ground like an unfolded lotus, her beautiful face crying heartbreakingly, please Fairy Lin, take my brother's share and work hard. Seeing the other party so sad for him, Jiang Lin was also moved, but it is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Instead of letting the other party break into the door of the demon sect and scatter his ashes, it is better to be strangers from now on. However, just when Jiang Lin was about to leave, the voice of the mission suddenly rang out. The host is detected toying with the feelings of the protagonist Lin Qingwan, the notoriety value plus 1000, and the hidden task 1 step further is triggered. Hidden mission 1 step further. 1. Take off your female clothes, laugh at Lin Qingwan and yell I was just kidding you, you little fool. 2. Admit that you are Jiang Lin, and insult Lin Qingwan severely, humiliating her and taking advantage of her. Host, please make a choice. If you make a choice after 3 seconds, the host will be forced to execute one of the options. 3-2-1 system. I. Vulgar language. Chapter 8. It's the wind and sand that narrowed his eyes. The second option. I choose the second option. At the last second, Jiang Lin made a quick choice, otherwise, who knows what kind of bloody things would happen due to the forced hosting of this system. Jiang Lin took a deep breath, stopped, turned around, and shouted, "Fairy Lin! Please don't cry. I am Jiang Lin." The sudden squeak made the people in the tea house stop what they were doing. Qin Xiao said and looked at Jiang Lin. Lin Xingwan was also stunned. She turned sideways holding the letter. The girl was still kneeling on the ground. The sad look on her face kept breaking through Jiang Lin's psychological defenses. "Sister Jiang, what did you just say?" Jiang Lin broke out in a cold sweat. I am Jiang Lin. I will not forgive you for crying like this again. Sister Jiang Xin Fairy Lin. Look at what you look like now. Why are you crying here? What is there to cry about? Go back and cry if you want to. Cry yourself to death. My brother Jiang Lin hopes that you live happily and joyfully. Then you can prove the truth. But what about you now? How do you treat my brother Jiang Lin? You are a bad guy. A big bad guy. A bad guy. As he spoke, Jiang Lin covered his face with his sleeves, silently smeared 2 drops of onion juice, rushed towards Lin Xingwan with red eyes, and raised his little fist to hit her chest. Sister Jiang, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should have realized it earlier. I shouldn't have let Jiang Lin worry about me in his grave. I'm sorry. Lin Xingwan's tears dripped down and she hugged Jiang Lin tightly in her arms. Inside the tea house, both monks and common people put down the melons in their hands and wiped their faces silently. Grandpa, you are crying. A little girl shook her grandfather's sleeve. No, it's the wind and sand that blinded Grandpa's eyes. He couldn't help but think of the boy who was his classmate back then. Bite admit that I am Jiang Lin, square root humiliating Lin Xingwan in public, square root eat Lin Xingwan tofu, square root congratulations to the host, the mission has been completed, and the reward is 1,000 points of infamy and a set of bodybuilding fluid. When the infamy accumulates to 10,000 points, the villain shop will be opened, and the reward system will be upgraded. I hope the host will continue to work hard and become the world's big boss. System. I'm fucked. Even though he fooled the system and got a reward, Jiang Lin still wanted to crush the system. Fairy Lin, I hope you practice well. Now that I have delivered the letter, I will take my leave. You will definitely need a better junior brother. Jiang Lin stood up and planned to run away quickly, but just as Jiang Lin stood up, the corner of his clothes was pulled by the girl with tearful eyes. Fairy Lin, is there anything else? Lin Xingwan gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, folded the envelope, and put it in her arms like a treasure. Don't call me Fairy Lin, call me sister. Sure enough, you still don't want to? Lin Xingwan lowered her head, and the way she bit her red lips with her pearly teeth almost gave Jiang Lin a myocardial infarction. Sister Lin, well, Sister Jiang, you practice Taoism, right? Yes. What sect is it? Well, that Jiang Xin has no sect or school, but my brother sometimes teaches him when he returns home, so he can be considered a rural cultivator. That won't do. It's very dangerous for a girl to be a wild cultivator. Sister Jiang, are you willing to come to my Longmen sect? I want to take care of you. No, Jiang Xinshan appreciates Sister Lin's kindness, but I'm alone. However, if Sister Jiang doesn't come to my Longmen sect, then I won't be able to compensate Jiang Lin, and my Dao heart won't be able to be restored. I will always feel guilty, not to mention proving the Dao so that Jiang Lin can rest in peace in the underworld. This is also my selfish desire. Sister Jiang, can you promise me? Then we sisters can prove the truth together, so that he will have no regrets in our hearts. May I? Lin Xingwan's soft little hand held Jiang Lin's big hand, trembling slightly with nervousness, and her shaking eyes looked as if she was about to cry at the next moment. No bite system tips. If the host rejects Lin Xingwan's heart will be damaged. She will still break her inner demons in this sect competition, and then ask the swords of various sects of demons, until she kills the host n times and turns his bones to ashes. Sister Jiang is really just comforting me, but she still hates me from the bottom of her heart? After saying that, Lin Xingwan was about to let go of Jiang Lin's slender hand. No. It's not like that. Jiang Lin grabbed Lin Xingwan's slender hand, and tears really dripped down his face, not like onions. Sister Lin, what I mean is that nothing is impossible. You're back? Yeah, I'm back. After agreeing to pack up and move to the restaurant where the Longmen sect lived, Jiang Lin finally got away. What's wrong? You don't look well? Chen Jia poured a cup of tea for Jiang Lin and sat in front of him gracefully. To be honest, looking at Chen Jia's dignified and pure appearance, if it weren't for the smooth sailing, Jiang Lin would never believe that he was a man. Brother Chen, I have some things to take care of. I guess we'll have to split up. That's nothing. Our teaming is just a formality. Even if you don't say it, I will separate from you when the sect competition begins. It's just that. Chen Jia looked at Nan Xiaoman, who was taking a nap on the bed. I have already informed Longmen sect about Xiaoman's situation. Maybe I can become a disciple of Longmen sect. Longmen sect? But what if Xiaoman is bullied? I heard that those so-called famous and upright sects fight overtly and covertly, speak sweet words and stab in the back. They are simply devils. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes at Chen Jia and said, first of all, we are a demon sect, so we are the ones who look more like the devil. It's just that the people of our Sun Moon sect are more honest. Besides, the Longmen sect has a good atmosphere, so Xiaoman will not be bullied. Really? Otherwise, let Xiaoman follow you around and ask for help? Then she won't know how she got killed by the wind of the fist. He glanced at Nan Xiaoman, who was sleeping soundly, and then at Jiang Lin. Although this man liked women's clothes and looked very good in them, he was still okay along the way. At least he was a good person. In that case, I'll go with you to send Xiaoman over. No. Why? Xiaoman is most reluctant to leave you. What if you two burst into tears? Then people will think I'm trafficking children. And I heard that the Wushuang tyrannical fist sect has entered the city. Don't you want to ask Brother Chen about it? But Chen Jia stood up and wanted to ask for help, but he was reluctant to leave the girl. Please rest assured, Brother Chen. I will take good care of Xiaoman. Martial artists are quick and decisive. I don't think Brother Chen will be as fussy as a woman, right? Of course not. I'm a real man. Chen Jia frowned and pouted, looking even cuter. In that case, I'll leave Xiaoman to Brother Jiang. I'll go to Longmen sect to see Xiaoman when the time comes. Brother Chen and I will go together then. Chen Jia nodded, took off her long skirt, revealing men's clothes underneath, and strode out of the inn without feeling hot. The door closed. Jiang Lin sighed softly, looked at the cute little girl lying on the bed, and suddenly shouted, Master, the ice cream cake is ready. Ice cream cake? Where? Chapter 9. Let that silly girl in. How about it, Master? Do you know you are wrong? Inside the inn, Jiang Lin propped up his chin and looked at the woman who had already returned to her original form and left home without permission. Jiang Yuni sat obediently opposite Jiang Lin, with a pair of watery eyes, just like a little girl who had done something wrong. However, although his master is several decades older than him, Jiang Lin feels that she will always be a little girl who will never grow up and needs his care. You don't want to admit your mistake, right? Then I won't go back to Twin Everest for a year. Having said that, Jiang Lin resolutely stood up and turned to leave. Don't do it, Xiao Lin, don't abandon Master, don't not go home, don't not talk to Master, Master is wrong, Master is really wrong. Jiang Yuni knelt on the ground sideways, hugged Jiang Lin's thigh, sniffled, and her cute crying appearance made Jiang Lin sigh. He helped his master up and gently wiped her tears and snot. Jiang Yuni placed her hands on her well-proportioned legs, looking aggrieved like a hamster whose chestnuts had been robbed. It was obvious that he was a great monk of the 3rd floor who was at the 10th level of nascent soul realm. Do you know you're wrong? Jiang Li touched his master's little head and looked at the girl's expression as she tried to hold back her sobs but couldn't. He felt a little amused and helpless. Yes, Master, I know I was wrong. What's wrong? It's my fault. Master shouldn't have used the changed appearance to deceive Xiaolin. Jiang Lin tapped his master's head gently, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Is that the reason? Holding her little head in her hands, the girl's aggrieved look made Jiang Lin quickly look away, otherwise Away would die. Then the mistake was that Master shouldn't have left home without permission. He should have waited for Xiaolin to come back. Well, it's good to know you're wrong. Squatting in front of Jiang Yuni, Jiang Lin pretended to be serious and said, but in fact he felt warm in his heart that he knew that his master had followed him because he was worried about him, and in this world, the only person who could truly care about him was probably his master. For Jiang Lin, Jiang Yuni is not only a master, but also a family member. But it was precisely because of this that Jiang Lin was afraid that something might happen to his master. It was not so bad in the Sun Moon sect, as the people there were honest and kind, and there was nothing to worry about. He also had Sister Feng Ruo to take care of him. But things would be different outside the Sun Moon sect. Besides, his master was so beautiful, had a great figure, and was also silly. If she was sold, Jiang Lin didn't know what he would do. "Master, please go back quickly. I will send a letter to Sister Feng Ruo in 3 days. If Master doesn't come home, I will be really angry. But I'm worried about you, Xiaolin." "Master, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. I am worried because you are outside." Jiang Lin thought for a while. Forget it. I'd better put the matter of Longmen sect aside for now. I will personally send Master back. Jiang Lin felt that he could use the excuse of going back to his hometown to pack up his things, and then come to Xuanwu City to meet up with Lin Qingwan. This shouldn't be a big problem. No need, Master will definitely be back on time. Master is not a child. Xiaolin just needs to do his own thing. Master doesn't want to affect Xiaolin. Is it really okay? Jiang Lin was still a little worried. Yeah. Master is also very strong. Lifting up his sleeves, Jiang Yuni revealed his fair arms to show how strong he was. Oh well. Jiang Lin cast a positioning spell on Jiang Yuni so that he could know the location of his master at any time. In fact, Jiang Lin knew that he was overthinking. Although his master had fallen in realm, he was still at the first level of the nascent soul realm. The chance of an accident on the way back was too small. Master, I'm sorry, I need to stay here for a while longer. I will definitely go back as soon as I have dealt with the matter. Well, Master will be waiting for Xiaolin. Before Jiang Lin could react, Jiang Yuni smacked Jiang Lin on the face, then flew away through the window with a red face, touching his cheek and looking at his master who was gradually flying away. Jiang Lin smiled and shook his head. I will wash my face today. Above Xuanwu City, people were flying in the wind one after another. Some were taking girls for a ride, some were traveling back and forth, and some were selling some fancy products. Outside the suburbs of Xuanwu City, in an uninhabited place, Jiang Yuni jumped off the flying sword. With a light tap of her slender hand, she removed the positioning spell that Jiang Lin had placed on her body and placed it on an ordinary flying sword. With a gentle tap of the sword's tail, the flying sword flew towards the direction of the Sun and Moon sect at an extremely fast speed. Xiaolin Lin is still a child after all. He is so easily deceived by girls. Thinking of Jiang Lin's cute look of pretending to be angry and comforting her in the inn, the woman couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth. Jiang Yuni knew that her disguise might be discovered by Jiang Lin, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. But it didn't matter, she was prepared for the worst, and I was discovered so quickly. Doesn't it mean that Xiaolin Lin values me very much? As she thought about it, the girl smiled like a flower chanting a spell. After a while, Jiang Yuni's height, which was less than 1.5 meters originally, increased by 20 centimeters. Her long legs stood proudly, and her long hair spread out like a waterfall behind her shoulders. Her exquisite curves looked even more perfect against the smaller dress. The little face that originally had some baby fat now has a little point, and the pair of charming eyes are as soft as silk. The best description of her is that she has a natural charm. Stepping on the flying sword, Jiang Yuni turned and flew towards the city lord's mansion in the center of Xuanwu City. Xuanwu City Lord's Mansion. Let that stupid girl in. Just as the guards of the city lord's mansion were about to stop them, a female voice spread through everyone's hearts and the magic circle was opened. What a rare visitor. In the backyard of Xuanwu City, the woman who was teasing the cat with a cat toy slowly stood up. Oh, after not seeing you for so many years, I didn't expect that our leader is still a virgin. Looking at the cold and beautiful woman in front of her, the woman smiled gently. The leaders of the Sun Moon sect all practice the Sun and Moon dual cultivation method, right? If they don't practice dual cultivation, the bottleneck of the Great Tao will be greatly suppressed, and they will not be able to squeeze into the fifth realm. Then no matter how talented our leader is, he is at most the third floor of the nascent soul realm now, right? Or is it that no man has ever entered the jade eyes of our leader? You're the only one who talks too much. Jiang Yunai glanced at the woman coldly. But just this one glance made the heartbeat of the Xuanwu City Lord, who was a woman with countless experiences, accelerate, not to mention a man with her skirt lifted up. Jiang Yunai sat on a swing made of flower branches with her slender legs crossed. To make a long story short, I want to participate in this sect competition. Chapter 10. What do you know? Walking on the street, Jiang Lin was very melancholy. How can we make senior sister Lin let go completely? Do I really have to practice with senior sister Lin and then ascend to heaven together? What a joke! I am a member of the demonic sect, and I need to undergo a bone structure test to enter the Longmen sect. My gender and cultivation level were found out in an instant. Isn't this asking for my life? No. I have to think of a way, otherwise it will be exposed sooner or later. However, during the period of the sect competition, we must first stabilize senior sister Lin. After determining a small goal, Jiang Lin straightened the big bun on his chest and walked towards the inn where the Longmen sect was staying. As soon as he arrived at the inn, the Longmen sect held a welcome ceremony for Jiang Lin. A large banner that read "Welcome Junior Sister Jiang Xian" was hung out, and many men who looked familiar to Jiang Lin came to carry his luggage. More often than not, the girls who entered Longmen's sect at the same time as Jiang Lin had their eyes light up when they saw Jiang Lin, their little junior sister. They held Jiang Lin's hands and asked about his well-being. Jiang Lin was very reluctant to let these girls hold his hands, although they also took the opportunity to touch him twice. Afterwards, the teacher in charge of Longmen's sect was responsible for giving Jiang Lin a preliminary interview, which was actually just a formality of meeting him. From then on, the entire welcome party was over, but it was already evening. As soon as Jiang Lin came out of the room of the Longmen sect's team leader, he was stopped by countless senior brothers. Junior sister Jiang Xian, there will be a lantern festival in Xuanwu City tonight. Junior sister Jiang Xian, are you willing to go? Junior sister Jiang Xian, I am a good poet. Junior sister, I'm deeply sorry about what happened to your brother. As his best friend, I will definitely take good care of you. Go and practice well. If I see you hanging around my sister again, I will punish you according to the sect rules. Just when Jiang Lin wanted to kick these shameless guys away, Lin Qingwan walked over with a sword in hand. Sister Lin, without thinking, Jiang Lin threw himself into the warm embrace of his senior sister. It's okay. Although these people are lecherous, they are nice people. Lin Qingwan gently hugged Jiang Lin, who was a head taller than her, and patted his shoulder. What? You're not leaving yet? Lin Qingwan glared at her fellow apprentices, and they all shuddered and ran away quickly. Okay, it's okay. Don't worry, you are Jiang Lin and I's sister. I won't let anyone bully you. Gently pinching Jiang Lin's cheek, Lin Qingwan smiled, looking very charming and adorable compared to her usual stern image. Well, thank you, Sister Lin. I'll let Jiang Xian go back to her room first. He always felt that the longer he stayed with Lin Qingwan, the greater the possibility of being exposed. Jiang Lin also wanted to run away quickly and go back to his room to see how to use the 2 bottles of bodybuilding liquid. Wait a moment. Just as Jiang Lin turned around, Lin Qingwan grabbed Jiang Lin's hand. Sister Lin, is there anything else? Looking directly into Lin Qingwan's eyes, Jiang Lin's heart beat very fast. Could it be that senior sister Lin discovered something? Sister Jiang, can you sleep with me tonight? At night, the moonlight slowly shines through the window, and the cool summer breeze gently blows through the gauze window. In a guest room of the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion, a cold and beautiful woman with long hair was lying on the bed sideways, rolling on the bed with her limbs tightly clamped around a 1-meter-long pillow engraved with a man's portrait. Her fair cheeks kept rubbing against the pillow, and she kept muttering Xiao Linlin. Suddenly, footsteps were heard at the door. The woman quickly stuffed the pillow into the quilt. When the door opened, the girl was already sitting on the chair, holding the teacup in her slender hands and sipping it slowly. Doesn't the Lord of Xuanwu City even know the etiquette of knocking on the door before entering? Raising her eyes as charming as a black cat, Zhang Yuni looked at the Lord of Xuanwu City, Luo Qinshang, who closed the door and walked into Luo Qinshang, rolled her eyes at the charming woman in the room, sat down next to Zhang Yuni unceremoniously, snatched the teacup from her hand and drank it all in one gulp. Who have I been busy for since noon? And you are still so cold to me. I didn't force you to go. Zhang Yuni turned her head away proudly, but thank you. Eh? You and I, what did you just say? Although the sound was very small, Luo Qinshang seemed to have heard something extraordinary. The leader of the Sun Moon sect, Zhang Yuni, who was both arrogant and aloof, would actually take the initiative to say thank you to others. I said thank you. Zhang Yuni's voice was still very soft, but Luo Qinshang, who had her ears pressed against Zhang Yuni's cheek, heard it clearly this time. She was actually thanking herself, looking at this cold and beautiful woman with surprise. The slightly blushing face on her cheeks was so adorable. Oh my god, it turns out you and I has such a lovely side. Luo Qinshang hugged Zhang Yu and I happily and kept rubbing her little face. Okay, let go, Luo Qinshang, don't push your luck. Zhang Yuni pushed Luo Qinshang, who was acting like a nymphomaniac, away. Okay, I've made a profit today. Luo Qinshang stroked the hem of her skirt and sat upright in front of Zhang Yuni. Here, this is your identity certificate for participating in the Dao sect competition. But you and I think you are too protective of your child. Zhang Lin is almost 18 years old now. He is no longer the little kid he used to be. Moreover, he has reached the peak of the cave realm at such a young age. What do you have to worry about? Besides, the sect competition is not about life and death. What do you know? Taking the small badge and looking at the words Xuanwu City Jiangyu on it, the woman nodded, her lips raised cutely, and carefully put the badge into her arms. Looking at this girl who had never smiled once after breaking through the nascent soul stage, but was happy just because of a small waist badge, Luo Qinshang didn't know what to say for a moment. I can only say that the little boy back then was really extraordinary. He changed a woman who only knew how to practice and was not interested in worldly matters. Alas, I haven't seen little Zhang Lin for a long time. Zhang Lin should be very handsome now, right? But I'm not old now, maybe Xiao Lin and I. Luo Qinshang sighed subconsciously, holding her chin and thinking of Zhang Lin, who was still a child at that time. However, before Luo Qinshang could finish her words, a huge murderous intent filled the entire room. Bang! In just a moment, the tea table was split in half. Luo Qinshang turned around with cold sweat on her forehead and looked at the woman in front of her. Her eyes had narrowed into a thin line, her life-defining flying sword had already left her body, and her gloomy and beautiful face seemed to have turned black. Hey, Xin Shang. The beautiful woman who had turned evil lifted Luo Qinshang's chin with her slender hand and smiled kindly. Xiao Lin, it's mine. Chapter 11. Zhang Lin's head falls. Who I am, where am I, what am I doing? Lying on the bed, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from the girl beside him, Zhang Lin fell into deep thought. I am the evening. Lin Qingwan invited Zhang Lin to sleep together. Although Zhang Lin wanted to agree, he decisively refused. After all, what if he was exposed? But unexpectedly, when Zhang Lin entered the room, Lin Qingwan was already lying on her bed with her hair still slightly wet. Seeing me come in, the senior sister even stuck out her tongue playfully, but Zhang Lin turned around and wanted to run, but the door was immediately closed by Lin Qingwan with a wave of her sleeve, and she also exerted a spiritual power on it. With Zhang Lin's strength in the cave mansion realm, he could not break it at all. Then it became what it is now. Sister Jiang Xin, don't you feel uncomfortable sleeping in ready-made clothes? Beside Zhang Lin, the girl spoke softly, her breath carrying the faint fragrance of orchid. Zhang Lin once wondered if his senior sister had chewed orchid raw at night. The moonlight poured in through the windowsill and fell on the girl's pretty face. Her long eyelashes blinked like snow brushes, looking charming and attractive, but Zhang Lin didn't dare to look at it, let alone look at it. Zhang Lin lay motionless on the bed, singing Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf crazily in his heart. No, Sister Lin, I prefer to sleep with my clothes on. If Sister Lin feels it's dirty, I'll get up first. Zhang Lin was about to sit up. No, I won't. Zhang Lin was about to move when he was stopped by Lin Qingwan. Your brother said that men are like muddy water, dirty, while girls are like ice spring snow lotus, pleasing to the eyes and refreshing to drink. So, sister doesn't mind. You don't mind, but I do. Zhang Lin almost cried in his heart. Did he really say that? I think I said that. It seems that a senior sister liked lilies but didn't dare to say it out loud. So when I went to counsel her, she said this. How did senior sister Lin know about this? And she remembered it so clearly? Sister Lin. Can I ask you a question? If my brother were to stand before you alive one day, I mean, if that were really the case, senior sister Lin would, if that's the case, I'll be very happy. Don't you hate him, senior sister? Why would I hate him? Lin Xingwan said softly, although your brother often flirted with the female disciples in the sect, although your brother peeped at me bathing, although your brother also stole the dragon vein, but I don't hate him. If your brother is really still alive, I will take him away from the demon sect and accept the punishment from the sect together. He will always be my junior brother. Listening to Lin Qingwan's words, Zhang Lin's eyes couldn't help but become moist. If the system hadn't said that the other party would break into the door of the demon cult and kill him n times and grind him to ashes, Zhang Lin really wanted to admit it immediately. The bright moon hanging high in the sky kept moving. A few night clouds covered the moon, but were soon blown away by the evening breeze. As the girl beside him slowly fell asleep and made slight breathing sounds, Zhang Lin's eyelids became heavier and heavier. Just when Zhang Lin was about to fall asleep, the system dinged and Zhang Lin startled. To be honest, this situation is like when you are finally about to fall asleep, but your roommate suddenly plays TikTok out loud. There is nothing you can do about the system. Zhang Lin even wants to scatter the system's ashes. Mission, she is sleeping soundly. Task overview, the girl next to you is already asleep. This is the best opportunity to attack task requirements. 1. Kiss her secretly to make her no longer aloof and the fairy will fall into the mortal world. The kissing time must be more than 3 minutes. 2. Bite her neck. Choose. Heading towards the big villain. The selection timer starts at 32. I choose you, MMP. Zhang Lin felt like he was going crazy. No matter which option he chose, it didn't make sense. Not to mention whether he would suffocate if he kissed for 3 minutes. What the hell was the second option? Did the system want him to sell strawberries? But looking at the countdown in the system, Zhang Lin has no time left. I choose 1. At the last second of the system countdown, Zhang Lin chose the first option. Looking at the girl sleeping next to him, Zhang Lin thought for a moment, then gently held up a strand of her long hair and brought it to his lips, without separating them for a long time. It was not until the moonlight dimmed and became bright again that Zhang Lin secretly let down the girl's long hair. The faint scent of orchids lingered around Zhang Lin's nose for a long time. With the help of moonlight, looking at the girl who was still sleeping, Zhang Lin didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that senior sister Lin's fair face was slightly flushed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host will be rewarded with 1,000 points of notoriety and a portion of bodybuilding fluid. Keep up the good work, and you will be the villain star of the future. As the sound of the task disappeared, Zhang Lin had already cursed this deceiving and stingy system countless times in his heart. No, I have to calm down. He took a deep breath, and the air was filled with the girl's faint fragrance. Although he was just kissing her hair, Zhang Lin felt that he needed to take a walk in the night breeze. He secretly got up, put Lin Qingwan's arms into the quilt, and gently pulled the quilt over her. Zhang Lin took out the 2 prickly buns on his chest, took a big bite, and then jumped out of the window. The mottled moonlight fell into the courtyard of the inn and sprinkled on the girl's pretty face. The girl sleeping in the bed fluttered her eyelashes slightly, and her slender hands grasped the quilt to bury half of her little head. It curled up like a kitten, its fair face flushed red, but its little heart was so happy that it almost jumped out of its throat. Do you think all women are so easy to deceive? You big fool. The girl whispered, took the pillow he had slept on and put it into the bed, smelling his scent and sleeping soundly. Walking on the street, Zhang Lin bit a steamed bun that had already gone cold while feeling the cold wind, and finally calmed down. Just when Zhang Lin was planning to take a walk and then go back to the inn, suddenly, a man wearing a veil fell from the sky and pounced on him. Before Zhang Lin could react, Zhang Lin is sure this is a girl. Just when Zhang Lin was worried whether this was a trap set by the cultivation world, the girl directly spat out a mouthful of blood on Zhang Lin's face. Girl, you careful. Before Zhang Lin finished speaking, the girl had just finished speaking when a knife flashed behind her and Zhang Lin's head fell to the ground. Chapter 12. I, Zhang Yida, am willing to die for the girl. Black and mosaic blood spurted out from the wound on Zhang Lin's neck. As Zhang Lin's mosaic-covered head rolled to the ground, his eyes, open in death, were filled with confusion and black question marks. After his death, Zhang Lin, who was already a cave monk, turned into thousands of points of light and his spiritual energy returned to nature. The next moment, several men in black appeared in front of the woman. You. She has no grudge against you, why did you kill her? The woman with the veil covered her chest with her hands, blood slowly flowing out from the corners of her mouth. Looking at the corpse gradually disappearing on the ground, the guilt in the woman's eyes was beyond words, and her hatred for the man in black in front of her became much stronger. Ha! Anyone who has contact with Xiaoyao sect must die. What's more, she just saw your face. You. I vowed to cultivate the great dream of the 1,000 years. I will avenge the extermination of my family. Revenge? You have no chance? That's right. If you behave yourself and let us enjoy your meal, we can also let you die more comfortably. One of the men in black licked his lips and approached. Bite just when the woman was about to perish along with them, a crisp sound was heard in the night sky of Xuanwu City, like a copper coin falling to the ground. Jiang Lin, who had just been resurrected and appeared in the attic not far away, was hiding on the eaves and eating melons. When a flash of sword light flew towards him, Jiang Lin dodged and landed gracefully on the ground. MMP, if I wasn't curious, I would have resurrected farther away. At this time, Jiang Lin put on a mask to cover his handsome face, but after changing into a white men's robe, his slender figure was still quite handsome under the moonlight. Your Excellency, do you want to intervene? Looking at Jiang Lin, whose white robe fell to the ground under the moonlight and who was dressed in men's clothes at full tilt, the man in black raised his sword, his murderous intent revealed. Interfere? Actually, I am just a passerby. Your Excellency, please leave. You are no match for them. I, Xiao Shueli, will not let them touch my innocence even if they destroy me. Jiang Lin? It seems that you really want to be a hero and save the beauty. No, I don't actually. Watch this. Fuck. Can't I finish my sentence? Looking at the oncoming swordlight, Jiang Lin wanted to curse. Didn't I just eavesdrop a little? Are all villains in this world so decisive now? They just start fighting without saying a few words. At that time, the long sword was only 0.01 centimeter away from Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin thought about dodging, and also thought about running away if he was killed again. It was none of his business anyway. Boot. A gust of spring breeze blew up the girl's curtains. The moment I saw the girl's face, the mission is coming. Bite the protagonist's plot triggers. The protagonist Xiao Shueli is a direct disciple of Xiaoyao sect. She is gifted and born with supreme bones. She is hunted down because her sect was destroyed by the Qiubai demon sect. Within 100 years, the protagonist Xiao Shueli will bloodbath all the demon sects in Zhozhou. Xiao Shueli killed the host N times and scattered his ashes, then he attained enlightenment and ascended to heaven. Clang! Just when the tip of the sword touched Jiang Lin's eyebrows, Jiang Lin grabbed a flying sword and knocked the sword in the black-clothed man's hand away. The flying sword was transparent all over, like snow and ice. It was suspended beside Jiang Lin, emitting a dazzling light under the moonlight. My natal flying sword. You are actually a sword cultivator. The man in black looked at the man in white who was looking up at the moon and shouted, there are 3 types of cultivators: ordinary cultivators, sword cultivators, and pure warriors who are not cultivators but are also cultivators. Among these 3 types of people, sword cultivators are the most murderous, the most unreasonable, and have the highest threshold. Does it really matter whether you practice sword or not? Looking up at the bright moonlight at a 45-degree angle, Jiang Lin felt like crying out, why is that? Why is it that I can meet the protagonist just by taking a walk, and why does every protagonist have to wipe out all the evil sects and finally affect the Sun and Moon sect? Although our Sun Moon sect is a demonic sect, our principle is only attack the heart, do not kill innocent people. But we, the Ryu sect, are going to eat your rice. Since you are a sword cultivator, then please tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Sun Moon sect's twin Everest peaks, Jiang Yida. Retracting his gaze from the air, Jiang Lin looked at the pale and pretty girl behind him. Sun Moon sect? Ha, you are the disciple of the Sun Moon sect who only plays with people's hearts and never kills people? Ha, you are also a member of the demon sect. Although your Sun Moon sect is a bit weird, when did you start to do justice? The man in black shook his sword in a childish way. Boy, since we are in the same business, I will spare you today. Hurry up and leave before you cause me any trouble, event? Of course. Get out of here right now, or do you want to have a piece of the pie? This is not impossible. I'll give you 100 mid-grade spirit stones and let you go second. Boss, that won't do. I want to be the second one. Nonsense. Boss, shut up. The man in black shouted, and the younger brother immediately became quiet. Looking at Jiang Lin, the man in black smiled slightly. How is it? Jiang Lin shook his head, looking at them with sympathy and as if they were stupid. You can't touch her. Why? Because I am here. Although I am a demon sect. But my heart is for justice. Jiang Lin held the snow-white, transparent sword in his hand, with his long hair fluttering, looking quite saintly from ancient times to the present. Which protagonist has been tainted by those villains? Which one of them did not cross the border to kill, survive, and then suddenly realize something explosive and broken the mirror? But Jiang Lin could only keep these things in his heart and couldn't say them out loud. Even if he told them, they wouldn't believe it. Jiang Lin felt that what he could do was to quickly increase the favorability of the protagonist before he awakened. What did you say? Boy, our boss wanted to make friends with you, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Kill him, superior. When Jiang Lin wanted to recite some more lines full of righteousness, the three younger brothers of the man in black didn't give Jiang Lin any chance and rushed towards him directly. Girl! Please remember. Not all the people in the demon cult are villains. I, Zhang Yida, am willing to die for you. Sir, don't kill. Jiang Lin rushed forward, yelling, fuck. This is so fucking second year. Booty glanced at the girl kneeling on the ground with a worried look on her face, and the effect seemed to be quite good. Ping ping bang bang, would big would big would big would. Jiang Lin held the sword and fought a bloody battle with the three younger brothers of the men in black. The three men in black, who were also in the cave mansion realm, fought very fiercely with Jiang Lin. However, 10 breaths later, Jiang Lin won. Just when Jiang Lin was about to say a few more lines, a palm came out of nowhere and hit Jiang Lin on the back. Jiang Lin spurted blood and fell in front of the girl. Chapter 13. You actually, Master Jiang. Don't. The girl named Xiao Shueli dropped the curtain above her head and hugged Jiang Lin tightly in her arms, her slender hands constantly stroking the corners of Jiang Lin's mouth where blood was flowing. At this moment, the villain who had just launched a sneak attack seemed to be offline, looking at the two sentimental people. Girl, Jiang Lin raised his hand and tried to touch Xiao Shueli's cheek, but he suddenly lost his strength and his arm fell down. Sir, why would you go to such lengths for a stranger like me? The girl's tears dripped onto Jiang Lin's face, making her pale and beautiful face look even more delicate. Although the Sun Moon sect is a demon sect, I, Zhang Yida. Although I am a disciple of the demon sect. But I have this principle. Helping others when seeing injustice is my Zhang Yida's principle. Jiang Lin spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Jiang Lin felt as if he was going to die again, but he had to finish what he was saying before he died. Mr. Jiang, please stop talking. Please stop talking. Shueli will definitely cure you. No, it's too late. Jiang Lin held the girl's soft hand, his eyes full of affection. Unfortunately, Yida can no longer protect the girl. I'm sorry. Jiang Lin lowered his hands, and his head rolled away from the girl's arms. Even the regretful tone of his last sentence was so accurate. But Master Jiang must not die. Just when Jiang Lin was planning to die quickly and then resurrect somewhere far away, the girl closed her eyes and slapped Jiang Lin's body. Jiang Lin was about to watch the revolving lantern, but a warm current protected his heart meridians. Not only that, this warm current began to repair Jiang Lin's injuries from the inside out. In less than 3 breaths, Jiang Lin felt that his injuries had stabilized. Holy shit. Isn't this too much of a cheat? Realizing that the girls in Jiang Lin's conditions were not right, the leader of the men in black finally came back online and stabbed at the girl and Jiang Lin with a sword. Jiang Lin felt the sword energy, but his injuries were too severe to open his eyes, and he couldn't move, so he couldn't block the sword for Xiao Shueli. Just when the sword was about to touch the girl, she opened her eyes and a huge gust of air pushed the man in black away, blowing Jiang Lin's hair away. Jiang Lin felt himself being gently put down, and then a strong sword intent flashed by, and then all the sounds disappeared, and the man in black died 10 meters away. This man is quite handsome. Maybe he is a good match for Shueli. A cold voice with a smile sounded beside Jiang Lin. Although Jiang Lin knew that it was a voice coming from a girl's mouth, the timbre and tone were completely different. Could it be this reminded Jiang Lin of the old man lurking in the protagonist's ring and the old lady possessing the protagonist? You have already reached the peak of the cave resident's realm at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. But it's a pity that Xueli has important things to do. She can't let her love affairs delay her cultivation. I felt a soft hand reaching into my arms, and my clothes seemed to be unbuttoned again. Just when Jiang Lin was thinking about refusing, a warm current entered Jiang Lin's body again. This feeling was like having a full body massage, extremely comfortable. When this warm current circulated for 2 small cycles, the injuries had actually recovered by almost half. Jiang Lin slowly opened his eyes and was able to move. Thank you for your help, senior. Jiang Lin stood up with difficulty and clasped his fists in salute. Senior? Why don't you call me miss? Xiao Xueli raised the corners of her mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Lin with a playful look. I wouldn't dare to do that. If I knew that you were protecting this girl, I wouldn't overestimate my abilities. You know it's impossible, but you still do it. You are a good young man. No matter what, you saved me with your life. This lord and this little girl Xueli owe you a favor. This lord will agree to one of your requests. Even if I can't do it today, I can do it in the future. Tell me, what do you want? It is the younger generation's duty to contribute to a better society. It is also the younger generation's principle to speak out when seeing injustice and take action when necessary. Although I am a member of the demon sect, I have the heart of a good young man, so I bite. Just when Jiang Lin was planning to establish a glorious and tall image of a good boy, the system's upgrade sound rang out from Jiang Lin's mind again. Jiang Lin almost choked to death before he finished speaking. To be honest, if he was not afraid of dying together with the system, Jiang Lin really wanted to send a few pandas to burn incense for this system. Mission trigger: the powerful soul hidden in the protagonist Xiao Xueli's body has appeared. How can the host who aspires to become the world's big boss stop moving forward? Task 1: due to the treatment of the host, it is detected that the other party is running out of spiritual power. This is the best opportunity. Please use the host to transform into the Lord of the River and slap her face crazily to show her what manliness is. 2. The other party actually asked for a reward. Please shamelessly ask the other party to pledge her body. Choose. 321 system. You're dead. Jiang Lin cursed in his heart, but the countdown had already begun. The host has not made a choice. The host is about to host option 1. Please take care of yourself. Not good, senior. At the last second of the system, Jiang Lin's body fell to the ground uncontrollably like a tiger, and he hit the ground with his head, scaring the opponent's body. Mr. Jiang, there is no need to do this. Please stand up and speak. No. If senior doesn't agree, I won't get up. Master Jiang, do you think the Sun Moon sect has something on you that makes you join the sect reluctantly? Do you want me to help you escape from the Sun Moon sect? No, the people of the Sun and Moon sect are simple and honest. I joined the sect voluntarily. Then Mr. Jiang has an irreconcilable enemy and needs my help? Not really. I have been an orphan since I was young. I can't even remember what my parents looked like. Who is Mr. Jiang? Senior. Me. Suddenly, Jiang Lin pounced on her. Before the other party could react, Jiang Lin transformed into the Lord of the River and used the Q skill frantically on her. Pa! A crisp sound spread throughout the street, and Jiang Lin's right cheek was left with a burning palm mark. Looking up, Xiao Xueli was looking at Jiang Lin with a blushing face. You are a slut. After that, Xiao Xueli covered her mouth and flew away, touching his burning face and looking at the girl's back as she flew away. Jiang Lin felt very sad. He was not only sad that he lost his first kiss that night. With a sigh, Jiang Lin looked up at the moon. I really messed with the protagonist, and I can't explain it no matter how I do it. This is really the end. Chapter 14. Steady as an old dog. With the help of moonlight, Jiang Lin climbed in through the window and looked at the sleeping girl still lying on her side on the bed. Before returning to the inn, Jiang Lin changed into the same women's clothing again. The previous outfit was worn because Xiao Shuali vomited a lot of blood and could no longer be worn. Finally, Jiang Lin touched up his makeup and lay back on the bed. The moonlight shifted quietly, and just when Jiang Lin was really exhausted and fell asleep peacefully, the girl next to Jiang Lin's long eyelashes moved slightly, and a pair of eyes like black agate slowly opened. Lin Qingwan leaned forward, raised her nose, sniffed Jiang Lin's hair, and then sniffed Jiang Lin's neck. She smells like another woman. And her clothes look new too. The girl frowned angrily and bit Jiang Lin's ear directly. Fuck! Jiang Lin, who was sleeping, cried out in pain, but he immediately reacted and covered his mouth. He glanced at his senior sister beside him. She was sleeping on his shoulder. He didn't know what she was dreaming about. She actually bit his ear just now. Although I didn't use that much force, it was still itchy and I was not used to it. Senior sister Jiang Lin called out softly, but there was no response. He gently pushed the senior sister's head, but the senior sister locked Jiang Lin's neck with her arms. Finally, Jiang Lin gave up. In the second half of the night, Jiang Lin woke up 4 or 5 times. Not only his ears, but also his neck, shoulders, and face were bitten by his senior sister. Jiang Lin really wanted to get out of bed, but he was locked by his senior sister. It was not until after half past the hour of the new year that Jiang Lin fell asleep peacefully. Senior sister Lin, junior sister Jiang, it's time for us to go for the test. Senior sister. Early in the morning, the voices of the female disciples of Longmen sect were heard outside the door. Jiang Lin opened his eyes in a daze, and just when he came to his senses, Lin Qingwan was lying on his chest like a kitten, looking at him. The girl had a faint smile on her face, her long black hair spread out but neatly draped over her slender back. Her eyes blinked repeatedly as she kept looking at Jiang Lin, as if she could never get tired of looking at him. Sister, it's time to get up. Junior sister Jiang, the female disciple of Longmen sect outside the door, was still shouting. Inside the room, Jiang Lin and the girl looked at each other. For some reason, Jiang Lin felt a little panicked. Sister Lin, I'll go open the door. Jiang Lin said in a female falsetto and stood up to open the door. Oh? Is junior sister really going to open the door like this? Lin Qingwan was still lying on Jiang Lin's body, looking at him, but her gentle words sounded like the whispers of a little devil. What does Sister Lin mean? Jiang Xin doesn't seem to understand. Jiang Lin appeared to be as calm as an old dog, but he was actually very nervous. Have no idea? Lin Qingwan smiled faintly and lowered her eyes to look below Jiang Lin's neck. Jiang Lin followed the girl's line of sight. No. I ate my steamed bun last night. I forgot to find something to replace it. Sister Lin, senior sister, are you here? Senior sister Jiang Lin was already sweating coldly. Just as Jiang Lin was trying to explain something, the female disciple outside the door was still shouting. Yes, junior sister Jiang and I are already up and dressing up. We'll be down soon. Well, senior sister, you should have told me when you got up. I'll go downstairs with senior sister and junior sister Jiang first. As the joyful footsteps faded away, Jiang Lin became more and more panicked as he looked at the girl who was still smiling beside him. What does junior sister Jiang want to explain to me? Senior sister, Jiang Lin silently squeezed out 2 lines of tears. If I say that I have been a flatterer since I was young, and I have been laughed at by others, especially my brother, so I have a low self-esteem and use steamed buns to cover up my shortcomings, and I accidentally got hungry last night and ate those 2 steamed buns, would you believe it? Yes, of course I believe it. Lin Qingwan's mind moved slightly, and a bronze mirror flew past the dressing table and landed on Lin Qingwan's small palm. He held the bronze mirror in front of Jiang Lin. In just a moment, Jiang Lin's clothes were soaked with cold sweat on his back. In the mirror, Jiang Lin's makeup that he had worked so hard to put on last night was all washed off. Jiang Lin lifted the quilt and looked at his clothes, only to realize that he only had a pair of shorts left. However, his 8-pack abs, which had been trained to the extreme and had become 9-9, were exposed. I touched my throat and found that the black ribbon collar used to cover my Adam's apple was gone. Hey, junior brother Jiang. Lin Qingwan slammed Jiang Chan onto the pillow. Are you a human or a ghost? Senior sister, I think I can still explain it. Lin Qingwan pinched her sleeves and gently wiped the cold sweat off Jiang Lin's head. Well, it can be explained, but according to the sect rules, stealing dragon veins and deceiving fellow disciples, senior sister has prepared something for you. The girl pointed lightly at the ground with her eyes. I don't know when a washboard appeared in front of the bed. Beast. Beast. Hentai. In a room of an inn, a girl healed her wounds, exhaled a deep breath, held a pillow in her arms, raised her fist and kept hitting the pillow. Alright, it's just a kiss, right? For a girl, this will happen sooner or later. Inside the girl's body, a royal sister's voice reached the girl's mind. What do you mean by not just, Senior Jianling? That's Xueli's choo-choo. I'm so angry. What do you mean the Sun Moon sect only attacks the heart but not the person? What do you mean the people in the demon sect are also different? He just covets my body. He's despicable. The girl named Xiao Xueli became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and continued to vent her anger by hugging her pillow. Alright, he actually insulted you last night, so we must turn this insult into motivation. He is also a sword cultivator, so when the time comes, let's ask him for help and chop off his head. Ah, Senior, wouldn't it be too much to kill me? And you promised me that I would make a request. After all, I saved me. Hee, it looks like our little girl is overwhelmed with love, Senior. Alright. We have to teach that guy a lesson. If we don't meet him, it's fine. But if we do, we'll just beat him up. Well. The girl clenched her fists tightly. I must give him a good beating. Well, Xueli, that guy is actually quite good. Although we do want revenge, we can't abandon other things. Xueli, you really didn't treat him well, no, Senior. I am grateful for his sacrifice to save me, but I also hate his rudeness to me. Besides, revenge for the sect is my only wish now. Working hard on cultivation is all I have. I have no interest in these sentimental things. Well, good, you are worthy of being my disciple. In this sect competition, that secret realm, when you find my true form, that will be the beginning of our true revenge. Yes. Senior. Chapter 15. This is definitely murderous intent. In the inn, sunlight slowly poured in through the windowsill. Jiang Lin, wearing only a pair of shorts, looked at the washboard that had appeared on the ground at some point, and felt very complicated. Kneeling on the washboard is indeed the sect rule of Longmen sect. It is said that this rule was imposed by the founder of Longmen sect when he was out drinking and was discovered by his fellow Taoist. The problem is that it was discovered that the ancestor has not yet admitted it, and the founder insisted that he was learning a foreign language outside. As a result, the founder of the Longmen sect knelt on the washboard for 3 months. After that, kneeling on the washboard became a mandatory punishment for deceiving fellow brothers and sisters. No matter how serious the matter is, kneel down first and then discuss other crimes after you kneel down later. It gradually became a must-have item for some Taoist companions. Looking at Jiang Lin, who was staring at the washboard, Lin Qingwan snorted and turned her head, saying in a cold tone, "If you don't want to kneel, then lick my feet." Senior sister, you. I'm not bragging, Jiang Lin can lick her long legs until they break bones. Just when Jiang Lin was very reluctantly approaching Lin Qingwan blushed slightly and stood up. Forget it. Tell me, what did you do last night? This question is wrong. Shouldn't the senior sister ask me why I stole the dragon vein, why I betrayed the sect, and how I faked my death? Why did the senior sister ask me where I went last night? Is this important? Why, you don't dare to tell me. Where did you sneak off to last night? Turning her little head, Lin Qingwan stared at Jiang Lin with her beautiful eyes wide open. Her fierce look actually made her look a little more playful and cute compared to the usually cold senior sister. I went for a walk last night. Jiang Lin said truthfully. Take a walk? Lin Qingwan narrowed her eyes slightly, killing intent. That's right. This is definitely killing intent. Although he didn't know why, Jiang Lin felt the undisguised murderous intent on the body of his senior sister, who was still so beautiful without makeup. Jiang Lin, did you do anything else after taking a walk? Other things? Oh, yes. I was eating steamed buns on the road when I accidentally encountered a few people chasing a woman. I happened to pass by and helped them out. What happens after the rescue? After the rescue? I came back after the rescue. Jiang Lin looked at Lin Qingwan with a confused face. Jiang Lin. Suddenly, Lin Qingwan stood up, her chest heaving violently, and she looked very angry. You still won't tell me the truth? Jiang Lin was really confused. He was telling the truth. He just skipped over some unnecessary things. But those things had nothing to do with senior sister Lin. Senior sister, I think there is some misunderstanding between us? Seeing Lin Qingwan drawing the green jade sword and approaching step by step, Jiang Lin hurriedly stepped back, boom. With no way to retreat, Jiang Lin pressed himself against the door, and Lin Qingwan used one hand to push Jiang Lin against the wall. This was the first time that Jiang Lin was pushed against a wall by a girl. This feeling, it seems a little strange. Take a walk? Then why do you smell like another woman? What did you do with her? Is it so difficult to tell me the truth? The smell of other women? Senior sister, do you know Xiao Xueli? Ha? Lin Qingwan, with her hands folded in front of her chest, was slightly stunned. Isn't it? But don't worry, senior sister, that Miss Xiao is fine now. I didn't do anything to her. It's just that I was lying in her arms at the time, and I was contaminated by the scent of her spices. Is she fine now? If senior sister wants to look for, swish before Jiang Lin could finish, a sword light flashed across Jiang Lin's forehead and ear, and a few strands of hair fell to the ground quietly. With a bang, the wooden table in the room turned into powdery. Jiang Lin quickly took a few steps back. Sure enough. You really had an affair with another woman last night. And you even lay in her arms? Getting up from the bed and holding the sword in front of her, Lin Qingwan approached step by step. As the noise in the room was too loud, Jiang Lin could already hear the disciples of Longmen sect coming towards the third floor with his senior sister in front and those disappointing fellow disciples from Longmen sect behind. Just when Jiang Lin was about to give up resistance and just use another resurrection coin, the system's voice asterisk and hashtag, vulgar language, rang out again. Byte the protagonist Lin Qingwan's anger value has skyrocketed. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement. I just want to piss you off to death, beginner, and the reward is 2,000 points of notoriety. Byte congratulations to the host for reaching 10,000 infamy points. The mission program has been upgraded, the missions will be more diverse, and the rewards will be more generous. Please keep up the good work, host. Byte the host's notoriety value has reached 10,000 points. The notoriety value store is opened, and the lucky draw function is also opened. The host can go and watch it on his own. Byte mission trigger. The protagonist Lin Qingwan is extremely emotionally unstable. This is the best opportunity. Choose 1. Take off your clothes, hug Lin Qingwan and transform into the Lord of the River, and use crazy basic attacks on her in front of the Longmen sect disciples to humiliate the Longmen sect. 2. Use the spring of all things provided by the system on her. This medicine can beast. System, do you have any moral integrity? Jiang Lin cursed in his heart. Reply to the host, the system's moral integrity is equal to that of the host. Select countdown to start, 32 bang. At the last second of the countdown, the door was broken down, and the disciples of Longmen sect, who were worried about Lin Qingwan and Jiang Xayan, rushed in together, and just as they rushed in, they saw a scene they would never forget in their lives. Thanks to the book friends, 200 starting coins, 100 starting coins, 201907311416466788 100 starting coins, 200 book coins and above for their rewards. Chapter 16 Brother Jiang. You are famous, Xuanwu City, a little sweet tea house. Hey, did you hear that? What did you hear? Oh, that's what happened at the inn called This Is Not a Black Shop. Oh, I heard it. I didn't expect that Jiang Lin is not dead. Not only is he not dead, I heard from my nephew's wife's best friend's boyfriend's girlfriend that Fairy Lin had a fight with Jiang Lin in the inn, and guess what happened? When the Longmen sect disciples heard the noise and broke out of the door. Jiang Lin actually, oh, what is it? Tell me. He was actually hugging Fairy Lin naked and kissing her madly. What? How dare that rapist be so presumptuous? Who knows? The cultivators from Longmen sect in Xuanwu City are hunting him down now. Zhuxianju in Xuanwu City is the largest place of pleasure in Xuanwu City and is known as the Emperor's Uncle Club. It usually has the busiest business at night. Early in the morning, a man rushed into Zhuxianju. Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. A man pushed the door open and shouted, causing screams in the room. What are you yelling about? What's going on? You're so panicked. Can't you see I'm learning the Xuanwu City dialect? On the huge double bed, the man stood up, and the woman from Zhuxianju covered her face and pulled up the quilt. Brother, how? You can learn the dialect someday, but Fairy Lin from Longmen sect. Fairy Lin? What happened to her? She was forcibly kissed. What? At the Xuanwu City Confucian School, an old teacher walked up to the podium, looked at the headline of today's Xuanwu City Daily, and said earnestly there are perverts in Xuanwu City recently. Girls should protect themselves. Those who have a partner should keep an eye on their girlfriends. Okay, let's start the class now. On the streets of Xuanwu City, a little girl wanted to eat candied haws, but was not allowed to buy them, so she sat on the ground and cried. Cry, cry, cry. You have cavities in your teeth, and you're still thinking about eating candy. If you cry again, that pervert named Jiang Lin loves crybabies the most. As soon as the girl's mother finished speaking, the little girl's crying stopped abruptly and her chubby little face turned red. And this restaurant is very affordable restaurant in Xuanwu City. A woman ordered a few side dishes, scooped up the steaming rice and ate lunch in a good mood, because the girl looked so pure and cute. Every time she put rice into her mouth, she looked playful and charming. Many people in the restaurant secretly looked at her soon. A man in white clothes, with a jade pendant on his waist and holding a landscape painting fan, walked up and sat opposite the woman. Ahem, the man cleared his throat, and opened his painted fan with a swish, lifting up a small tuft of his bangs. Are you dining alone, young lady? The girl didn't answer and continued eating. Well, young lady, you need to be careful. There has been a flower thief in the city recently. His name is Jiang Lin. If you don't mind, I am Yi Liangchen from Zhulu sect and would like to travel with you. With a swish, before Yi Liangchen finished speaking, the girl stood up and touched her mouth with a handkerchief, and bang! Before he could finish his words, the woman threw a punch at Yi Liangchen, sending him flying out of the inn. Yi Liangchen covered his chest and tried to stand up, but he ran out of breath and passed out. I'm a man. A real man. The woman said in a rough and delicate voice, raised her head, threw a piece of silver into Xiao'er's hands, and turned and left Die in the boudoir of the Lord of Xuanwu City. A girl in a black dress with skin as white as snow was reading today's Xuanwu City Daily. Another girl with eyebrow makeup on her brows was looking nervously at the charming woman beside her. You and I, listen to me, there must be some misunderstanding. Even though Jiang Lin is hot-blooded, he can't be naked. Of course there is a misunderstanding. Zhang Yuni stood up, and the black natal sword flew out from between the girl's eyebrows and landed in the girl's hand. You and I, calm down, calm down. Jiang Lin is definitely not that kind of person. Just as the girl was about to fly out on her sword, Luo Qinshang, the lord of Xuanwu City, quickly hugged the girl's slender waist. Nonsense, my Jiang Lin is definitely not such a person. This Lin Xingwan seduced my Jiang Lin, and even failed to get him, and she also spread rumors and slandered him. My little Lin must be very sad. I want to see if Longmen sect can withstand my sword testing. Ha? Seduction? Slander? Looking at the Xuanwu City Daily newspaper that fell on the ground, it was written in black and white that Jiang Lin had defiled Longmen sect's senior sister, Fairy Lin Xingwan. How come it was the other way around in this girl's eyes? Isn't it? Xin Shang, let me go. No. You and I, put down the sword first, let's calm down. Luo Qinshang wanted to cry, I will definitely investigate this matter and clear Jiang Lin's name, but if you go out, once your identity is exposed, you will definitely be besieged by all the old immortals. When the situation gets out of hand, Xiao Lin will also be affected. But no buts. Seeing the girl in her arms soften a little, Luo Qinshang held Zhang Yuni's slender hand, turned in front of Zhang Yuni, and looked at each other with their beautiful eyes. Trust me. I will never let Xiaolin get hurt in any way. Zhang Yuni looked straight into Luo Qinshang's eyes, and Luo Qinshang's eyes were full of sincerity. Qinshang, tell me the truth. Are you also interested in Xiaolin? Shueli, this time, after we buy the items we need to go to the secret realm, try not to go out. On the bustling streets of Xuanwu City, a voice came into the consciousness of a woman wearing a veil and a long robe to cover her graceful figure. Sister Jianling is worried about that flower-stealing thief named Zhang Lin? I am indeed a little worried. I heard that Lin Xingwan from Longmen sect has reached the Longmen realm, but she was flirted with. Although you are gifted and have a supreme bone, your realm is not high after all. You have to be careful for the time being, but you don't have to worry too much. As long as the other party has not entered the Jade Realm, that flower thief will dare to come. Sister Jianling, I can break his legs. Well, as long as Sister Jianling is here, Xueli is not afraid of anything. As long as he dares to come, Xueli will just get rid of the harm for the people. Haiyan brother Jiang, are you okay? It's okay, I just caught a cold. Zhang Lin touched his nose and looked at Feng Chaochuan. By the way, what did you just say? Oh, brother Jiang, congratulations. As he said that, Feng Chaochuan stood up holding the Xuanwu City daily and clasped his fists in congratulations. Congratulations? I'm going to be a father? Being a father? I don't know about the skirt-grabbing thing, but, brother Jiang, you're famous. Chapter 17 I Want to Be Quiet, 4,000 words, 2 in 1, famous? Zhang Lin's heart skipped a beat when he heard Feng Chaochuan's words. Shock. Why did the sows in Xuanwu City scream in the middle of the night? Why did the 80-year-old woman have a rosy face? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Next, let's take you to the headlines of today. Fairy Lin Xingwan of Longmen sect was killed by the evil cult flower thief and lost her innocence. Zhang Lin snatched the Xuanwu City daily from Feng Chaochuan's hand and looked at the headlines. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood and his mind was in a daze. Just a while ago, the system told Zhang Lin that he had completed the achievement of the villain of the city. Zhang Lin was really puzzled. He didn't expect it was because of this incident. Congratulations, brother Jiang. I knew that brother Jiang entered Longmen sect in women's clothing, and he must have great ambitions. I didn't expect that brother Jiang was going after Fairy Lin Xingwan. He didn't kill her but destroyed her heart. Brother Jiang played with Fairy Lin in the palm of his hand this time. I guess Fairy Lin's Taoism must be damaged. Brother Jiang's performance in this mission of sabotaging the sect competition must be among the top 10. No. This is slander. This is a rumor. Who wrote this report? I'm going to send them a lawyer's letter. Zhang Lin slammed the table angrily and stood up. He closed his eyes and raised his head. In Zhang Lin's heart, 2 lines of tears flowed silently. Brother Jiang, what is a lawyer's letter? Is a lawyer a profession? What does he do? And what is the Han? Is it the Han that means hold in your arms? Brother Feng, please stop telling jokes. I am very pure. Forget it, brother Feng. I want to be alone. Can you please leave first? I, Zhang, will always remember your help. I will definitely give brother Feng a share of the reward for this mission. We can have stolen belly bands together, so what about the split? That's really awkward. But since brother Jiang is so insistent, I won't be polite. Feng Chaochuan patted Zhang Lin on the back. Then brother Jiang, just think about Miss Jingjing first. I believe that Miss Jingjing must be as beautiful as a fairy to make brother Jiang think about her so much. I won't bother brother Jiang anymore. Feng Chaochuan put a roast chicken on the table and walked out with a smile. Sitting back in his seat, Zhang Lin wiped his face deeply. Just this morning, when the system task came out, Zhang Lin decisively chose option 1. The moment the Longmen sect disciples rushed in, Zhang Lin immediately took off his clothes and pounced on Lin Xingwan with only his underpants left. In fact, Zhang Lin was already prepared to be stabbed by senior sister Lin. Zhang Lin thought that as long as his senior sister's raised sword pierced his heart, he would move closer along the sword, and then hold senior sister Lin's cheek in front of the Longmen sect disciples, playing the role of a man who died for love, and kissing his senior sister a few more times before dying. There shouldn't be any big problems, then just resurrect yourself farther away. But when the sword raised by the senior sister was less than 0.01 centimeter away from Zhang Lin's heart, Zhang Lin did not expect that senior sister Lin would actually put down the sword. When Zhang Lin rushed to his senior sister and hugged her successfully, he was completely stunned. He even felt that the senior sister's heartbeat in his arms seemed to be accelerating. When the disciples of Longmen's sect saw their aloof senior sisters hugging each other, they didn't dare to step forward. Jiang Lin felt that they must have thought that he had held Lin Xingwan hostage, so they did not dare to act rashly. In fact, it was Lin Xingwan's blushing face that made everyone stay where they were. Although almost everyone was confused at that time, Jiang Lin didn't have time to think too much. Jiang Lin quickly transformed into the Lord of the River, equipped with full attack speed equipment, and attacked her madly with basic attacks. Jiang Lin was expecting his senior sister to kill him out of anger, but she just stood there like a steaming girl. Jiang Lin apologized and quickly jumped out of the window. After that, the Longmen sect disciples who came to their senses chased Jiang Lin out. Jiang Lin met Feng Chaochuan, who was chatting up little sisters from other sections. Finally, Feng Chaochuan pulled Jiang Lin into this dilapidated courtyard. This is the truth of the matter. You said you could flirt with your senior sister, but how did she lose her virginity? Jiang Lin already had an idea of his current situation. Although the Longmen sect cannot be considered a first-rate sect in Wutong province, it is definitely considered to be of an upper-middle level. In particular, senior sister Lin has already entered the Longmen realm before she is even 20 years old, and is one of the best among the younger generation in Wutong province. In Wutong prefecture's latest new wave list, senior sister Lin has already ranked 8th. In addition, senior sister Lin's appearance is also in the top 10 of Wutong prefecture's beauty list. She has both strength and beauty, and has countless suitors. It can be said that Jiang Lin felt that if he ran to the street and shouted, "I am Jiang Lin, come and kill me if you are my brother," Jiang Lin would have many half-brothers. What should I do now? While eating chicken legs and drinking tea, Jiang Lin paced back and forth in the room, thinking about things. It is impossible to clear myself. I am a member of the evil cult. Who would believe me? So, what you can do is suddenly, a gleam of wisdom flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes. That's right. All I can do is die again. Although Wutong state is the smallest state among the 9 continents, it has something that no other state has, and that is the mysterious realm. Although there are many secret realms in this world, as far as we know, there is only one secret realm like the lost secret realm. The mysterious secret realm appears once every 10 years and lasts for 1 month each time. The location where it appears is different each time, like a mystery, so it is called the mysterious secret realm. But the secret realm always appears in Wutong state. The lost secret realm is rich in resources and has abundant spiritual power. 1 day of practice is equivalent to 10 days of practice. There is a rumor that the lost secret realm is the main battlefield of ancient gods and powerful beings. Because the battle was too fierce, a large piece of land was separated from the world and became a secret realm. So if you were lucky, that is, if you have European ancestry, it is possible to pick up some SSR weapons or something, but these equipments have basically no durability and can generally only be used as materials. Even if they are useful, they basically cannot exert much power. After all, in the ancient battlefield, everyone is too strong. The sects in other continents are naturally concerned about the ownership of the lost secret realm, but although Wutong province is small, its strength is considered medium, and this is a matter of face for a state, so all the sects are united on the issue of the lost secret realm. Moreover, although the resources in the mysterious secret realm are abundant, they are not to the extent of being against the will of heaven. Therefore, there is no need for other continents to challenge the sects of the entire Wutong state for a secret realm. In addition, the sects in other states each have their own thoughts, and it is impossible for them to unite like Wutong state for the sake of the secret realm, or for the dignity of the entire state. Therefore, the mysterious secret realm has been controlled by Wutong state. Every 2 months before the appearance of the mysterious secret realm, there will be signs that can determine the location of the mysterious secret realm. The sect closest to the mysterious secret realm will be the one to preside over the mysterious secret realm. All cultivators above the Cave Mansion realm and below the Jade Poo realm can go there, but not everyone can enter. The mysterious realm will autonomously select destined people to enter, and those who are excluded from entering the mysterious realm will almost never be able to enter again. As for the standard of this destined person, no one can explain it clearly. For example, a Yuanying realm cultivator from a large sect wanted to travel into the mysterious realm, but was rejected. And some people would be overwhelmed by the early Cave Mansion realm even if they could enter, and even if you are the destined one, the number of times you can enter the mysterious realm will never exceed 3 times, but no matter what, the mysterious realm held every 10 years has become a grand ceremony for the younger generation in Wutong state, and every sect that holds the mysterious secret realm is very lucky. Charging 3 medium-grade spirit stones as an entrance fee from each person is secondary. Rather, the mysterious realm of Wutong province is like the World Cup on Earth. driving the booming tourism industry near the sect and bringing in long-term benefits. Some small sects even changed their appearance and became tourist attractions after holding a sect competition, collecting tickets, and selling surrounding products, and they were simply having a great time. So, Jiang Lin has decided. He wants to die a good death in front of the mysterious secret place where all the heroes of Wutong State gather. That's right. I want to die in front of everyone, the more miserable the better. By then, everyone in Wutong State will know that he is dead. Are they going to make trouble for a dead person? I am such a genius. Jiang Lin clapped his hands and decided it. As for senior sister Lin's knot in her heart, there was still a long time to go, so they would find a way to resolve it when the time came. After finding a solution to the problem, Jiang Lin felt a lot more relaxed and could concentrate on looking at the things given by his system. I came to this world through time travel when I was 18 years old, and ended up being 8 years old, and then I was picked up by my master and taken back to the demon sect, and from then on I became a member of the demon sect. From the time the system suddenly awakened a year ago until now, I have completed tasks large and small, and including some recent achievements. I now have 13,000 infamy points. Then there are 3 bottles of bodybuilding liquid, and finally the boxing manual given for completing the public enemy of the city achievement. Give me back my pretty fist. To be honest, when the system gave Jiang Lin this boxing manual, Jiang Lin was devastated. Look within and observe yourself. Close your eyes and open the system mall, which contains various martial arts secrets. The boxing manual includes Tai Chi Quan, Kishanquan, Tianmo Luxingquan, Lushan Shenglongba, etc. It is like an illustrated book. The logo on the cover of Give Me Back My Pretty Fist has already lit up, which should mean that I have already obtained it. The grades are N, R, SR, and SSR. Tai Chi is SSR, so the price is very touching, only 999,999 infamy points. There are more sword manuals, including Jade Maiden Swordsmanship, Duga 9 Swords, Starburst Abandoned Healing Slash, and Ichi no Tachi, etc. The grades are the same as the division of the boxing manual. In fact, the rating division of the entire store is divided into 4 levels, N, R, SR, and SSR. In addition to boxing and sword manuals, there are also some secret manuals of martial arts and so on. When Jiang Lin saw the fiery red lotus, he took a breath and couldn't help but sigh at how terrifying it was. In addition to cheats, there are also many weapons, from the best sword in the world to the broken joy of fire, to the sad death of ice. There is almost everything you can think of, and not only that, Jiang Lin also saw Gan Jiang and Moi, the sword of victory and the spear of death. As for the last sword, the sword of separation that blinded Jiang Lin, it was clearly marked with only available through lottery. As for the grade of the sword of separation, it was marked with a symbol. In addition to these secrets and weapons, the mall also sells some materials, potions, and daily necessities, but the prices are not low. What Jiang Lin saw was the bodybuilding liquid, 500 infamy points per bottle, buy 10 bottles and get 1 free. After leaving the mall, Jiang Lin originally thought that the 13,000 infamy points he had were quite a lot, but he did not expect it to be so boring. When he came to the lottery system, he needed to draw a talisman on the lottery page, which reminded Jiang Lin of a game produced by Goody in his previous life. You draw once for every 1,000 infamy points, and you get 1 free draw for every 10 consecutive draws. The probability of getting 1 draw will increase regularly every day. For example, today, the probability of getting the Sword of Disobedience has increased. Although the words period of Sword of Disobedience up were very tempting, Jiang Lin only took a glance at them. Didn't they up in the card pools back then make you feel bad enough? You believe this? You're a shit planner. So Jiang Lin turned around and left without hesitation. After a few breaths, a talisman paper representing 10 consecutive draws fell into the furnace. QQ beef tendon. Along with the familiar sound, 11 flashes of light emerged from the furnace. A moment later, Jiang Lin's backpack contained 5 bottles of bodybuilding liquid, 3 caddies of 5-colored soil, 2 earth-shrinking talismans, and a bottle of immortal sword maintenance liquid. Finally, Jiang Lin didn't believe in evil, and thought that a single draw would bring about a miracle, so he drew 3 5-pointed stars, and 3 more doses of bodybuilding fluid came out. From then on, Jiang Lin's notoriety was gone. Back to reality, Jiang Lin took out more than 10 bottles of bodybuilding liquid and 3 pounds of soil from his body and placed them on the table, then wiped his face deeply. What the hell is the 5-colored soil? Do you want to make ceramics yourself? And the store only sells 1 pound for 300 infamy. 10 pounds for 1 pound free. I'm losing money. Then look at the bodybuilding liquid on the table, which can strengthen the physique of a warrior. The problem is that I am a sword cultivator. How about practicing both sword and body? At least it can't be wasted. Even though as I practice more, the martial arts true chi and the spiritual power in my body will collide and I can't be a pure martial artist like Qin Jia, but it can still strengthen my body and kidneys. After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Lin felt that it was feasible. He would then ask Qin Jiao how he practiced. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Just when Jiang Lin was thinking about how to trick Qin Jia into teaching him martial arts training, the sound of Fang Chao's skirt was heard at the door. With a wave of his long sleeves, all the items on the table were put into the system's inventory, and Jiang Lin opened the door. Brother Fang, what's wrong? Brother Jiang, don't think about Sister Jingjing anymore. Xuanwu City has just issued a notice that the qualification test for entering the mysterious realm will be held this afternoon. Let's go and take the test. If nothing goes wrong, those who pass the test will be able to enter the mysterious realm tomorrow. Thanks to for the reward of 588 book coins. Oh, Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 18 Kill the Thief Jiang Kaihua. Haha, brother Hao, I heard that you found the Tongtian treasure mirror in a cave. I really admire you. Hey, what's the Tongtian treasure mirror? If Fairy Lin is willing, I am willing to give it to Fairy Lin to do her makeup and draw her eyebrows. Brother Hao is worthy of being the eldest brother of the Hao sect. He is indeed wealthy and powerful. It's a pity that Fairy Lin was flirted with by Jiang Lin. I wonder if Fairy Lin's Taoism will be affected in this sect competition and whether she will participate. Humph. Don't mention that flower thief. As long as that flower thief dares to come, I, Zhao Hao, will make him taste the unique skills of my Zonghao sect. How easy. Excuse me, is this senior brother Yi Liangchen from Faizulia sect? It's me, that's me. The man named Yi Liangchen opened his fan with a snap and raised his bangs again. Hello, senior brother Yi. We are from Xuanwu City Daily. I heard that this is your first time participating in the sect competition. Are you confident that you can pass the test in the mysterious realm? Ha ha ha, what a joke. I, Yi Liangchen, am afraid of no one. I am invincible. I am the invincible one. As expected of you, senior brother Yi, you are so domineering. However, it is said that you were knocked down by a woman with one punch. Is this true? Can you tell us the details? Fairy Luo, I heard that your Luohua sect has only female disciples, and just this morning, Fairy Lin from Longmen's sect was molested by the traitor Jiang Lin. Are you worried? Don't worry. The woman whose full name is Luo Ke said calmly, if that flower thief named Jiang Lin dares to attack my junior sisters, we will make sure he comes in vertically and leaves horizontally. Where's the flower thief named Jiang Lin? Didn't he come? How dare that fellow come? I will definitely avenge Fairy Lin. Protect this bright and righteous path. No. Let me do it. This kind of person will only harm more girls if he stays in the world. I want to scatter his ashes. Brother Taoist, you seem to be very resentful towards that flower-stealing thief Jiang Lin. Cao Fei. It's more than just a big deal. I, Fairy Lin, didn't even say a word, but he actually pissed me off. Kill the thief Jiang Kaihua. Yes. Everyone can kill him. Kill Jiang Lin. Kill Jiang Lin. Tens of thousands of young cultivators who were at the cave mansion realm and above, participating in the sect competition for the first time and who had managed to arrive in Xuanwu City in time, were assigned to several venues to take the qualification test. While the Xuanwu City Square gathered nearly 10,000 cultivators, there was a lot of discussion on the huge square, including various business compliments and comparisons, such as realm, which fairy I have seen and so on. Of course. The biggest topic is that Fairy Lin Qingwan of Longmen's sect was molested in public by Jiang Lin, and whether Jiang Lin, the flower thief, would mingle with the wild cultivators in the mountains and swamps to participate in the mysterious realm unconsciously, and without knowing who started the trend. They all expressed their desire to kill Jiang Lin, the flower thief, and gradually started shouting. The voices came one after another. First a small group of people shouted, and then everyone shouted. Some people didn't know what was going on, but everyone around them was shouting, and they felt like they would be out of place if they didn't shout, so they started shouting too. In the end, almost everyone in the square started shouting. Some female monks from different sects who were on good terms with each other and were whispering to each other were startled. Just after these people shouted for a while, someone said, "The Longmen sect has arrived." For a moment, the whole square fell silent, the sky stopped, and the monks of Longmen sect arrived on their swords and landed in the huge square one after another. The leader, a slender woman in a long gauze dress, did not land on the ground, but hovered in the air. The woman hovering on the sword has long hair that reaches her waist. The hem of her skirt is as thin as silk gauze shrouded in mist. She has a golden belt around her waist, which makes her look elegant and graceful, and her temperament is as elegant as that of an orchid. A golden spiritual jade lay quietly in front of her neck, adding a touch of elegance. A pair of silver butterfly earrings dangled from her ears. Her black hair was tied up with a silver hairpin, which was twisted into an exquisite willow leaf hairpin, and a magnolia was pinned on it, making her look fresh, beautiful, and elegant. Ah, my eyes! Many monks secretly raised their heads to look under the skirt, but they saw nothing and were injured by the sword energy. Everyone, I am Lin Qingwan from Longmen sect. I am afraid that the news about me has spread all over the city. I don't want to say more. Thank you for your kindness, but Jiang Lin is my disciple of Longmen sect. Only I can do it. Therefore, please do not interfere in the affairs of my sect. Please spread the word. The girl's sweet voice spread throughout the Xuanwu city square through spiritual power. After saying this, the girl landed gracefully on the ground, accompanied by the teacher leading the Longmen sect. Fairy Lin, I heard that your clan's traitor Jiang Lin took away your innocence. Is this true? As soon as Lin Qingwan landed, Xuanwu City NC News Department, Xuanwu City Penguin Highlights Department, Jiulong News Department and other departments all came over. Xuanwu City is famous for its news and information. Wutong State's daily newspapers and various rankings all come from Xuanwu City. It can be said that Xuanwu City is the headquarters of Wutong State's news sect. Listening to the reporter's question, Lin Qingwan, with a blushing face, was about to answer, but the leading female elder of the nascent soul realm pulled the girl behind her, cleared her throat, and said sternly, "Rumors. They are all rumors. The traitor Jiang Lin is indeed not dead, and he did appear in the inn where my Longmen sect is located, but my sect Qingwan is innocent. Who spread the rumors? I will smash his brains out." Is that really the case? But senior, I heard that Jiang Lin dressed as a woman and slept with senior sister Lin. This matter, that's also a rumor. Qingwan was staying with me last night. How could she be taken advantage of by Jiang Lin? Senior, we in the NC News Department are most concerned with seeking truth from facts. Someone in the inn saw Jiang Lin kiss Fairy Lin with their own eyes. How ridiculous. When Qingwan was fighting with the traitor, she was attacked out of consideration for their fellow disciples, and accidentally got touched on the cheek by the traitor's arm. It was only for a moment. The rumors in the city about them hugging and kissing wildly are completely nonsense. Senior, the various news departments in Xuanwu City attacked frantically, asking various questions, determined to dig out some explosive news. However, this old woman who looked young but was actually over 100 years old was so tight-lipped that nothing could leak out. Moreover, every word spoken by the female elder who led the Longmen sect was transmitted throughout the square with spiritual power. There was no way to add too much fuel to the fire afterwards. After all, there were 10,000 people listening. Finally, a cultivator from the cave realm of the Penguin Highlights Department couldn't help but ask directly, "A senior, I heard that Fairy Lin was hurt by love, and her emotional state was damaged, and her realm dropped by 2 levels. Is this true?" Thanks to Wits a star ring for 100 starting coins and evergreen poetry for 100 book coins. Chapter 19, Not bad senior, I heard that Fairy Lin was hurt by love, and her emotional state was damaged, and her realm dropped by 2 levels. Is this true? Similarly, when the monk from the Penguin News Department used his spiritual power to amplify the question, his voice spread throughout the square for a moment. The square with nearly 10,000 people was silent at first, although it soon broke out into whispers and a lot of angry voices. Since ancient times, heroes have been unable to resist the temptation of beautiful women. This is even more true for cultivators, as emotional injuries are difficult to heal. If Lin Qingwan really fell 2 levels, even if it was not caused by emotional injuries, these people can still speculate and write articles at will. Even if it is not the case, some people will probably think it is. The problem is that other sects cannot do anything to these people. If they confront them because of some public opinion, wouldn't that just confirm their rights? Boy! Why did my senior sister have to tell you about her falling realm? We have been very tolerant before, but now you are pushing it even further. What does my sister's affairs have to do with you? Do you guys in Penguin News still have any morals? Yes. Where are your elders? Are the gossip news people so straightforward and arrogant now? Support Fairy Lynn. Apologize. Yes. Apologize. For a moment, many people in the square stood up for Lin Qingwan, but Lin Qingwan still stood with her sword, her calm face showing no fluctuation at all. Look at the female elder of Longmen sect again. If you look closely, you can actually find a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. What is news? Real news is about seeking truth from facts. What is gossip? It is about adding fuel to the fire on the basis of news. However, news and gossip are both part of me and part of you. The female elder of Longmen sect was well aware of the importance of news and gossip, and she was even more aware of the popularity of her sect's disciple, who was both powerful and beautiful, in Wutong province. If this person didn't ask, would no one ask in the future? Of course there would be someone. And even if they didn't ask, wouldn't other people have any doubts in their hearts that Lin Qingwan was hurt by Jiang Lin's feelings? Of course they would have doubts. If that's the case, then take the initiative to make it clear. Control the person who asked this question in your own hands. Control the news yourself. This is just like what Jiang Lin said to him at that time. Gossip is a huge subject. Confusing the public was indeed extremely important, but it was a pity that the clever disciple turned out to be a member of the demon sect. What a pity, looking at this monk who spent 5 medium-grade spirit stones to find the penguin attraction, that is, my own drag. My dear little brother, you are the one who is questioning me. Do you have a spirit stone? Of course. The buddy took out a piece of emerald green stone with a serious expression. This stone can test any realm below the Jade Raw realm. Fairy Lin, please use this stone tablet to test it. Okay. This one. The female elder agreed solemnly. In fact, this stone tablet had been tampered with. Even if a cave realm master attacked with all his strength, it would still show the Dragon Gate realm. Of the female elder transmitted the message through her heart to Qingwan. Don't worry, you can use this sword casually, it will be fine, the elder has already made some adjustments. Hearing the female elder's voice, the girl next to her was stunned at first, then shook her head with a smile. Although the angle of her mouth was less than 5 degrees, those who were lucky enough to see it all felt like they were in a mass grave. Seeing Lin Qingwan's relaxed expression, the female elder also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this little girl was too stubborn and would not lie. Patting Lin Qingwan beside her gently, the female elder said loudly, "Qingwan, someone is questioning your realm, please use your sword." Lin Qingwan nodded, and saw the guy from the news agency through the spirit stone high into the air. Lin Qingwan held the emerald green sword in her hand and waved it lightly, raising a faint fragrance and breeze. Bang! A flash of sword light passed by, and the spirit stone turned directly into powder in the air. The clear sword intent floated in the square. The first floor of the nascent soul realm. The sound that floated out from the spirit measuring stone spread throughout the entire square. What? The first floor of the nascent soul realm. How can this be called a direct drop of 2 realms? It's clearly a direct rise of 2 realms. It seems that the rumors about being hurt by love are indeed false. Nonsense, it must be fake. A goddess is still a goddess, how can she like someone else? Then Fairy Lin can enter the top 5 of the younger generation in Wutong province, right? I am sure that the next post-wave ranking will be revamped. In an instant, the square was plunged into an uproar and all the newsmonks were stunned. How could it be the nascent soul realm? Aren't they arranged for the Dragon Gate realm? I don't charge extra. The female elder quickly sent a message to Tuashi Lake. I am also a hen. I did set it up for the Dragon Gate realm. It wasn't arranged by you? Of course not. The fake test spirit stones for the nascent soul realm are extremely expensive. I am reluctant to part with them. That is to say, the female elder looked at the beautiful woman who had already put away her sword, but whose sword intent was still mighty and whose face was still calm. I can only say that she is worthy of being born as a saint. She is so terrifying. Sister Jianling, this Sister Lin, also in a corner of the square, the woman with a veil asked. She is not even 20 years old and has reached the first floor of the nascent soul realm. She is a genius among geniuses. Fortunately, she is not our enemy. And Shueli doesn't need to feel disappointed. You are born with supreme bone and you are only 16 years old. You are not worse than her. But you also need to practice diligently and don't slack off. Yes, Sister Jinling. In the pavilion above the Xuanwu City Square, two extremely graceful women stood together. Is this the vixen you mentioned, you and I? If nothing unexpected happens, this Miss Lin will be one of the 10 people in the world in the future. The woman in palace dress said with a smile. She looked at the charming woman next to her, but found that she was looking at Lin Xingwan. Hey, you and I, are you listening to me? You and I. After a long time, Jiang Yu and I retracted his gaze, patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, not as big as me, legs are the same length as mine, and not prettier than me. As expected, Shaolin still likes my type. On the other side of the square, Jiang Lin and Feng Chaochuan, both wearing masks, stood together. Feeling Ling Rant's sword intent, Jiang Lin wiped his face deeply. Brother Jiang, why did Fairy Lin break up after you kissed her so hard? Feng Chaochuan swallowed her saliva and said, how about Brother Jiang kiss me too? Get lost. Jiang Lin pushed away Feng Chaochuan who was approaching him. I didn't expect that senior sister Lin's heart knot was actually untied. And she even broke through 2 realms. Jiang Lin should have been happy that senior sister Lin had broken her heart. After all, senior sister Lin took good care of him and was a very good girl, but why are there tears in the corners of my eyes? After a few years, I really won't be scattered with ashes. Chapter 20. Never absent early in the morning, a rooster from an unknown house crowed to announce the dawn. There is no city noise, no car exhaust, the slightly moist air is extremely refreshing, and the dewdrops on the grass are hanging still. Sitting in the courtyard, Jiang Lin looked at the newspapers he had just bought from the newspaper boy. Among them were the official daily newspaper of Xuanwu City, as well as newspapers from the Xuanwu City Penguin Highlights Department and the NG Department. In the newspapers, all of them described Lin Xingwan's heroic figure as she wielded the nascent soul sword. Some newspapers have even begun to speculate whether Lin Xingwan will be ranked 3rd or 2nd in the next list of the Holang list. After all, he is the 2nd genius in Wutong State in hundreds of years who has entered the 1st level of the nascent soul realm before the age of 20. As for the number 1 on the Holang list, to be honest, Jiang Lin had only heard of him but had never seen him. Even if he had heard of him, it was only a general rumor. For example, the greatest person in 1,000 years, very talented, how can you tell whether I am a man or a woman, gender is unknown, decisive in killing, extremely cruel, etc. Anyway, it's very awesome. Jiang Lin looked at the sunset in the sky with some melancholy. The system said that senior sister Lin would break the mirror in actual combat, then hate the demon cult, and finally kill herself n times and scatter her ashes to ascend to heaven. What about now? Senior sister Lin inexplicably resolved her worries and even broke through 2 realms. Logically speaking, she should have deviated from the system's prediction, but why did she always feel uneasy? Moreover, the system only predicts once and will ignore it after that. Even if the situation changes, the system will no longer have any prediction prompts. Jiang Lin has no idea whether the prediction still counts. Forget it, let's just stick to the original plan. To be safe, we'll finish it off in the mysterious land this time. Yesterday, more than 100,000 cultivators took part in the qualification test, and 5,000 people passed. Jiang Lin and Feng Chaochuan both passed. In another hour, the mysterious realm will be opened. Jiang Lin didn't have much hope for some specialties in the mysterious realm. After all, senior sister Lin was the protagonist, and basically all the treasures would go to her. He could just pick up some bargains on the roadside. In his free time, Jiang Lin practiced the Return My Beauty Fist in the courtyard according to the boxing manual, but he was only practicing the boxing form, and it was not the real boxing practice. After all, he had not even started as a martial artist. Brother John's boxing stance looks quite sophisticated. Half an hour later, Feng Chaochuan walked out of the room. Brother Feng knows boxing? Jiang Lin put away his fists and looked at Feng Chaochuan who had just woken up. He was a little surprised. In his impression, Feng Chaochuan was a cultivator at the same cave abode realm as himself. To be honest with you, Brother Jiang, although my talent for cultivation is not as good as yours and I have been stuck in the cave realm for many years, I am also a 4th level warrior. I have learned some boxing, but I couldn't stand the hardship and gave it up. I have never seen this boxing technique, Brother Jiang. Do you have a name? Give me back my beautiful fist, aha. To be honest, Brother Fawn, this fist is called Return My Beauty Fist, and it was created by a talented scholar named Tang Bohu. The fist is as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. Although you don't hit someone in the face, this Return My Beauty Fist is specifically designed to hit the opponent's face, and it also has the effect of beautifying the skin and detoxifying. Please forgive my stupidity, but is this punch lethal? No, Jiang Lin answered very straightforwardly, and he didn't even know what to say until he reached the room and picked up his skirt, but the fact is, the Return My Pretty Fist really has no attack power at all. The manual says it can beautify, detoxify, and nourish the skin. If you practice it to the peak, it can even have the effect of plastic surgery. There is actually such a boxing technique in the world. Why do you practice it, Brother Jiang? Well, it's always good to have many skills. When I can't make it in life anymore, I can open a beauty salon or something like that. That would be great. Beauty salon? Ahem, this is a kind of store in our hometown. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's getting late. Brother Fong, let's go to Xuanwu Square. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang, I'm afraid I can't go with you this time. My cousin is working undercover in a sect, trying to sow discord between them. It's like this. The eldest brother of that sect likes the third sister, but the third sister likes the second sister likes the fourth brother, but the fourth brother likes the eldest brother. My cousin played an extremely important role in it, making the third sister like my cousin as well. At that time, I will intervene as a cousin and take care of my cousin to confuse their minds. Then my cousin and I will be able to achieve a higher level of performance. So, Brother Jiang, I am very sorry. It's all right. Jiang Lin's head hurt after listening to this. Actually, I have my own things to do. Even if I enter the mysterious realm, I still have to say goodbye to Brother Fong. The only difference is whether we part here or in Xuanwu City Square. In that case, I'll leave first. Brother Jiang, take care. I will introduce my sister to you later. No. I prefer pure love. Goodbye, Brother Fong. Jiang Lin's natal flying sword flew out from between his eyebrows. After the miniature sword grew bigger, Jiang Lin stepped on it and flew straight to Xuanwu Square. At Xuanwu Square, half of the 5,000 qualified people have arrived, and Jiang Lin, with his mask on, is leaning against the wall. As the number of people increased, Jiang Lin's heart beat faster and faster. He kept an eye on the movements of Longmen's sect so that he could avoid them at any time. Although he was wearing a fake face, he was recognized even in women's clothing, let alone senior sister Lin, who was already in the nascent soul stage. Before the hour of C, all those who were qualified to enter the mysterious realm had arrived. Jiang Lin also saw the pretty girl who was sneaking around in the inner rooms of other sects and her cousin, who was the one who was scamming people on the street. Jiang Lin even saw Qin Jia, who was being flirted with and then punched someone away. The Longmen sect arrived last. As soon as Lin Qingwan landed, her eyes began to scan the crowd. Jiang Lin quickly turned his back. Fortunately, Lin Qingwan was soon entangled by some female fans. As soon as the C hour arrived, the female lord of Xuanwu City appeared on the city wall wearing a veil. Although her face could not be seen, her voluptuous figure made all the male monks swallow their saliva, while the female monks looked down at themselves and felt inferior. Everyone is welcome to participate in this sect competition. A clear and sweet voice like a silver bell spread throughout the square. Without further ado, everyone should have received the life-saving talisman yesterday. Finally, I hope everyone will return with treasure. Thank you, City Lord. Everyone bowed and thanked him. As soon as the words fell, the twisted secret door in the air suddenly opened, like a door to a twisted space, but just when everyone was about to fly to the distortion gate, the voice of the system would arrive late, but it would never be absent. Chapter 21 Stunned. Chapter 21 Stunned. The hero's name was typed wrong in the last chapter. I was a little obsessed with Xiaoxing's book. Thank you for correcting me. Choose now. 1. Rush to the top of the city wall, remove the veil of the Lord of Xuanwu City in public, kiss her, and damage the moral integrity of countless men who admire the Lord of Xuanwu City. 2. Rush in front of everyone and provoke everyone. Make them lose face. If the host does not make a choice within 3 seconds, the system will force a random choice and the countdown will start at 32. In Jiang Lin's heart, the system's voice really rang out, unlike before. Although Jiang Lin's heart still felt like thousands of alpacas were galloping through his mind. If life does that to you and you can't resist, then you can only accept it. But even so, Jiang Lin still cursed silently in his heart. System. WDNMD, the first option is something he absolutely cannot choose. After all, he has been hunted down by various young heroes because of his forceful kiss on senior sister Lin, and if he were to defile the Lord of Xuanwu City, who is ranked 6th on the beauty list, in public, not to mention those admirers, I guess Xuanwu City will make it impossible for me to return. So, the second option is the only option. Please enter, etc. Just as the Lord of Xuanwu City gave an order, a heroic baritone voice came out from the Xuanwu City square. A man and a sword flew up and landed directly in front of the twisted door of the secret realm. Sitting on the sword, hovering in the air, Jiang Lin took the wine gourd from his waist and took a sip. Then he threw the wine gourd into the crowd, raised his bangs on his forehead, and burped. Jiang Lin's unrestrained, fresh and unworldly look made everyone stunned for a few seconds. He is really too pretentious. Who are you? Which sect are you from? How dare you be so unruly? How dare you show off in front of me, Zhao Hao? I, Yi Liangchen, am the first one to disagree. Why are you so arrogant? Don't think you are great just because you are handsome. No matter how handsome you are, can you be as handsome as my senior brother? Come down. Fight me in single combat if you dare. After the confusion, the field became noisy. Yifang Chaochuan, who was from other sects, was still confused and even silently felt sorry for Jiang Lin. That he knew that Jiang Lin was behind this fake face, but the question was, what was Brother Jiang doing? Brother Jiang said he had something to do. Could it be this kind of pretentious thing? Being handsome is very handsome, but there is a price to pay. At the same time, when Jiang Yuni, who was among the disciples of Xuanwu City, saw Jiang Lin wearing a mask and blocking the gate of the secret realm, he had a crazy look on his face. As expected of my little Lin Lin, he looks so handsome no matter what he does. But why did Xiaolin drink? No, it's not good for your health. But Xiaolin looks so handsome when he drinks. Lin Qingwan, who was standing at the forefront of Longmen's sect, could not help but take a step forward, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, her eyes moving like autumn water, with extremely complicated emotions. Even if the boy in the air turned into ashes, I would recognize him, not to mention that he was just simply wearing a mask. Similarly, when Xiao Shueli saw the man in the air, her heart trembled. It was he who saved me that night, but he was also the pervert who molested me. But why? Is it that this boy, whom I really want to beat up in my heart, when I see him at this moment, I actually feel a little happy in my heart? He in the air, Jiang Lin made a mocking sound like a goblin. People laugh at me for being too wild. I laugh at people for being too closed-minded. You ask me who I am? Are you qualified to ask me that? Jiang Lin tossed his long hair. Excuse me for being blunt, but I'm not talking about you alone. I'm talking about everyone standing here. You're all losers. You wild boy. Come down if you have the guts. I'll teach you how to tighten your anus. How dare you be so reckless? WCNMD. It's been a long time since I lost my temper. At #UN% ********, there were curses everywhere at the foot of Xuanwu City, but no one was in front of the mountain. The reason was very simple. His back was against the gate to the secret realm, and he could immediately enter the secret realm if he saw that the situation was not good, and if he followed Jiang Lin into the secret realm. Because of the rules of the secret realm, entering the secret realm at different times would lead to different places, and it would be a taboo to separate from the sect. That's why it's even more infuriating. But Jiang Lin was puzzled. Didn't he taunt them harshly? But why hadn't he completed his mission yet? Hey! System, what's going on? Haven't I completed the task? Ding back to the host. The host's taunting is not strong enough. Please keep up the good work. Isn't this enough strength? If I go down now, I'll be chopped into pieces. Ding, there is 1 minute left before the task is completed. If the host fails to complete it within the deadline, the system will take over the execution. What are you guys making so much noise for, you rubbish? Suddenly, Jiang Lin cursed again, and the sound spread from spiritual power to the entire Xuanwu city square. You ask Grandpa who I am? He, Grandpa will tell you. Swish. Jiang Lin tore off the mask. I am Jiang Lin. The moment Jiang Lin tore off the skin, the whole place suddenly became quiet, as if the class teacher suddenly appeared outside the window. However, in less than 2 seconds, it became restless again. I am so angry. Jiang Lin, you bastard. Give Fairy Lin back her innocence. Jiang Lin, you bastard. Take my sword. Jiang Lin, you are so handsome. When will you come to pick me up? I can't stand it anymore. Everyone. I will put this flower thief to death with my own hands. Traitor. Today, I will clean up the Longmen sect on behalf of the Longmen sect. Jiang Lin, you are much more handsome than in the portrait. Why didn't you say you were so handsome earlier? Brothers from Faizulia's sect. Let's kill this thief together. Jiang Lin, I summon you. Jiang Lin, do you like monsters? I'm a monkey monster, and I want to have a baby with you. I can't stand it anymore. Brother. I will definitely meet you in the secret realm. Second junior brother, take good care of the other junior brothers and sisters. I'm going to take his head. Flower thief. Give me your life. I will put a chrysanthemum on your neck and give it to Fairy Lin. Ding, congratulations to the host, the mission is completed, and you will be rewarded with 2,000 notoriety points. At the same time, the mission Easter egg will be launched. Easter egg, the host's realm is detected to be low. I hope the host will quickly improve his realm. I will give the host the SR secret technique Infinite Sword making. I am the sword bone. Infinite swordsmanship, I am the sword bone. The host has entered the door, the host can practice diligently and pursue perfection. You are the bastard, your whole family is the bastard. Looking at the crowd rushing in and the sword shining with cold light, Jiang Lin no longer wanted to run because this is the best time to die in front of everyone, once again in front of senior sister Lin, and then be buried forever. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lin shouted to senior sister Lin. I'm sorry. But do you know? I'm declaring you. Ah. Jiang Lin's words spread throughout the Xuanwu city square. Countless girls covered their mouths in emotion. In the air, hundreds of long swords flew past. Jiang Lin opened his arms and slowly closed his eyes, hoping that they would be quicker, but holy shit. I felt 2 soft bodies rushing towards me. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw myself being knocked into the gate of the mysterious realm by 2 girls. Outside the gate of the mysterious realm, everyone was suspended in the air, staring at each other in amazement. Chapter 22 I really want to die. Chapter 22 I really want to die. Ding property panel activated. Name, Jiang Lin Realm, Peak of Cave Realm Skills, Unlimited Sword Technique, I am the Sword Bone, Beginner, Return My Beauty Fist, Semi-Beginner, Sun and Moon Cultivation Method, Proficient but Incomplete, Dragon Gate Sword Technique, Semi-Perfect, Notoriety Value, 2,000 points. Physique, always able to attract villain events and protagonists. The voice of the system slowly sounded in Jiang Lin's mind. Jiang Lin's consciousness slowly recovered, and red flames reflected in Jiang Lin's eyes. Who are you? Who are you? You vixen, why do you want to get close to my Jiang Lin? Are you greedy for my Jiang Lin's body? I'm his senior sister, I should take care of him. Senior sister? I see you don't just want to be my Jiang Lin's senior sister, right? So what? What does it have to do with you? Shaolin is mine. Yours? What makes you say it's yours? Faintly, it seemed as if the sound of quarreling reached his ears, but his consciousness was too hazy. Jiang Lin couldn't hear it clearly, and it was too noisy. Jiang Lin opened his eyes half awake and saw 2 pairs of long legs swinging in front of him. He felt a little dizzy. Stop moving and stop making noise. Jiang Lin slowly closed his eyes, enduring the dizziness, and said weakly, but Jiang Lin's voice was too soft and was soon drowned out by the noise of the 2 girls. After a while, the 2 girls were slightly stunned, then turned to look at the weak Jiang Lin, and quickly rushed over to hug Jiang Lin. Shaolin. That's great, you're okay, that's really great. Junior brother, I was scared to death. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. He felt difficulty breathing, and soon, he felt short of breath and oxygen and fainted again. If the two girls had not realized in time that Jiang Lin had stopped struggling and had quickly separated, it would have almost become a murder case. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Lin found himself leaning against the wall, and what seemed to be a cave was a burning firewood in the cave, and two girls were staring at him. He remembered that he seemed to have woken up once, but it seemed that he hadn't woken up yet. Wake up! The girl named Lin Xingwan looked at Jiang Lin coldly, and tucked her hair behind her ears with her slender hands. She didn't know if it was because of the fire, but she felt that Sister Lin's face was a little red. Yeah, I'm awake. Looking at the cold Lin Xingwan, Jiang Lin swallowed his saliva, thinking that he might die, but it's not like he hasn't died before. How do you feel, Mr. Jiang? On the other side, a woman also asked softly, looking closely at the girl's face. It is not that stunning, and her figure is not that great, but she is clean and pretty, as graceful as a girl next door, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Feeling okay, he shook his head. Apart from feeling a little cold and his spiritual energy being drained, everything seemed fine. But here it is? Looking at the two girls in the cave, Jiang Lin recalled what happened before. He only remembered that he had teased all the major sects, and then hundreds of people flew towards him to take his head, and I have already prepared to die once, but I didn't expect to be bumped into the secret realm by two girls. It seems that the current situation should be Senior Sister Lin and this girl, but why did Senior Sister Lin save me? Why did this girl save me too? Do I know her? I know a ghost. Wait. This girl can't be the protagonist? Girl, you again? This is a cave in the mysterious land. Because the environment of the mysterious land is different from the outside world, Master Jiang was unprepared when he entered. He fainted due to acclimatization, so my daughter and this sister moved him in here. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kai Xia, and I am just a wild cultivator in the mountains and swamps. At that time, Master Jiang stood in front of the various sects with his sword hanging, looking extremely elegant. I was impressed by his heroic appearance. When he was in danger, I didn't think too much about it, and rushed into the mysterious realm with him in my arms. Thank you very much. Jiang Lin's mind was still a little fuzzy. What was going on? Was he impressed by his heroic appearance? Wasn't he courting death in front of all the major sects? How could there be a little fangirl, but it seems that there are girls who say they like me. You're welcome, sir. Hearing Jiang Lin's thanks, the girl smiled gently and charmingly. Lin Xingwan looked at the girl next door, who pretended to be as gentle as the sister next door, and curled her lips in disdain. I really don't understand what this woman is thinking. She quarreled with me so fiercely when junior brother Jiang fainted, and kept saying Shaolin is mine. Her looks are so beautiful that even I am ashamed of her, but she chose to hide her true appearance and meet Jiang Lin in her ordinary appearance, and he even called me sister? What does that mean? Is she saying I'm older than her? Especially when she saw Jiang Lin flirting with her, the girl became angrier and angrier, as if there was a nameless fire in her chest. Jiang Lin, I have something to ask you. Suddenly, Lin Xingwan stood up and pointed her sword at Jiang Lin's chest. Why did you fake your own death and lie to me? And why did you humiliate me in the inn? You said you were born from the demon sect and had no choice. Is that true or false? Or have you been deceiving me all along? Facing Lin Xingwan's sudden question, Jiang Lin slowly closed his eyes and sighed softly. At the same time, the woman whose pseudonym was Kai Xie and whose real name was Jiang Yuan, I glanced at the girl beside her speechlessly. Just now he was still calling me my junior brother all the time. When Shaolin woke up for the first time, he threw himself on me shamelessly. Now he is acting arrogant and cold. He still wants to win over me like this? Isn't he too naive? Sister, although I don't know what happened, I really had no choice. Please forgive me. However, it is not because I am a disciple of the Sun Moon Demon sect. On the contrary, although there are some bad disciples in our Sun Moon sect, the people are generally simple and honest. Please don't vent your anger on me, Sister Lin. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and stood up with difficulty. I, Jiang Lin, am responsible for my own actions. It is my long-cherished wish to die under my senior sister's sword. As he said that, Jiang Lin was about to rush towards the tip of the sword. No! Master Jiang, no! Just when Jiang Lin's chest was about to hit the tip of the sword, Kai Xia hugged Jiang Lin tightly. No! Miss Cai Xie. This matter has nothing to do with you, so please don't stop me, no. Girl picker. Please let me go. No. I don't want it. Let go, don't want, open. No. If Master Jiang dies, Kai Xia will not be able to survive. For a moment, the cave seemed like a melodrama, and Lin Qingwan was like a villain, especially the girl named Cai Xie. Her tears had already wet Jiang Lin's back. Hearing Kai Xia's words, "I'd rather die than live," Jiang Lin was confused for a moment. What's going on? You and I have only met once, there's no need. Andy really want to die. Chapter 23. Let's start running away from the poison. In the mysterious realm, spiritual energy is abundant, and 1 day of practice is equivalent to 10 days of practice outside. Lin Qingwan was on the left, Kai Xia was on the right. Along the way, the three of them were extremely silent and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Ever since Lin Qingwan put down her sword last night and temporarily spared Jiang Lin's life, Lin Qingwan has been following Jiang Lin, especially as he is Jiang Lin's little fangirl. But Fairy Lin, as the eldest disciple of Longmen's sect and one of the top 10 on the backwave ranking, shouldn't you follow the sect to seek great opportunities? Do you have the leisure to hang out with me and Master Jiang? Finally, Kai Xia, who was standing on Jiang Lin's right, spoke and asked with a smile. Even though his tone was gentle, Jiang Lin could faintly sense a strong sense of tension. Since it is an opportunity, how can it be forced? On the contrary, Miss Cai Xie, as a wild cultivator in the mountains and swamps, can do anything for some treasure. Now Miss Cai Xie is following Jiang Lin. Does she have other intentions? Ha ha. Although Shanze Yishio values opportunity and cultivation above all else, who says Shanze Yishio doesn't have more precious things? Kai Xie glanced at Jiang Lin with her beautiful eyes shyly and charmingly. Now, I found it. Suddenly, Jiang Lin felt refreshed. Although Jiang Lin didn't quite believe that this girl fell in love with him at first sight, she was the first person who said such cheesy words to him. Even if it was fake. No, it should be the second one. My master is the first one. However, my master treats me out of the relationship between master and disciple and family affection. Jiang Lin feels that it is like your elder sister saying, "I love you so much" to you. So that should not count. Just when Jiang Lin was secretly happy about the confession and wanted to chat with this girl, Lin Qingwan on the left exuded a sharp sword intent that made Jiang Lin immediately calm down. Something more precious? Is this how a picking girl appears? Cai Xie, Jiang Yu and I knew that Lin Qingwan was saying that she had hidden her true face, and responded with a smile. Although Cai Xie cannot win over Fairy Lin in terms of looks and figure, pursuing her sweetheart is the right of every girl. Compared to those who are hypocritical and dare not express their feelings, Cai Xie is indeed much more genuine. Miss Kai. Fairy Lin. Suddenly, the two of them shouted each other's names in unison. Jiang Lin, who was caught in the middle, broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to say a word. Miss Kai is really sharp in her words. Fairy Lin is no less capable than me. Snort. The two girls groaned and turned their heads at the same time. Jiang Lin, who was in the middle, felt that the atmosphere was becoming more and more awkward. However, Jiang Lin was also quite curious. Jiang Lin originally thought that since senior sister Lin didn't kill him, she would take him into the sect for interrogation, but senior sister Lin didn't do that. Instead, she kept following him. As for Kai Xia, Jiang Lin also had doubts about her identity. He even suspected that this Kai Xia was his master in disguise. However, although this Kai Xia had an average and pretty face, her eyes were as charming as silk, and the girl's shyness added a lot of charm. Although my master is beautiful and cute, how is it possible for my cute master to perform such silky eyes? But no matter what, Jiang Lin felt that this picking might have some ulterior motive. At the same time, Kai Xia looked at Jiang Lin from time to time, and her hands that were pinching the hem of her skirt became tighter and tighter. No! We have to find a way to get rid of this Lin Qingwan. We finally got into the mysterious realm with Shaolin Lin this time. How can we let another woman disturb our world of two people? That's right, we must drive her away. Likewise, Lin Qingwan would steal glances at Jiang Lin from time to time. No matter what, Shaolin is mine. Shaolin must have had no choice but to join the demon sect. There must be something that Shaolin cares about in the demon sect. When I bring Shaolin back to Longmen's sect, I will hurry up and enter the Jade Realm. Then, I will use my strength to reassure Shaolin and tell him that I am behind him. He doesn't need to worry about anything. He just needs to stay by my side and be my junior brother. Certainly Jiang Lin had no idea what the two girls were thinking. He was only thinking about how to escape. After all, looking at senior sister Lin's current posture, although I don't know what happened, it seems that senior sister has resolved her emotional knot with me, and she should not scatter her ashes. In this case, I should run away quickly before the system gives me any more crappy tasks. However, there is still a problem: sect competition. Since it is a sect competition, it must be held, but the question is, what are we competing for? We are all in the mysterious realm. What is there to compete for? Is it to see who has more opportunities? Senior Sister Lin, Miss Kai, may I ask, are there any rules for the sect competition we are attending in the mysterious realm? Jiang Lin asked, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Kaisia smiled and replied, yes, but the rules are different every time, so the rules will only be announced after you enter the mysterious realm. Announce? Who will announce? Lin Qingwan held her hair by her ears with her slender hands, her face still cold. In fact, when Jiang Lin took the initiative to talk to her, she was very happy in her heart. It was announced by the original residents of the mysterious land. The original residents? Jiang Lin's heart sank. According to legend, the mysterious realm was originally a part of the world. However, due to an ancient war, the gods and the top monks of the human and demon races joined forces to fight against the foreign demons that only existed in picture books. In the end, this shocking battle led to a large area being separated from the world and becoming the mysterious realm. The original inhabitants? Aren't they the powerful ancients? However, considering the time, the rules should be announced soon, Kaisia said slowly when Jiang Lin was guessing. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, the world in the mysterious secret realm changed drastically. Jiang Lin and the other two flew up on their swords. Similarly, all the cultivators in the mysterious secret realm also flew up and looked into the distance. To eye in the distant sky, a huge purple fog rose from all directions. To eye in less than 3 breaths, the purple smoke covered the entire world like a golden bell. Boom boom. A huge dragon soul rose into the air, and the powerful pressure made everyone's backs chill. The huge dragon soul rose into the sky, looking down at all living things. My fellow juniors from Wotong State, welcome to practice here. The rules this time are very simple. The purple smoke you see is poisonous fog. As time goes by, the range of the poison circle will expand with time, and the concentration of the poison circle will increase. Within a month, the poison circle will spread to its maximum and the safe zone will be the smallest. Whoever can survive to the last moment. Whoever will obtain my dragon soul power. The dragon soul slowly disappeared, but its last words echoed between heaven and earth. Come on. My juniors. Start running away from the poison. Chapter 24. Oh hit oh hit oh hit. Chapter 24. Oh hit oh hit oh hit. Come on, my juniors, start running from the poison. Fight for my power. The huge dragon soul floating in the sky dissipated, and the huge pressure disappeared in an instant, but Jiang Lin and others were still in a daze. Shrink the circle? Escape from the poison? Could this ancient dragon soul have traveled through time? Oh shit. You're an old senior. Jiang Lin was shocked, feeling as if he were meeting a fellow villager. The first shrinking circle will begin in an hour. All monks, please be prepared. Flying is prohibited in the secret realm trial at this time. In addition, for the sake of fairness, all monks in the secret realm will appear at the outermost edge of the secret realm, at the edge of the poison circle, shortly. Without giving people time to sort things out, a huge voice spread throughout the entire mysterious realm. Die in an instant. With a bang, Jiang Lin and others felt their bodies become heavy and fell straight to the ground. Oops! Jiang Lin fell to the ground first, and then Lin Qingwan and Kaisia sat on Jiang Lin respectively. Jiang Lin almost felt his waist was broken. Mr. Jiang, what should we do now? Jiang Lin, follow me. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to touch you. Don't talk for now, can you two get up first? Just as the three of them got up, they heard a lot of footsteps coming quickly from not far away. The three of them concentrated and stood with their backs to each other. In this secret realm, no matter what your cultivation level is, all beings are equal now. Everyone is in the early stage of the cave mansion realm. Even though Jiang Lin and the other two were stronger in the early stage of the cave mansion realm than others, they still feel very uncomfortable facing the siege. Just as Jiang Lin and Lin Qingwan held their natal flying swords in their hands to meet the enemy, suddenly, the sky spun and Jiang Lin felt his eyes blurred. After closing his eyes and opening them again, Jiang Lin realized that he was no longer in the same place but had come to an unfamiliar jungle. Miss Kai Xie? Senior Sister Lin? I looked around and saw that there was no one except a small wooden house. It seemed that I had just been teleported. Sitting on the steps of the cabin, Jiang Lin held his sword in front of him, wondering whether he should just die and quickly leave this place of trouble. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, the first place this time would definitely be Senior Sister Lin, the protagonist, who would have a buff bonus. Moreover, it seems that Senior Sister Lin has resolved her worries and will not cause trouble for me anymore. In comparison, if the system gets involved, that would be a real problem, but thinking about it more carefully, even if I can't get first place, it would be nice to just hide and pick up supplies. If I'm lucky, maybe I can even complete the double Mount Everest mission next year. And what if my senior sister actually still hates me? If I can make it to the finals, then help my senior sister defeat the others. Although according to the protagonist's halo, even without my help, my senior sister can still get the dragon soul. But no matter what, this is an opportunity to do a favor for my senior sister. In this way, my senior sister will never come to Shuangzhou Peak to find me, right? Jiang Lin, grinning foolishly, thought of how majestic he was when he was protecting his senior sister in the finals, and wiped his saliva. Just do it, Jiang Lin has made up his mind. Except for my senior sister. Everyone is my enemy. Anyone who dares to hinder my senior sister will be the murderer of my parents. Standing up, Jiang Lin was full of confidence. The most urgent task was to get into the final circle and then meet up with senior sister Lin. You have to survive first to eat chicken. Looking at the wooden house behind him, Jiang Lin felt it was pretty good, so he stayed there and waited until the circle shrank before taking any action. After deciding on the general plan, when Jiang Lin wanted to go into the cabin to take a rest, suddenly, a huge bear flew over from the sky. Bang! The huge black bear smashed into the cabin, smashing it to pieces. The flying wood chips fell into Jiang Lin's hair. Roar! The grizzly bear got up and shouted at Jiang Lin. Just as Jiang Lin turned around to face the grizzly bear, a figure jumped out from the bushes. A gust of wind blew past Jiang Lin's ears, and before Jiang Lin could come to his senses, the figure had already rushed in front of the big black bear. Bula ula ula, oh hit, oh hit, oh hit! The slender figure in front of him was fighting a bear with bare hands, and he became more and more courageous as the fight went on, as if he was completely immersed in martial arts. Boom! Finally, the black bear's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground. Shaolin, where are you? Shaolin Lin on top of a cliff, Zhang Yu and I, who went by the alias Kai Xie, was shouting, but unfortunately no one heard him. Half an hour later, the girl was really tired, so she sat on the cliff, hugged her knees, enjoyed the cool breeze, and couldn't help pouting her lips. No! I must find Shaolin Lin. I don't want any dragon soul or opportunity. Shaolin Lin will be 18 years old soon. I just want to appear in front of Shaolin Lin in the most beautiful way on the night of Shaolin Lin's birthday and give Shaolin Lin a surprise. Looking at the secret recipe of the sun and moon sect in her hand, spring breeze without a trace, the girl stood up and walked down the mountain resolutely. Sydney, are you okay? I'm fine, Sister Sword Spirit. Walking along the stream, the girl was rushing towards her destination, but her mind was always absent-minded. The sword spirit in the girl's body couldn't help but sigh. After that man rescued her that night, the girl began to have a vague crush on that man, especially after being kissed. Although Xueli was very angry in her heart, it was also a shy anger. Perhaps Xueli herself did not realize that she had been practicing more actively recently. This was because in Xueli's subconscious mind, she felt that she would go find that man after she had avenged the sect, but what he didn't expect was that after the man tore off his mask in front of the gate of the mysterious realm, he turned out to be Jiang Lin. It was the flower thief Jiang Lin. Moreover, Jiang Lin confessed his love to Lin Qingwan of Longmen's sect before his death. In the end, even Lin Qingwan and a girl rescued him from the crowd and entered the secret realm together. Since ancient times, the word love is the most hurtful. All I can say is that luckily this little girl didn't get too deeply involved, but even so, it will probably take some time for her to recover. Xueli, actually that Jiang Lin, Sister Jianling, don't mention it anymore. He saved my life, but he also flirted with me. We are done with it now. From now on, I have nothing to do with him anymore, but, just what? I just want to see him again. To ask him what made him save me that night. And what made him flirt with me? Holding the scabbard tightly in her hand, the girl with the curtain raised her head and looked deeply into the distance. Chapter 25. Anyone who approaches this beast will die. Yi Liangchen. Take my finger. Zhao Ritian. You are too irritating. Damn it. My name is Zhao Hao. Leave me the map of mountains, rivers, and the country. I will spare your life. Just you? Yi Liangchen swung his alpaca hairstyle. Where are my brothers from Phyzolia's sect, exist? With a swish, a rainbow man with a unique, colorful, Renaissance style jumped out of the bushes. Ha ha! Are you the only one with someone? Where are the brothers from Zonghao sect? Brother, we are here. A dozen people also jumped out from behind Zhao Hao. For Zonghao Zong. For the girl. Kill. In an instant, the people standing on both sides of the stream rushed towards each other. The scene was immediately filled with the flash of swords and the shadow of sabers. The shallow stream splashed water everywhere, and the sound of fighting continued to come from the stream. High in the bushes not far from the stream, Jiang Lin and a friend with an innocent and lovely appearance were lying in the bushes, watching everything that was happening quietly. 9 days have passed since we entered the mysterious realm, which means the circle has shrunk 3 times. I still remember that on the first day, a flying bear smashed the cabin, and then Qinjia and the big black bear fought each other. After that, Jiang Lin teamed up with Qinjia. More people means more care, even though Qinjia always likes to fight with all kinds of beasts, and today's group of people is the first group that Jiang Lin has seen since he narrowed the circle. Listening to the reason, it seems that it was because a disciple of Phyzolia's sect obtained a fragment of the map of mountains, rivers, and states by chance. Jiang Lin had seen in a book at that time that the map of mountains, rivers, and states was an item of divine weapon level. It was divided into 7 pieces and scattered in various worlds. There were 4 pieces in the world, 2 of which were in the hands of the empire, and 2 were in the hands of the sect. If the piece in the secret realm was included, there were 5 pieces in total. Although the fragments of the mountain and river state map are of no use at all, it can be said that each piece is priceless. After all, this is also a facade. Just imagine, even if you can't collect all 7 Dragon Balls and can't summon the dragon, but you can play with the Dragon Balls as if they were walnuts. Wouldn't that be cool? What's more, the artistic level of each piece of the mountain, river, and state map is extremely high, and it is simply an excellent work of art. What Jiang Lin needs to do is to wait and see and grab this piece of debris. There was no way. As a good boy, I didn't want to do this, but I was forced by the system. Otherwise, the system would have to take off Qinjia's pants. What if the other party punched me? Who could withstand it? Jiang Lin, do you want that fragment of the mountain and river state map? Lying beside Jiang Lin, Qinjia blinked his watery eyes at Jiang Lin. To be honest, this kind of man can easily make people lose their minds. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes at him. Nonsense, why else are we here? But why are we squatting here? Can't we just go and rob? Do you think we can beat them? Jiang Lin. You are looking down on me. Suddenly, this guy stood up for some reason, put his hands on his waist and looked at Jiang Lin angrily, with the camouflage grass nest that Jiang Lin had woven for him on his head. Fuck. Don't get up. I just don't have confidence in myself. Jiang Lin hurriedly pulled his hand in a hurry, but Qinjia suddenly shook Jiang Lin's hand away as if he had been electrocuted, and shouted, "Rogue! What are you doing?" As soon as Qinjia finished speaking, Jiang Lin was confused, and Qinjia's voice had already drifted away. Who is it? Suddenly, the finger energy of Zonghao sect and the 10,000 leaves flying flowers of Fei Zhulu sect shot towards where Jiang Lin was. Bang! Qinjia struck out with a punch and Jiang Lin struck out with a sword, neutralizing the attack, but the bushes were also completely dispersed. The flower-stealing thief Jiang Lin. Seeing Jiang Lin, everyone shouted in surprise. You are the flower thief. Your whole family are flower thieves. Jiang Lin's body shook, shaking off the leaves and dirt on his body, and he held a grass root in the corner of his mouth, hand over the fragments of the mountain and river state map. I will spare your lives. Holding the sword in his hand, as a sword cultivator, everyone has a natal flying sword, and Jiang Lin's natal flying sword is called Chuxue. The sword body is as transparent as if it was forged from ice and snow, and the patterns on it are even more exquisite. Even Lin Qingwan exclaimed, "So beautiful," when she saw it for the first time, seeing this man beside him who only had a beautiful appearance but was extremely frivolous at heart actually having such a pure and beautiful flying sword. Chen Jia couldn't help but sigh and shook his head, feeling quite sorry that this sword had met the wrong person. Jiang Lin's voice was transmitted from his heart. "Hey, Brother Chen. Who caused this situation? And what does your sigh mean?" A pure warrior cannot transmit sound through his mind, but he can condense sound into a line. "I just feel that this sword has followed the wrong person." Good sword. Flower thief Jiang Lin, sever your connection with your natal flying sword and hand it over to us. We, Physilia sect, will forgive you for insulting us in Xuanwu Square, otherwise. Damn it. You are the cheap one. Don't call me a flower thief. Those who insult me. It's like hitting me. Those who hit me will take away my Taoist partner. Taking away my Taoist partner is like destroying my Taoist heart. Destroying my Taoist heart is like killing me. If I don't take revenge, I am not a gentleman. Jiang Lin held the sword in front of him, and with one sword he froze 14 states. Infinite sword works. I am sword bone. Be careful. This flower thief is going to use his ultimate move. Yi Liangchen and Zhao Hao reminded at the same time, and everyone took 2 steps back at the same time. The spring breeze blew across the lake, bringing with it the scent of flowers. Birds were singing in the woods, and a few squirrels were running around. By the stream, more than 30 people were facing 2 people. One of them held a sword in front of him, and the others were waiting for him to use his ultimate move. The result is nothing. Even the silly Chen Jia looked at Jiang Lin speechlessly, feeling a little embarrassed. "Is this guy who only has a lot of show for himself a fool? Forget about bluffing, but why are you calling yourself a cheap bone? Damn it! Damn it! I was so scared. Brothers, cut this flower thief into pieces. For senior sister Lin. For the girl." Physilia sect and Zonghao sect faced off in unison and rushed towards Jiang Lin and the other 2, while Jiang Lin still maintained the posture of holding his sword horizontally in front of him. "Anyone who comes near this beast will die." Chen Jia took a deep breath and protected Jiang Lin. As a pure martial artist, Chen Jia's boxing spirit was flowing throughout his body. Just when everyone was approaching and Chen Jia was about to throw a punch, the sun and the moon dimmed and the sky and the earth changed color to eye in the blink of an eye. Everyone came to a steel sword forest with countless swords and knives. The whole desolate sword forest was filled with sword intent. Red Moon is the best at killing people. Just when everyone was confused, Jiang Lin stood on the hillside full of long swords, holding the first snow in his hand, looking up at the moon, looking so saintly. Who called me a flower thief just now? Chapter 26. What is this? Akimo asterisk, vulgar language. Jiang Lin, you old thief. Fight me. Jiang Kaihua thief. I, Fei Zhuliozone, am irreconcilable with you. In the infinite sword-making field developed by Jiang Lin was like a saint who had refined the world. On the basis of his original cave realm cultivation, he raised his cultivation level to a higher level and reached the sea-viewing realm. Cave realm, sea-viewing realm. Coming out of the cave and looking at the sea, your horizons and mine will naturally broaden. Cultivators cultivate their chi as well as their minds. Jiang Lin has the strength of the sea-viewing realm in this world that he can use as he pleases. A flying sword suddenly appeared from the ground at some point in time, and Jiang Lin's figure was as sharp as a sword or a phantom. You actually have your own world. In less than a quarter of an hour, in the infinite sword system, there were a bunch of unconscious monks lying on the ground, and several of them were twitching and stretching their legs. Yi Liangchen and Zhao Hao stood with their swords, and after saying the last sentence, they fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Jiang Lin, who had his back to the 2 of them, slowly turned around and raised his head to the sky. Why is Wudi always so lonely? As soon as the words came out, the domain disappeared. Jiang Lin's legs went weak and he felt as if his body was hollowed out, and he fell forward. Jiang Lin. Chen Jia hurried over to support him. Are you okay? It's okay, I just used my ultimate skill and I'm out of mana. Lying on Chen Jia's shoulder, Jiang Lin gasped heavily. To be honest, when Jiang Lin used I am sword bone, he was still very panicked, thinking that if he couldn't win, it would be terrible, but he didn't expect that this infinite sword system was so powerful that it directly raised his cultivation to a higher level. However, the price is that it consumes too much mana. In less than a quarter of an hour, it feels like his spiritual power is about to be drained. Chen Jia. Why do you smell so good? Leaning against Chen Jia's head, Zhang Lin asked subconsciously. Hearing Zhang Lin's words, Chen Jia smiled kindly. Do you want to die? The fourth round of shrinking is about to begin. The poison circle is beginning to shrink. Please move as soon as possible. Just as Zhang Lin felt Chen Jia's murderous intent gradually increasing, a voice from space resounded throughout the entire secret realm. I'll settle the score with you later, let's go. Having said that, Chen Jia was about to forcibly carry Zhang Lin on his back to escape the poison. Wait a moment. Zhang Lin struggled to break away from Chen Jia's shoulder and walked towards the unconscious monks. Zhang Lin kept groping on their bodies. Except for the things that were refined into life-saving objects, Zhang Lin took out all of them and put them into the Feng Cungwu storage ring. What are you doing? Isn't the mountain and river state map already in your hands? The poison circle is almost here, and you still have the mood to pick up corpses? The fourth poison circle was spreading faster and faster, approaching visibly with the naked eye, but this guy actually still had the mood to pick up corpses. Just when Chen Jia was about to kick Zhang Lin in the butt angrily, this guy actually asked him to go pick up the corpses with him, and even said something about splitting the profits 50-50. Chen Jia wanted to just leave this money grubber here, but he felt that it was not fair. When the poison circle touched the buttocks of the two, Chen Jia and Zhang Lin finally finished picking up the bodies, not even letting go of their clothes, leaving only a pair of underpants. Carrying Zhang Lin on his back, Chen Jia took a breath of martial arts energy and ran forward. Since the third shrinking circle has reduced the scope of the entire secret realm to half, the remaining safe area is not large, and the clashes between the monks are more intense. When the circle shrinks for the fourth time, you can hear a lot of battle explosions coming from not far away, and they are fighting while running. Zhang Lin, you flower thief. Stop if you can. It's Zhang Lin. It was he who defiled my goddess. Kill him. Mr. Jiang, will you have a baby with me? While escaping the poison, Zhang Lin was like a magnet, madly attracting hatred. Many sects that had originally formulated plans to escape the poison also changed their routes and chased after Zhang Lin. You are the flower thief, your whole family is a flower thief. If you have the guts, catch up with me. If you catch up with me, I will let you. On Chen Jia's back, Zhang Lin was mocking him to the utmost. Since they cannot fly, compared to Chen Jia, a pure 6th level warrior who was like a wild horse, he was suppressed to the 5th level in the mysterious realm. Those cultivators are like a bunch of huskies. Although there are some pure warriors among them, even if they are at the same level, there is still a big gap between them. You beast. You actually let a girl carry you on her back. Do you still have any shame? A man who was also a pure warrior shouted from behind. Who are you calling a pussy? Chen Jia suddenly turned around and punched the opponent. The opponent's life-saving talisman was instantly triggered and he was eliminated in the secret realm. On the way to escape the poison, not only Zhang Lin was being chased, but a two-timing cultivator was also being chased by his fellow sisters and brothers. There were also some sects that had never been on good terms with each other. They ran while acting out the drama of "What are you worried about?" and "What can I do about you?" and then they started fighting. There was even a fight between two guys who were pursuing the same Taoist nun. It was a lively scene, but they didn't even notice the poison circle coming, and in the end they were all eliminated together. At night, the fourth shrinking circle finally ended, and everyone occupied their own strategic points. Some planned to wait and see, some planned to take the initiative to seize the opportunity, and some planned to explore around to see if they could pick up any treasures. After running for a whole day, the sweaty Chen Jia put Zhang Lin in a cave and threw down a few wild rabbits. Chen Jia sat aside to recover his strength while Zhang Lin finished processing the rabbit. He took out a brush, soy sauce, salt, cumin and homemade barbecue sauce from his storage ring, and then started grilling. After enjoying a delicious meal of roasted rabbit, Zhang Lin started to divide the spoils with Chen Jia, but Chen Jia said, "You handle it, I'll go around and see if there are any enemies," and then walked away. Zhang Lin didn't think it was a big deal. He poured out his spoils and counted them carefully. To be honest, even if there is no way to obtain their natal treasures, the prices of their other personal belongings are not low, and a lot of medium-grade spirit stones were found from Zhaohao and Yiliangchen. These two sects are really rich, however, just as Jiang Lin poured out all the spoils, because of the characteristics of the map of mountains and rivers in the state, it could not be put into storage space. When Jiang Lin reached into his arms to feel the map of mountains and rivers in the state, Jiang Lin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Fuck! Where's my artistic picture? At the same time, 1,000 meters away from the cave where Jiang Lin was, a woman wearing a veil on her head walked slowly. What is this? Bending down, the girl picked up an irregular scroll from the grass, like a fragment of a scroll. Chapter 27. This is a fragment of the mountain, river, state and society map. Inside the girl's body, the sword spirit said. Her emotions didn't seem to fluctuate much. A fragment of the mountain and river state map? Well, but if you don't have all of these things, they're just for show and not for use. At best, they're just for show. Then it's useless? How can it be useless? Even if it is broken into pieces, it can be sold at a very high price, especially for collectors. And Xueli, this map of mountains and rivers has the chill of Jiang Lin's natal flying sword, which means it is very likely that he lost it. After all, the map of mountains and rivers is like a living thing and cannot be put into a small object. Jiang Lin. Jiang Yida. Hearing the name, the girl clenched her fists. Wait a minute, Xueli. Someone is approaching here. It seems to be someone from the Dugu demon sect. Sister Sword Spirit, shall we fight? No rush, the most important thing is to find my sword's body first. If we meet them in the finals, we will make sure they never come back. Well, listen to Sister Jianling. Putting the map of mountains, rivers, and the country in her arms, the girl looked deeply ahead, bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, and fled in another direction. But when the girl had flown less than 100 meters, her slender figure stopped. Sydney? Sister Jianling, I'm sorry. I think it took some time. Now is the best opportunity to break up with him. Sister Jianling, can you help Xueli sense the location of the flower thief? I understand. The sword spirit in the girl sighed softly, and after a moment, the sword spirit responded, let's go north. There are signs of spiritual power fluctuations in that cave. As he walked along the road, Jiang Lin felt very melancholy. How could the map of mountains, rivers, and the country that he had snatched with great difficulty be gone just like that? Although I don't need this thing, it is still a valuable spiritual stone. Jiang Lin planned to look for Qinjia first, and then search with him. After all, it would be easier to take care of them with more people. In case they encountered any cultivators or the like, Qinjia could take them to escape. That's weird, where did Qinjia go on patrol? Following the route taken by Qinjia, Jiang Lin did not dare to shout, so he had to focus his spiritual power in his eyes and search continuously, which was equivalent to a night vision device. Gradually, Jiang Lin didn't know how he found the edge of a waterfall. Just when Jiang Lin was thinking about drinking some water, Jiang Lin's glowing 24K titanium alloy eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Chen. Under the moonlight, Jiang Lin saw Qin Jiaxian holding up the clear spring water and pouring it over her skin. The slender and graceful back gives people a sense of the harmony between water and beauty, nature and girl. Brother Chen, why are you taking a shower here? Hurry up, our maps of mountains, rivers, and states are gone. They are all white spiritual stones. Jiang Lin walked forward and said without any hesitation, hearing a man's voice, Qinjia screamed, folded his arms across his chest and dived into the pool, leaving half of his head exposed. Hey, Brother Chen, please keep your voice down. What if you attract others? And Brother Chen, why are you so shy? We are all grown men. Let's take a bath together some other time. Jiang Lin walked to the waterfall as if nothing had happened and drank the falling waterfall water. Qinjia, who was still hugging himself tightly in the pool, calmed himself down, and when he saw it was Jiang Lin, he slowly stood up. The fist intention kept flowing smoothly in his body, and he walked step by step in the pool towards Jiang Lin, who was still drinking water, with a boxing posture. With every step, Qinjia's boxing intention became stronger, and his murderous intent became stronger. Brother Chen, stop washing it. Come with me to find the Shanha Sheiji 2 and sell it quickly. After all, villains like us can't keep the good stuff. Jiang Lin burped contentedly. Brother Chen, did you hear that? I heard it. A clear voice like a silver bell came from behind Jiang Lin, but the voice was filled with strong murderous intent. Brother Chen. Oh no. There's a woman. Jiang Lin turned around quickly, and at the moment he turned around, a punch hit Jiang Lin's forehead directly. Jiang Lin flew out like a big bad wolf, and was embedded in the cliff of the waterfall, the kind that could not be pulled down. Shua Jiang Lin, who fainted again, felt a coolness on his face. He opened his eyes halfway and saw Chen Jia, whose hair was slightly wet and looked more beautiful than a woman. Brother Chen, what just happened? Sitting up, Jiang Lin felt a headache. He remembered that he seemed to hear a woman's voice, and then he was knocked down by a surprise punch. Nothing, it's just that when you came to see me, a female warrior attacked you and knocked you unconscious, so I saved you. Chen Jia stood aside and turned his head. I see, where's that warrior? I beat him away. Thank you, Brother Chen, for saving my life again. I owe you a favor. Jiang Lin stood up dizzy. But Brother Chen, our map of mountains and rivers is missing. We have to find it quickly. If it's gone, then it's gone. I don't care anyway. For some reason, Jiang Lin felt that Chen Jia became much more arrogant after taking a bath, and seemed a little angry, but when he was angry, he looked more like a girl. It's really a pity. If Brother Chen was a girl, it would be so great. She would definitely be in the top 10 of the most beautiful list. Just as Jiang Lin was thinking about persuading Chen Jia again, suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. The notoriety value from the protagonist Chen Jia plus 40 plus 30 plus 40 plus 30. The protagonist? Chen Jia? Who is Chen Jia? Could it be that the woman who attacked him was a pure warrior? Chen Jia Chen married, they all believe in Chen, and it sounds the same. Could it be? Suddenly, Jiang Lin had a bold idea. Jiang Lin suddenly grabbed Chen Jia's soft shoulders, turned her to face him, and their two pairs of eyes looked into each other's. What are you doing? Chen Jia wanted to punch him, but when he saw his serious look and remembered that he saw him taking a bath, Chen Jia's face turned slightly red, and for a moment he wanted to punch him in the chest with his little fist. Chen Jia, I have something I want to ask you, please don't lie to me. What do you want to ask me? Chen Jia swallowed and his heart beat faster and faster, like a deer about to jump out of his throat. Could it be that this guy has discovered that he is Brother Chen, exist? Hearing Jiang Lin calling his name seriously, Chen Jia's body trembled with guilt. Brother Chen, do you have an older sister or a younger sister, huh? Thanks to the book friends who gave 588 book coins to Wind and Rain, 399 book coins to Wolf and Sheep, 100 book coins to October, 100 book coins to Tears of Meteor, and 100 book coins to Awakening Corpse. Oh. Chapter 28 Still Being Stubborn. Brother Chen, do you really not have any older sisters? Brother Chen, please pay attention to me. Brother Chen, you're not going to blame me for watching you take a bath, are you? How about this, I'll show you. Jiang Lin asked as Chen Jia walked. Under the moonlight, Chen Jia's cheeks became redder and redder, and his notoriety was constantly increasing. To be honest, every time Jiang Lin spoke, his little heart beat very fast. At first, Jiang Lin really thought that Chen Jia had an older sister or something like that, but for some reason, Jiang Lin found that every time he spoke to Chen Jia would glare at him, and a system prompt would always appear in his mind. Notoriety from Chen Jia plus 40 plus 30 plus 50. Even if I am slow-witted, I can guess that Chen Jia is Chen Jelly, and I saw a girl taking a bath. Jiang Lin didn't dare to think about it. No matter what, I will never admit it even if I die. Not only did he not admit it, he also had to cover it up. The best way to cover it up was to divert the attention from spying on Chen Jia taking a bath to who is Chen Jia, gradually downplay the incident of spying on Chen Jia taking a bath. Otherwise, now two protagonists want to kill me, and if there is one more, I will cry to death. Jiang Lin. I don't know who Chen Jia is. Don't ask. Also, I'm very angry now. Suddenly, Chen Jia turned around and looked at Jiang Lin angrily. She was very angry that the man in front of her peeped at her while she was taking a shower, but she was even angrier because he didn't even think of the possibility that she was the woman. He has clearly checked his body, but this guy acts like nothing happened. What does that mean? Am I so ungirly? Is it my fault that it's flat? The girl became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She looked at Jiang Lin with her bright eyes. Jiang Lin suddenly felt a chill on his back. Beast! Dive! A Qinjia threw a punch, and Jiang Lin broke 3 trees and smashed a small hill, and finally fell to the ground. Brother Chen, why did you hit me? Jiang Lin held his chest and stood up with difficulty. Jiang! I am Chen Jia. Chen Jia is me. I am humble and I am proud. Don't let me see you again. I will beat you every time I see you. Also, if you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, I will break your legs. The girl was furious and no longer concealed her voice. Her voice, as sweet and lovely as a silver bell, spread throughout the mountains and forests. Go find your broken map by yourself. Humph. The girl groaned and turned away. Brother Chen is wrong, Miss Chen, I actually like Ping Yuan too. Seeing Chen Jia running away, Jiang Lin knew that he had gone too far, so he quickly shouted, trying to save his image, but the girl came back and punched him in the chest with her little fist. Jiang Lin really felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Looking at Jiang Lin lying on the ground, the girl took a deep breath and curled her lips in satisfaction, as if all the depression in her heart had been released in one breath, and she felt much more refreshed. Then she clapped her hands and left. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Lin got up from the ground. Although I was hit twice more, fortunately the system did not predict that this girl would scatter her ashes. Jiang Lin used 200 notoriety points to buy a bottle of ordinary blood medicine from the system store, drank it in one gulp, and practiced internal energy to recuperate for a quarter of an hour. Then he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Just when Jiang Lin wanted to get up, he suddenly felt some changes in his spiritual sea. Wait. Is my mirror going to break? Jiang Lin was shocked. Cultivators cultivate their minds and qi. Jiang Lin felt that his Taoism was quite stable, so he focused on cultivating his qi. Could it be that Chen Jia's 2 punches just now accidentally opened up his Ren and Du meridians? Damn it, am I a masochist? It's not that Jiang Lin doesn't want a breakthrough. On the contrary, Jiang Lin wants to break through more than anyone else. After all, because of that crappy system, he is destined to move forward on the path of a villain. Although he has a lot of resurrection coins, no matter what, cultivation is the foundation of life. Otherwise, when the time comes, the protagonists will really kick apart their own Mount Everests, and then everyone will have to fight with a sword, and no matter how many resurrection coins they have, it will not be enough. But the problem is that it takes at least 1 hour and at most 2 days to break into the sea-viewing realm from the cave abode realm. The circle will shrink in a day, and if someone passes by here, won't I be at the mercy of others? I called everyone a loser. Or should I hold it in for now? Then break through after I get out. This will work. Except for advancing from the nascent soul realm to the Jade Pru realm, if one breaks the mirror in the mysterious realm, one will be instantly pressed back to the early stage of the cave mansion realm by the rules of the secret realm. This is like compressing cotton again and again, which is conducive to consolidating the Longmen realm. Such a good opportunity must not be wasted. Sure enough, just as Jiang Lin closed his eyes and struggled to break the mirror, dozens of men in black jumped out. Hee hee hee, a goblin-like laughter reached Jiang Lin's ears. Who is coming? Calming himself down, Jiang Lin slowly raised his head and opened his eyes, and what he saw was the other person's black knight uniform. Since you asked sincerely, then we will mercifully tell you. To scare the world. To protect the world from darkness, murder, arson, and all kinds of evil, a domineering yet nightmare-like villain. We are the Dugu demon cult. Although Jiang Lin really wanted to complain, why did this Dugu demon cult sound so familiar? Oh, you are the ones who wiped out the Xiaoyao sect? Ha ha ha, it's just a small 8th grade sect. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. It's just a small achievement, not worth mentioning. We are both demon sects, and I understand that we act for the sake of profit, but why would the Dugu demon sect want to cause trouble for a small sect? There is no need for such a thankless task, right? Oh, you don't need to know this. Just take good care of yourself first. Jiang Lin, hand over the map of mountains, rivers, and states. For the sake of our fellow travelers, we can let you break the mirror without any worries. Let's not talk about how you know I have the mountain and river state map, but the mountain and river state map is not with me. Not on you? Compared to a picture, aren't you afraid that we will destroy your foundation when you break the mirror? It's really not on me, I lost it. Still stubborn, come on. Kill this pretty boy to death. Thanks to the book friends who gave 200 starting coins to Yeling, 100 book coins to Fengyu, and more than 100 book coins to. Can't type the name. Chapter 29. You all must die. Looking at the people from the demon cult flying towards him, Zhang Lin felt as if thousands of horses were galloping in his heart. Although he was also a member of the demon cult, just when the tip of Zhang Lin's sword was 3 body lengths away from him, suddenly, a sword energy rushed down from the sky like a waterfall, blocking Zhang Lin from the demon sect members and blowing Zhang Lin's hair away. The woman stood with a sword in her hand. Although she had a veil covering her entire head, looking at the familiar figure and the familiar sword, Zhang Lin recognized her as the girl whom he had flirted with that night. No, the girl whom he had taken advantage of. Xiao Shueli. Etc. Since she came to the mysterious realm, it means that she must know that Zhang Yida is herself. After all, it was she who saved her with that mask that night, and then transformed into the Lord of the River and used the Q skill crazily on her. For a moment, Zhang Lin's head was covered in cold sweat. Miss Xiao, I will listen to your excuses after I kill these people. The girl said coldly. In Zhang Lin's mind, infamy value from the protagonist Xiao Shueli plus 20 plus 30 plus 50 kept increasing. Although he was happy to gain some notoriety points, Zhang Lin felt uneasy in his heart. Asa sword cultivator. Every sword cultivator who enters the cave realm has his own natal flying sword, and this natal flying sword is born and bred, which is equivalent to the sword cultivator's exclusive ID card. Xiao Shueli's natal flying sword is named Pear Blossom. The sword body is light yellow and slender, like a delicate woman wearing a pear blossom long skirt. The patterns on the sword body are like a woman's red makeup. Flying sword Pear Blossom? Xiao Shueli? Recognizing the long sword, the leading black man licked his lips. It is said that Xiao Shueli, the last disciple of Xiaoyao sect, is very beautiful. Today, I saw her and saw that she is indeed so. Xiao Shueli, hand over the Yiming Chenqiu sword manual and spend a moment with this villain. Then I can report to this headquarters that you are dead. Otherwise, where do you think you can escape to? You can't touch this man. Xiao Shueli answered the question irrelevantly. Oh. It seems that Brother Zhang Lin did a good job as a flower thief. He even captured the heart of Miss Xiao. But, Xiao Shueli, even if we are at the same level, do you think one person can beat the 7 of us? Xiao Shueli. I'm telling you, today not only will you be in danger, but I want you to watch with your own eyes the man you were supposed to protect being killed by us. Brothers. Go! At a command, the elites of the Dugu demon cult rushed forward together. The girl's eyes showed no sign of retreat as she thrust out her sword. The sound of the weapons clashing slowly drifted through the mountains and forests. The girl danced among the swords like a butterfly. Every time she danced, the slender sword was always able to pierce the opponent's vital points. The people from the Dugu demon cult also used the autistic palm, autistic fist, and autistic sword. Although they could not effectively harm Xiao Shueli, it had to be said that these elite disciples of the Dugu demon cult were indeed very powerful. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, the two sides separated again. Xiao Shueli was still guarding Zhang Lin, who was opening his eyes and breaking the mirror, while the other side had only one person left, the leader, out of the 7 people. But Zhang Lin could clearly feel that Xiao Shueli's breathing became heavier, and the other party was in full condition. In fact, in the battle just now, the leading man in black was just watching from the sidelines and did not participate in the battle at all. It seems that he wants to take all the credit for Xiao Shueli's achievement, but it doesn't matter. Zhang Lin already feels that the Guanhai realm is just around the corner. It seems that he is very lucky. As long as Miss Xiao can hold on for another quarter of an hour, he will be able to break the mirror. Ding, check the host's current environment, and the task is triggered. Choices: 1. Xiao Shueli is defenseless against the host now. Please ask the host to repay Xiao Shueli with hatred. 2. Kill and rob the man in black, insult the Duga demon sect, and trigger a long-term task: thieves eat thieves. Task reward: 3,000 notoriety points, a box of Jiawei Dihuang pills, strengthen the kidneys and replenish qi. Host, please make your choice within 3 seconds. 32 System. I'm still breaking the mirror. Just when Zhang Lin was about to break the mirror, the system's voice appeared in Zhang Lin's mind again. Boom. A loud noise echoed throughout the mountains and forests. Puff. Immediately afterwards, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Zhang Lin's mouth behind Xiao Shueli. Zhang Yida. Seeing Zhang Lin holding his chest and forcing himself to stand up, Xiao Shueli's eyes were full of astonishment, confusion, and a little anger. Miss Xiao Zhonglin smiled with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and in the next second, Zhonglin fell forward, putting down the sword in her hand. The girl flew out with a tap of her feet and held Zhonglin in her arms. Do you know what you are doing? Why did you give up the broken mirror? Do you know how much harm this will do to your path? Ahem, I know, Zhonglin said weakly, leaning against the girl's soft body, but I also know that I can't let Miss Xiao face danger. Idiot. You're a big idiot. There was a hint of crying in the girl's tone. Perhaps it is true. Zhonglin gently tucked the girl's long hair behind her ears, but, for me, the so-called sea-viewing realm and the so-called fundamental path are not even 1/10,000th as good as the girl next to me. What are you talking about? The girl behind the fence blushed slightly. Miss Xiao Zhonglin held the girl's soft and boneless little hand. The girl trembled and the blush under the curtain had spread to her ears. The girl resisted and wanted to pull her hand away, but seeing Zhonglin's weak and affectionate eyes, the girl gave up the resistance. Miss Xiao, maybe in the eyes of outsiders, I am a flower thief, but that doesn't matter. I just hope that in the eyes of Miss Xiao, I am just a good boy. I am just Zhang Yida. Stop talking and protect your heart. The girl shook her head, as if she was crying. No. Miss Xiao, please leave quickly. I will perish with this fellow in exchange for your safety for the rest of your life. After leaving the girl's warm embrace, Zhonglin took a deep breath as if he had a last breath of light and held his sword in front of him. No. Zhang Yida. I won't leave. If we have to leave, let's go together. You go. I won't. Go away. I won't leave. The man in black standing by looked at the scene and felt like hot dog food was being fed to his face. Why? We are all members of the demon cult, and I am the elite among the elites of the Dugu demon cult, but why can you be so affectionate with girls? Is it because you are more handsome than me? I don't accept it. Suddenly, the man in black's clothes exploded, his body grew 3 times larger, and his entire body turned green like the Hulk. You two bastards, you all must die. Chapter 30. Do you have any last words? Notify that the circle has begun to shrink. Please run away from the poison as soon as possible. Notify again that the circle has begun to shrink. Please run away from the poison as soon as possible. When the Dugu demon sect monk, whose body had grown to the size of the Hulk, rushed towards Zhonglin and the others, the voice of the dragon soul was heard again in the sky. The Hulk froze in the middle of his sprint, as if he was taking a shit and was forced to stop. Zhonglin and Xiao Shueli were even more confused. According to the previous rules, the circle usually shrinks every 3 days. Why is it shrinking now? As if hearing the questions of all the cultivators, the dragon soul's voice sounded again. Because the poison circle consumes too much spiritual energy, I can't keep the secret realm open for a full month, so speed up the game, quickly escape the poison, and love and kill each other. The voice of the dragon soul spread throughout the secret realm again, and Zhonglin's forehead twitched. Damn it, this dragon soul is definitely a time traveler from ancient times. Zhang Yida, what are you talking about? Hearing Jiang Lin's mumbling, Xiao Shueli asked. Nothing, Miss Xiao, please leave first. The poison circle is coming soon. I will cover your back. No, let's go together. Xiao Shueli pulled at the corner of Jiang Lin's clothes. At this moment, Jiang Lin's eyes were wet, and he really wanted to cry. I told you to go, so you went. Why did you have to follow me? I have to complete the system task. The poison is coming. Etc. So far, I have never failed in any of my missions. At most, I am forced to carry out the missions. The system does not mention any punishment for failure. Why don't you try failing once? Just when Jiang Lin had this strange thought, he quickly shook his head and got rid of this terrible idea. Miss Xiao. I'm sorry. There aren't many people Zhang Yida, value. I really can't bear to see Miss Xiao eliminated because of me. River. As soon as Xiao Shueli opened her mouth, Jiang Lin flicked a small pill into her mouth. What did you feed me? Xiao Shueli felt her body go limp and her eyes slowly closed. When she was about to fall to the ground, she opened her eyes again, but the look in her eyes was completely different. Boy, can I say that you are worthy of being called a flower thief? You actually have a top-grade soft fragrance powder. Xiao Shueli, whose body was controlled by the sword spirit, stood up and gently brushed off the dust on her body. Miss Xiao actually came to the mysterious land. It must not be just for the trial. Senior sword spirit, please take her away. That's no problem, but do you have anything to say to her? Yes. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the poison circle getting closer and closer. He remembered what the system said about Xiao Shueli killing him thousands of times and scattering his ashes. Jiang Lin's eyes moved slightly. After a few years, when the little girl has achieved success in cultivation, please don't come to find me. Forget me. You bastards, do you really think I will stay offline forever? Roar. As if he had lost his mind, the Hulk, no, the monkey of the Dugu demon sect, wearing a pair of shorts that could not be torn no matter what, ran towards Jiang Lin. Walk! Jiang Lin shouted angrily, flicked his long hair, and rushed forward with the sword in hand. Looking at Jiang Lin's tall and slender figure, the sword spirit's mind was slightly shaken. Once upon a time, his first master was also so high-spirited. He slew gods and Buddhas in the sky and chopped demons on the earth. If he had not chosen Shueli long ago, he should be able to get along with him. Boy! I'll remember you. Ha! No, don't remember me. Jiang Lin turned around, but the person had already disappeared. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Pretty boy, I will make you chrysanthemum all over the hill. Monkey burst out with a domineering aura, shaking Jiang Lin onto the cliff, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, you are a demon cultivator. Standing up, Jiang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There are tens of thousands of monks in the world. Some are Confucians who study to become saints, some are Taoists who cultivate their minds in peace, some are Buddhists who chant scriptures to improve their abilities, and I even heard that a farmer tried countless poisons to reach the jade raw material realm. But there is one type of monk who makes people feel the most disgusted, that is the devil cultivator. Demonic cultivators do not only refer to the cultivators of the demon sect, but also those scums who increase their cultivation by sucking people's souls, blood, and essence, or even eating young boys and girls. Generally, demonic cultivators have a characteristic, which is that they can improve their cultivation in a very short period of time, which is equivalent to an explosive growth. Other demon sects don't know, but although the Sun and Moon sect tolerates all kinds of cultivation methods, they are most disdainful of this kind of demonic way that harms lives. There is even a rule in their doctrine: when encountering a demon cultivator, kill him according to your ability. Ah ha ha ha! Monkey let out a goblin-like laugh. Did you just realize it? I've eaten countless monks. Next, it's your turn. Why are you still lying there? Get up! At the command of Monk A, the seriously injured Dugu demon sect monks lying on the ground stood up one after another. Swish, 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 the 7 men's clothes exploded and they all turned into the Hulk, except for a pair of shorts that could not be damaged no matter what. Alas, I thought you were the only demon cultivator, but it seems that almost all of you in the Dugu demon cult are practicing this forbidden art. Boy, you should take care of yourself. Bang! 7 or 8 Hulks stomped hard, and a big hole appeared on the ground. They all rushed towards Jiang Lin. The sun and the moon shine together. Jiang Lin pointed his sword to the sky and activated the sun and moon cultivation. Moon cultivation was something Jiang Lin had been taught since he was a child when he traveled through time and was picked up by Jiang Yuni and admitted to the Sun and Moon sect. Although Jiang Lin felt that something was missing and that the operation was not smooth every time he practiced Sun and Moon co-cultivation Dafa, this Dafa was definitely the signature skill of the twin Everests. Well, actually, if he hadn't run out of mana to use I am a sword bone, Jiang Lin wouldn't have used this technique. To be honest, Jiang Lin felt that it was because the sun and moon cultivation technique always worked strangely, otherwise Jiang Lin felt that he would have entered the Dragon Gate realm long ago. The power of the moonlight in the secret realm turned into thin threads and gathered on Jiang Lin's natal flying sword, shining brightly. In an instant, the first snow in Jiang Lin's hand was like the glowing sword in Star Wars. Swish, swish, swish did in the jungle, under the moonlight, 7 Hulks fought against Jedi Knights. Jiang Lin imitated Xia Shueli's movements, constantly shuttling among the 7 green short men, and the glowing sword cut their flesh again and again. When it seemed that the poison circle would spread to the forest in less than half a minute, on the scene, there was Jiang Lin, whose face was bruised and all the bones seemed to be broken, and Monk Jia, whose body was covered with sword marks but not a single fatal wound. The rest of the monks had their life-saving talismans destroyed by Jiang Lin and were killed in the secret realm. Similarly, Jiang Lin's life-saving talisman was also shattered by a punch. Do you have any last words? Fuck you. Jiang Lin, whose oil lamp had run out, spat at him and transformed into a Zhuan person. You Dugwa demon sector scum. Worse than pigs and dogs. Are you still participating in the secret realm here? Have you bought your coffin? I originally wanted to let you die quickly because you are my kind, but now, there is no need for that. I want to keep your consciousness and then eat you bite by bite. Comrade? Don't insult me. #, how dare you scold my sister? With a loud roar, Monkey could no longer tolerate Jiang Lin, who had transformed into a Zhuan person, and ran towards Jiang Lin with saliva spitting. Chapter 31 The Beauty of Nature. The Hulk Monka swung a punch, and the Jedi Knight Jiang Lin stabbed his heart with a lightsaber. Just when Jiang Lin was about to exchange his life with his, silver moonlight poured down from the sky. If the moonlight drawn by Jiang Lin was like the thin thread used by a girl to weave cloth, then this moonlight was a waterfall that plunged 3,000 feet. For a moment, even the people who were running away from the poison could not help but look back at this dazzling moon river. Monkey's screams spread throughout the entire forest. A breath later, like the Hulk, Monkey was completely destroyed. The sun and the moon shine together? Jiang Lin stood with his sword in hand, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. The sun and the moon shine together is the unique martial art of Xuanzhu Peak, and only the disciples of Xuanzhu Peak can learn it. The problem is that Xuanzhu Peak is a new mountain created by Jiang Yuni, and Jiang Lin is also the founding disciple and the only disciple. Master Jiang Lin vaguely saw the woman running towards him. Even though he couldn't see her clearly, he guessed who she was and fell forward with a smile. Xiao Lin Lin, don't scare the master. Xiao Lin Lin, Xiao Lin Lin. In a coma, Jiang Lin heard the warm and silly cry again. Luckily I'm still breathing. Just when the poisonous fog was about to spread, Jiang Yuni carried Jiang Lin on his back and ran towards a safe area. The poison circle stopped spreading, and Jiang Yuni placed Jiang Lin in a small cave, looking at her only and most beloved disciple, who was a disciple but also more than a disciple, and seeing the seriously injured Jiang Lin, the girl's tears dripped down. Silly boy, today is your birthday. Is your birthday a day to injure yourself? These days, Jiang Yuni had been looking for Jiang Lin, but couldn't find him. It was not until the sun and moon shine together move exposed Jiang Lin's location that Jiang Yuni rushed over. However, before she arrived, little Lin was already seriously injured. I'll listen to Master later and hear that the sun and moon practice Dafa can heal injuries during the first practice and bring both parties' bodies to peak levels. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuni's heart beat faster as he looked at Jiang Lin lying unconscious on the ground. Feeling somewhat guilty, he ran out of the cave and took a look. After making sure that there was no one there, he cast an isolation formation to protect the cave. Xiao Lin Lin, it's really not that Master is greedy for your body. Master is doing this for your own good. In order to treat you, you should understand Master's painstaking efforts. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and gently stroked Jiang Lin's cheek. After a moment, the girl returned to her original appearance. It's not the appearance of picking, nor the appearance of gingerfish paste at Twin Everest peaks, but the final appearance of the leader of the Sun and Moon sect. The woman's long hair fell on her shoulders, her small face had a slightly pointed chin, and her delicate facial features were like a work of art. The pink lips on her fair face made her look petite and cute, adding a lot of charm to her fair face. The girl was still thinking of finding an excuse. Now that's the perfect reason. Anyway, isn't this how all the heroes in novels heal their wounds when they are seriously injured? Those novelist monks all wrote like this. He. The girl nervously took out the medicine and opened the bottle. He gently pressed Jiang Lin's chin, slightly opened Jiang Lin's mouth and fed the medicine into him. The weather in the mysterious secret realm is always very good. An evening breeze carrying a faint poisonous fragrance blows through the mountains and forests, making a rustling sound. A few blades of grass are slightly pressed down by the evening breeze. The grass wants to resist, but the warm evening breeze slightly wraps up the grass. Nature, harmonious and beautiful in the early morning. The chirping of birds woke Jiang Lin up from his sleep. Jiang Lin opened his eyes dazedly, propped himself up and climbed up. He felt a huge headache. Why am I in the cave again? Master, right, where is Master? Looking at the empty cave, Jiang Lin tried to stand up. However, as soon as he stretched out his legs, he felt his feet go weak and he fell to his knees. Jiang Lin stood up again with the help of the wall and felt a dull pain in his waist. What was going on? But apart from some pain in my waist, the injuries in other parts of my body were basically healed. I even felt refreshed and felt that the sun and moon practicing together dafa that I was practicing was running much more smoothly in my body, and moreover, the injuries caused by his forcefully breaking the broken mirror yesterday were gone without a trace. Not only that, even though his cultivation was suppressed now, Jiang Lin felt as if he had reached the sea viewing realm. Check the property panel. Jiang Lin said in his mind. Call out the property panel. After a moment, the system responded. Name, Jiang Lin Realm, Mid-Sea Viewing Realm Skills, Unlimited Sword Technique, I am the Sword Bone, Beginner, Return My Beauty Fist, Semi-Beginner, Sun and Moon Cultivation Method, Proficient and Complete, Dragon Gate Sword Technique, Semi-Perfect, Notoriety Value, 6,400 points. Physique, always able to attract villain events and protagonists. What the hell, what's going on? Looking at his own attributes, Jiang Lin was a little confused. After yesterday's battle, I not only entered the Guanhai realm directly, but also completed the Sun and Moon Practitioner Dafa. How did I complete it? During the battle, I didn't fall into the memory killing, and I didn't comprehend the essence of the battle, and it was my master who saved me yesterday. But where is my master? Could it be that I remembered it wrongly, and the master didn't come at all, and I had the illusion because I missed him so much? But the question is, there must be someone who carried me back to the cave, right? Who was that person? And this person also left me a life-saving talisman? Apart from my master, who else would be so kind to me? But master shouldn't have come given his silly personality, and what's wrong with my kidneys? Why do I feel like they're hollowed out? Countless questions filled Jiang Lin's mind, but soon Jiang Lin had no way to think anymore. Notice, since there are less than 100 monks in the secret realm, the final shrinking circle will be carried out in 1 hour. Monks, please prepare. Everyone, go to the final circle. Hearing the voice of that damn dragon soul, Jiang Lin complained in his heart and quickly sat down to meditate. Replenish your kidney essence first. Outside the Xuanwu city square, a ray of light emerged from the mysterious realm. After the light flashed, a woman slowly walked out. A reader friend asked about giving rewards for more chapters. Actually, Xian Yu didn't know much about rewarding for extra chapters, so he asked Xiaoxing. Last night, this guy dragged Xian Yu to play Contra for half the night. If you want to add more chapters, Xian Yu will also use the small version. 1. If readers on QIDN.com give a one-time reward of 10,000 Qidian coins, one more chapter will be added. A one-time reward of 20,000 book coins will be given on QQ Reading, and one more chapter will be added, because the first release is Qidian, and QQ Reading's share is half of Qidian's, so please forgive me, fellow book lovers on QQ Reading. In addition, the rewards from iOS clients and other platforms are not counted, and Xian Yu cannot receive statistics either. 2. In order not to waste the small amount of rewards from all book friends and their support, Qidian site every time 10,000 book coins are rewarded, add one more chapter. For example, if there are 100 book friends, each book friend rewards 100 Qidian coins, and the total is 10,000 Qidian coins, then add one more chapter. On QQ Reading, one more chapter will be added for every 20,000 book coins accumulated. All the additional chapters will be completed as soon as possible after they are put on the shelves as much as possible. The editor said that the word count needs to be maintained during the free period of the new book, so it is best not to add more chapters, otherwise you will miss the recommendation. Please forgive me. P.S. If you talented and handsome schoolboys want to give a tip, you can choose to give a tip with your character. The share you get from Xian Yu is the same as that of ordinary tips, and there are many hidden benefits for character rewards, such as special nickname vests, character birthday gifts, avatars, and so on. If you reward characters, you can not only support Xian Yu, but also support your favorite characters. The character rewards are also counted towards the rewards for extra chapters. Finally, I wish you all a happy reading. Just Jiang Z epsilon equals epsilon sad face greater than over equal to less than over equal to, but. Chapter 32 Brother Jiang, speak louder, who? I fish mud in the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion. Luo Qinshang, who was watering potted plants inside, heard the sound and hurriedly opened the door. Outside the door, the woman with the same cool look on her face leaned against the door railing. Fish mud, are you hurt? No, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Come in and talk. Zhang Yuni walked into the room. Luo Qinshang closed the door and cast a spell to prevent detection. Then she turned around and looked at Yuni as if she seemed a little strange. Luo Qinshang pulled Zhang Yuni over. Qinshang, what are you doing? Just as Zhang Yuni sat on the stool, Luo Qinshang grabbed Zhang Yuni's soft and boneless little hand, closed her eyes, and used her spiritual sense to probe Zhang Yuni's physical condition. Although she was a little shy, the girl let down her guard and did not stop Luo Qinshang in front of her best friend. My God, you are my God! After opening her eyes, Luo Qinshang covered her mouth in surprise and stood up. Yeah, Zhang Yuni turned his head and responded softly. Oh my God, you and I thought you were just talking. This is the first time I know you are so bold. As if she had heard news that was more important than the world, Luo Qinshang hugged Zhang Yuni tightly from behind. No wonder I was wondering why the fish paste looked better. So that's what it was like. But Xiaolin is really something. I didn't expect that. Well, what's wrong? Nothing, I just think Xiaolin is too happy, and I am a little sad. Why are you sad? Suddenly, murderous intent spread. No, after you entered the mysterious realm, you and Shaolin's Sun and Moon practice method was also complete, and you successfully broke through to the Jade Realm. I can't beat a swordsman in the Jade Realm, and I don't dare to compete with you for a man. Luo Qinshang hurriedly explained, otherwise if this small-minded cute woman mistakenly thought that she was stealing a man from her, her Xuanwu city would probably be demolished by her. I just think that you have grown up, but I am still alone, which makes me a little sad. Then go find a Taoist partner. Well, I think Xiaolin is good. Zhang Yuni smiled slightly and said kindly, Qinshang, you can try it. Forget it, I was just kidding. Holding the charming and cold girl from behind, but also like to be jealous like a little girl, Luo Qinshang said softly, what are your plans next? What plan? What do you think? Of course, we should get married. Qinshang, okay, I really know I was wrong. Luo Qinshang ran away quickly. Forget it, I won't talk to you about this anymore. I'm not only here to say goodbye to you, but I also have something to ask of you. Is it about Xiaolin? Zhang Yuni nodded. Although the mirror was broken this time, it was in the mysterious secret realm. The mysterious secret realm does not allow cultivators in the Jade Realm to exist, so I was driven out of the secret realm and have not had time to stabilize my realm. I have to go back to the Sun and Moon sect to retreat for a while, which is estimated to take quite a while. When Xiaolin comes out of the secret realm, please protect his safety. In addition, you can tell Xiaolin about my retreat, but you have to find other excuses, and don't say anything about my affairs in the secret realm, understand? Okay, I get it. Fish mud is really cute. Thank you. Zhang Yuni dodged Luo Qinshang's touchy hands and said nothing more. His natal flying sword hovered in the air, and Zhang Yuni flew out of the window on the sword. If you have a child, tell me and I will definitely be the child's godmother. Watching the Zhang Yuni gradually disappear, Luo Qinshang waved her hands and shouted loudly. Although the woman sitting on the sword remained calm, her blush had spread to her ears to eye in the mysterious realm because the circle is shrinking constantly and at a very fast speed. Basically everyone is running away from the poison. On the Longmen sect side, only Lin Qingwan, Qin Xiao, and a junior sister who joined the sect a few months later than Jiang Lin were left. The tyrannical boxing sect was a martial arts sect, but by the time the final round came, only 3 martial artists were left. In addition, there is only one senior sister left in the Luohua sect, which is composed entirely of women. In addition, there were 4 or 5 sects with 2 or 3 cultivators left each, and the Dugu demon sect was naturally wiped out, and the only cultivators left from the Sun and Moon sect were Jiang Lin, Fang Chaochuan, and Chen Jia. The person who claimed to be Shanze Yixia was only a girl with a veil on her head and a graceful figure. Jiang Lin knew she was Xiao Shueli without even looking at her face. At this time, the shrinking circle is stopped, and everyone has been driven into a desert with a diameter of 100 miles. The final decisive battle will take place here. Basically, every person from every sect is fighting. For example, Lin Qingwan and Xiao Shueli. For some reason, the two of them should not have known each other, but they actually started fighting each other, and their attacks were extremely brutal. Jiang Lin felt that it was fortunate that they were both sword practitioners, otherwise if they were warriors, they might have started fighting. Great fireball technique, boom. An idiot from an unknown sect used a powerful move, aiming at his opponent, but missed and landed in front of a sand dune, splashing countless sand and dust, which covered the faces of Jiang Lin and Fang Chaochuan who were hiding behind the sand dune. Ugh! Jiang Lin wiped his face and spat out some yellow sand, then dug Fang Chaochuan out of the sand. Brother Fang, are you okay? Fine. Boom, another fireball fell behind the two of them, splashing their faces. It was not big, but not small either. In the desert of the battlefield, there were flames of war, the sounds of swords clashing, and explosions continuing. After wiping his face, Fang Chaochuan spat out the sand and shouted, Brother Jiang, what should we do next? Wait for the right opportunity. Jiang Lin was also shouting. What? Fang Chaochuan didn't hear clearly. I mean, wait for the right opportunity. It's too windy. Damn it. Let's just hide. I understand. Brother John wants to wait and see. No. I'm not in good shape right now. I can't beat them at all. I just need to stay alive. What? I said. I'm not in good shape. Brother Jiang, speak louder. I'm weak now. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence, and dozens of pairs of eyes looked towards the hill. Chapter 33. Brother Fang, please give me a recommendation. Please give me some comments on this chapter, otherwise, I always feel like I am playing a single game. Boom. Just like you were playing the demolition mode in Crossfire, a huge explosion occurred in the small sand dune where Jiang Lin was lurking. Jiang Lin and Fang Chaochuan jumped up and leaned against each other's backs, but they were already surrounded by more than a dozen disciples from famous and upright sections. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Fang Chaochuan took out the long sword that he had refined into his life object, and cold sweat broke out on his head. If Fang Chaochuan's long sword was actually found in a secret realm. In terms of quality, it is considered a rare purple sword among Dean's caresses, which is already a good opportunity. Moreover, this long sword is destined to be with Fang Chaochuan. It would take at least 10 days or half a month to refine an ordinary natal object, but he said it only took an hour, and it seemed that the grade would increase with Fang Chaochuan's cultivation, and it might even reach the level of a semi-divine weapon. Why do I feel like everyone around me is destined to be the protagonist, but I haven't had any chance in all these days? I even lost the Shanha Sheiji 2 that looks good but is useless but can be sold for a good price. Not only that, Jiang Lin also seriously suspected that he had been sucked of his energy by some wild monster in this secret realm, and he woke up with a severe backache in the morning. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Why do you seem a little sad? It's nothing, I'm just lamenting the impermanence of the world. Brother Fang, don't worry about it. But Brother Fang, where is your sister? Didn't she make it to the finals? Well, I am ashamed to say that my sister could have sneaked into the Jujie sect without any risk, but if I go in as her brother, I will definitely be able to accomplish something great. I will cause chaos in the Jujie sect's noble circles, disrupt their Dao hearts, and make them fall into love and eventually break up the sect. Then what? But I didn't expect that during one of the poison escapes, those people were so busy looking for opportunities that they ended up touching the trap and were locked up together. They stayed in the poison circle for too long and were eliminated. So, there are only 2 of us left in the Sun Moon sect? And Chen Jia, it seems so. Jiang Lin. Hand over the map of mountains, rivers, and the country, and I will spare your life. A man with a hairstyle that looked like an alpaca asked with his sword raised. Hey. Jiang Lin twisted his hips, looking quite coquettish. Did you see the life-saving amulet on my waist? Why are you sparing my life? Jiang Lin, you little thief. You schemed to harm my Zhonghouse sect. And you humiliated us in front of the Xuanwu gate. Even if you leave the secret realm, you will not be able to escape death. Then wait until you find me after you get out. If I don't kill this thief, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Everyone, help me kill this thief, superior. I don't know who took the lead and gave the signal, but everyone rushed forward. Brother Fang. I'm sorry, I hurt you. With his back against Fang Chaochuan, Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh. If you go back to the Sun and Moon sect, I'll give you another 10% of our belly band business. Brother Jiang, your words are enough. Brother Fong, Brother Jiang, actually, I have something else to say. My knife has a hidden function. Jiang Lin was delighted. Could it be that Brother Fong's sword has a built-in ability to escape? This. Fong Chaochuan's face turned red. I feel a little proud when I say this. This knife is also called the self-destruct knife. Its hidden function is self-destruction, huh? Just when Jiang Lin was confused, a dozen surviving young heroes were less than 10 meters away from the two of them. Fong Chaochuan stared into Jiang Lin's eyes. Brother Jiang, live well. Get the dragon soul, spread the glory of our Sun Moon sect, and prove that our Sun Moon sect is not a second-rate sect. We are also a sect with dreams. Brother Fong, do you want to? Before Jiang Lin could finish his words, Fong Chaochuan grabbed Jiang Lin's arm and spun him around in circles, just like an old father would grab his son's hand when he was a child. Jiang Lin was spun 1,080 degrees on the spot by the burly man Fong Chaochuan, and then he threw him far away. No, Brother Fong. Brother Jiang. Fong Chaochuan looked up at the sky and smiled righteously. I'll go first. Brother Fong, oh no. It's a trap. Retreat immediately. No. I can't control myself anymore. I can't hold it in anymore. Just when the dozen or so people who were besieging them wanted to kill Jiang Lin and another big black man with one blow, Jiang Lin was thrown far away, while the big black man stuck his long knife into the sand and chanted some spell. Just like the beep 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 sound before C4 explodes, it gets faster and faster. Bang! A loud noise echoed from the desert. At this moment, a mushroom cloud rose in the desert of the mysterious land. Brother Jiang, let's go steal belly bands together again. Brother Jiang, listen to me, do you know Chen Jia? Yes, that martial arts fanatic. He is fighting with a bear, in the middle of winter, like an idiot. Brother Jiang, someone is willing to buy your master's belly band at a high price. Look, Brother Jiang, please don't slap me in the face, and don't kick my little bird. Brother Jiang, do you think our Sun Moon sect can become the #1 demon sect? Brother Jiang, in the mushroom cloud, Jiang Lin seemed to see Fong Chaochuan's silly smiling face, and recalled the days when she and he went to the women's bathhouse to steal people's belly bands. But Brother Fong, the power of your self-explosion is too great and I will be eliminated too. Just when Jiang Lin had exhausted his spiritual power to form a shield to barely resist the explosion and even saw the revolving door of life again, two swords came at him and Jiang Lin felt a body as soft as cotton hugging him tightly. Unfortunately, the surf was too strong and Jiang Lin couldn't open his eyes. The two girls supported Jiang Lin and together they built a spiritual barrier. The three of them exhausted all their spiritual power to resist the explosion. A huge dust storm filled the entire desert. After the mushroom cloud, the dust was flying. 2 days had passed since the explosion. After 2 days, the desert gradually returned to calm. Except for a big hole left where Fong Chaochuan exploded, everything was normal. On the third day, a clear and sunny day, a woman covered in dust staggered to a large mound. It should be right here, right? TSK. In the end, I still have to come and dig you out. The girl who called herself young master but looked very pure, just a flat horse, but with a pair of long legs, hummed proudly a few times, and then kept digging. After digging for another 2 days, the girl finally found his shoes under the sand and dust. The girl's eyes lit up with pure joy. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, took a breath of martial arts energy, and continued digging. But as she dug, the girl felt something was wrong. When the girls had dug everything out, the two girls protected him and hugged him tightly, but he looked funny in his sleep. Jiang Lin. Go to hell, Puff. Pushing the two girls aside, Chen Jia punched Jiang Lin with one punch, and countless flying sand spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 34. Let's play Pai Gao. Together in the mysterious realm, the poison circle has stopped shrinking and night has fallen. Under a huge cactus tree in the desert, Jiang Lin sat on one side, and the three girls sat on the other side. There was a small fire in the middle, and on the fire there was a glowing golden egg that appeared at some point. This should be the dragon's soul. Jiang Lin held his own flying sword above the fire. On the sword were several dead lizards sticking out their tongues. No one spoke. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The only sound was the crackling sound of the dead lizard being roasted after being gutted. Brush it with a layer of oil, then sprinkle some salt, and finally sprinkle some cumin. The aroma of the lizard meat slowly wafts away. Then eat something. Jiang Lin held the lizard skewered on the sword in front of the three girls. As a result, the three girls snorted at the same time and turned their heads away in unison. Seeing them turning their heads away as if they were angry, Jiang Lin twitched his brows. Although cultivators at the cave realm can practice fasting, they still have to eat something. After all, they need to replenish their nutrition. When there is nothing to eat in the desert, Bear Grylls often eats. It's rich in protein. Bear Grylls? Who is Bear Grylls? What is protein? Finally, Xiao Shueli turned her head and asked first. Finally someone spoke. Jiang Lin was delighted. As long as someone spoke, the awkwardness would be relieved. Well, Bear Grylls is the world's #1 jungler. Protein is a component of the human body, there's no need to worry about it. The world's best jungler? Is he a famous World of Warcraft hunter? How do you know him, junior brother? Perhaps because the awkward atmosphere was broken by the words, or perhaps because Xiao Shueli was talking to Jiang Lin. The girl also asked. Jiang Lin scratched his head and said, "Well, senior sister Lin may think so. As for how we met, there is no need to worry too much about it. Don't worry about him. He often talks about strange people and words. Just ignore him." Chen Jia pouted and turned to look at Jiang Lin. "Give me one. I am not like these two weak women who will be blown away by the wind. I am not afraid of them no matter how disgusting they are." "Master? Not like weak women like us?" Lin Qingwan and Xiao Shueli looked at Chen Jia, who was dressed as a man, at the same time. Although they wanted to complain in their hearts, they still held back. After all, it was Chen Jia who dug them out of the sand. "What? What are you two stinky women looking at?" Chen Jia stood up with his hands on his hips and pouted, looking super fierce. It's okay, it's okay. Senior sister Lin and Miss Xiao are just expressing their admiration for brother Chen's masculinity. Jiang Lin quickly came to the rescue, pushed Chen Jia down, and held the lizard on the sword in front of Chen Jia. "Brother Chen, would you like one?" Looking at the dead lizard on the sword with its tongue hanging out, Chen Jia regretted it for a moment, but remembering what he had just said, he stretched out his fair little hand and took the lizard off the sword, but he was reluctant to bite it. "We have to cut off the head and tail first." Jiang Lin simply held Chen Jia's hand, and with a little force, he expertly broke off the lizard's head and tail. "Okay, you can eat it." Seeing Jiang Lin holding Chen Jia's small hand, Lin Qingwan and Xiao Shueli subconsciously looked at their own hands. "Junior brother, I want to try it too." Jianglin, I'm hungry too." He, I told you, food is the first necessity of the people. Even monks need to eat." Jiang Lin smiled and handed the two lizards to the two girls. "Be careful, it's a little hot. Brother, can you help me cut off the beginning and the end? I don't know how to do it." Lin Qingwan said softly, maybe because of the fire, the girl's cheeks were slightly red. "Okay, no problem." Jiang Lin simply held Lin Qingwan's hand and cut off the head and tail of she who died so miserably. Jiang Wu was holding the roasted lizard. Xiao Shueli wanted to say something, but she didn't have the courage to speak it out. The sword spirit in the girl's body sighed softly, and finally couldn't bear to watch any longer, and immediately took control of the girl's body. "Jiang Lin, help me too." "Okay, no problem." When Jiang Lin held Xiao Shueli's hand, the sword spirit in the girl's body returned to its original state. For a moment, the fire that was imprinted on the girl's face spread to her delicate cheeks. Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the three girls' eyes light up as they took a light bite to test the lizards, and then kept eating them in small bites. Finally, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. Ever since Chen Jia dug himself and senior sister Lin out of the mud and sand, the three of them seemed to have a natural incompatibility. Jiang Lin could also understand it. After all, there couldn't be two tigers in one mountain, let alone three protagonists. Since they are not right, they should not deal with each other. Jiang Lin feels that it is none of his business. Jiang Lin has even prepared himself to die and leave the secret realm. After all, being caught between the three protagonists is too dangerous, but ever since the three of them met each other, especially after Jiang Lin introduced himself to them, the notoriety values of the three protagonists kept increasing, which made Jiang Lin very panicked. Jiang Lin didn't know what he had done wrong. After eating, the three girls took out their handkerchiefs and wiped their lips. The girls' slightly greasy lips looked even more attractive, but Jiang Lin quickly turned his gaze away. Okay, we've finished eating, it's time to discuss business. Lin Xingwan clapped her hands and stood up. There are only 4 of us left. What do you think about the final ownership of the Dragon Soul? Let me make it clear first, I don't have any obsession with the Dragon Soul, but for Junior Brother Jiang, I must fight for it. If Junior Brother Jiang gets the Dragon Soul, when he returns to Longmen sect, the elders in the sect will not say anything. Ha! Jiang Lin, this beast, is obviously a member of our Sun Moon sect. Why should he go back to Longmen sect with you? I don't care about the Dragon Soul, so I can give it to Jiang Lin, this beast. Anyway, Jiang Lin will never go back with you. Xiao Shueli touched the long sword in her hand and glanced at Jiang Lin with her beautiful eyes. I have already got the sword I wanted, and I don't care about the Dragon Soul, but Jiang Lin, if I get the Dragon Soul for you, will you agree to one of my requests? Junior Brother Jiang. Jiang Beast. Jiang Lin, which one do you choose? At once, the 3 girls stood up and looked at Jiang Lin together, looking at their eyes. Jiang Lin was a little confused. This is not right, just give you the Dragon Soul, why involve me? This is actually Jiang Lin stood up, his eyes serious. How about you 3 play Pai-Cao with me? Chapter 35 Gata, Chapter 35 Gata 4.2. I'm a double, too. Oh, what a coincidence, me too. 7 o'clock. I'm 9. Me too, 9 o'clock. Why am I always the same as you guys? In the desert of the Lost Secret Realm, something strange happened in the past 100 years, perhaps even the most bizarre thing since the opening of the Lost Secret Realm die in the final round. When the coveted ancient dragon soul was within everyone's reach, the last 4 people were playing Pai-Cao together on a flat piece of sand? The glowing dragon soul was in the center of the stone table, acting as a lighting fixture. Perhaps Long Hun himself had never thought that he was so shameless, but after playing 3 games, Jiang Lin felt a little regretful, playing Pai-Cao with the protagonist. But shit, am I having a brain attack? Which one of the 3 people surrounding this stone is not someone who could get a peerless martial arts secret book by falling into a cave, or a rare treasure that is rarely seen in a century by entering an auction house? Why would I want to gamble with them? The problem is that I am the banker? Well, Jiang Lin actually had a lucky mentality in his heart, that is, he had a system anyway, and wasn't the one with the system also the protagonist? Wasn't the villain protagonist also the protagonist? Why was the villain protagonist not a human being? However, when he saw that half of the spirit stones in his pocket were gone, Jiang Lin wiped his face deeply and wanted to slap his naive self. Oh my god. What on earth am I thinking? Isn't the villain just there to give the protagonist experience points and equipment? How can he be compared to the protagonist? Haven't you read enough lessons from novels and TV dramas? Why don't we stop playing? After 10 games, Jiang Lin's eyes were a little moist and his heart was bleeding. He was originally a poor man. He had finally formed a partnership with Feng Chaochuan to do some business and had some small assets. The night is still long. How come we have returned to the time before liberation? That won't work. I can only have fun playing it. I didn't expect Pai-Cao to be so fun. Jiang Lin was the one who temporarily taught the rules, and Jiang Lin even helped to look at some of the cards. Chen Jia said happily. Lin Xingwan looked at Jiang Lin's pleading eyes, like a demon dog cub. In order to survive, demon dog cubs are very cute when they are young and like to act cute to confuse their opponents, and couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth. With a little bit of bad intentions, that won't do. Junior Brother Jiang said that you have to lose everything before you can leave the table. Master taught me since I was young that I should go all out in everything I do and not give up halfway. Xiao Shueli said slowly, and then glanced at Jiang Li gently, her pretty face slightly red. If you are out of spirit stones, Jiang Lin, I can lend you some. Originally, Xiao Shueli wanted to say that she could give it all to you, but the sword spirit sister in the girl's body kept telling her that it was not reserved to do so, so the girl finally had to say that she would lend it to her. Oh, so Jiang the Beast has no money. If you can't afford it, you should have said so earlier. Here, I'll give you mine, as long as you can play with me. Chen Jia also pushed the spirit stone in front of him towards Jiang Lin. No spirit stones? How can there be no spirit stones? To be honest with you all, besides being handsome and 1.8 meters tall, the only advantage I have is that I'm rich. Come on, let's continue playing. I'll be the banker. Xiao Shuali's hesitant and somewhat sympathetic tone deeply hurt Jiang Lin's little self-esteem, especially Chen Jia's silly words, "Men can do anything, but they can't say no." So after 10 rounds sitting on the sand, when Jiang Lin trembled and touched the cards and opened them carefully, in an instant, Jiang Lin's expression was as smiling as a Shiba Inu emoticon pack. Double sky. Jiang Lin slapped the cards on the stone. Xuantian is composed of 2 Tian cards, the second largest in Pai Gao. Eh? What is this? Jiang Lin, can you help me take a look? As if ignoring Jiang Lin's excitement, Chen Jia spread the dominoes on the stone. Eh? Chen Jia, our cards are the same. Me too. When 3 pairs of supreme treasures, Pai Gao is the largest, appeared in front of Jiang Lin no longer wanted to talk. What the hell? Shouldn't there be only one supreme treasure in a deck of cards? Where did the other 2 decks come from? Could it be that the new dominoes I bought were pirated? Jiang Lin swore that he would never play Pai Gao again in his life. I lose. Just when Jiang Lin was ready to admit defeat and was about to take out his last spiritual stone assets from his underwear, a ding sound came from the system in Jiang Lin's mind. Ding. The system detects that the host is with the 3 protagonists, and the 3 of them have let down their guard against the host. The system is triggered choices. 1. Please ask the host to seize the dragon soul and anger the 3 protagonists. 2. In the deserted and dark night with strong winds, please ask the host to covet their bodies and take action. Host, please make a choice within 3 seconds. 321. Why would I choose you? It's already so late. And they want to give me the dragon soul. So what if I snatch it away? Why are you so angry? Jiang Lin was devastated, looking at the countdown in his mind. At the last second, Jiang Lin silently wiped away his tears, then smashed the stone to pieces with a punch, and picked up the spirit bead containing the dragon soul. For a moment, sand and gravel flew. Jiang Lin, what's wrong? Jiang the Beast, what are you crazy about? Do you want to fight? Junior brother Jiang? The 3 girls also stood up quickly to avoid being affected by the dust. Senior sister Lin. I am a member of the demon sect, and I will be a ghost of the demon sect after I die. I will never go back to Longmen sect with you. And Miss Xiao, I know what you want. How could I know anything about it, but I don't want to agree. In addition, the mountain and river state map is still with you. Sooner or later, I will go and get it myself, so keep it for me. Then Jiang Beast, you chose me? Go back with me? Oh, right, and you, Chen Jia. Sorry, you are younger than me and I forgot. Although I am from the Sun Moon sect, I am not going to take the dragon soul back to the Sun Moon sect this time. I am going to give it to a girl in the south. That's right. It's a character from the Great Xia dynasty, the courtesan of Zuoxianju. As long as I give her the dragon soul, she will agree to spend a night with me. Jiang Lin leaned on his sword and shouted loudly, his expression serious, as if spending a night with the courtesan was more important than his life. In fact, Jiang Lin only knew that there was such a prosperous dynasty in the Great Xia Kingdom. It was a prosperous dynasty, so there must be a place of romance and love. Where there is romance, flowers, snow, and moon, there must be courtesans. Who cares who it is? Does it matter? As long as I can create the image of myself as someone who betrayed their kindness and indulged in women, that's all. As expected, as soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, 3 murderous auras spread out, and their notoriety values kept increasing. Junior brother Jiang? What is an Oiran? What did you just say? Jiang Lin, you saved me twice. I thought you were just a playboy, but I didn't expect you would do that just for a night of pleasure. Jiang Lin. Explain clearly. What's wrong with my breasts? The 3 men advanced step by step, just like when Chang'e was about to be stabbed by a kitchen knife. Beast. Beast. Pervert. Jiang Lin. Die. Chen Jiao opened his boxing stance, took a step forward, and punched Jiang Lin's chest directly with his fist at the peak of his boxing power. Jiang Lin subconsciously held the spirit bead to block Gada. It was as if the sound of eggs breaking slowly came from Jiang Lin's chest. Chapter 36. A tail is sticking up. Chapter 36. A tail is waving with a crack. The dragon soul in Jiang Lin's chest broke like an ostrich egg, except that this ostrich egg was golden, a bit like the ultimate version of an ostrich egg. The dazzling golden light flashed from the dragon soul, as if an old man was about to shout out golden legend. Jiang Lin felt that his 24K titanium alloy eyes were about to be blinded by the light, so he quickly closed his eyes. The next moment, after the golden light flashed, Jiang Lin felt that his palm was dragging something, which was soft and a bit like a baby's butt. "Daddy?" A soft voice came from Jiang Lin's arms. When Jiang Lin opened his eyes again, he found that he was holding a little baby in his arms. A closer look, well, it's a girl. Her chubby little face had some baby fat, and her long tail was swinging in Jiang Lin's palm. Her long silver white hair was like a natural Milky Way, covering her little butt. The little girl stood up from Jiang Lin's palm, and her little head kept rubbing against Jiang Lin's arms. The little dragon horns on her head felt a little soft in Jiang Lin's arms, but she was naked and her whole body was covered with holy light. When I looked at her little horns more carefully, the system sounded congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You will be rewarded with 3,000 points of notoriety and the qualification to enter the training ground. Is the mission completed? Just when Jiang Lin was a little confused, the voice of the mission sounded again in Jiang Lin's mind. Congratulations to the host for triggering the protagonist's plot. The protagonist, an ancient dragon girl of the demon race, unnamed, whose parents were killed by the host's previous life. She witnessed the moment of her parents' death with her own eyes. The host spared her in the previous life, but she was determined to avenge her parents. Unfortunately, the time was too long ago, and the dragon girl was sealed together with the ancient battlefield. When she woke up again, she forgot everything. In the end, the dragon girl will remember everything and burn the host to death tens of thousands of times with dragon breath. Then she will untie the knot in her heart and ascend to heaven. The road of the villain is difficult and bumpy. I hope the host will take care of himself. Fuck me. Looking at the delicate little girl in his arms, especially the girl's pair of big, watery, innocent eyes looking at him, Jiang Lin burst into tears. Daddy? Perhaps sensing the sadness in Jiang Lin's eyes, the girl tiptoed gently in Jiang Lin's palm and stretched out her soft little hand to touch Jiang Lin's face. Daddy, don't be sad. No, I'm not sad, it's just that the wind and sand are so strong that I'm blinded. Looking at the little girl, Jiang Lin's eyes were slightly moist. Why is it so difficult for me, so cute on the other side? When the three girls opened their eyes and saw Xiaolongnu, they screamed in surprise and gave up thinking. Lin Xingwan, who was overwhelmed by maternal instinct, and Chen Jia, who was tempted by cuteness, opened their arms almost at the same time, wanting to hug this delicate little girl. Mama, there are three. Mama, hug. Xiaolongnu in Jiang Lin's arms turned around, looked at Lin Xingwan and the others, and clapped her chubby little hands happily. Not mommy anymore. Lin Xingwan blushed as she glanced at Jiang Lin, who was looking up at the sky to hold back his tears. You still have to call me sister first. Little Long, let me hold you. Chen Jia, whose eyes were shining, or rather Chen Jia, had completely given up on hiding the fact that she was a girl, although it didn't matter whether she tried to hide it or not. Sister? Xiaolongnu bit her little finger and tilted her head to look at the two mothers in front of her. It's so strange. Why should I call her sister when mom is just mom? Mama. After a moment, Xiaolongnu gave up thinking, jumped out of Jiang Lin's arms, and ran towards the two girls on the fine sand, still calling mom. But Emo, really, I told you to call me sister. Lin Xingwan stroked the little girl's long hair that was as bright as the Milky Way. She said no with her mouth, but her body was very honest. Similarly, Chen Jia, who believed that cuteness is justice, kept rubbing Xiaolongnu's soft little face, and the scene was very harmonious for a while. On the other side, Xiao Shueli also had light in her eyes and wanted to hug the little girl, but the sound in her body made the girl stop. Shueli, if it is something else, I don't mind you giving it to Jiang Lin, but this ancient dragon soul is a living being, and its future achievements are limitless. You must get it. But Sister Jinling, I know. We can get some rare treasures and give them to Jiang Lin later. Right now, revenge is the priority. With her help, plus your supreme bone, the path of cultivation will be very fast. Xiao Shueli glanced at Jiang Lin gently, with a lot of helplessness and guilt in her eyes. Shueli knows. Looking at Jiang Lin, Xiao Shueli was about to speak when Chen Jia suddenly stood up with his hands on his hips. I've made up my mind. I won't give Xiaolong to you. I won't hand him over to the sect either. I want to take him home. Hey, little sister, are you coming home with me? With your daddy. At the same time, Lin Qingwan was also seducing Xia Longnu. Jiang Lin, I'm sorry. You know, I have a mission. Can I take care of this little girl for a while? It won't be too long. Xiao Shueli also stepped forward. Ha! Jiang Lin withdrew his gaze from the night sky, accepted the reality and looked at the three of them. Suddenly, Jiang Lin felt as if it was possible. If this little dragon followed her, it would be like a time bomb, and the longer she kept it with her, the more likely it was that she would find out that she was the one who killed her parents. It would be better to let them take it away. In order to eradicate the root of the problem, it is better to strike first. Jiang Lin looked at the little girl and shook his head. Although he was a villain, he was definitely not so cruel. I don't think there was any question at all. Before Jiang Lin finished speaking, the mysterious realm suddenly shook violently and the sky changed drastically. With Jiang Lin as the center, a huge spiritual power storm rolled up in the secret realm, and the next second, the four people and the dragon were blown up into the sky. Although no one knew what was going on, the poison circle in the distance of the secret realm slowly dissipated, and the mountains and rivers continued to disappear and collapse. Oh no, the secret realm is about to close. Xia Longnu will be handed over to you. I'll go first. Jiang Lin shouted while spinning in the air, holding Chushua tightly, and was about to stab himself and leave the secret realm first. Junior brother Jiang. Jiang Lin, we'll see you again. Jiang Beast, I want to name Xia Longlong Chen. What did you say? What little dragon? What name? Jiang Lin felt his figure slowly dissipating, and just at the moment when he was about to completely disappear and leave the secret realm, a strand of long silver-white hair hung on the tip of Jiang Lin's nose. Looking up, Xiao Longnu was happily lying on her head, with her tail sticking up. Chapter 37. Rub the baldness first. Daddy, 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 daddy. In a deep sleep, Jiang Lin heard a soft and sweet cry. Slowly opened his heavy eyes. The first thing that caught Jiang Lin's eye was the unfamiliar ceiling, and Daddy is awake. Daddy. The adorable little dragon girl stared at Jiang Lin with a pair of bright eyes that were as bright as gemstones, like dazzling streams of color. M. Before Jiang Lin could react, Xiao Longnu hugged Jiang Lin's head with her whole body, her little tail wagging back and forth, and her soft cheeks rubbing against his hair happily. For a moment, Jiang Lin felt almost suffocated. Jiang Lin picked up Xiao Longnu with his backhand as if he had a flash of life. Daddy? Xia Longnu, who was suspended in the air by her collar, sucked her little fingers and blinked at Jiang Lin. Looking up at this lovely little dragon girl, she has already changed into a small outfit. Her long white hair has two small buns on both sides of her head. The bright red floral dress looks very festive, and her small feet are wrapped in white socks. Jiang Lin lifted Xiao Longnu and sat her down on the bed. It was a bit difficult for Jiang Lin to sit up. Seeing this, Xiao Longnu stood up and walked to her father. She stretched out her arms with a red face and wanted to help her father to stand up. Although Xia Longnu had the same strength as if she had no strength, when she saw her father sitting up with her help, her eyes sparkled with innocence. Daddy, Daddy! She threw herself on her father's thighs. Xiao Longnu shouted happily, paddling her arms and legs happily as if she was swimming. This is so cute. Looking at the little dragon girl in front of him, Jiang Lin wiped his nose and felt that he was about to have a nosebleed. No! Jiang Lin, you have to calm down. This is the ancient dragon clan. A real dragon, different from the current flood dragons. You and her have an irreconcilable hatred for the murder of your father and mother. But looking at the cute little dragon girl in front of him, Jiang Lin's eyes suddenly became funny. He kept rubbing the little dragon girl's head like he was petting a cat, just like a pervert. Never mind her. She can't kill me now anyway, so I'll just rub her bald first. Mr. Jiang, you are awake. Can I come in? A quarter of an hour later, when Jiang Lin was still rubbing Xiao Longnu's head and Xiao Longnu was enjoying it, a charming and mature voice sounded from outside the door. It was only at this moment that Jiang Lin suddenly remembered that he was in an unfamiliar environment. Come in. Jiang Lin stopped his movements and took his hand off Xiao Longnu's head, feeling the warm palm moving away from her head. Xia Longnu pouted unhappily, then she held Jiang Lin's big palms with her two little hands and placed them on her little head. Then she smiled. The door opened, and a woman in palace dress walked in slowly, carrying food. The moment the woman walked in, a gust of warm wind automatically closed the door. The woman was wearing a peony-style palace dress and had a great figure. If she had a white cat in her arms, it would have been a picture of a beautiful palace maid. She was also slender and white-skinned, and seemed to have great magical powers, at least at a higher level than herself. Although I couldn't see the woman's face clearly because of the white veil, she looked familiar, as if I had seen her before, but I couldn't remember where. Xialongna raised her chin slightly and looked at her father's seemingly obscene eyes. Xialongna suddenly stood up and opened her little arms to protect the father on the bed behind her, looking like a fierce, "No one can get close to my father," thought. Is Mr. Jiang getting better? Putting the food on the table, the woman bowed. Fortunately, I wasn't injured in the first place. Jiang Lin tried hard to recall his memory, but he just couldn't remember it. Excuse me, young lady, where is this place? The city lord's mansion of Xuanwu City. The woman smiled softly. I am the city lord of the city lord's mansion, and the reason why Master Jiang is in my boudoir is because the mysterious realm collapsed, and I picked up Master Jiang. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Luo, and I am a close friend of your master Uni. Your last name is Luo? You're my master's best friend? Sister Luo. For a moment, Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, let go of the hostility and defense in his heart, and felt even happier. When I first traveled to this world, I was only 7 or 8 years old, and it was winter. I almost froze to death. It was an elder sister named Luo and her master who passed by and saved me. It's just that it has been too long, and Sister Luo was wearing a veil at the time, so I naturally don't remember it. I finally remembered. Luo Qinshang narrowed her eyes happily like two crescents, and walked over to pull Jiang Lin up from the bed. Come, let me take a good look. Luo Qinshang happily looked at the big boy in front of her. Not bad, not bad. You look very strong, much stronger than when I first met you. How was your education in Sun and Moon? Are you doing well? If you are not doing well, come to my Xuanwu city. He. Jiang Lin touched his nose. Although life in Shuangzhou Peak is a bit simple, it's also pretty good. Besides, the people of Sun Moon sector straightforward and nice to talk to. I like it there very much, so I won't move. You can't let go of that little girl Uni, can you? Luo Qinshang tapped Jiang Lin's forehead angrily and pulled Jiang Lin to sit on the edge of the bed. Little dragon girl on the side hummed and pouted, raised the little horns on her head and pushed between the two of them, then opened her little arms and hugged her daddy. Is this little girl the opportunity you got in the secret realm? Luo Qinshang smiled and wanted to touch Xialongnu's cute head, but was pushed away by Xialongnu with her not yet fully developed dragon horns. After glaring at Luo Qinshang fiercely, Xialongnu took Jiang Lin's hand again and covered her head with it, rubbing it happily with her eyes narrowed. It's hard to describe this in words. Looking at the little girl sitting in his arms and rubbing his hand, Jiang Lin felt a little complicated. What kind of opportunity is this? How can one achieve enlightenment and ascend to heaven by killing oneself thousands of times? Forget it, let's not talk about this person for now, Sister Luo. I have to go back to the Sun Moon sect to report, and then visit my master by the way, otherwise she will be worried to death again. As he spoke, Jiang Lin picked up Xiaolongnu and placed her on his head, then bowed. Jiang Lin will come back another day to thank Sister Luo for picking it up the second time. Wait, don't leave in such a hurry. Luo Qinshang stood up and gently helped Jiang Lin up. From the storage sachet, the woman took out a stack of newly published newspapers. Sister thinks it would be better for Xiaolin to understand the current situation first. Thanks to the book friends who gave 1,000 starting coins to _ 200 starting coins to, 100 starting coins to, and 100 starting coins to. Please vote, please vote. Chapter 38 Dad just wants to be quiet. Chapter 38 Daddy just wants to be quiet. The Sun and Moon sect's twin Everests have fresh air and pleasant scenery. Cranes often fly high and circle nearby, and from time to time you can hear the roar of the buddy on the next mountain. Who is the one who made the crane poop? After returning from Xuanwu City, Jiang Lin sat in his own thatched cottage, looking at the newspapers he brought back from Xuanwu City, feeling very melancholy. NC Shock Department Shock. The demon girl's love affair was caused by Jiang Kaihua? Please read. That day, what Jiang Lin did with the monkey demon girl in the secret realm. Old Wave Headlines Department, one person fighting against hundreds of people. The thief Jiang Kaihua actually defended Zhuangjiankyo alone and used the forbidden sword technique, the extreme domination sword, in front of so many female monks? Penguin newspaper of Xuanwu City, Wutong Prefecture. What exactly caused the collapse of the secret realm? Who holds the so-called dragon soul? Why did Fairy Lin worry about leaving the secret realm? Jiang Lin, the flower thief, actually challenged Fei Zhulu and Zhong Hao sect alone? Was Zhang Kaihua too powerful or were the two sects too weak? Next, Penguin Highlights will take you into the interview with the monks. See you tomorrow at the beginning of the morning. Putting down the newspaper he brought back from Xuanwu City, Jiang Lin wiped his face deeply. Why did this happen? I clearly didn't do anything in the secret realm, so why did so many unexpected things happen? And as for that monkey girl, I only remember treating her to a banana. How could this lead to a scandal? As for the extreme sword, guarding Xian Jin alone. What the hell? I haven't even been there myself. What the hell am I guarding? Wait. Could it be that someone is impersonating me? Standing up, Jiang Lin paced back and forth in the hut. Forget it, let's watch the interview with Jinghua Shueiyue first. Checking the time, it was almost noon. Jiang Lin hurriedly took out the painting scroll of mirror flowers and water moon. From the sword comes that he used to pad the corner of the table. Mirror flowers, water moon painting scroll is a tool similar to that used for watching live broadcasts. Jiang Lin seemed to remember that he carried a bag of rice to the second floor and the old lady gave it to him. As long as you throw a spiritual stone into the painting of flowers in the mirror and moon and water, an image will appear. There are monks from farming families who broadcast live in mirror flowers and water moon to try out all kinds of exotic herbs and meats. There are also otaku monks from the Mahist school who teach you step by step how to make a mechanical man. There are also monks from the Yin Yang school who tell fortunes online. Of course, there are more beautiful female monks from the sects on the mountain who paint or write calligraphy in the essence of water and moon. Some of the more open-minded ones can even dance with swords or something like that. Anyway, the content plate is all fancy, and the charging standards for different content are different, and are mainly determined by the other party. Some of the technical illusions are more expensive, requiring 5 low-grade spirit stones to watch for half an hour. For example, Jiang Lin once wanted to see whether the Mo Family Guy could make a Gundam. As a result, from the beginning to the end, Jiang Lin spent 2 medium-grade spirit stones, 200 low-grade spirit stones. As for the live broadcasts by beautiful monks, the price will be cheaper, but the income will not be small. I remember that an old ancestor of a sect rewarded a female monk who was live broadcasting landscape paintings with a top-grade spirit stone. The female monk's hands were shaking at the time, and the tone of her thanks for the reward was even more charming. Jiang Lin remembered that he had given a low-grade spirit stone as a reward on a whim, but his master didn't even say thank you. His master also saw him and pouted his lips in anger for most of the day, not even eating. Since then, Jiang Lin no longer dared to watch live broadcasts of beautiful women, and even some technical live broadcasts. After all, he had no money. Thinking of his master, Jiang Lin wiped his face deeply again. He thought he could spend more time with his master and make more delicious food for him this time, but why did he go into seclusion? Forget it, after all, the mirror is broken, so it's a good thing. However, if master completely enters the Jade Realm, will he regain his sanity before the injury? If he recovers, that would be a good thing. However, would master be less clingy than he is now? Would he be more distant? Jiang Lin thought about it and felt a little disappointed. In fact, master is doing pretty well the way he is now. He is carefree, innocent, and cute. Forget it, don't think too much about it, just watch the interview quickly. Coming back from the slightly sour mood, Jiang Lin spread out the mirror flower and water moon, and reluctantly threw 2 low-grade spirit stones into it. He injected the spiritual power into his fingertips, and Jiang Lin shot one finger into the essence of the water moon. The spiritual power dispersed and spread out like tadpoles and drilled into the scroll. After a few bursts of snowy TV mosaics as if there was no signal, the picture gradually became clear. A reporter from Penguin Highlights was seen holding a speaker prop that looked like a cucumber and felt like a cucumber in speaking. The interview seemed to have started for a while. Monk reporter, Senior Brother Yi, Senior Brother Zhao, I heard that Zonghao sect and Physolia sect were surrounded by the thief Jiang Kaihua alone in the secret realm, and he also seized the fragments of the Shan Hashejitu. Is this true? Yi Lianchen, ridiculous. How can I be called Feizhu Liuzon's Zhang Ghost Fire for nothing? It was Jiang Lin's sneak attack. Yes. It was him who did it. Monk reporter, Brother Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Hao, oh, it's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. Jiang Lin actually disguised himself as a woman, sneaked into my Zonghao sect, seduced my junior sister, and finally made a big mistake. Suddenly, Zhao Hao grabbed the cucumber and shouted at the camera, Jiang Lin. pervert, thief. I, Zhao Ritian, will never coexist with you. I. At hashtag let me say a few words. A hairy but pretty monkey girl, maybe because she's been single for a long time, snatched the cucumber. Jiang Lin, thank you for the banana you gave me. It's really delicious. I've never eaten such delicious bananas. Remember to come to Water Curtain Sec to find me. Jiang Lin. Did you hear that? Chen Jia's figure appeared in the picture. You must be nice to Xiao Longlong. If you dare to bully her, I will smash your chest. Jiang Lin, I will find you. No matter how far, I will find you. In the scroll, the girl with the curtain said softly. At the end of her words, Xiao Shueli stabbed the sword directly at the camera. Don't think that it's over just because you leave. Junior brother Jiang, as she spoke, Lin Xingwan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she bit her cherry lips with her pearly teeth, as if she was angry out of shame. The girl also drew her sword and pointed it at the camera. Wait until I enter the Jade Pu realm. I will definitely find you. Jiang Lin. You actually exploded to lure me out. I'm not done with you. Jiang Lin. I want justice for my senior sister. Jiang Lin, are you looking at me? I like you, come pick me Jiang Lin. You actually seduced my junior sister. I'm not done with you. Jiang Lin, only the strong can possess a beauty. Challenge me. Brother Jiang, my brother is from the noble clan. Do you want to practice purple air coming from the east with me? For a moment, the scene was chaotic. Jiang Lin quickly put away the scroll and rubbed his head. Daddy, don't be sad, I'll give you flowers. Wagging her chubby little tail, Xiaolongnu ran back from outside the door and climbed onto Jiang Lin's knees and sat on his lap, holding a morning glory in her chubby little hands. It's okay, Dad, I just want to be quiet. Xiaolongnu tilted her head to one side and blinked her eyes. Who is Jingjing? Chapter 39, For whom? For me? Humble request for collection and votes. Come, Daddy will teach Nian Nian. Nian Nian wants to read with Daddy. Aha! In front of the Shuangxufeng stone table, Jiang Lin was sitting on a stone bench holding the little dragon girl named Jiang Nian. Nianian's little tail was wagging in Jiang Lin's arms, and her big watery eyes were seriously cute. That's right, Xiaolongnu was named Jiang Nian. Originally, Jiang Lin wanted to name the boy Jiang Niandi or Jiang Shidie, to remind the little girl in his arms to remember her father's kindness when one day she wanted to kill him with a breath of dragon's breath. But if you think about it carefully, although these names are good, they also have hidden dangers, you see, Nian Dad, Shi Dad and so on. What if one day Xiaolongnu remembered that her biological father was killed by her in countless previous lives? Then wouldn't this name make her more determined to kill herself with a breath of dragon breath? So, she was called Jiang Nian. This name is good. It has no specific meaning, but it also implies that Xiaolongnu should not forget the kindness of the man who raised her with great care. Even if it means killing yourself, it would only take 1 or 2 times. There is no need to kill yourself thousands of times. That would be so tiring. Now, Jiang Lin is showing his gentle side. He wants to get along well with Xiao Nian and teach her to become a good girl who should not be bound by past grudges but strive to look forward. What Xiao Nian was holding in her hand was the collection of poems that Jiang Lin had spent an hour personally copying from his previous life, and named it, Never Forget Your Gratitude. There is green grass in front of and behind the mountains. I leave the house all day and close the door. There is green grass in front of and behind the mountains. I leave the house all day and close the door. Every time I think of my relatives in heaven, I see the old man pity his descendants. Every time I think of my relatives in heaven, I see the old man pity his descendants. Dad, what does this poem mean? It means that an old man lives alone, can't stand the loneliness, and misses his family, so he has to go out all day to the countryside to see how other old people enjoy family happiness. It also tells Xiao Nian that you must treat your dad well in the future, and don't let your dad be alone when he gets old. No, Daddy won't be alone. Nian will always be with Daddy. Xiaolongnu turned her little head, looking extremely serious. Looking at Xiao Nian's eyes, Jiang Lin's heart warmed. It was great to have a daughter, even though this girl might vomit to death. Well, Xiao Nian is the best. Come, let's continue reading. A loving mother sews clothes for her son. A loving mother sews clothes for her son. Well, very good. Keep going. Sewing tightly before leaving, fearing that you will be late returning. Before leaving, I sew my clothes tightly with a fearful look on my face. Jianglin spoke, Xiao Niannian spoke. On the Shuangzhou peak where only the two of them were, Jiang Lin's slightly vulgar voice and Xiao Niannian's pure and sweet voice slowly floated in the air, accompanied by the sound of cranes calling and the sound of a guy on the next mountain peak hammering a tree as if he was having trouble practicing martial arts. After finishing the poem, Xiao Niannian turned around in Jiang Lin's arms and looked at her father. Dad, what does this poem mean? What it means is that little Niannian needs to know about her mother's kindness. No matter where she is, her mother will always watch over her. Of course, the same goes for Daddy. Little Nian lowered her head, and her fat little tail also drooped down. What's wrong? Dad, I miss you. Little Nian, Daddy has something to tell you. Jianglin put his hands under little Nian's armpits and turned the little girl around so that she sat on his lap. Actually, little Nian, they are not little Nian's mamas, and little Nian might get angry if you call them mamas. Xiao Longnu blinked her big, watery eyes. Why isn't it Nian's mama? Why are the mamas angry? Is it because Nian is not being well behaved? No, it's mainly about Daddy. How should I put it? It's a little hard to explain. You'll understand when Nian grows up. Oh, Nian knows. Xiao Long stood on Jiang Lin's thighs with her hands on her hips, and pointed her little tail and little finger at Jiang Lin. Is it because Daddy likes another girl, so Mommy is angry? Nian, don't say that carelessly. Nian didn't say anything nonsense. When Daddy looked at that big sister, he always looked down unconsciously. Daddy must have some bad thoughts. But Daddy, it doesn't matter. As long as Daddy admits his mistake to Mommy, Mommy will definitely forgive Daddy. Little Nian gently pulled Jiang Lin's hand and held it in her arms. Her innocent eyes made Jiang Lin feel guilty for some reason. Nian, who taught you all this? Sister Fong told Nian. Fong Ruo. Jiang Lin's forehead twitched. He just went to Fong Chaochuan to discuss something and asked her to take care of Nian for an hour. How could she teach a child bad things? Nian, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go shopping, okay? Daddy will buy you some candied haws. Yeah, Daddy is the best. When she heard that there were candied haws to eat, Xiao Nian's eyes suddenly lit up, like gems that had just been polished. Okay, let's go. Jiang Lin successfully changed the topic and did not hesitate. He turned into a horse with spiritual energy and went to the central town of the Sun and Moon sect. It just so happened that he also wanted to inquire about the situation of the Dugu demon sect. After all, he still had to complete the long-term task of the system. Moreover, if I manage to destroy the Dugu demon cult, Miss Xiao will definitely be grateful to me. Then not only will my system task be completed, but Miss Xiao will also owe me a favor. If Miss Xiao really wants to kill me, she won't be able to do it. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Little Nian's eyes were shining with joy as she came to the bustling market at the center of the Sun and Moon sect for the first time. Lao Wang, come and get the candied haws. Don't poison them. They're for the children. Hey, child. The brother called. Lao Wang glanced at the pink and tender little girl in Jiang Lin's arms. You are really good, kid. I thought you just liked monkey monsters, but I didn't expect you could do anything to dragons. Get lost. Jiang Lin took the candied haws from Lao Wang's hand and gave him a low-grade spirit stone. After tasting it and feeling it was fine, he handed it to Xiao Nian. I continued walking towards the information hall. As I walked, various familiar faces came up to me. Lao Jiang, I want to buy a belly band. What are you buying? Can't you see I have a child with me? Come to me at night. Lao Jiang, your master bought a bottle of Spring Breeze from me. Please don't buy it on credit. Fuck you, my master would buy something like this? For whom? For me? Old Jiang. Are you going to scam me tonight? No, I'm going on a mission after 2 days of rest. Brother Jiang. Something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened? Just as Jiang Lin rejected one person after another, Fong Chaochuan ran over panting. Brother Fong, why are you in such a hurry? Oh, by the way, someone wants to buy a belly band. Let's go to the usual place to make the deal. No, Brother Jiang. Not what? Those people. Those sects are here to challenge you in a duel, huh? Thanks to the book friends who gave 500 starting coins to underscore, 100 starting coins to, the name is too hard to type, please forgive me, 100 starting coins to, and 100 book coins to. Chapter 40 Kill Me. I won't live anymore. Xiao Jia, where are you going again? In a large house east of Sun Moon City, which belonged to the Sun Moon sect, a girl in a white embroidered dress was about to climb over the wall when a heroic baritone voice slowly rang out from the courtyard. Father, my lord. The girl stood straight with her little head lowered. Her long hair, half tied up in a dear god bun, fell down her shoulders, smooth like a black waterfall. Her small and delicate face was pure as ever, and her long eyelashes and the eyeliner that had just been drawn added a touch of charm to this pure little face, especially the girl's long legs together. Girls always like to run outside. How could they want you like this? Go back. No. I don't want to stay at home. It's too boring. The girl mustered up the courage to resist. How long have you been at home? You went out wandering around and participated in the sect competition. And there was also Jiang Lin. You could team up with anyone else, but he was the one you chose to go on a mission with. I was very worried about you teaming up with him. What if he gets angry with you? Fortunately, you came back safely this time, otherwise I would have to tear down the Shuangju Peak. What's wrong with teaming up with him? He didn't eat our rice. Did you know that he sells belly bands at the foot of the Twin Everest peaks at night? What? Selling belly bands? Wait, why did father know that the beast Jiang Lin was selling belly bands at night? Chen Jia recalled a peony belly band she found in her father's study, and she was puzzled. Her mother liked lotus flowers, so how could there be a peony pattern? Father Chen realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and suddenly had cold sweat on his forehead, no matter what. I will never agree to let you go out. Jiang Lin has forgotten about you anyway. That's why I have to go out. Chen Jia pouted and opened her fists to face her father. Although he has forgotten me, I still remember him when he was a child. That's enough. I have to go help him. You haven't even gotten married yet. And you're turning your back on me. You actually hit me, your father, for a bastard. Father Chen was so angry that his beard was shaking. Okay. I'll just stand here and not move. Hit me if you have the guts. Come on. Beat me to death. I won't live any longer. Seeing that his daughter didn't move, Father Chen was secretly happy. As expected, a father is more important than that brat outside, but who would have thought that? At the moment when Chen's father was distracted, Chen Jia tied up her skirt, took 6 steps with her fists, and after that, with the force of thunder, she punched her old father on the chest with her small fist. A scream spread throughout the Chen family residence. Humph! Chen Jia clapped his hands and climbed over the wall as usual, but just as the girl landed from the high wall, picked up her bag and clapped her hands, and took 2 steps forward, a beautiful woman in palace clothes stood in front of the girl. Just by standing so dignifiedly, the fist force on the woman gave people an invisible pressure. Mother Longman sect, what should we do? Should we tell senior sister Lin about junior brother Jiang being besieged? No, senior sister Lin has just entered the nascent soul stage and is now in seclusion to stabilize her state. How can she be distracted? But what if something happens to junior brother Jiang? Although junior brother Jiang betrayed Longmen sect, he is still our junior brother. Why don't we ask senior brother Qin Xiao? Senior brother Qin Xiao and junior brother Jiang usually have the best relationship. Good idea, let's go find it now. Keep the change, please. Tan Zhao's voice came slowly from the sky. He put away his sword and landed on the ground. Looking at his fellow disciples and sisters, and thinking about what happened recently, Tan Xiao couldn't help but sighed. Senior sister Lin has gone down the mountain. At the foot of the Jade Maiden Mountain of Longmen sect, when the woman in a green dress bowed 3 times to the sect and was about to leave, an old man with dust-free clothes landed on the ground. Ancestors seeing the old man, Lin Xingwan bowed and saluted. Xingwan, go back. No. Xingwan won't come back. Because of Jiang Lin? The girl blushed slightly when the name in her mind was mentioned, but she still straightened her graceful body and looked directly at the founder of the Longmen sect. Yes. He is a member of the demon cult. He is my junior fellow apprentice. He treats you as his senior sister, and you just treat him as your junior brother. When senior sister, my name is Jiang Lin. He, senior sister, your clothes are too big. No, your clothes are too long. Forget it. Sister Lin, eat. Man is iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. Sister, don't be angry with Master. Master is worried that you will be too obsessed with cultivation to get married, so he is looking for a partner for you. Hey, senior sister, please don't hit me. Senior sister, come and try the big sausage I just grilled. Let me tell you. This kind of thing is very difficult to make. Sausage? Not sausage, but sausage. Come and try my big sausage. Senior sister Lin. Do you know? I declare. You. Ah. The girl's mind was filled with memories of the past. She had already said of course, but she couldn't say the last of course. Sword cultivators cultivate their hearts as well as their swords. The heart comes before the sword. If you don't even understand your own mind, how can you become a true sword cultivator? How can you resist the monster tribes in the wilderness in the future? The old man waved his dustpan, and the girl's hands holding the sword slowly loosened, and her consciousness gradually disappeared. When the girl was about to fall to the ground, a woman whose age was unknown but still as young as ever quietly appeared and hugged her. Hey, honey, what do you think of the chicken soup for the soul I just made? Isn't it very expert-like? When the old man saw his wife, his eyes narrowed with a smile, like a pastoral dog. Hurry up and go to the Sun Moon sect. If anything happens to Jiang Lin, Xingwan's heart will be damaged. See if you can come back. Just stay out there and study foreign languages for the rest of your life. Sister Jianling, let me out. Jiang Lin is in danger. No. Shueli, you just entered the Dragon Gate realm from the mysterious secret realm, and you were also affected by the storm that caused the secret realm to collapse. Your realm is extremely unstable. If you don't regulate your breathing, it may even hurt the root of the great Tao. You absolutely cannot go. But Jiang Lin him. No buts. Shueli. You have your mission. Have you forgotten the revenge of exterminating your family? Also, do you really not trust Jiang Lin? The girl gritted her teeth and lowered her head, her nails digging into her flesh. I'm sorry, Sister Jianling, I still want. Before the girl could finish her words, the sword spirit that was blocking the girl's sword flew across the girl's eyebrows, and the already weak Xiao Shueli slowly lost consciousness. Sydney, I'm sorry. When the girl opened her eyes again, the sword spirit temporarily took control of the girl's body. At the same time, two men strode into the largest restaurant of the Sun and Moon sect. On top of one of the men, a cute little dragon girl was lying. Dad, what is this place? Little Nian Nian wagged her tail and asked in a soft voice. Ahem, cough, kid, don't ask too many questions. Jiang Lin gently touched the girl's long silver hair, and a huge dollar appeared in his eyes. Chapter 41 It's like New Year's Day, Chapter 41 It's like Chinese New Year in the dim room, a dozen people gathered around a round table. In the center of the table was a thick and large candle. Next to the candle was a cute little dragon girl. Little dragon girl sat beside the candle with her short legs spread out, blinking her eyes at the dancing flame, her chubby little tail wagging on the table. Perhaps she was a little tired of watching, so Xiaolongna thought about it while holding her finger in her mouth. A light bulb lit up next to her little head. Xiaolongna took the candle in her hand and wanted to give it to her father, but her father just touched her head and asked her to put it back. Dad doesn't play with me. Sitting on the table with her little head drooped, Xiao Nian felt a little aggrieved, but when Jiang Lin put a pile of snacks in front of Xiao Nian, Daddy became the best daddy again. Brother Jiang, is what you said true? The dim candlelight reflected the faces of nearly 10 people. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes. Of course it's true. But brother Jiang, it's not that we don't trust you. This business is quite big. A big eagle monster stretched out its claws and touched its pointed chin, falling into deep thought. Brother Diao, I'm telling you that the villain market is not doing well right now. If you don't do a big deal now, when will you do it? Besides, doesn't Brother Diao like the owl on the Lingqin Peak next door? As long as you do this deal, you will be rich. With money, you can be more confident to be a licking bird. What licking bird? Who would want to be a licking bird if they don't really like it? Alright, Xiao Diao, don't be anxious. What Brother Jiang said does make sense. The muscular man with 8-pack abs pressed down his wings. Brother Jiang, your plan is indeed very tempting. It's not that we don't believe you. Although you entered the sea-watching realm when you were just 18 years old, you were still only in the sea-watching realm. To be honest with you all, killing enemies across borders has always been something I, Jiang Lin, am good at. A bald guy rolled his eyes at Jiang Lin and said, "Do you think these are the stories written by novelists and monks?" Well, it's up to you whether you do it or not. Jiang Lin's tone suddenly became serious. I invited you all because we have been partners for so many years. If you don't even make money, you are unworthy of being a member of the demon cult. And after this is done, I, Jiang Lin, will pay for 20% off for all of you when you buy belly bands in the future. Alright. Let's do it. I believe Brother Jiang won't lie to me. Fang Chaochuan slapped the table hard, and Xiaolong knows little but was shaken so much that it left the table and fell off again. I'll do it too. Just do it. Fuck. 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 Suddenly, around the round table, a group of people started clapping their hands on the table and laughing. Xiaolong Nu's eyes narrowed into two crescent shapes in joy. Good fun, what the hell? Can't you see there are children here? Be civilized. Be civilized. We are all educated members of the demon cult. Jiang Lin picked up Xiao Nian Nian. Okay, let's act according to the plan. I'm going to go and recuperate first, and I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry, leave it to us. If it's really as Brother Jiang said, don't worry about showing your divine power in front of people tomorrow. We are here with you. Well, good, in that case, goodbye everyone. Putting Xiaolong Nu on his head, Jiang Lin bowed and left the dim room first. By the way, don't save candles in the future. Lighting a few more will make it too dim and bad for your eyes. Daddy, why do those uncles look so excited? What is gone? On the way back to Shuangzhou Peak, Xiao Nian Nian, who was lying on Jiang Lin's head, asked puzzledly. You don't have to understand this, little Nian Nian. Let's go home and eat. He increased the speed of flying the sword and soon returned to the twin Everest peaks. After lunch, since little Nian Nian liked Jiang Lin's natal flying sword very much, Jiang Lin sealed the sharp blade of Chushua and gave it to Nian Nian, letting her go and play. Jiang Lin sat on the stone table, holding a brush made of feathers picked up from the Lingqin Peak next door, and began to calculate how many spirit stones he could earn from this order. As he was counting, Jiang Lin wiped his mouth and his eyes became funny shapes. He blinked his eyes and looked at the insect on the branch. Then he opened his chubby mouth and ate it in one bite. Then he turned his head and looked at his father. I don't know why, but sometimes I feel so disgusting. Dude, have you heard? The 6 major sects are coming to besiege our Sun Moon sect. Eh? Aren't you only looking for Brother Jiang? It's okay. People often come to seek revenge. Just stay hidden. Can they really rush in? Brother Jiang, you are such a fool. How come Master is so beautiful, so she became a flower thief? Old Chu, you don't understand. How can domestic flowers smell as good as wild flowers? No. Hey, listen to me. Brother Jiang will face the enemy alone tomorrow. What? Come on, shopkeepers, serve everyone here a bowl of plain noodles, and the bill will be on me, Diaoda. Hey, Diaoda, did you catch that owl? Why are you so generous? I didn't catch Xiaohua, but my brother Jiang Lin will fight against the 6 major sects alone tomorrow. What? Is Jiang crazy? His master wouldn't run away with another man, right? Why is he so upset? In order to wish my son Moon Sec Jian Lin a successful start tomorrow, I declare that today, Chunfeng Tower's one-stop service will be 20% off. The shopkeeper is mighty. The shopkeeper is awesome. Shopkeeper, would you like to ask Miss Woody to dance a song to celebrate? No problem, let Woody dance for everyone today. Shopkeeper, a girl gently pulled the corner of her clothes from behind. Wu Dai, it's okay, just dance for a while. No, the girl named Woody bit her lip. Is Mr. Jiang really a flower thief? In less than an hour and a half, all the major casinos and restaurants of the Sun Moon sect were open for business. It's open, by now. Those who want to bet on Jiang Lin's all wins will be on this side, those who want to bet on all losses will be on this side, and those who want to bet on the score, please come to my side. Jiang Lin is such a brave boy. And he is also a member of my demon sect. I have decided that if I bet on Jiang Lin with 10 mid-grade spirit stones, I will lose everything. I support Jiang Lin. I'll bet on Jiang Lin to win with 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Brother Jiang, they don't believe you, but I do. I bet on Jiang Lin to win twice. By the way, buddy, how many games will we play tomorrow? Didn't I tell you? Brother Jiang will fight them all by himself. Oh, what's wrong? No, boss, look, can I open a question about whether Jiang Lin can come back alive? I think it's okay. In less than an afternoon of hype and preparation, the news of Jiang Lin's solo battle against the 6 major sects spread throughout the sect. All major restaurants and shops in the Sun Moon sect were decorated with lights and offered discounts to customers. It's like the new year, please vote. Chapter 42. Who is it? Saying I'm handsome, early in the morning, on the top of the Twin Everest Mountains, in a small thatched hut whose roof had just been repaired last night, Jiang Lin was lying on the bed in V shape, and a little dragon girl was curled up holding her little tail and lying on her side on Jiang Lin's chest, perhaps thinking of something delicious. Xiao Longnu's saliva flowed down. She raised her head and licked Jiang Lin's chin with her little tongue. Jiang Lin, feeling itchy, slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the clock he made with his spiritual power. The hour hand had pointed to 8 o'clock. After rubbing little Nian Nian's head for 10 minutes, Jiang Lin was satisfied and took Nian Nian off his body and put her on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Daddy, maybe she felt that the warm mattress under her had been replaced. Xiao Longnu sat up, rubbed her eyes with her cute little fists, and her 2 short-legged ducks sat on the bed, with a little tail lying on the side as if she was still half asleep. Nian Nian can continue to sleep. Sister Fong will come to take care of Nian Nian later. Daddy will be back later today. No, Nian Nian wants to go with Daddy. This Nian Nian is good, I'm afraid it won't work today. Although Jiang Lin also wanted Xiao Nian Nian to see his handsome and dignified side in front of others so as to enhance his glorious image in Xiao Nian Nian's heart, he thought that this might teach the child bad habits and was not good. No, Nian Nian, don't be separated from Daddy. For a moment, tears seemed to well up in little Nian Nian's big, watery eyes. Her small mouth was slightly flattened, and her silver hair was drooping listlessly. Her adorable and reluctant look almost broke down Jiang Lin's defenses. This is too foul. Jiang Lin decided that when he has a Taoist partner, he will definitely have a girl. Wrong, give birth to a litter of girls. Nian Nian, look, what a big candied hawse. Where's the daddy? Jiang Lin gently used his spiritual power to stimulate the little girl's sleep points. Soon, Xiao Nian Nian's eyelids began to twitch, and in less than 30 seconds, she fell forward. Jiang Lin gently hugged Xiao Nian Nian, covered her with a quilt, and walked out of the hut with a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that Xiao Jianglin has such a gentle side. After taking a few steps, Fang Ruo, one of the elders of the Sun Moon Sect's mission hall, slowly descended. Jiang Lin raised his head, but all he could see was a sea of stars. Sister Fang, I'll leave Nian Nian in your care. Don't worry, I'm very good at taking care of children. It would be fine as long as Sister Fang doesn't teach Nian Nian any weird things anymore. That's not something strange. I'm just teaching Nian Nian some common sense as a girl. She should always keep an eye on boys. Is this the reason why Sister Fang doesn't have a Taoist partner yet? As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, a murderous aura spread from Fang Ruo's surroundings. She looked at Jiang Lin kindly. Little Jiang Lin, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly, can you say it again? I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Wait. From behind Jiang Lin, a small scarecrow was thrown over. This is a magic weapon made from my hair. It can block fatal blows below the nascent soul stage. Although I don't know why you are looking for death, you must not die, otherwise if you and I comes out of seclusion, she will make a big fuss. Looking at the scarecrow in his hand, especially one made from her hair, Jiang Lin felt a creepy feeling when holding it in his hand for some reason. Sister Fawn, don't say thank you, it's embarrassing. No. Jiang Lin looked left and right at the scarecrow in his hand. Do you lose your hair every day? Boom, a loud bang echoed from the top of Twin Everest peaks, and a black shadow fell from the sky and plunged straight into the soil near the bottom of the mountain. At the same time, outside the Sun-Moon sect's protective formation, 7 or 8 elders of the Sun-Moon sect were already hovering in the air and sitting down. Similarly, the elders from the 8 major sects who had escorted their disciples were also resting their eyes. Generally speaking, as long as the elders do not intervene, the younger generation can fight and quarrel as much as they want, and their own life and death are their own responsibility. After all, the path to becoming an immortal is not so smooth, and who has not experienced a few life and death battles? In the huge open space, each of the cultivators in the 5 realms, below the cave mansion realm, of the Sun and Moon sect came over with a chair, while the cultivators above the cave mansion realm could fly, and they all formed the main battlefield in the air. The disciples of the 8 major sects and the disciples of the Sun-Moon sect stood on opposite sides. The expressions of the young disciples of the 8 major sects looked extremely serious. In contrast, the disciples of the Sun-Moon sect had already started selling melon seeds and rice wine in the front row. There were even some sentimental people in the Sun and Moon sect who started to recite a good poem, causing the female disciples from the 8 major sects to blush. An unknown monk held a sword in his hand and turned to look at his junior sister. Junior sister, what's so good about liking a man like Jiang Lin? Now he hasn't come yet, he must have run away. Sister A clasped her hands in front of her chest, as if praying, no, brother, Master Jiang is definitely not that kind of person. He is so handsome, he will definitely not run away. Even if it is for me, he will definitely come. Looking at the peach blossom eyes of his beloved junior sister, Monk A's heart trembled and he felt that his spiritual heart was damaged. Senior sister. When Jiang Lin arrives, I will kill him. Okay, get out of the way, you're blocking me, I see a handsome guy. Sister, why do I feel that the demon sect monks are all very handsome? Look at that big eagle, his hair is so lush and he has such a unique personality. I think so too. That bald guy also looks very strong. Senior sister Luohua looked at the big bald head reflecting the light and swallowed. Time was getting longer and longer. In midair, she was cracking melon seeds while admiring the handsome guy from the demon cult. Finally, when they were high in the sky that day, Zhao Hao, the chief of the Hao sect, could not help it. Yijiang Kaihua thief. Do you dare to fight me? Where is Jiang Lin? Didn't that flower thief say we would have a fight today? Where is he? Listening to the voices of various female monks around him, Yi Liangchen couldn't help it. He floated forward in the air and pinched his bangs that were gelled with hairspray on his forehead. I think Jiang Lin ran away? What a coward! A man also stepped forward to challenge. Where is Jiang Lin? Come out. For Fairy Lin. Jiang Lin, let's fight to the death. Since you have the guts to treat me to a banana, then come out if you have the guts. Jiang Lin. You have to be responsible for me. Jiang Lin. Why are you so handsome? Why do you disturb my mind? The scene was in chaos for a while, and just as the sun rose 1 degree higher, suddenly, with a loud bang in the sky, a man in white clothes with long flowing hair appeared on the scene holding a sword behind his back. The man in white left them with a tall and slender back. Who is it? You're saying I'm handsome? Chapter 43, The ruins covered the hills. Chapter 43, The ruins on the hill. She was dressed in white, with long hair fluttering in the breeze. She had a slender and upright figure, and was holding a long sword made of transparent ice and snow in her hand. Jiang Lin raised his head at a 45-degree angle and sighed softly, a feeling of loneliness and nobleness coming over him. The scene fell into silence for a while, and many female monks' eyes lit up. Why is such a handsome and charming man a flower thief? Can't I occupy his heart? With his back to the 6 famous families and his head raised, Jiang Lin, who still felt a little sore in the neck, said in a deep voice, Who said I'm handsome? At this moment, the famous fairy covered her mouth. Obviously this line is so naive and non-mainstream, But why can this man mess up his own mind? However, as soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, just handsome for 2 seconds. Fuck, Jiang Lin, you're finally here, let's have a good fight. Diao De walked up and patted Jiang Lin's shoulder with his paw. Brother Jiang. My wife has already bet on it, so we have to win 3 games no matter what. Brother Jiang, don't listen to him. Money is nothing. Life is more important. Let's just admit defeat. Today, Brother Wang will take you to Chunfeng Tower to watch Miss Woody dance. Jiang Lin, come here, eat a bun and have a good fight. Don't worry, I promise there is no poison in the bun. Get lost, I just saw you flirting with the buns. A buddy pushed him aside and said, come here, Jiang Lin, I'll rub your shoulders. You must fight hard later. All of a sudden, the demon sect monks standing on Jiang Lin's side came up one after another, bringing him water, breakfast, shoulder and leg massages, and even combing his hair. Jiang Lin sat on the flying sword like an emperor. At this moment, Feng Chaochuan pushed aside a guy who was hammering his shoulder and whispered, everything is ready. Jiang Lin raised his lips slightly. What are the odds? 1 to 100. Why does it feel lower than I thought? Well, besides the few of us who bet on you, Brother Jiang, to win, Madame Chen has also left the table, and Elder Feng Ruo from the mission hall has also bet quite a bit, especially Miss Woody from the Spring Breeze Pavilion, who seems to have bet her entire fortune. Jiang Lin shook his head. Sister Feng Ruo simply has too much money to spend. She is over 100 years old and doesn't know how to save a dowry for herself. Madame Chen should be pressuring me for the sake of her daughter and son. But what about Miss Woody? Am I familiar with her? Who cares? The odds are pretty good right now. Brother Jiang, you have to play hard. My wife and my sister's dowry are all in this bet. If I lose, I'll be furious. Don't worry, Brother Feng. After this battle, we'll go to Chunfeng Tower together to have some meat. From now on, we'll step onto the ladder of adulthood. Stop dilly-dallying, Jiang Yin, you thief. Hurry up and come out to fight. Zhao Hao will kill you today. Jiang Lin. Fight with me now. No. Senior brother. Please let me go first. I've put up with him for so long. I'm going to lose my temper. On the other hand, the young talents from the 6 major sects couldn't stand it anymore. This guy is too pretentious. Timo. He is also trying to be cool. Why is he so handsome? On the Sun and Moon sect side, Jiang Lin's whole body trembled. He slowly stood up and stepped forward in the air, like the first snow made of ice and snow emitting white chill in the summer. System, are there any tasks? I'm going to start showing off. Jiang Lin used his mind to talk to the system, and then he saw a few waves appear in his mind, along with the chirping sound of a black and white TV when there was no signal. Bite a clear and crisp sound echoed in Jiang Lin's heart. Since the host finally had an epiphany and took the initiative to embark on a journey to become a villain, seeking death, the mission is triggered. Mission, one of the essences of a villain is to show off one's prowess in front of others. Fighting against the 6 major sects is the starting point for the host to become a villain, and it is also the time to become famous. Please trample on the dignity of the opponent in this competition and make them deeply despair. Task reward, a high-quality imitation mask, not detectable unless you are at the immortal realm or above. When the system finished speaking, Jiang Lin shook his long hair, narrowed his eyes, tilted his head slightly to one side, and raised his sword in front of him. I, Jiang Lin, will stop here. Who of you will be the first to die? Oh my god. That's so cool. Why does this man look so bad, but so handsome? Senior sister, it's not my junior sister, that's unfair. My junior sister went first. No junior sister. Let senior sister come first. No, senior sister, please wipe your saliva first. I can't stand it anymore. How dare you challenge all of us alone? You are so arrogant. I will never accept this. Tai Longpu, a military strategist from the Juejia sect, stepped forward with an imposing manner. Come on, Brother Tai. Brother, you are the fattest. Brother Tai, don't hit him in the face. If you dare to hit Master Jiang in the face, I will never let you go. Brother Jiang, admit defeat. Don't listen to him. Finish this round before admitting defeat. What the hell, Brother Jiang wants to fight Zhao Ritian and Yi Liangchen before admitting defeat. Jiang Lin, die slowly. When the two men faced off, shouts came from both sides, just like a World Cup gambler, referring to the author, staring at the game score in front of the TV. This time, almost 2/3 of the people in the Sun and Moon sect participated in the gambling game set up by Jiang Lin. Some of them bet on how many wins Jiang Lin would win, and some bet on whether Jiang Lin would be able to come back alive, but these are not the most important. The most important thing is whether Jiang Lin wins completely. Except for Jiang Lin and a few others, basically no one bought it. It also had the highest odds. Are you kidding? I've eaten too much and have nothing to do, so why don't I spend more time with Shanyan Yan to fight against these grown men? Today, I, Jiang Lin, will let them know what it means to be a gambling saint who has both resurrection coins and real strength. Hee, little Nian Nian, wait for daddy to make money and come back to buy you some candy. Jiang Lin, with a funny look in his eyes, wiped his saliva and said seriously, you can fight with me, just like I agreed with you before, at least 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Humph. Just 10 spirit stones. According to the rules agreed upon in advance, Talangpu kept his cultivation level at the Guanhai realm, then he took out 10 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and threw them to Jiang Lin. Just as Jiang Lin took the spirit stones with his eyes shining and smiling, the other party shamelessly swung a sword at him. Fuck. Shameless. You kid actually attacked by surprise. Why do you look like a member of a cult? All of a sudden, the guys from the Sun and Moon sect were in an uproar, and just when the sword was about to cut Jiang Lin's throat, suddenly, a scream filled the air. A little did they know that the first snow in Jiang Lin's hand had already exploded into several ice spikes in the distance. Chapter 44, Match Fix. Return the money. Return the money. Fellow Taoist. Brother Tay. Brother Tay. The long sword in his hand slowly fell from Talangpu's hand, a scream resounded through the sky, and blood flew high into the sky. Talung covered his anus with his hands, his body went limp, and he fell straight down. In the air, one could see blood spurting out of his anus like a fountain. Wave. A male monk flew up and caught Talangpu from the air. The two grown men spun in the air for who knows how many times before they stopped. Brother, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I won't be able to practice purple chi coming with you in the short term. No. Langpu, what nonsense are you talking about? It will be fine. It will be fine. Talangpu shook his head. Brother, who is more handsome between me and Jiang Lin? Need I say that? Of course Jiang Lin is more handsome. Well, Longpu. What's wrong with you? Longpu. 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 The man's miserable screams resounded through the sky again. He placed his junior brother face down on the ground and roared towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin. How dare you hurt my junior brother? I want you to sacrifice your chrysanthemum. The man took out a small iron ball, and with the help of spiritual power, the iron ball suddenly wrapped around the man. The next moment, the man was wearing silver armor. The weapons of military practitioners are usually armor pills, which are a bit like warriors, mainly relying on physical close combat, but military practitioners also cultivate spiritual power. The man who transformed into iron armor Xiaobao threw left hooks, right hooks, up and down, left and right, baba baba, and every punch and kick was mixed with a purple aura. Jiang Lin took on the blow after blow. Although both of them were at Guanhai realm, the other party seemed to be much more solid than him. And if Jiang Lin guessed correctly, the other party must also be at the fourth realm of martial artist. Boom! Tiejia Xiaobao kicked Jiang Lin, who flew dozens of meters away, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He stood up with difficulty in the air, and Jiang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Diaode, hey, Wu Ko, what do you think Jiang Lin is doing? He is a warrior after all, what is he resisting? Wu Ku, I don't know. Do you think Jiang Lin is deliberately trying to trick us? Fang Chaochuan, Shu, don't talk. How can we guess what Brother Jiang is doing? Jiang Lin. Bring me the chrysanthemums. Suddenly, Tiejia Xiaobao roared, and the gaps in his armor suddenly glowed with light. The man clasped his hands together and raised them above his head, turning into a poisonous dragon and drilling towards Jiang Lin. Even if I, Jiang Lin, use up my last breath, I will not fall down here. Jiang Lin also raised his sword. Sun, give me strength. The sun was high in the sky, shining brightly, and golden rays of light were poured into Jiang Lin's sword. Salted fish stab. Jiang Lin let out a long fart, and the exhaust from a jet fighter propelled Jiang Lin towards the poisonous dragon. The output depends entirely on roaring, and the impact of spiritual power spreads out with the drill bit of the poisonous dragon drill and Jiang Lin's sharp sword as the center point. Jiang Lin. Kitami I. The passionate battle reached everyone's heart, and both sides couldn't help but shout out their names. Bang! After an explosion, the spiritual power dissipated, and Ji Taimei fell straight down from the sky and hit the ground. In the air, Jiang Lin's long hair was still fluttering, and the blood at the corner of his mouth showed his detachment. Jiang Lin took the wine pot thrown by Fang Chaochuan, drank a big gulp, and said lightly, "Who else?" "Wow, so cool. Jiang Lin, you are so manly." "What does man mean?" "I don't know, just shout." "Jiang Lin. You're so manly." For a while, the Sun Moon sect became restless, especially the majority of people who won money. They were so happy that it felt like they had cheated on other people's Taoist partners. "Jiang Lin, you pervert, stop being so arrogant. Remember to pay." Snort. A cultivator threw 10 medium-grade spirit stones into the air like coins, and Jiang Lin instantly put them into his storage bag in an instant. In midair, there was another spark-like confrontation. Jiang Lin looked obviously injured, but he was still evenly matched with his opponent. In the end, they fought each other with another big move. Although Jiang Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, he still stood in the air again. "I'm injured, but I will never back down. Since I, Jiang Lin, have said that I will challenge all of you, then I, Jiang Lin, will keep my word. However, the next person who challenges me must give me 10 more spirit stones each time, otherwise, I will never accept the challenge." Jiang Lin, with a pale face, covered his chest and said weakly, "At this time, Diao de, Wu Ku and others finally understood why Jiang Lin always had several flaws but never took action, and even tried to withstand the opponent's ultimate move. It turned out that this guy wanted to catch more fish. Moreover, it seemed that Jiang Lin had said before that he wanted to find a pure martial artist to learn boxing. Could it be that this guy was using them to train his own physique, but is there really such a way to train? This is almost like dying, right? After another 4 people passed by, Jiang Lin was still standing, but he looked exhausted. Bang! Jiang Lin. Brother Jiang. Mr. Jiang, don't. There was another loud bang, and Jiang Lin's buddy was knocked down from the sky to the ground. In this last collision, when everyone thought that Jiang Lin, who was exhausted, was sure to die, they heard a ding sound, as crisp as a copper coin falling on the marble floor. At the dust settled, Jiang Lin stood with his sword in front of him, his hand covering his chest, and spurted out a mouthful of thick tomato juice. This boy is so terrifying. For a moment, the elders on both sides who were guarding the battlefield took a deep breath, and even some elders from the sects felt sympathy and wanted to persuade Jiang Lin to join their sect. Such a character. Such perseverance. Such persistence, it is simply an essential quality for practicing Taoism. Isn't there anyone who can fight? Jiang Lin held the sword in front of him, and a huge dollar appeared in his eyes. Jiang Lin's voice was like a thorn that pierced through the enemy's heart, and similarly, pierced through the hearts of his teammates. Jiang Lin has won 8 games in a row without him noticing. Did anyone bet on Jiang Lin's 8 consecutive wins? No, that means he lost the bet. There were even many Sun Moon cult brothers who knelt on the ground and cried loudly, cursing at each other with snot running down their noses. What's going on with you 6 major sects? I've lost my wife, is it so difficult for you to win once? The match is fake. Return the money. Return the money. Jiang Lin. You are shameless. You must have colluded with them. Brother Jiang, do you need a warm bed? Lend me some spiritual stones to report back. I'm going to kneel on the washboard. The howling from the Sun Moon sect was getting louder and louder, causing the 6 major sects to curse and cry. Similarly, the 6 major sects also shed tears silently in their hearts when they saw Jiang Lin standing with a sword in his hand. Chapter 45, I won't leave any for you. On the battlefield, some were silent and some were crying, and in the center, a man slowly rose into the air, still standing with his sword looking at Jiang Lin, whose body was stained with a little dust and tomato juice. He was like a god of war in white, with still long fluttering hair, and his eyes were still so detached and cold. And now there was even a bit of invincible loneliness. On the Sun Moon sect side, almost everyone lost money. They cried and cursed Jiang Lin, while denouncing the 6 major sects for being too weak. Although you are not the strongest sects in Wutong province, the 6 of you are at least in the middle of the pack in Wutong province, but how can you be so weak? You can't even deal with a cultivator who has just reached the Guanhai realm. How do you usually practice? Do you carry rice every day? On the other side, hearing the voices of those demonic sect members from the Sun and Moon sect expressing their disappointment in their efforts, almost all the cultivators lowered their heads. No one lowered their heads, and all looked at Jiang Lin with peach blossoms in their eyes. Similarly, the elders from the 6 major sects who escorted the group also sighed softly. How could this happen? Although the title of 6 great sects was added by myself temporarily, it is not the best in Wutong province, and is at the middle level. The level of my sect is not weak, and it is about the same as the Sun and Moon sect, although the disciples who came this time were all the youngest generation, except for Yi Liangchen and Zhao Hao, who were sent out from Faizulia sect and Zhonghao sect. No other sects had sent out their strongest men, but these young people are the future of the sect. They are the best of the younger generation in the sect. And I heard that Jiang Lin from other families is not even 20 years old. Although age and realm cannot be completely linked, there are many cultivators who entered the nascent soul realm before the age of 50, but didn't they remain in the nascent soul realm for the last few hundred years? Some entered the Dragon Gate realm after a few hundred years, but they were late bloomers, and in the later period, they exerted their strength madly, and there were also many cultivators who squeezed into the Jade Pu realm in 100 years, but even if there is a gap, it is too big. I'm so angry. Finally, an elder from the Juejia sect couldn't bear it any longer. He floated to the front of the formation and pointed at his sect's disciples and cursed them. Look at Jiang Lin from the demon sect. Even if he likes to pick flowers, he is very talented. And look at you. All you do is watch the live broadcast of the fairy who is so charming all day long. You don't know how to practice well. You are simply the worst class I have ever taught. The elder of the Juejia sect was unable to suppress his own voice, which spread to everyone's ears. Not only were the disciples of the Juejia sect so ashamed that they almost lowered their heads to their crotches, but the people from other sects also felt as if their faces were burning. All right, don't go too far. They are all children, and this can be considered as one of the trials of their monastic journey. However, they do lack experience. After returning this time, I have to revise my education methods. An elder with alpaca hairdo from Faizulia sect walked up and patted the shoulder of the elder from Juejia sect with a smile. You're right. Brother Jiang Lin wins this time. Let's go back and stop embarrassing ourselves. Elder Gondi of Zhonghao sect stepped forward and tried to persuade them, but he was actually very happy. Fortunately, Zhao Hao did not play, and only some young disciples lost. Otherwise, if his senior brother also lost, he would be so embarrassed. It would be better for him to run away quickly. In the center of the battlefield, Jiang Lin suddenly panicked when he heard that they seemed to be leaving now? No. How can this be possible? The wool is not yet cleaned up. The next round is 9 medium-grade spirit stones, and the next round is high-grade spirit stones, and most importantly, his system's mission has not been completed yet. On the task completion bar of humiliating major sects, Jiang Lin would add some points after each battle. After 8 battles, there was still more than 30% left, which meant that the intensity of his taunting was not enough. If they leave, wouldn't it mean that I have worked in vain? And what if the mission fails? Will there be any punishment? The more Jiang Lin thought about it, the worse it felt. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Suddenly, Jiang Lin covered his chest with his hands, and a large mouthful of tomato juice spurted out. However, when half of it spurted out, Jiang Lin found that the tomato juice he brought seemed not enough, so he simply pressed it on his chest and secretly slapped himself. Puff blood gushed out of Jiang Lin's mouth like a fountain. On the scene, everyone looked towards Jiang Lin. Ha 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 ha. After spitting out blood, Jiang Lin wiped his mouth fiercely and laughed loudly towards the sky. People laugh at me for being too rich, I laugh at people for being too closed-minded. He raised Chushua and pointed at everyone. In Jiang Lin's eyes, there was loneliness, invincibility, ridicule, and coldness. What 6 major sects? They are all losers. I, Jiang Lin, am still here. Although the oil lamp is about to run out and my body is covered with wounds, I, Jiang Lin, have never retreated. You dare not even challenge me? Is this the courage of a famous and upright sect? You can sit at the same table with Liang Fifan tonight. Since you are so cowardly, why do you still want to cultivate the way of Jill? It is better for you to follow my magic sect, the pig man. When Jiang Lin mentioned his name, the pig demon who had lost all his private money wiped his tears and walked forward. Although he didn't know why he walked forward, Jiang Lin put his arm around the pig demon's shoulders, held up Chushui and shouted to them, "You 6 major sects should just stop practicing and learn how to take care of sows after childbirth from my pig brother, Jijibo." Jiang Lin gave Jijibo a medium-grade spirit stone and tried to look at him. Jijibo immediately understood, pulled up his underwear, took a step forward and shouted, "You are as cowardly as mice. I, Brother Jiang, have defeated you today. One day in the future, I, Brother Jiang, will personally go to your 6 major sects to pick flowers, from the youngest to the oldest, 8 years old. Even if you are a bitch demon, I will not leave you any chance. All fairies from famous and upright families will become my brother Jiang's." The more Jiang Lin listened, the more he felt something was not right. Before Jijibo could finish his words, Jiang Lin kicked him away. "Ahem, the price of pork has gone up recently, and I'm a little unhappy. Please forgive me." Jiang Lin bowed, but the next moment, when Jiang Lin stood up, with Jiang Lin as the center, the sword energy of Chushui in Jiang Lin's hand rushed directly towards everyone like ice mist. When a sword cultivator releases sword energy towards his opponent without any scruples, this is already the biggest provocation. "You guys, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Before Jiang Lin finished speaking, the 6 major sects disciples fell down one after another, spitting blood. "Senior brother. Junior brother. Brother Zhang." Jiang Lin's voice reached everyone's heart, and some young people with unstable Taoism vomited blood and fell into a coma. "Senior sister. Junior sister." Similarly, many female monks collapsed one after another. "Sister, please don't be angry. I will go and take his head." "No. Junior brother." A senior sister stopped him. "Please don't worry about me, senior sister. For you, I would rather betray the world." "No, it's not like that." Senior sister shook her head, her eyes flickering. Just now when Mr. Jiang said that, he was so handsome. Chapter 46. Don't try to disturb my mind. Facing Jiang Lin's provocation, people from the 6 major sects kept vomiting blood and falling down, but no one accepted the challenge. "Just kidding, if you fight again, it will be 90 medium-grade spirit stones, and if you fight again, it will be 1 high-grade spirit stone. 1 medium-grade spirit stone is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 high-grade spirit stone is worth 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Even if you have money, you won't give it to others like this." As for the Sun and Moon sect, since it was basically impossible for them to win any money, they all taunted the other side on Jiang Lin's behalf. After this gambling game, Jiang Lin would definitely make a fortune and maybe even get some dividends. For a moment, the scene was chaotic, just like the northwest of Shanxi. If the elders from both sides were not still present, they would probably have fought. Now the only confrontation they could play out was, "Why are you looking at me? Why am I looking at you? You try to look at me? Try it, then I'll try." However, what made Jiang Lin happy was that the degree of completion in the task completion slot kept rising. Finally, under the quarrel between the two sides and Jiang Lin's previous extreme ridicule, the task was finally completed. But it's done, it's done. It's not a good thing to just watch it like this. It's very uncomfortable not to earn spirit stones. Just as the two sides were spitting at each other, Jiang Lin suddenly had an idea and used his heart to transmit a message to Yi Liangchen, who was holding the sword tightly but struggling on the opposite side. Things like transmitting sound through the heart lake are rather elusive, unless you were a big shot in the Jade Pu realm, or a cultivator of the Yin Yang school who specializes in cultivating the human heart. Otherwise you can only sense that the other party is communicating, but you don't know what the other party is communicating. As for why, don't ask. The next question is about the settings. Brother Yi, I have a deal, do you want to do it? Jiang Lin? Yi Liangchen was startled and looked at Jiang Lin, but Jiang Lin was still looking up at the clouds at a 45-degree angle. Realizing that Yi Liangchen from his sect was conversing with Jiang Lin in his heart, Elder Chanama of the Physilia sect couldn't help but frown and wanted to stop them. After all, although the Sun and Moon sect does not kill innocent people indiscriminately, It is famous among the Wutanzu demon sects for its psychological warfare. And Jiang Lin is obviously a person who is good at psychological warfare. It would be terrible if Liangchen was possessed by this psychological demon, but just when this Chanama elder was about to pat Yi Liangchen on the shoulder, the elder of the Jujia sect grabbed his hand. Brother Yang? Brother Nima, this is a good experience for Liangchen. If the situation gets bad, it won't be too late to interrupt it. Elder Chuangnama thought about it, nodded and retracted his hand. Jiang Kaihua thief. You are transmitting messages to me through your heart. Don't even think about disturbing my mind. No, brother Liangchen, just as I said, do you want to do business with me? Mutual benefit and win-win. Doing business with the demon cult? Ha! Even if I, Yi Liangchen, fall down from here, even if I, Yi Liangchen, starve to death, I will not associate with you. That's really a pity. In the lake of his heart, Jiang Lin sighed. Originally, I wanted brother Liangchen to be the focus of all sects in Wutong province, and the object of thousands of girls. When he went out, fairies would send him flowers, and his random poetry would make the young female monks blush. His fellow sisters would admire brother Liangchen even more. But brother Liangchen was so determined. I'm sorry for disturbing him. Etc. Just when Jiang Lin was about to cut off the ripples in his heart, Yi Liangchen spoke up to try to keep him. I would like to hear more details. In the sky above the Sun-Moon sect's protective magic circle, the verbal abuse continued, but it was obvious that the Sun-Moon sect's monks, as a demon sect, had stronger skills. After all, the cultural differences were, and just as the sun rose 1 degree higher, suddenly, a laugh echoed among the 6 major sections. Hee, the goblin-like laughter made everyone quiet down, and then they looked at Yi Liangchen as if he were a husky. Why Yi Liangchen just shook his sleeves and stepped out. Jiang Kaihua thief. I'm here to fight you. After saying that, Yi Liangchen took out the top-grade spirit stone that he had treasured for a long time from his storage bag and handed it directly to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin was a little excited after receiving the top-grade spirit stone, but he put it into his storage bag without changing his expression. Could it be that you are Yi Liangchen from the western part of Wutong State, who is known for his ashes being scattered when the will-o'-the-wisp fire sounds? That's right. You still remember me. Today I will avenge you for the sneak attack on me in the mysterious land. Ha, come over here if you have the guts. I'm coming too. Liangchen. Wait. Seen your brother Yi. Without waiting for others to persuade him, Yi Liangchen flew out. Different from the Confucianists, Taoists, Buddhists, and other hundreds of other sects, Faizulya sect mainly practices self-created Qigong, while the direct disciples of Faizulya sect mainly practice ghost fire and alpaca army. In less than a breath, Yi Liangchen's fists were wrapped in flames, and he stepped on 2 alpacas, divine beasts transformed from spiritual energy, and attacked Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin did not retreat either, holding the first snow and going up to meet the enemy. I hit, ola in the sky, ice and fire intertwined, heat waves and cold air followed one after another, fierce fists and flashing flying swords collided head-on again and again, and no one on both sides retreated, and they all endured the opponent's moves. This powerful attack made the man close his eyes silently and the woman shed tears silently. Finally, the 2 sides distanced themselves from each other, Yi Liangchen's fire fists collided, and 2 fire dragons gushed out. Jiang Lin also put up a sword, like Ishuehan. You can imagine Ishuehan in The Legend of Qin, with ice crystals covering the sword body. Everyone was in a trance, because behind Jiang Lin, a huge woman in white clothes and skirt with silver eyes appeared. The woman smiled and went behind Jiang Lin, kicked hard, but it was just a blink of an eye, and everyone thought they were hallucinating, and Jiang Lin didn't even notice it. However, Jiang Lin, who was about to fart as a force, suddenly felt his body rushed. Jiang Lin. Yi Liangchen. The fire dragon-covered fist and the frost-covered sword collided fiercely. Boom. There was another loud bang and the 2 men distanced themselves from each other. Jiang Lin's natal flying sword has flown back to the acupoint, and the fire on Yi Liangchen's body has also been extinguished. At the same time, the 2 people who were kneeling on one knee in the air wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and stood up. Jiang Lin, although we tied this time, we will fight again in the future. Yi Liangchen. I didn't expect that your will-o'-wisp would be so amazing. I, Jiang Lin, would like to call you the strongest will-o'-wisp. Although we are tied, no matter what, you are injured. You have won this sect competition. If Brother Yi takes the lead, everything will be uncertain. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Wait. Isn't it a draw? Why are you shouting? Draw? If you can do it, go ahead. It's good enough to be a tie, let's shout together. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Although it was a draw, the 6 major sects shouted happily and the scene was jubilant for a while. The two men bowed to each other, smiled at each other, and Yi Liangchen turned and walked back. Just as Jiang Lin turned around, suddenly, 3 flying swords flew towards him at an extremely fast speed from the cheering crowd. Jiang Lin, the elder of the Sun and Moon sect, who was still surprised by the female figure behind Jiang Lin, came to his senses and wanted to stop it, but the needle-like flying sword was too fast and it was too late. He also sensed the danger, but Jiang Lin had spent too much of his spiritual energy on fancy moves in the life and death duel just now, and for the sake of authenticity, he was indeed seriously injured. Coupled with his previous self-inflicted blood-spurting palm, Jiang Lin could no longer dodge. Jiang Lin. 3 flying swords the size of embroidery needles flashed by, and the sword energy driven by the flying swords cut Jiang Lin's neck. Jiang Lin, his head fell to the ground. It seems to be recommended. 2 updates a day during the recommended period. Please give me a recommendation vote. Omega asterisk, O. Chapter 47 How can you be so ridiculous? Chapter 47 How can you be so nonsense? Jiang Lin. Brother Jiang. Mr. Jiang. In just a moment, Jiang Lin's head rolled down from the air. The pair of eyes full of dollar just fell to the ground, and on his face, there was still a funny smile. For all cultivators, unless their physical strength reaches the golden body realm, the 6th realm for warriors, otherwise even their physical bodies will be transformed into thousands of spiritual powers and return to nature for recycling. Of course, even if they have reached the golden body realm, cultivators can also decompose their bodies into spiritual energy when they are dying, depending on their mood. For example, Jiang Lin, who is always courting death and needs to be resurrected in a good position, when Jiang Lin's body turned into thousands of spiritual powers and dissipated in the air, there was another crisp sound of a copper coin falling on marble. At the same time, behind the 6 major sects, 3 people screamed at the same time. Everyone turned to look, and saw Jiang Lin holding the first snow in his hand. Surrounding him were 3 disciples who had sneaked into the 6 major sects and were dragged up by spiritual power and frozen into ice sculptures. Zhang San? Li Si? Zhao Wu? When the elders of the 3 sects saw their disciples frozen into ice sculptures, the first thing they felt was not anger towards Jiang Lin, but confusion, because with the transfer crystals in their hands, it looked like they were about to escape, and judging from the aura just now, it was the flying swords they sent out. Jiang Lin? Mr. Jiang? Damn it! I thought you were dead. Similarly, when they saw Jiang Lin coming back to life, many female monks' eyes lit up. Brother Jiang, how could you? Looking at Jiang Lin who had come back to life, Elder Chinema of Fei Zhulu was speechless for a moment. Just a moment ago, Jiang Lin was indeed dead, but now he came back to life in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but it looks like all his injuries have healed. It's like resurrection with full health. To be honest, what they killed just now was just my fake body, but it doesn't matter anymore. Jiang Lin bowed and continued. 3 elders, although these people are disciples of your sect, they are actually infiltrators from the Dugu demon sect. They killed me this time and have a grudge against me. I need to bring them back to the sect to have a deep exchange with them. I wonder if you 3 can give way to the younger generation? As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, the elders of the Sun Moon sect stopped being somber and stood behind Jiang Lin. The 3 elders couldn't help but frown. They didn't expect that a spy from the Dugu demon sect had infiltrated their sect. Logically speaking, these 3 people must be brought back to the sect for trial, but now, after all, they are on the territory of the Sun and Moon sect, and they cannot snatch them away. How about trying to reason with him? Talk about ghosts, not to mention that it was your own disciple who was in the wrong to assassinate Jiang Lin. Aren't you crazy for trying to reason with a member of the demon sect? But is this Jiang Lin really only at the Guanhai realm? The Dugu demon cult was originally famous for its brutal assassinations, and the assassination techniques practiced by the Dugu demon cult were taught by the Dugu demon cult leader assassin himself. They could kill people across borders, and it was even said that there was a kind of combined assassination, where 3 assassins at the Longmen realm could assassinate a cultivator at the Yuanying realm. Although he didn't know what realm these 3 people were in, the fact that they were able to successfully assassinate him right under the nose of himself who was in the nascent soul stage meant that his realm was not low, probably the Longmen realm. Let's not talk about whether the so-called fake body of the demon called Jianglin is valid or not. Secondly, how could this demon called Jianglin freeze 3 assassins from the Longmen realm in just one breath? Although there was an element of surprise, Jianglin was too extraordinary, especially the tall girl who appeared behind him just now. For a moment, several elders looked at the first snow in Jianglin's hand. Someone from the Dugu demon cult sneaked in and almost assassinated Brother Jiang. It was our fault in the first place. These 3 people should be handed over to Brother Jiang for punishment. But afterward, please ask Brother Jiang to hand them back so that we can report to the Emperor. Don't ask for too much, just live a good life. Jianglin cupped his hands and smiled, of course. Brother Jiang, please forgive me for this accident. This is a top-grade spirit stone. It is an apology from my Wushuang sect. Our Jujia sect also has a responsibility. The Jujia sect elder also took out a high-grade spirit stone, and this time, Brother Jianglin taught our disciples a lesson. Thank you very much. My White Tiger sect did not screen disciples strictly enough, so someone from the demon sect sneaked in. This is embarrassing for Brother Jiang. I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's okay. Just accept it, Brother Jiang. After all, Brother Jiang is a natural talent. No, these 3 people from the Dugu demon sect have nothing to do with you, the seniors. Besides, your disciples are also very strong. I was lucky to win. No, Brother Jiang is amazing. He has both strength and good looks. No, although I am handsome, I am still far behind you seniors. Brother Jiang, how can you be so ridiculous and speak the truth? I can't help it. I, Jianglin, don't have any other advantages except honesty. The demeanor of the elders is the role model for us to learn from. Thank you for the compliment. Here are 50 mid-grade spirit stones as a gift from my elders. I don't bring much with me. Don't think these 30 mid-grade spirit stones are too little, Brother Jiang. I have 30 of them here, too. Oh, it really is said that fellow Taoists in the world are one family. We are all relatives. Why are you being so polite, elders? Jianglin held up the bag of spirit stones as he spoke, looking as happy as if he had won an SSR in 10 consecutive draws. After entering the immortal realm, elders, please do not embarrass the younger generation. You kid, what immortal realm? I'm only in the nascent soul stage. It's still too early. How is it early? Who dares to say it's early? I, Jianglin, will be the first to break his legs. You seniors are like immortals. Ha, you are indeed an honest boy. I like you very much. Chatting with you seniors, I realized that there are always people better than you. Jianglin, I must follow your example and practice diligently. For a moment, the 4 of them exuded an atmosphere of harmony and happiness. Originally everyone thought that there would be a fierce battle to snatch people, but seeing the elders of the 3 major sects chatting happily with Jianglin, and occasionally stuffing spirit stones into the hands of this member of the evil sect, everyone didn't know what expression to show. For a moment Jianglin touched the storage bag on his waist. Actually, he wanted to refuse, but he had no choice. It was too much, and I also know that the other party is making a small matter out of nothing. In this case, I still have to give him some face. After a few more rounds of business exaggerations, at noon, the talents from the 6 major sects left. Fellow Daoist Nima, what do you think of this little brother Jianglin? On the way back, the elder Xinhu of the Jujia sect asked. He is smooth in dealing with people, powerful, and most importantly, honest. It is hard to imagine that he is a member of the demonic cult. I mean the phantom tall woman behind Jianglin. Well, you saw it too, certainly. Forget it. Let's not talk about the woman in white behind Jianglin for now. Brother Nima, there is a more important matter waiting for us to deal with. Brother Qin means, I heard some time ago that the Xiaoyao sect was wiped out by the Dugu demon sect, and now the Juejia sect, Wushuang sect, and Baihu sect are all spies who have infiltrated the Dugu demon sect. Do you think that we, as neighbors, can be spared? The elder, who was called Brother Chin, sighed. It looks like the Dugu demon cult is going to make a big move. Chapter 48. A pig slaughtering cry was heard. Chapter 48. A pig slaughtering cry was heard. Chen family courtyard martial arts training ground. Waves of fist wind blasted out from the training ground. Inside the ground, two women in palace costumes were punching each other. The two women looked about the same, like real sisters. The fist force flowed freely through them, as if as long as I threw a punch, even the sky would be smashed into a hole. Boom boom boom, punch after punch, both sides hit the other's small fists hard. Martial arts sparring is not only about fists, but also includes kicking, inch power, and pushing palms. Every time they kick their legs, the beautiful and elegant palace costumes are enhanced. Unfortunately, the skirts are too long and each kick is only fleeting. Even so, their boxing matches seem to be full of feminine beauty amidst their strength, and watching them practice boxing was like a pleasure. A girl who looked younger and more immature shouted, clenched her fists, and smashed towards her mother's chest with the force of a dragon or a tiger. The girl's mother tilted her head slightly, looking a little silly, and nonchalantly deflected the girl's fist with the back of her white hand, then punched the girl on the forehead with her other hand. Just as the fist was about to touch the girl's forehead, both sides stopped and the girl closed her eyes. Ouch, it hurts. A young woman who looks like a mother flicks her daughter's forehead, sighing softly. The woman took out a handkerchief from her bosom and gently wiped the sweat off her daughter's forehead. Xiaojia, tell your mother, what is the key to the god-smashing fist? The innocent and lovely girl, who was flat and had legs from the neck down, lowered her eyes in disappointment and replied faintly, even if I fight against the ancient gods, my heart is only in my fists until the gods are broken. The woman smiled softly and combed her daughter's slightly messy long hair. So Xiaojia's intention just now was only on the fist? No, Qianjia turned her head and answered softly. Then on whose body is it? On that Jiang Lin? Listening to her mother's words, the girl blushed. Mother Chen took her daughter's hand. Xiaojia, mother has no objection to you meeting Jiang Lin. Although that guy sells belly bands, sometimes scams people, and recently became the new generation of flower thief in Wutong Prefecture, mother knows that his nature is actually not bad. Why not, mother? You are not allowed to help him? Looking at her pouting daughter, Chen's mother smiled and hugged her daughter into her arms, gently scratching the girl's straight nose. Xiaojia, Jiang Lin is also a man. If a girl takes the initiative, she will be taken advantage of. And even if he lets you go, what can you do? Fight for Jiang Lin? Where will you let him save face? That guy doesn't care about face. The girl spoke softly in her mother's arms, but her mood had calmed down a lot. All right, don't be angry. Their competition is over now. You can go check on Jiang Lin. He must be extremely proud of himself now. It's all over. What am I going to do? That idiot doesn't even remember me. Are you really not going? But mother heard that Jiang Lin made a lot of money by betting on her to win this time, and she has to step onto the adult stairs tonight. The Lord's stairs? In her mother's arms, the girl's innocent big eyes blinked as she looked at her mother cutely. That's the ladder to adulthood. Mother Chen whispered in her daughter's ear, and as she spoke, the girl's fair, collagen-filled face gradually turned red, spreading to the back of her ears. Mom, Xiaojia is going back to her room to sleep first. The girl quickly got up from her mother's arms, untied her skirt, and hurriedly ran away from the martial arts training ground. Oh, my dear, you just dote on Xiaojia too much. Jiang Lin is not a good person at first glance. How can you let Xiaojia get in touch with that guy? Anyway, I don't care. If Jiang Lin wants to marry my daughter, he should ask my fist first. After Qianjia ran away, a middle-aged man slowly walked over. Yeah, that Jiang Lin is indeed not a good person. Chen's mother, who looked ageless, turned around with a smile and found herself holding a peony-shaped belly band in her hand. The child's father, can you explain this peony belly band? Honey, don't worry, it's okay. In an inn in the town of Sun and Moon Sect, the founder of Longmen Sect was using mirror flowers and water moon to connect with his wife via microphone. Under my guidance, Jiang Lin defeated many enemies along the way. The old men were anxious. Since the younger ones couldn't beat them, they wanted the older ones to take over. But guess what happened? Wherever I stood, I exuded a kingly aura. They all got scared. Don't worry, my dear. You'll know when you read the Wutong State Daily tomorrow. Remember to let Qingwan relax. When are we going back? Well, this is difficult. After all, Jiang Lin insisted on asking me to stay for a few more days and it's hard for me to refuse. What are you talking about, honey? I'm definitely not learning a foreign language, absolutely not. Yes. I promise. Look, I'm at the inn, waiting for that kid Jiang Lin. Honey, don't worry, why would I be learning a foreign language outside? I'm sure for you. Before the Longmen sect ancestor could finish his words, there was a knock on the door, followed by a delicate female voice. Dear guest, the Sun Moon dialect set meal you ordered is here, please open the door quickly. Who is coming? Outside the Sun Moon sect's protective formation, two guys on duty stopped a woman who was wearing a veil on her head but had a slender and graceful figure. It is undoubtedly an offense to come to your sect. I heard that the 6 sects in the western part of Wutong province came to ask for advice from your sect's Jiang Lin. May I ask when it will start? The guys on duty looked at the woman, then looked at each other, and immediately understood that this was because Jiang Lin had incurred romantic debts outside. Oh, don't worry, girl. Brother Jiang is fine. He is currently working on some important matters at Shuangzhou Peak. However, Brother Jiang will hold a celebration party tonight, if you don't mind, girl. Another buddy elbowed him directly. What kind of party is this? This guy is drunk. Don't take it to heart, girl. Since he is safe, that's the best. Thank you very much for telling me. The woman from Muley threw a medium-grade spirit stone to each of them. Please don't tell him that I was here. After saying this, the woman from Muley turned around and left on her sword. You broke free from my restraints for Jiang Lin's sake. Why don't you go to see him now? The sword spirit in the girl's body asked softly as she flew away. Since he's fine, that's enough. Under the curtain, the girl whose injuries had not yet healed smiled gently. Oh, you. The sword spirit sighed softly on the other side, watching the girl's slender and somewhat lonely back quickly leaving. A buddy couldn't help but shake his head. Why did you elbow me just now? Didn't I just invite this girl on behalf of Brother Jiang? I invited you. The guy patted his head. Do you want Brother Jiang to get stabbed tonight? What you said seems to make sense, but what is Brother Jiang doing now? Who knows, it seems like he's doing something big, maybe he's healing. At the same time, at the top of the Twin Everests, a pig-killing scream was heard. Chapter 49. An ambitious villain. In a temporary thatched hut that had been built less than an hour ago, 3 members of the Dugu demon cult were tied to chairs with tortoise shells and shackles, screaming continuously. And Yen Yen, who was playing at the Lingqin Peak next door, turned her head cutely when she heard the cry. She pulled the feathers of the owl sister next to her with her little hands, and her big eyes were full of worry. Sister Tuying, is Dad going to be okay? Don't worry, Nian Nian, anything can happen to anyone, but Jiang Lin won't. The owl demon named Tuying gently rubbed Nian Nian's little head. Because Fang Ruo had something urgent to do, she helped take care of the children. Then what is Daddy doing? Why is he reciting it aloud? Does Daddy not like reciting it anymore? Nian Nian is so cute. Jiang Lin, that brat, loves her so much that he can't wait to show his love for her. How could he hate her? Jiang Lin let Nian Nian out to protect her. Protect Nian Nian? Yeah. He rubbed Xiaolong Nu's collagen-filled cheek and looked at the other side of the Twin Everests where screams continued. Your father said that he was discussing philosophy. Jiang Kaihua, even if you kill us, we won't tell anyone. That's right. We are ambitious villains. Don't even think about asking us to betray the Dugu demon cult. Inside the thatched hut, Jiang Lin sat speechlessly on the wooden stool he had made. The stool was a little crooked and he needed to pay attention to his balance. Standing on Jiang Lin's left were Diaoda and Bald Wuko, and on his right were Ji Jibo and Fang Chaokun. I haven't done anything yet, why are you yelling? Jiang Lin poured himself a cup of tea and said calmly, don't worry, we in the Sun Moon sect never use torture. We in the Sun Moon sect are very kind to hostages, right? That's right, we never use torture. Yes, we are members of the demonic cult. Jijibo and Fang Chaochuan on the other side echoed. Are you kidding me? What are you holding in your hands? The camera shifts, and at Jiang Lin's feet are various torture tools including a butcher knife, a mace, a branding iron, nail clippers, and rubber bands. The camera moves down further, and on Jiang Lin's thigh is a 10-finger clamp, while Diao De, Fang Chaochuan and others are holding bone-pinching needles and pipa. Ahem, these are things that were discarded by the Xingtong of the Sun-Moon sect. They are no longer used. Jiang Lin threw away the 10-finger clip on his knee. Come on, Diao De, tell them what Jiang Lin, the only successor of Shuangzhu Peak of the Sun and Moon sect, usually uses? The eagle plucked a feather from his body and said, "This feather is the best feather on my body. It is delicate and soft, and contains many hairs. It is the best for scratching my feet." He snapped his fingers again. "Jijibo, what do you think I should use?" Jijibo took out 2 cups of tofu pudding. Some people like sweet tofu pudding, some like salty tofu pudding. What do you 3 like? Salty. Me too. I like sweet ones, too. Very good. Jijibo took out 2 large jars of tofu pudding from his storage bag. If you like salty food, I'll give you sweet food. If you like sweet food, I'll give you salty food. This will last until you surrender. Suddenly, looking at the 2 large jars of tofu pudding, the 3 people's faces changed drastically, and they struggled frantically on the chairs, drooling. Jiang Lin. You are shameless. Jiang Lin. Kill me if you can. The one you're talking about is a member of the demonic cult. Kill me if you can. Jiang Lin. At #Yuan, vulgar language. Looking at the 3 Duga demon sect monks who had transformed into Zon people but could only rage helplessly, Jiang Lin quickly grabbed the eagle's wings to block their flying saliva. A flash of icy sword energy passed by, and the 3 people's mouths were sealed with their own frozen saliva. I haven't even mentioned the next one yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Lin stood up, straightened his sleeves, and whispered in front of them, "Recently I just remembered a method. I will throw the 3 of you into a small room that can just accommodate 1 person. There is nothing in the room, no windows, no sound, no sunlight, only darkness. You just stay there like this, without remembering time, light, and even no mice." As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, the 3 of them started to shed tears and their bodies trembled at the thought of what would happen if they really entered that kind of room. With a snap of his fingers, the 3 of them could talk again. One of them looked at Jiang Lin tremblingly. "Jiang Lin. You are a devil." "No." Jiang Lin bent down and looked down at them. "Please call me Snake, the very poisonous snake. I'll give you 1 night to think about it. I'll come again tomorrow. Oh, by the way, before that, I've prepared a gift for you." After saying that, Jiang Lin turned and left. Diao De, Fang Chaochuan, and the other 3 looked at them with extremely sympathetic eyes, turned around and left. Brother Jiang outside the Twin Everest peaks, Jiang Lin and his 4 companions had just walked out of the hut when a muscular man with a made-up face and a soft voice arrived at the Twin Everest peaks. "Brother Jia Baoli, please be gentle with them." "Hey, little brother Jiang, what are you talking about?" The buddy called Jia Baoli handed Jiang Lin 3 medium-grade spirit stones and gently bumped his shoulder against Jiang Lin. "Little brother Jiang Lin, won't you consider it? 1 high-grade spirit stone. Well, I have something else to do. Goodbye, brother Jia Baoli." Jiang Lin quickly bowed and said goodbye, and went to Lingqin Peak to pick up Xiao Nian. Daddy, seeing her father coming to pick her up, little Nian jumped out of Tu Ying's arms, opened her little arms and ran towards Jiang Lin with her short legs. "Nian, do you miss your dad?" Jiang Lin said happily as he picked up Nian. Little Nian kissed her daddy, and her fat little tail wagged happily. However, as if she was thinking of something unhappy, she lowered her head and poked her 2 cute little fingers at each other. "Daddy, I'm sorry, Nian fell asleep this morning and didn't go out with Daddy." "It's okay, don't blame Nian." Jiang Lin felt warm at heart as he listened to his daughter's warm words. "Let's go. Daddy made a lot of money today. Daddy will take Nian to eat delicious food. Really, real." Jiang Lin rubbed the girl's head, put Xiao Nian on the horse transformed by spiritual energy, and quickly flew to the town of Sun and Moon sect. "No. Don't come over here." "Oh. Yeah." Not long after the few people left Lingqin Peak, a strange sound floated faintly from behind them. "Dad, What was that noise just now? Raising her little head, Shan Yan looked at Jiang Lin innocently. Well, Jiang Lin thought for a moment and touched Shan Yan's long silver white hair. It's philosophy. Chapter 50. Here I come. After this sect battle, Jiang Lin had 150 more high-quality spirit stones on him. Without saying a word, Jiang Lin exchanged 149 high-grade spirit stones for tens of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones at the Sun Moon Sect Bank. Originally, Jiang Lin wanted to exchange them all for low-grade spirit stones. After all, having more money makes one feel more secure, but Jiang Lin thought about it and felt that it seemed to be a waste of space in the storage bag, so he gave up. As for the top-grade spirit stone left behind, Jiang Lin gave it to Shan Yan. The main reason is that the spiritual power in the spirit stone is extremely abundant, and it also has a good carrying capacity, especially the high-quality spirit stone. Otherwise, how could it be used as the common currency in the world of immortal cultivation? So in order to prevent Shan Yan from having any accidents, Jiang Lin strung the round spirit stones together to make a crystal clear pendant, and then engraved the magic array of I am sword bone into it. As long as Shan Yan is in danger, the magic circle will be triggered immediately, and the thousands of long swords in the infinite sword system will pierce the opponent into a pangolin. And if the magic circle doesn't work, it doesn't matter. If Shan Yan is still in danger, Jiang Lin will carve a teleportation array, and this spirit stone will use the remaining spiritual power to randomly teleport Shan Yan. After doing all this, Jiang Lin came to the Chunfeng Tower of the Sun and Moon Sect. The Sun Moon Sect's Chunfeng Tower is located in the bustling commercial street of the Sun Moon Sect town. Although Chunfeng Tower entertains people with beauty, it is mostly for the monks of the Sun and Moon Sect to cultivate their sentiments. Jiang Lin, who made a huge profit this time, is treating everyone at Chunfeng Tower. Half of all the expenses today will be paid by Jiang Lin. Of course, Jiang Lin brought Shan Yan here today, so any overly cool clothing is not allowed. Otherwise, what if it would teach the child bad habits, and tonight we are just having a meal to celebrate, we can't do anything else, after all, there are children here. It's just a meal. There's nothing wrong with the monks who were invited to the Sun and Moon Sect, although they also wanted something, but the one-stop service is too expensive. Jiang Lin is extremely stingy, just like a paisho, who only takes in and never spends out. It is already good enough to let this guy treat us, but what I never expected was, when the invited monks of the Sun and Moon Sect just sat down at the table, they saw Jiang Lin, with a cute little dragon girl riding on his neck, handing out red notes at every table. A closer look. To celebrate Jiang Lin's triumphant return, holders of this voucher can enjoy free drinks and half-price meals. The monks almost vomited blood when they saw the discount coupons. What do you mean by pay half the cost? Does anyone ever treat others to a meal with discount coupons? He was wondering why Jiang Lin, such a stingy guy, would treat people to a meal. It turned out that it was his bad idea to team up with Chunfengli to have a discount promotion. This discount coupon was probably another thing he thought of, and it is estimated that Jiang Lin took kickbacks. Cough cough cough. Standing in the center of the huge stage, Jiang Lin, who still had Shan Yan riding on his neck, cleared his throat and shouted, "My fellow countrymen, I, Jiang Lin, am not a talented person, but I defeated the 6 major sects and accidentally made some money. Please don't be polite to me today. You have all received the discount coupons, right? That's good. Let's eat and drink well today, and don't leave until you are drunk." As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, the scene became very noisy. "Jiang Lin, your great aunt, did you come up with this discount coupon again? Jiang Lin, is there anyone who treats people like you? Oh my god, this chicken leg smells so good. Jiang Lin, where is the belly band I pre-ordered? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Your master bought the spring breeze without a trace from me. When will you pay him back? Jiang Lin, you beast, my sow got pregnant yesterday, did you come here last night? Fuck. Is this fake wine? It must have been diluted with water." The brothers from the Sun and Moon Sect were dissatisfied with Jiang Lin using discount coupons to treat the guests and wanted to settle the score with Jiang Lin. However, although they said this, they still ate the food on the table and drank the fake wine that was diluted with water on the table. The scene was very noisy for a while, but they seemed to be extremely happy. After all, wherever Jiang Lin is, there is joy. And at this noisy time, it is the best thing for fellow disciples to drink and eat meat together at the same table without any distinction between them. Shan Yan also seemed very happy about such a lively scene. Jumping off her father's shoulders, Shan Yan walked around in the huge Chunfeng building, looking at the uncles who kept drinking and speaking words that she couldn't understand. Xiao Nian didn't know why, but she felt happy when they were happy, and she was happy too. Oh, you must be Jiang Nian, so cute. Seeing a little dragon girl suddenly climb onto their table, the eyes of the men at the table suddenly lit up. Xiao Nian, you must not learn from that bastard Jiang Lin. That guy only knows how to lie. Not only is he deceitful, he's also lustful. It's okay that he's lustful, but that guy also has a problem with his brain. He has all kinds of weird ideas. I can't follow him no matter what. You are not allowed to say bad things about Daddy. Little Nian stood up with her hands on the table, her arms on her hips, and a pouty mouth, looking extremely fierce. Ah, sorry. A purple-haired dude said drunkenly, I apologize, little girl, I'll drink a glass as a punishment. Seeing the other party apologizing to her dad, Nian immediately smiled. In fact, Nian knew that although they were scolding her dad, she could feel that they actually liked her dad very much. Nian wants to drink too. Ha! Really, real. I poured a small cup for Xiao Nian. The girl took a sip and it was so spicy that she kept flapping her tongue. Xiao Nian, this won't do. How are you going to drink with your daddy in the future? Xiao Nian has to learn how to do this too. Little Nian looked at her father who was happily drinking with the uncles at the table next to her, her big eyes filled with cute unwillingness. Nian wants to drink more. No, uncle is just joking. Little Nian just needs to drink a little. Otherwise, if Jiang finds out, my hen will probably scream again. On the other side, Jiang Lin was not worried when he saw Xiao Nian surrounded by a group of weird uncles. Although those guys were not serious at ordinary times, they were actually quite reliable, and Xiao Nian looked very happy after drinking for more than 30 minutes, even if the wine was fake and mixed with water. Everyone got drunk and the atmosphere became even more intense. No one relied on spiritual power to drink, but all relied on their natural physique. After eating and drinking her fill, little Nian returned to her daddy and fell asleep on Jiang Lin's head, with her little tail constantly tapping the back of his head and her little mouth holding his hair. It's a good thing that Xiao Nian was able to fall asleep in such a noisy environment. Finally getting away, Jiang Lin pushed away the drunkards one by one without any hesitation, then supported Xiao Nian on his head and staggered upstairs. Hey, Miss Woody, here I come, please give me a recommendation ticket. Chapter 51 He sneaked in. Chapter 51 He sneaked in. Jiang Lin, who was slightly tipsy and reeking of alcohol, had funny expressions in his eyes and sneakily climbed up to the third floor of Chunfeng building. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable, Xia Longnu changed her posture and placed her tail on Jiang Lin's forehead. Jiang Lin knocked on the door lightly in a daze. Who? In the room, a voice as sweet as a clear spring slowly came out. Burp. Jiang Lin burped and brushed away the fat tail of Xiao Nian on his forehead. I am a hard-working little bee. Click. The door opened, and a woman in a colorful gauze dress appeared in front of Jiang Lin. A pretty little face without any makeup, but still charming and attractive, delicate and elegant, as gorgeous as peach and plum, as beautiful as spring flowers. In comparison, all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. The woman had a triangular plum blossom lightly on her forehead, and her clear black eyes seemed to hold a hint of anger. Looking at the cute little girl on Jiang Lin's head, a hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. How can there be such a cute little girl in the world? But soon, more disappointment flashed across the woman's eyes. Come in. Okay. Jiang Lin smiled brightly and walked towards the woman's room. She, whose name was Woody, closed the door and cast a simple magic circle to block detection. Drinking again? I'm happy. If you don't mind, put this little girl on my bed, don't let her catch a cold. Then thank you, Miss Woody, first. Jiang Lin's whole body trembled, and the smell of alcohol was dispelled. He used his spiritual power to curb his drunkenness, and his slightly red face gradually returned to normal. Putting little Nian on Woody's soft bed, Jiang Lin took away the finger that Nian was sucking on and gently covered her with a blanket. Sitting back on the stool, Jiang Lin took a deep breath, shook his head, and felt much more awake. Actually, there's no need for Miss Woody to isolate this room, Jiang Lin said as he sensed the magic circle that was covering the room and isolating it. Why? Master Jiang, are you worried that Wu Dai will ruin your innocence? Oh? Are you kidding? Jiang Lin stood up, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. If Miss Woody really has this idea, I, Jiang Lin, won't even frown. Bah! Hooligan! Woody turned her face away and spat secretly. Hee hee, okay, I won't joke with Miss Woody anymore. Where is Aunt Lin? Aunt Lin is really something. Why don't we just meet in the old place? Why did she have to meet in your room, Miss Woody? It made me a little nervous. Jiang Lin stood up and stretched his waist. To be honest, he was really nervous. After all, he had only met Woody once or twice and had had brief exchanges, but nothing in depth the night before yesterday. I asked Aunt Lin to inquire about the Duga Demon sect, and as a result, I was asked to come to Miss Woody's room after drinking tonight. I don't know why, but I always feel like I've stolen something. Oh, you're still nervous, kid? You were already a seasoned veteran when you were discussing business with me. As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, a figure slowly walked out from behind the screen. The woman's name was Linya, the owner of Chunfeng Tower. She looked only about 30 years old, but she was actually several hundred years old. It seems that Aunt Lin's Taoist partner opened a leather factory in Wutong Prefecture, and then it went bankrupt, so he ran away with Aunt Lin. Finally, he joined the Sun and Moon sect and opened this Chunfeng Tower. After Aunt Lin's Taoist partner came to the Sun and Moon sect, he no longer sold leather, but started making Luo Dihuang pills, which sold very well. Although their debts had been paid off long ago, Aunt Lin and her Taoist companion did not want to leave anymore, so they simply settled down in the Sun and Moon sect. Aunt Lin, you don't understand this. I am very innocent. Holding Aunt Lin's hand and sitting down, Jiang Lin took out a stack of papers from his pocket. What is this? Woody and Aunt Lin picked up the papers, which were covered with drawings. As they looked at them, Woody's face gradually turned red, and she quickly put the paper down and turned her head away. Instead, Aunt Lin watched with great interest and nodded continuously. Jiang Lin, what are these clothes? Of course, it's a new business opportunity. Jiang Lin explained each picture to Aunt Lin one by one, not paying any attention to Woody, who was blushing beside him. This costume is called Bunny Girl. Women in the building can wear it and serve wine or something like that. But I recommend hiring a female bunny spirit. After all, fake ears are not as pretty as real ears. And this is Lolita. Lolita? Well, that's the name of the dress anyway. It's best worn by petite girls. Oh, and this, Auntie Lin can call it dead pool water. Oh, this is what I call it. Aunt Lin. Master Jiang. If you continue to talk about this in my room, please get out. Finally, Woody, whose face had already turned red to her ears, couldn't stand it anymore. These clothes are so weird, especially the bunny girl one. How can you wear such clothes? But why can Aunt Lin and Mr. Jiang have such a serious conversation? Their eyes are so pure? How do they do it? Cough cough cough. Okay, Xiaolin, stop talking for now. If we continue, Woody will chase us away. These clothes are pretty good. They should be able to increase the sales of our Chunfeng building. Maybe we can even expand it. I want them all. Aunt Lin collected all the clothes Jiang Lin had drawn and put them in her arms, and took out a piece of paper. This is the information you want about the Dugu demon cult. Jiang Lin picked it up and read it carefully. Aunt Lin beside him also added that the Dugu demon cult did destroy the Xiaoyao sect not long ago. Although the Xiaoyao sect is not a big sect, and is not even as big as the Faizulia sect, it is not easy to destroy a sect. Not only that, according to the information gathered by the girls in my Chunfenglu branch, it seems that most of the disciples of the Duga demon sect have left the headquarters. I heard you say that you caught 3 traitors who sneaked into the sect. I guess that all the big and small sects in the western part of Wutong province have more or less people from the Dugu demon sect. I guess our Sun Moon sect has some too. But what are they doing? Jiang Lin put the intelligence down in his arms. Do they want to use these people to destroy us? Isn't that too much of a shame, younger brother? It's all right, Aunt Lin, just continue. I don't know the details. Didn't you capture 3 people from the Dugu demon sect? You can get some information from those 3 disciples. But, Xiaolin, do you know Donglin City? Yes, it's a city in a human country in the west of Wutong province. Although it's not big, it's quite prosperous. I robbed a girl's candied house there, and then my master fell in realm to protect me. It's that place. The Dugu demon cult seems to have a branch there. And recently the spiritual power in Donlin City has been a little disordered, and it's getting worse. Many upright monks have also investigated, but there is no result. I suspect that their big move will start from Donlin City. How much does Aunt Lin know? Aunt Lin shook her head. This costume is called a sailor suit. Jiang Lin reluctantly took out another painting from his arms. Aunt Lin looked at the painting, accepted it with satisfaction, and said with a smile, the codename of the Dugu demon cult branch in Donlin City is, he sneaked in. Chapter 52. The customer is God. Okay, I'm going to go downstairs to deal with the mess you guys made from drinking tonight, and sort out the bill for them. Aunt Lin patted Jiang Lin's shoulder as he was still sitting on the stool thinking, then winked at Woody and left quietly, and by the way, she strengthened the sound insulation effect of the isolation detection array. But Mr. Jiang? Looking at Jiang Lin touching his chin as he thought, Woody called out softly. Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. Jiang Lin came back to his senses, stood up and bowed. I'm sorry to bother Miss Woody today. I heard that Miss Woody likes music and dancing. I'll send you a recording crystal with a complete set of Pure Land of Bliss someday. After saying that, Jiang Lin felt it was not appropriate to stay in the other person's room, so he went to the bed, pulled up the curtain, picked up Nian Nian and left, but before Jiang Lin could take a step, Woody's slender hand grabbed the corner of Jiang Lin's clothes. Jiang Lin turned around and found Woody with her head down, her face flushed as if she was drunk. Why is Miss Woody's face so red? Could it be that Woody have a fever? Master Jiang, this time because of you, the spiritual stones in Woody's hand have increased 100 times. I want to thank you, Master Jiang. Jiang Lin's brows twitched. Damn it. Woody forgot about me without even mentioning me. She put all her wealth on herself, and that Mrs. Chen caused the odds to drop by 20 points. But even though people complained about it, they believed in themselves and earned the money with their own abilities. Besides, Jiang Lin felt a little happy when he thought that someone would actually try to kill himself and suppress him. Miss Woody, you don't have to thank me for anything. It was Miss Woody who believed in me. This money is what Miss Woody deserves. Jiang Lin pulled at his skirt and tried to pull it back, but the girl held on tightly. Jiang Lin was confused for a moment. Could it be that Woody? Are you trying to set me up? That's not right. You are a rich woman now. There is no need to set me up, right? But when I think of Aunt Lin, who is of the same character as me, it seems possible. Mr. Jiang. Yes. Here. The girl's soft cry made Jiang Lin's body tremble. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked around the room, fearing that 4 or 5 big men would jump out at the next moment. Wu Dai is fortunate to have heard the poem Looking Down and Thinking of Hometown written by Mr. Jiang last year. Mr. Jiang, can you write a poem for Wu Dai? Oh, reciting poetry, what's the difficulty? I just like to recite a good poem. Jiang Lin heaved a sigh of relief, staring directly at Woody with an evil smile on his face, like a crossed-out flower thief. But Miss Woody, I want a reward. Looking at Jiang Lin's evil smile, Woody's heartbeat quickened for a moment. She pinched the hem of her skirt tightly with her slender hands, lowered her flushed face and whispered, as long as Mr. Jiang wants it, Woody can do it. That's easy. Jiang Lin suddenly laughed like a fool. 10 low-grade spirit stones for 1 poem, buy 10 and get 1 free. I just don't know what kind of poems Miss Woody likes, huh? Woody didn't react for a moment. She raised her head and stared at Jiang Lin blankly. Could it be that Miss Woody thinks it's too expensive? Jiang Lin thought for a moment. Well, since Miss Woody is so pretty, I'll give her a 18% discount. It can't be any less. Looking at the idiot in front of her, Woody took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to inject him with spring breeze without trace, took out a middle-grade spirit stone and put it into Jiang Lin's arms. Just 1 song will do. Woody wants to hear a love poem. Love poem? No problem. Read it to me, no problem. Have emotions. Don't worry, the customer is God. I guarantee Miss Woody will be satisfied. Although I don't know why Woody suddenly has so many requests, I heard that Miss Woody deeply loves the melodramatic novels written by novelists and the lingering poems written by poets. So Miss Woody may want to find that feeling of a talented man and a beautiful woman in herself. There's nothing I can do about it, since I can recite poetry and I'm handsome. Jiang Lin stroked his chin and thought for a while. then adjusted his emotions, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, Jiang Lin looked into Woody's eyes affectionately. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked at it, but once she did, Woody felt as if she was about to become dehydrated, and her heart was beating wildly. A foot of red is worse than dust, and old things are naturally inferior to new ones. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow at Woody's immature expression and continued reading. The peach kernel of Hahuan is ultimately a cause of hatred. There is someone else in this village. He blinked again and continued, light a lamp at the bottom of the well to illuminate her, let's go on a long journey together without playing go. In the last sentence, Jiang Lin seemed to think of his first girlfriend, Kato Megumi, and his tone suddenly became higher. The exquisite dice are filled with red beans. Do you know how deep my love for you is? Mr. Jiang Dancing Butterfly Girl, what a beautiful exquisite dice and red beans, and do you know how deep my love for you is? Jiang Lin had just finished reading when he heard applause and a female voice coming from the window. Turning his head to look, Jiang Lin was stunned for a moment. Miss Chen? Looking at the girl wearing a plain and elegant palace dress with long hair tied up and light rouge on her face, Jiang Lin didn't recognize her for a moment. It's okay, don't mind me, can you continue? Chen Jia smiled sweetly, but the fist spirit flowing through her body had already betrayed her mood. Especially the system's infamy value from the protagonist Chen Jia, plus 40 plus 50 plus 60 plus 40 kept increasing, which made Jiang Lin a little panicked, but that's not right. Why would Chen Jia get angry when I recited a poem to Woody? And why did she come to Miss Woody's room through the window at night? Then she recalled that Chen Jia had always claimed to the outside world that she was a man and that Woody wanted to hear her recite love poems. Could it be? Jiang Lin suddenly realized. It turns out that Miss Woody and Miss Chen both like lilies. Miss Chen, when did you come? When? When you were watching Woody reciting poetry. Ms. Chen. You misunderstood. Actually, there is nothing between me and Miss Woody. Jiang Lin continued to explain, looking at Woody who was standing beside him. Right, Miss Woody? Woody lowered her head, her face flushed, and nodded softly. Jiang Lin. You're a flower thief. A hooligan. A pervert. A beast. A sex maniac. Jiang Lin. She jumped out of the window and entered the room, cursing at every step Chen took. Looking at Woody beside Jiang Lin, she lowered her head and couldn't see her toes. Chen Jia straightened her back again and looked down at her own feet. Suddenly, she could see her entire foot without any obstruction. Jiang Lin. Go to hell. Chen Jia's thoughts became clear, and her fist power instantly reached its peak. She punched Jiang Lin in the chest. Chapter 53. I was here first. Chapter 53. I was here first, eh? What's that noise upstairs? I don't know, it seems to be coming from Miss Woody's room. Just now I seem to see that beast Jiang Lin walking upstairs. Hey! Could it be that Jiang Lin is going to use force? Impossible. Jiang Lin is so brave that he wouldn't dare to do it even if his master gave it to him for free. How could he have the guts? Hey, brother Diao, you don't know this. As the saying goes, even a sow can climb a tree. My wife is very good at climbing trees every night. Why can't brother Jiang have sex after drinking? Oh, it's possible. But Jijibo, why does your wife climb trees? It seems like he's exercising to become a bodybuilding pig. Oh, so that's it. Fang Chaochuan suddenly realized, no wonder I was wondering why the Minotaur brother next door went out to climb trees every night. It turns out that he wanted to be a bodybuilding bull. For a moment, the scene was silent. Everyone looked at Jijibo at the same time. There was even a farmer monk who sprayed herbicide on Jijibo's head. At the same time, Aunt Lin, who was greeting the people downstairs for Jiang Lin, heard the noise and looked upstairs, and couldn't help but click her tongue a few times. Even the soundproofing array is useless? Aunt Lin couldn't help but shook her head, and suddenly thought of something more serious. What about Jiang Nizi? Jiang Lin wants to marry Woody, so Jiang Nizi will kill him. This is really exciting. I must tell Jiang Nizi someday, Miss Chen. Listen to my explanation. It's not like that. Miss Woody and I are both innocent. Jiang Lin, who was hit against the wall by a punch, stood up, holding his chest. Who said I'll punch you in the chest in a whimpering way? If he got hit again, Jiang Lin would probably have to use his resurrection coins to run away. Moreover, Jiang Lin felt that he could not fight back. After all, the other party thought that he had stolen her girlfriend. If he really fought with her, wouldn't it prove his guilt even more? The question is, who would have thought that they all like lilies? Innocent? Bah! I don't believe you. You are such a bad beast. Chen Jia, will beat you to death with one punch today. After saying that, Chen Jia's long skirt fluttered, and she threw out a god-breaking punch as she wished. At this critical moment, Wu Dai opened her arms and stood in front of Jiang Lin. The wind from her fist blew through Woody's long hair, and Chen Jia's delicate little fist rested between her eyebrows. The two girls just looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, and the room fell into silence. Wu Dai, get out of the way. This guy is a flower thief who specializes in defrauding young girls. He even invited that monkey demon to eat bananas. Looking at the girl in front of her, Chen Jia felt extremely complicated. Woody is her best friend since childhood, and she is also one of the few people in the Sun and Moon sect who knows that she is a girl this time. When she heard that the beast Jiang Lin was coming to Chunfeng Tower, Chen Jia hurriedly ran from home and sneaked into Woody's room, just to ask how the beast Jiang Lin was going to step on whose ladder tonight. But unexpectedly, he appeared in Woody's room. How could this happen? Although Woody is a girl from Chunfeng Tower, she sells her art but not her body, and she is also a Qigong practitioner at the 4th level of the Bone Shi realm. Why would they be together? Woody is definitely not that kind of casual person. Then there is only one reason. That is, Jiang Lin, the beast, stole the flowers again. This guy already had an affair with the other two women in the mysterious land? And now he's here again. Do you think you're the hero of a harem novel written by a novelist monk? I will break his legs today so that he can't go out. At worst, I will take care of him for the rest of his life. But it's because Woody is not a casual girl. So, what if Woody really likes him? What if this beast Jiang Lin also really likes Woody? Chen Jia looked at Wu Dai, who stood straight, and then looked down at herself. It seemed that this was really possible, but how could this be? Whether it was meeting Jiang Lin, talking to him, or eating barbecue with him, it was obviously me who came first. For a moment, Chen Jia felt very powerless. Moreover, her brain, which was not very smart to begin with, was spinning too fast, and her trigeminal nerve was a little painful. As her thoughts were blocked, her fist intent gradually faded. Jiang Lin saw that Chen Jia's beautiful eyes were gradually losing their luster and seemed to be getting darker and darker. This reminded Jiang Lin of the heroine of a certain anime. Fuck. Is this little girl going to turn evil? In comparison, Woody, who was standing in front of Jiang Lin, didn't think so much. In fact, when Chen Jia appeared, the girl felt extremely embarrassed, especially when Chen Jia said that she heard Jiang Lin reading love poems to her, which made her even more embarrassed. Of course, besides the shame, there is also some small happiness. Woody knew that Xiao Jia was so angry because of her. After all, young Master Jiang had a reputation as a flower thief, and a man and a woman were in the same room, so who wouldn't have bad thoughts? As for whether Xiao Jia is jealous because she likes Mr. Jiang, it was impossible. How could Xiao Jia, who only had fists in her mind, fall in love with a man? Moreover, Xiao Jia had told herself that if she really wanted to get married in the future, the man's martial arts level would at least be higher than hers. Young Master Jiang is a swordsman. This is impossible no matter how you think about it. Xiao Jia, you misunderstood. In fact, Mr. Jiang and I are not in that kind of relationship. Woody blushed and took Chen Jia's hand. Although she did want to have that kind of relationship with Mr. Jiang, it was definitely not now. Although I like Mr. Jiang, it would be too frivolous if I gave myself up to him just like that. Really? It's really not that kind of relationship? As if a frozen system was restarting, Chen Jia raised her head, and her nearly black eyes slowly revealed luster and hope, and even a kind of cute and pitiful pleading, just like a little ragdoll cat clinging to your hand and meowing at you. Although Jiang Lin knew that this ragdoll cat had the ability to kick him to death with one kick. Really, don't worry about me. I just bought a poem from Mr. Jiang. As if coaxing her daughter, Wu Dai held Chen Jia in her arms and gently stroked the long hair of this cute little cat. It would have been fine if she hadn't hugged him, but once she did, Chen Jia fell into a deep state of inferiority. If Miss Chen doesn't believe it, look, this is the spirit stone that Miss Woody just paid, and it still has the scent of Miss Woody on it. Jiang Lin stood up, wiped his sweat and said, although the two girls wanted to punch Jiang Lin after hearing what he said, they held back because the atmosphere was good. So just as Jiang Lin was about to explain further, a system ding sounded in his mind. Chapter 54, Little Marriage. Chapter 54, Little Marriage. Ding mission trigger. It is detected that the protagonist Chen Jia's mood is gradually improving. This is an extremely undesirable behavior. For the villain, letting the protagonist have an easy time is a shame to himself. Task 1. Please ask the host to shout at the protagonist Chen Jia. No. You didn't misunderstand. I just like Miss Woody. Woody is mine. 2. Please ask the host to mock the protagonist Chen Jia. How can a flat land compare to the towering mountains? Choose now, and move towards the goal of becoming the world's greatest villain. The countdown to your choice begins at 32. If one day I, Jiang Lin, reach the Ascension Realm, I will scatter your system's ashes. Jiang Lin was extremely devastated. He had clearly only invited them to dinner tonight, and then he would ask Aunt Lin for some information about the Dugu demon cult. How come so many unexpected things happened? So what? In Woody's arms, Chen Jia raised her little head and looked at Jiang Lin. Although her anger had subsided by half, there was still a lot of resentment in her eyes. So, Miss Chen, how could there be anything between me and Miss Woody? Jiang Lin took the spirit stone into his arms and looked at Chen Jia seriously. To be honest with you, Miss Chen, there are countless men in this world who think that women need to have a graceful figure, like Miss Woody, but... Jiang Lin walked to the table and took a deep drink from a cup of tea. I, Jiang Lin, am different. In comparison, I prefer Miss Chen, who is petite and cute. Jiang Lin. What do you mean? For a moment, Chen Jia's soft and fair face darkened all of a sudden. She left Wu Dai's arms, and her fist force increased again. Although I don't know what Jiang Lin's roundabout words mean, it is definitely not a good thing. What I mean is... Cold sweat gradually appeared on Jiang Lin's forehead. Although Jiang Lin was panicking inside, he looked as calm as an old dog. Jiang Lin swallowed his saliva, and just as Chen Jia walked towards him, he even faced the challenge and grabbed Chen Jia's small fist. This was the first time that Chen Jia's delicate body was held in the fist by a boy like this. She trembled and felt like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Then her whole body went prickly and she calmed down. Rogue! You! What are you doing? Chen Jia pulled her hand back immediately and raised her fist to hit Jiang Lin in the chest. Come on! Hit me! Jiang Lin closed his eyes and opened his arms. Even if Miss Chen beats me to death, even if she punches my chest flat with her little fist, I will still say it. Although a flat land cannot compare to towering mountains. But even if Miss Chen beats me to death, I, Jiang Lin, will also shout from my coffin. I, Jiang Lin. I love the grassland. Jiang Lin thought he had been tactful and affectionate enough, and with his righteousness and handsome appearance, how could the other party bear to do that to him? But the facts proved that idle dramas are all lies, and Chen Jia still punched him. And it hit him right in the chest, the kind that can collapse your chest if it hits you with a small fist. Bang! Jiang Lin was punched against the wall, his whole body sunk into it, unable to get out even if he tried to dig himself out. Even though there is a soundproofing array, the noise from upstairs can still be faintly heard downstairs. TSK, you are indeed a young man. Oh, after all, Brother Jiang hasn't had a Taoist partner for so many years, this is normal. Yes, forget about Jiang Lin, let's continue drinking. Go 1 inch Jiang Lin. You are a beast. Shameless. Vulgar. What are you talking about? What do you mean you like me? Do I need you to comfort me? Do I need you to deliberately say you like me? Mother is right. All men are bad. As she spoke, the girl's pretty face turned red. She was angry and rushed out of the room, covering her mouth. Mr. Xiaojia Jiang, I know you are considerate of Xiaojia and feel inferior because of her innate deficiencies, but this kind of thing can be made up for. How can you say that? Woody also looked at Jiang Lin helplessly and quickly chased after him. Downstairs, the buddies who were playing finger-guessing games and drinking heard the sound of a door opening upstairs. They all looked upstairs and saw a girl they had never seen before running down carrying a plain palace dress. The girl has a pure and lovely face and fair skin. The light makeup adds a touch of charm to her purity. Although she is a little plain, she is definitely a beauty. But why haven't I seen him before? A newcomer to Chunfeng Tower? But why does he look familiar? Under the gaze of everyone, the girl ran away from Chunfeng Tower quickly. Small marriage on the stairs, Miss Woody also ran down hurriedly, holding up her skirt. Every step she took downstairs shook everyone's eyes, making them dizzy. I saw the dancing butterfly girl also chasing out, leaving a faint scent of flowers wherever she passed by. I still like the grassland. No. I like mountains. Great grassland. The mountain is wonderful. Horse racing is possible on the grassland. The mountains can be climbed. After the two girls ran away, the debate between grassland and mountain broke out downstairs again. Everyone had their own reasons and arguments and neither of them gave in, but after a while, Jiang Lin was seen walking down the stairs step by step, holding his waist with little Nian Nian on his head. I really hit my waist with a punch just now. I guess I have to lie down for the next 2 days. As a result, when Jiang Lin went downstairs, he saw these drunken guys looking at him with strange eyes. Are there envy, disdain, pity, and even ridicule in these eyes? Brother Jiang, this won't do. Come, eat the skewers of fried kidneys. But Brother Jiang, it's not good for you to be like this. Yes, Brother Jiang, what if Nian Nian accidentally wakes up? She will lead the children astray. Get lost. I just sprained my back. I held my old waist. Even though the task was completed, it still hurt a little. Could it be that the collision just now had hit my kidney? Pushing aside the drunkards one by one, Jiang Lin walked out of Chunfeng building. Just as Jiang Lin was walking on the street, holding his waist, an old and slightly vulgar voice came from behind him. Little brother, you are so young and you have to cover your waist to go on the road. I think you need to nourish your kidneys. I'll make you up. Turning around and seeing the other person, Jiang Lin was stunned. Ancestor? Jiang Liner, well. I will only update once today, save some manuscripts for the new year. If there is a new recommendation on Sunday or after the new year, I will resume updating twice. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. I just returned to my hometown and have too many relatives and friends. I have to help my family. I hope you can forgive me. Xin Yu also wishes everyone a happy new year. Here may you be blessed with wealth and good fortune, and have safe travels, and you will be able to find the perfect girlfriend, boyfriend, in your dreams. Chapter 55 Asking for votes. Please recommend votes, Omega. Chapter 56 Why not wake Nian Nian up first? In the inn, the flickering candlelight reflected the faces of the two people. Daddy, hug me on the bed. Xiao Longnu curled up her little body, hugged her little tail, sucked the tip of the tail, talked in her sleep, and slept soundly. Jiang Liner, is this little girl the dragon soul you got in the mysterious realm? The ancestor of the Longmen sect looked at the cute little girl lying on the bed and stroked his beard. I'm very curious. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes at the Longmen sect ancestor. Do you think you are the heroine of Binghua? Hyuka? Who is she? Is she pretty? It's nothing, just pretend I didn't say anything. Jiang Lin poured a cup of tea for himself and the ancestor of Longmen sect, and then used his spiritual power to gently tuck the quilt for Shan Nian Nian through the air. Jiang Liner, wait, Grandmaster, can you remove the sound first? Otherwise, I always feel like I'm playing Go. Playing Go? Go cultivators? You are a good sword cultivator, why don't you play chess? I really don't understand how those chess cultivators practice. Let me tell you, those chess cultivators, okay, old ancestor, we have strayed off topic. Let's get down to business. Old ancestor, why did you come to the Sun Moon sect? Jiang Lin coughed softly a few times and quickly stopped. To be honest, when Jiang Lin saw the ancestor of Longmen sect on the street, he thought he was seeing things, or that he was drunk and dreaming. But when the night breeze blew into Jiang Lin's neck, he knew it was real. Jiang Lin had only met the ancestor of Longmen sect twice. The first time was when he had just entered Longmen sect and became a direct disciple. The ancestor gave a principal speech, but Jiang Lin fell asleep while standing. Another time, this old ancestor went down the mountain to attend the meeting of the Western sect leaders of Wutong province. Jiang Lin and Lin Qingwan accompanied him. As a result, this old ancestor actually took Jiang Lin to get a massage. Who am I, Jiang Lin? A good boy. You know what, that massage parlor is really comfortable. However, just when the old ancestor wanted to ask Jiang Lin to learn a foreign language and Jiang Lin kept trying to dissuade him and finally had to study with the old ancestor, Lin Qingwan came to the door and the building was almost demolished by Lin Qingwan. After that, Jiang Lin knelt on the washboard with the old man for 3 days. From then on, whenever Jiang Lin saw the washboard while washing clothes, he felt a dull pain in his knees. Finally, the old ancestor went into seclusion, and Jiang Lin never saw him again. Why did you come to the Sun Moon sect? It's because of you. The Longmen sect patriarch stroked his beard and continued to the news that you were picked on by those 6 sects spread to Longmen sect. Your senior sister Lin wanted to come to help you, but she was injured and her realm was not stable. In the end, your grandmother and I knocked her out, and then I came. But Shaoliner, I told you, there are only 4 dragon veins in Longmen sect each year, you can't steal them. Last time, I stole a dragon vein to pay for the foreign language training class, but I was discovered by your grandmother. Don't mention how miserable I was. I was forced to do that. I am a member of the demon sect. I have to achieve results. Jiang Lin waved his hands helplessly. But don't worry, master. If I, Jiang Lin, awaken my European bloodline one day and find a treasure in a cave or cliff, I will definitely compensate Longmen sect. European descent? What is that? Is it a blood limit? Well, I guess so. Jiang Lin took a sip of tea. This world also has blood limits like the ones in Naruto, which are spells inherited by bloodline and cannot be learned by others, just like ninjutsu. Can you have a blood limit? What kind? Flower picking? What kind of flower picking stuff? Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Old ancestor, just pretend I didn't say anything. Jiang Lin felt that he couldn't talk nonsense with this old ancestor, otherwise he might have to waste a whole chapter. But old ancestor, aren't you angry that I stole the dragon vein? Angry? A little bit, but then I think about it. You are kind, talented, promising and upright just like me. If you do something like this, there must be a reason. Why do I feel like you are scolding me, old ancestor? By the way, ancestor, do you know Donglin City? Yes, there seems to be some kind of plague in Donglin City recently. Some residents even said they saw corpses crawling out of their graves, jumping around. Plague? Corpses? Jumping around? Jiang Lin was a little confused. Resident Evil plus Mr. Zombie? What? Nothing. Jiang Lin rubbed his eyes. The plague in Donglin City might be caused by the Dugu demon cult. I might go to Donglin City to investigate in a few days and eliminate violence and protect the good people. Eliminate violence and protect the good? Shaoliner, you are from the demon sect, right? I've always wanted to be a good person. By the way, ancestor, do you know the ancient True Dragon clan? Ancient True Dragon clan. Suddenly, the ancestor of Longmen sect was shocked and looked at the cute little girl sleeping on the bed in disbelief. Could it be that Nian Nian is, well, Nian Nian should be a member of the ancient True Dragon clan. Jiang Lin did not hide it. If it were anyone else, Jiang Lin would never reveal Nian Nian's identity. After all, the world of cultivation is full of intrigue and deception, and there are countless cases of some wild cultivators in the mountains and swamps harming their companions for a small opportunity. But Jiang Lin believed in his ability to judge people, and besides, a sect patriarch who asked his apprentice to learn a foreign language couldn't be a bad person. Shaoliner. The ancestor of the Longmen sect raised the level of the isolation and detection spell in the room and whispered, "Don't tell this to anyone, unless it's the person you trust the most." Isn't the ancestor the person I trust? Oh my, you are really good at talking, I knew you were a good person. Ancestor, run away. Oh, cough cough cough. Restraining his somewhat funny expression, the old ancestor continued in a low voice. Shaoliner, you know that the dragon race died out 100,000 years ago, and the last real dragon was chopped off. The so-called dragons in the world now are all descendants of dragons such as Tang snakes. The ones that are closest to the bloodline of a real dragon are just Jialongs, and now, there is not a single real dragon left. A real dragon is covered with treasures. A real dragon can reach the immortal realm just by dozing off, and if the world knew that Nian Nian was a real dragon, not only would those little brats come to miss you, but those old immortals would probably come out of the mountains. By then, even I, the ancestor, would not be able to protect you and Nian Nian. Can you sleep into an immortal state? Suddenly, Jiang Lin's hand holding the teacup trembled. Yeah, what's wrong? Nothing. Jiang Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip with trembling hands, and couldn't help but look at Nian Nian, who was sleeping soundly. How about waking Nian Nian up first? Chapter 57, When spreading someone's ashes, think twice. Chapter 57, Think twice before spreading someone's ashes. In any case, Shaoliner, you have to be careful. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. After all, who in the world has seen a real dragon? Almost all those who participated in the ancient war died. The Longmen sect patriarch continued to speak softly. Even if Qingwan told me about the dragon's soul in the mysterious realm, I still wouldn't believe it if you hadn't told me that she was a real dragon. No, I still don't believe it now. Besides, there seems to be some seal on Xiao Niannian's body that has sealed her dragon power. It's possible that she hasn't awakened yet, so others can't detect it. No, ancestor, actually I'm not just worried about this. Jiang Lin pressed down his trembling left hand. Then what are you afraid of? The Longmen sect's ancestor rolled his eyes at Jiang Lin. Are you afraid that Xiao Niannian will accidentally spray you to death? Jiang Lin's heart was shocked. This is what he was worried about. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I came here mainly to see you. I was worried that you might be injured, but now I see that you are full of energy. I feel relieved to go back and report to my wife and your sister. Standing up, the Longmen sect patriarch shook his clothes and said, I have to leave too, or that woman will miss me to death. Will grandmother miss you? She must miss you a lot. She wonders if you are doing tutoring outside. What are you talking about, kid? No, nothing, but don't worry, master. Here are a few things for you to see. Jiang Lin took out a storage bag and took out 5 bottles of bodybuilding liquid from it. Old ancestor, you are knowledgeable and experienced, please help me taste it. What is this thing? The ancestor of Longmen sect held the bodybuilding liquid in his hand, and slowly covered it with spiritual power. He closed his eyes and felt it. What a good thing. The ancestor of Longmen sect put down the body-strengthening liquid. Is this for pure warriors? That's right. No wonder. The ancestor of Longmen sect stroked his beard. There are tens of thousands of cultivators in the world, and countless paths to immortality. We spend a lot of money and shed tears. Among them, our sword cultivation is the most expensive, followed by pure martial arts. A pure warrior must not only have enough perseverance and determination, but also be able to endure hardships, and have enough money to support him, and all this money is used for bathing. Take a bath? Nonsense, you idiot, have you never been to the Longmen sect's library? No, I've been to the lower floor of the Longmen sect library. I really like the Spring Breeze Infinite picture there. He, I like it too, especially the fan fiction about the most beautiful list. Old ancestor, I've gone off topic, cough cough cough, let's continue. The Longmen sect's old ancestor took a sip of tea. In short, a pure warrior in the golden body realm can block all attacks with just one body, and have extremely high armor and magic resistance. Even after death, the body can still survive for 1,000 years. This cannot be achieved simply by training the body, but also involves taking a bath. It's a medicinal bath. The more expensive the medicine is, the better it is. We also pay attention to the formula. For example, the #1 martial arts sect in our Wutong prefecture, the Gondi Quan sect, has a medicinal bath formula that is top-notch and is not passed on to others. Even for the disciples within the sect to take a bath, the formula is specially prepared by special disciples, and then they go to pick it up separately. Only the direct disciples know the formula, and there are several kinds of formulas, and the ones used by the direct disciples and inner disciples are different. And Shaoliner, although the Gondi Quan sect's bath medicine is also sold on the market, the ones sold on the market are generally for inner disciples to use, and the efficacy is even worse. That's not right. What's wrong? What if someone pirates it? After all, wouldn't it be enough to just analyze the ingredients? Do you think they haven't thought of that? Don Di Quan is not stupid, but the formula they use for bathing is accurate to 2 decimal places. Besides, if they add some supplements that don't affect the efficacy of the medicine, wouldn't it be confusing? Okay, old man, stop talking about the setting. We've strayed off topic. It's already chapter 56. Let's talk about this bodybuilding fluid. I'm just afraid that you won't understand. The ancestor of Longmen sect rolled his eyes at Jiang Lin. In short, I can't analyze the composition of your bottle of bodybuilding liquid, but the medicinal effect should be very strong. It should be comparable to the bathing agent used by the direct disciples of Gandhi sect. That's not right. You idiot, what's wrong with you again? Old ancestor, how do you know the effects of the bathing agent used by the direct disciples of the Gandhi sect? To be honest, I'm telling you this. The Longmen sect's ancestor waved to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin's eyes suddenly turned funny and he leaned over, thinking there must be something useful. In fact, Gandhi Zone has cooperated with some massage places. Your ancestor spent a high-quality spirit stone to study in the bathtub. Will I take you there to learn some other day? No, it's too expensive. What's the big deal? Next time, I'll help you steal the dragon vein. If you and I cooperate, we can still get dozens of high-quality spirit stones. This is not good, there's nothing wrong with that. If we scholars steal things, can that be called stealing? Don't worry, after selling the dragon veins, the ancestor will still pay for the study. Oh, how embarrassing. Jiang Lin couldn't help but rub his hands. But this time when I came to see you, your grandmother had a big misunderstanding of me, and thought I was studying in the Sun and Moon sect. I told her that I had always been by your side, Shaoliner, but she just didn't believe it. Moreover, those old guys wanted to suppress you, but when I stood there, they didn't dare to do anything. Your grandmother still didn't believe it, and I, the grandmother, was very sad. Don't worry, Grandmaster. When I was courting death, dueling with the 6 major sects, Grandmaster was always behind me to support me. He played an indispensable role. Afterwards, he helped me judge the followers of the Dugu demon sect. He was inseparable from me and definitely did not do anything else. You guy, why do you always say such big truths? The Longmen sect's patriarch stroked his beard. In that case, the ancestor will go back first. Next time, we will study hard. But you should also pay attention. If something goes wrong in the future, it is better to run away first. For us cultivators, that is not called being cowardly, but following our hearts. The ancestor of Longmen sect brushed Jiang Lin's waist with one hand, and the pain disappeared instantly. Jiang Lin felt that he was fine again. He bowed and saluted. I will remember the teachings of my ancestors. Actually, you are a much more greasy kid than me, so you don't need me to teach you anything. The Longmen sect's ancestor looked at Jiang Lin deeply, with a little reluctance in his eyes. Let's go. Is there anything you want me to tell your senior sister Lin? Jiang Lin handed the old ancestor a small package and said, I divided the contents into 3 parts. These are some gifts from Jiang Lin to you two and senior sister. Anything else you want to say? May you keep moving forward with all your heart, and ascend to heaven. Please think twice before scattering someone's ashes. Chapter 58 Shaoliner seems. Chapter 58 Shaoliner seems. It's another beautiful morning. Because he was afraid of teaching the children bad things, Jiang Lin did not return to Shuangzhou Peak that night, but stayed overnight in the inn. After all, when Brother Jabali and the 3 disciples of the Dugu demon sect discussed philosophy, their voices might be quite loud. Daddy, early in the morning, the girl who had slept on Jiang Lin's chest last night sat on Jiang Lin's belly, pushing Jiang Lin with her little hands. What's wrong, Nian Nian? Jiang Lin opened his eyes sleepily and rubbed Sha Nian Nian's head as usual in the morning. Sha Nian Nian also held Jiang Lin's big palm, and rubbed her little face against Jiang Lin's palm with enjoyment, but soon, Sha Nian Nian remembered what she was going to say and held her father's big hand in her arms. Dad, where is this place? This is an inn. It's okay. We'll be back soon. Dad still smells like Mom. Not only does he smell like Mom, he also smells like other women. Sha Nian Nian looked at Dad worriedly. Dad, are you cheating on me? Jiang Lin's brows twitched a few times, probably because Feng Ruo had taught him the word cheating. Nian Nian, actually, Daddy saw one of Mommy's friends last night, and also one of Nian Nian's mommy's best friends. But don't worry, Nian Nian, Daddy is a good man. But little Nian Nian lowered her head, with her little tail draped over Jiang Lin's body in a lost manner. What's wrong with Nian Nian? Did she have a nightmare? Jiang Lin stood up and held little Nian Nian in his arms, lifting her little head. Little Nian Nian raised her pretty eyes and grabbed her daddy's clothes on her chest with her little fists. Her chubby little tail also hooked around her daddy's wrist, as if she was afraid that something might happen to her daddy. But daddy had a dream last night. Dream? What dream? Jiang Lin remembered what the ancestor mentioned last night. The Dragon Clan also has the ability to predict things in dreams. Jiang Lin's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Nian Nian dreamed that her father was surrounded by his mothers, and there was a big silver loach in the sky. No, it wasn't a loach, it looked like a snake, but it also had horns. The loach was so beautiful. Then what? Then the mommy seemed very angry, and the beautiful loach also spit a large mouthful of fire at the daddy. Dad, what's wrong with you? You're sweating so much. Are you sick? Nian Nian stood up from daddy's arms, stood on tiptoe in her white socks, and wiped daddy's cold sweat with her little hands. Nian Nian, can daddy ask Nian Nian a question? If daddy cheated on Nian Nian, daddy means if daddy cheated on Nian Nian about a very big thing, would Nian Nian be mad at daddy? Very big? How big? As big as the candied haws on the twin Mount Everest. Listening to her father's words, little Nian Nian, wearing a sock pony and standing on Jiang Lin's thighs, grabbed her father's clothes, lowered her head and thought very seriously, her cute little eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Finally, little Nian Nian raised her little head and looked at her father seriously. Even if it is really that big, Nian Nian will not blame her father, because her father treats her the best. Nian Nian Jiang Lin's eyes were slightly moist, his heart felt warm, and he hugged Sha Nian Nian tightly in his arms. Yes, no matter what, Sha Nian Nian was raised by me, so even if they are not biological father and daughter, the relationship between them is better than that of biological father and daughter. But daddy, little Nian Nian rubbed daddy's cheek and said softly. Well, what's wrong? Are you hungry? Daddy will take you to eat. Jiang Lin, still moved, rubbed Sha Nian Nian's head. Little Nian Nian shook her head. No, daddy. Little Nian Nian poked her finger and looked at Jiang Lin innocently. I don't know why, if that time really comes, Nian Nian always wants to say something to daddy. The western part of Wutong State, Longmen Sect. Wife, I'm back. From the sky, a voice echoed across the mountains. The monks of Longmen Sect raised their heads, then lowered them again. They knew that their ancestor had returned again. What do you think? How many days will the ancestor kneel on the washboard this time? Who knows? Anyway, doesn't the ancestor kneel for several days after returning from a business trip? Oh, what a fool, grandmother, how can she go out to take foreign language classes every day when she is so beautiful? Brothers and sisters? What is foreign language tutoring? What's wrong with foreign language tutoring? You are still young and don't understand. Little junior brother, don't interrupt when the adults are talking. Soon, a huge female image appeared in the sky. You still remember to come back? Why don't you take tutoring classes outside for the rest of your life? With a bang, when the little black dot in the sky flew to the top of the mountain, the woman stepped on it and the ground shook. Ah, my wife has great leg strength. The next moment, only a faint sound of sexy shouting could be heard from the horizon, which sounded quite enjoyable. Bang! 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 Ah, oh, como the huge female statue raised her feet and stomped down continuously. Sounds that needed to be silenced slowly came out. Many Longmen Sect disciples covered their foreheads. As expected, what junior brother Jiang Lin said was right. The reason why the grandmaster and grandmother were together was largely because of their compatible attributes. After stepping on it 5 times, the female Dharma image finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge Dharma image slowly disappeared. Come in with the washboard. The sound disappeared, and the ancestor of the Longmen Sect, who had been buried 3 feet in the ground, stood up, dusted off his body, took a washboard from his storage bag and quickly walked into the house. What's the big deal about kneeling on the washboard? It's good enough to get into the house. It's a huge profit. Wife, stop talking nonsense. How is it going? Don't worry, my wife. With my help, Shaoliner is safe and sound. If nothing unexpected happens, a bird will come to deliver newspapers in half an hour. So how are you doing with your foreign language studies? Honey, I've already explained it to you. I will never go to tutoring. Jiang Lin was the one who arranged it for me, but I refused. I also scolded him severely. Real? Of course the nonsense is true. Seeing his wife heaved a sigh of relief, the Longmen sect's patriarch quickly got up from the washboard, rubbed his wife's legs, and while massaging he told her the whole story truthfully. Oh, by the way, Xiao Liner also asked me to bring gifts to my wife and Qingwan. Let's talk about the gift later. That boy is thoughtful, but is he really okay? It's okay. It's definitely okay. But there's one thing I think we can't tell Qingwan. What's going on? I found that Xiao Liner seemed to have lost her virginity. Ping. As the Longmen sect patriarch had just finished speaking, the crisp sound of a teacup falling to the ground was heard from the back of the room. Looking back, the girl who had been cast into hiding by the master's grandmother's spell slowly appeared. Stunned, everyone must pay more attention to keeping warm, wear a mask when going out, open windows for ventilation and wash hands frequently. I wish you all to be immune to all poisons. Chapter 59. You are devils. The sun and the moon are shining on the twin peaks of Mount Everest. The air is still so fresh, and a few deer are jumping around in the morning. Since it is summer, the cicadas are chirping non-stop, and I feel like I am going to break down. The sun and moon sect is safe enough, not to mention that it is their own twin Everest peaks. Chushua's sword is still sealed. Jiang Lin handed Chushue to Xiao Niannian and let Xiao Niannian go to play happily in the woods without any worries. As for the danger, most of the poisonous snakes in the mountains were caught by Jiang Lin and sold for money. The non-venomous snakes also ran away as soon as they saw people because of the tragic fate of their own kind. If there are any ferocious beasts, there are indeed a few black bears on the twin Everest peaks. However, his master would snatch honey from them every other day, feeling very aggrieved. It can be said that his spiritual wisdom has begun to emerge. Seeing his little Nian Nian holding Chushua, they should not commit suicide. Besides, Xiao Nian Nian has a protective necklace made of top-grade spirit stone around her neck. So Jiang Lin felt at ease letting Xiao Nian Nian go out to play alone. Even if Xiao Nian Nian didn't come home, Jiang Lin could find her using GPS magic. But thinking of his master, Jiang Lin, who stepped onto the top of Shuangzhou Peak alone, looked up at the sky, his eyes slightly moist, and couldn't help but sigh. Master, when will you come out of seclusion? Jiang Lin misses you so much. There are always people who want to scatter your disciples' ashes. What should I do? Hey, Mr. Jiang, you're back. Just when Jiang Lin wanted to recite a poem to express his longing for his master, Brother Jiabali came out from the thatched hut that had just been built yesterday, with his belt pulled up and a cheerful face. Mr. Jiang, you really won't consider a top-grade spirit stone? With heavy makeup and 8-pack abs, but speaking softly, Jiabali bumped Jiang Lin's shoulder. As a warrior in the golden body realm, he almost knocked Jiang Lin away. Brother Jiabali, I am only selling my art, please respect yourself, respect yourself. Oh really, I heard that Master Jiang is looking for a pure martial artist to be his teacher. Maybe I can be his teacher. No need. To be honest, Brother Jiabali, I have already hired a martial artist to be my teacher with 3 peony belly bands. I won't bother you, Brother Jiabali. Jiang Lin hurriedly bowed. Brother Jiabali, take care. Jiang Lin won't see you off. Okay then, but if Brother Jiang still has this kind of business, remember to look for me. Jiabali looked at the thatched house reluctantly. I dislike such shy boys. Kaboli used his flying props and slowly left the twin Everests. As soon as Jiabali left, Fang Chaochuan, Diaoda and others arrived one after another. Sorry, Brother Jiang, I drank a little too much yesterday. Yes, fake alcohol is harmful. I still have a headache now. It's okay, I just got here too, but Jijibo, what happened to your eyes? Oh, don't mention it. I was drunk yesterday and went straight to the Minotaur to argue with him. We had a fight. Oh, forget it. Let's not talk about it. We won't let the family disgrace be made public. Since Brother Jijibo doesn't want to talk about it, forget it. Jiang Lin expressed his understanding. After all, every family has its own problems. However, Jijibo, the hat on your head is very environmentally friendly. Jiang Lin was in front, and the 4 people were behind. They opened the shabby wooden door of the thatched hut together. When Jiang Lin walked into the house, or when the sunlight shone into the house, the 3 people, still tied to the chair but with their clothes in disarray, couldn't help but tremble. They opened their eyes in horror. When they saw Jiang Lin, the three men burst into tears, crying like a 300-pound tank. Jiang Lin! You are a devil! Jiang Lin! You beast! I didn't expect you to resort to such means. Jiang Kaihua, you thief, give me back my innocence. Do you have the guts to come here in person? What kind of man are you to ask a brother to come here? Yes. Jiang Lin. You are not a man. Ahem. Jiang Lin cleared his throat and moved a chair to sit down. I don't like this, but after all last night, what do you think of it, my three heroes? My innocence is gone, I will never tell you even if I die. Restore my innocence. Jiang Lin, you are the devil. Yes, if you have the guts, come in person. Jiang Lin had just finished speaking, but seeing that the three people still showed no signs of giving in, Jiang Lin did not panic and slowly clapped his hands. In that case, I won't embarrass you three. Jijibo, fill the three of you with tofu pudding. Diada, take out your hair and give you three an unforgettable experience. Wait. What are you doing? Devil. You are devil. You bunch of people from the evil cult, ha ha ha, you will get your retribution, ha 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 no. I don't want to eat sweet tofu pudding. Don't come over here. No, half an hour later in the thatched hut, Jiang Lin and his companions each plucked a large feather and quickly took notes on the paper. The three people sitting on the chairs had desperate looks in their eyes. One of them had his mouth corner raised all the time, as if he was smiling crookedly. The other two had tofu pudding coming out of their noses every time they breathed. Did your leader ask you to assassinate me? The three nodded and said, you killed our fellow disciples in the mysterious realm. Our leader felt very embarrassed and naturally wanted to kill you. Are you saying that your leader assassin asked you to hide in the sects to be an insider, so that you can conquer those sects in the future? No, not just an insider, the Duga demon sect monk said, we also want us to learn the sect's skills and master them. It would be best if we could recruit a few more people with weak wills to defect. Anything else? These are the instructions we received. What about Donglin City? How much do you know? Donglin City? We don't know. It seems you are still stubborn. Jijibo pretended to pick up the tofu pudding. Wait. We really don't know. Yes, the three of us are just ordinary disciples. We have only received a few orders. We really don't know. That's all we know and we've said it all. Hey, wait, Jijibo, I think they really don't know. Jiang Lin stretched out his hand to stop Jijibo. Listening to Jiang Lin's words, the three of them nodded frantically, but as they were nodding, Jiang Lin's next words made them freeze. It's obviously a big move by the Dugu demon cult, but they don't even know this. What use are they? Let's contact the Intercontinental Ferry and send them to the 10,000 Demon Continent. 10,000 Demons Continent? Yes, I heard that the Taiyao sect of Wanyao Continent has profound attainments in the magic of changing gender. And Lin just listened to my suggestion and wanted to organize a female dance troupe. Let them come back from performing magic and debut in Chunfeng Tower. Looking at the three people who were sweating profusely, Jiang Lin smiled slightly. After all, I am not a devil. Chapter 60, Dragon turns 100 years old at night, with the sky full of stars. After having dinner with Shan Yanyan, Jiang Lin specially made himself a skewer of grilled kidneys, which tasted delicious. Jiang Lin moved a chair and sat on the top of Shuangzhou Peak. Little Yanyan sat in Jiang Lin's arms. The big and small raised their heads to admire the beautiful starry sky of the sun and moon sect. In the past, people could still see the starry sky in rural areas, but gradually even the night sky in rural areas became completely black. The three members of the demon sect had been sent away by Jiang Lin's friends from the express hall of the sun and moon sect. Naturally, it was not given to the Taiyao sect in Wanyao Continent, but was returned to the three sects respectively. After all, they had confessed, and after a series of tests, Jiang Lin felt that they were not lying, so he naturally sent them back to the three sections. Of course, the courier fee of the Sun and Moon Sect Express House still has to be paid by the other party, but Jiang Lin couldn't help but frown when he thought of the final move of those three guys. The Dugu demon cult is indeed making a big move in Donglin City. It seems that their leader assassin wants to break through the nascent Soul Realm and reach the Jade Pu Realm. Although the nascent Soul Realm and the Jade Pu Realm are only one level apart, there are 3 levels in total. but the difference between the Jade Poo realm and the nascent Soul realm is not just an ordinary watershed. It's like you are at the top of Mount Everest, and I have just reached the foot of the mountain. The breakthrough of that assassin was not a normal breakthrough. He was trying to force a breakthrough by using some unorthodox means, such as making some pills. The people of Donglin City seem to be one of the medicine. There are some troubles. Holding Xiao Nian and looking up at the stars in the sky, Zhang Lin felt a little depressed. Anyway, he is not a decent character, just a small villain. Although that crappy system makes him a villain every day, there must be a decent protagonist to handle the affairs of the Dugu demon sect. Zhang Lin is not worried at all that anything will happen to the protagonist, but here comes the problem. After all, I have been a good boy who has been influenced by the good society for more than 20 years. When I heard that someone used human life as medicine, I felt itchy and wanted to press the other person to the ground and rub him. There is also a system-wide long-term task of robbing robbers. Although this task has no time limit, we can't just leave it alone. That it's like there are a lot of red dots on your phone app, and you feel uncomfortable if you don't remove them. But if I want to take care of it, the other party is an assassin at the half-step Jade state. If you are at the nascent soul stage, you can start a school and have your own capital. I am just a small Guanhai stage. No matter how you look at it, I feel like I am courting death. Or should I use the resurrection coins to kill him? It seems to work, but it also seems not to work. After all, although I have never fought with someone in the half-step Jade raw material realm, there is still such a huge difference in realms. It seems like it's a sure thing for the other party to kill me tens of thousands of times. Although a large number of ants can bite an elephant to death, and you have a lot of resurrection coins to keep fighting it. Have you ever seen ants fighting an elephant one by one? Oh, I'm so sad, Dad. You can't frown. Sister Fong said that frowning will easily make you look old. When you get old, you won't look good. If you look bad, you won't be able to find a boyfriend. Looking up at her father, Xiao Nian stretched out her little hand to gently smooth his frown. Sorry, Daddy was distracted. Daddy said he would tell Xiao Nian about the stars tonight. Zhang Lin ruffled Xiao Nian's long hair and put those annoying thoughts aside. What could be more important than accompanying his daughter? No. Yeah, Daddy and Nian are watching the stars together. Little Nian sat in Daddy's arms, covering her daddy's big palm with her little hands. Strangely enough, the stars in this world are exactly the same as those on Earth. There seems to be no difference, except that no one has named them. Look, that one is called Altair, and that one is called Vega. Legend has it that there was a pair of lovers, called Altair and Vega, who loved each other very much, but were separated and could only see each other once a year. Why was it torn apart? It's a long story, but to put it briefly, the coward couldn't afford the bride price and was rejected by his father-in-law and mother-in-law. I can only see you once a year. Xiao Nian lowered his head and looked a little disappointed. Don't worry, Nian. Although they can only meet once a year, there is a legend that one day in the divine world is 1 year on Earth, so, in fact, the coward and the weaver girl meet every day. Is that so? That's great. Nian raised her little head and looked at her daddy happily with a pair of eyes sparkling with crystal moonlight. Nian also wants to be with daddy every day. Ozzel, why is my daughter so cute? It would be even better if Xiao Nian didn't want to spray me to death in the future. Zhang Lin felt warm in his heart and touched Xiao Nian's head. To be honest, Zhang Lin felt that patting the head was really addictive. He even felt that if he continued to rub like this, he could rub Xiao Nian into a bald spot. Look, that's called Libra. Zhang Lin gestured at a few stars. When they are connected like this, people say it looks like Libra. What do you think, Xiao Nian? Not at all. Dad didn't think so either. At the time, Dad had the same idea as Nian. He felt that they were fooling Dad. But it's Libra. Because Daddy said it was a Libra, so in little Nian's heart, it is a Libra. As long as she can watch the stars with Daddy, Nian is very happy. Nian, for a moment, Zhang Lin's eyes became moist. In this materialistic world of cultivation, it was indeed only a daughter who could warm people's hearts. Zhang Lin even had the terrible thought that it doesn't seem unacceptable to be scolded to death by Xiao Nian. However, this idea was quickly crushed by Zhang Lin, who also spitted a few times. Nian, look, those stars put together are called Virgo. Let's not talk about this one. Let's change to another one. That one is called Sagittarius. Does it look like a centaur? Okay, no, that one is Cancer, and that one is. Jiang Lin held Shan Yan Nian in his arms and gently told her about the nebula in the sky, and then talked about the modified version of Greek mythology. As he was talking, Jiang Lin felt that the little girl in his arms stopped wagging her tail and her little head rested on his chest. A man lives for 100 years, a dragon lives for 100 years. Jiang Lin picked up little Nian Nian and pinched her soft little cheeks. Little Nian Nian let out a few times, held Jiang Lin's fingers, and buried her little head deeper in Jiang Lin's arms. There's still a long time until she reaches adulthood, don't panic. After kissing Shan Yan Nian on the cheek, Jiang Lin carried Shan Yan Nian back to the room. Just when Jiang Lin had just covered Shan Yan Nian with the quilt, there was a knock on the door. The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. Chapter 61. Speak politely. The sound of knocking on the door slowly came into the room. Jiang Lin tucked the quilt in for Nian Nian and walked to the door. Who is it? The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. I only heard a dull middle-pitched voice slowly coming from outside the door, and it sounded quite nice. Is this what his voice sounds like? But no matter what, the code has to be correct. Eagles eat mushrooms. Jiang Lin responded slowly, and at the same time asked, how much is a belly band? Buy 2, get 1 free. That's not right, Senior Chen, what's wrong with your throat? Why does your voice sound a little strange? Oh, I just caught a cold, it's nothing serious. I see. Although the other party's voice was not right, but when I heard the other party answer the secret code, it meant there was no problem. When Jiang Lin heaved a sigh of relief and opened the door, he almost fell down when he saw the person outside. 2 days ago, when I came back, a new masked customer came to me to buy the belly band of the wine girl in the east of Ryu City. Although his face was covered, the fist force emanating from him was similar to that of Chen Jia, which made Jiang Lin suspect that he was Chen Hua, the head of the Chen family. Especially his eyes, which looked like, although his eyes were a little vulgar, different from Chen Jia's innocent and silly eyes, they were still similar, since all the members of the Chen family are pure martial artists, especially Mrs. Chen, whose realm is said to be higher than her husband, and Jiang Lin just wants to find a pure martial artist to be his teacher. So at that time, Jiang Lin held down the hand of Chen Jia's father Chen Hua, who was about to pick up the belly band, and gently called out Chen Jia's father to test it a little. As a result, Chen Hua broke out in a cold sweat and his identity was exposed to. Finally, Jiang Lin made a deal with him. I helped him conceal the fact that he bought the belly band, sent these 3 belly bands to him, and even got him a membership card, which gave him a 20% discount on belly bands in the future. And Chen Hua agreed to teach Jiang Lin Wufu to practice. How much are the Tiger King, eagle eating mushrooms, and a belly band? Buy 2 get 1 free yesterday. These are all codes. It's just that the code was correct, but the one who came was not Chen Hua. Mrs. Chen Chen, looking at Madame Chen, who was standing outside the door wearing palace clothes and long hair tied up, and who looked 70% similar to Chen Jia and had perfectly inherited Chen Jia's smooth sailing habits. Jiang Lin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Since Madame Chen was a famous beauty in the Sun Moon sect, she would sometimes go out to play with other girls. Jiang Lin had seen her twice, so he naturally remembered her, but the question is, why did Mrs. Chen come back here, and just now she exchanged the secret code? Hello, Mr. Jiang. Mother Chen put her hands in front of her and bowed. Her smile gave people a sweet and kind look. Mrs. Chen's late-night visit is true. A fist force slowly spread out, still tightly wrapping around Jiang Lin as the center, without affecting Shan Yan Nian, who was sleeping soundly under the powerful and fierce punch. Jiang Lin found himself sweating profusely and could not even speak clearly. This lady. So scary. Mr. Jiang, don't be nervous. Speak politely. I'm just a woman and I'm not here to pick your flowers. Mr. Jiang, don't worry. Mother Chen gently patted the dust off Jiang Lin's shoulders. Mother Chen, who was a head shorter than Jiang Lin, still looked at Jiang Lin with a smile in her beautiful eyes. But I, a woman, have a question I want to ask Mr. Jiang. I wonder if Mr. Jiang can answer it. Jiang Lin will definitely do his best. Is this a true pure warrior? The number 1 warrior of the Sun Moon sect, Chen Zhuang. There are 10 realms for warriors, and 13 realms for cultivators in addition to the 2 lost realms. Jiang Lin heard that even if a true pure warrior is 2 realms lower than a cultivator, he will crush your head if the cultivator gets close to him. Jiang Lin didn't believe it before, but when he met Chen Jia, Jiang Lin believed it vaguely. However, he felt that it was not realistic for a cultivator 2 levels higher to be unilaterally attacked, and now, if anyone doesn't believe it, Jiang Lin Juhua will be killed for 1,000 years. When facing Mrs. Chen, this feeling of powerlessness is like a husky encountering Godzilla. It's nothing, actually. Mrs. Chen looked at Xiao Nian Nian, who was lying on the bed behind Jiang Lin. There are children here. It would be bad if they were woken up. Besides, it is not appropriate for a woman like me to enter Mr. Jiang's room. Mr. Jiang, can you come out and talk with me? Of course. What, sure. After bringing the tea set in the room and casting a soundproofing array on the small thatched cottage, Jiang Lin and Chen's mother sat face to face at the stone table on the top of Shuangzhou Peak. Jiang Lin made a cup of tea for Mrs. Chen. His hands were shaking when he poured the tea for her. Sorry, Madam Chen is so beautiful. I am a little nervous. Jiang Lin patted his left hand. It would be fine if it was shaking, but why is it shaking up and down? In fact, Master Jiang is already very remarkable. Mother Chen took Jiang Lin's teacup, which was shaking so much that the tea was almost spilling out. I released some of my fist energy. I thought Master Jiang would faint in a few breaths, but it turned out that he was just a little nervous and his mind was normal. Master Jiang is very powerful. Thank you Mrs. Chen for the compliment. No wonder I feel. Jiang Lin patted his shaking hands. They're still shaking, ha ha ha. I don't know why, the other party praised me so much, but I didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. And Mrs. Chen said that I only released a little fist energy? What if all the fist energy, this is her domineering color? Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Mother Chen smiled and took a sip of the tea in the cup. Of the next moment, the tremendous pressure that Jiang Lin felt as if he was being stepped on by Godzilla disappeared instantly. It's like I suddenly changed from a 300-pound tank to an 80-pound slim JK. Do you recognize this belly band of Mr. Jiang? Putting down the teacup, Chen's mother took out a peony-patterned belly band from the storage bag. Ha! Just one? Jiang Lin thought the other party would take out 3 items at once. What? No, Junior said this belly band is really pretty. Yeah. Mother Chen smiled slightly, and Jiang Lin felt that Godzilla's foot was about to step on him again. At this moment, Jiang Lin spoke subconsciously out of a strong desire to survive, but no matter how beautiful it is, it's not as beautiful as Madame Chen's. Mother Chen was stunned for a moment, and Jiang Lin wanted to punch himself even more. What the hell? What are you talking about? Just when Jiang Lin was ready to withstand all of Chen's mother's punches, Chen's mother smiled and tapped Jiang Lin's head with her slender hand. Mr. Jiang, you are really joking. I touched my forehead and it didn't hurt much, but just when Jiang Lin was about to explain something. Boom! A loud noise came from behind him. Jiang Lin focused his spiritual power and turned to look. In the distance, there was a mountain that no one knew who was at. There's a big hole. Chapter 62. Did I kidnap your daughter? Looking at the huge hole that appeared in the distant mountain, Jiang Lin swallowed his saliva. Mr. Jiang, Mother Chen took another sip of tea and spoke slowly, her calm tone making people feel uneasy. Yes. Madam Chen. Jiang Lin sat up with a shudder and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Mr. Jiang, do you have anything to say about this peony belly band? Mother Chen crossed her slender hands together, rested her pointed little chin on them, and looked at Jiang Lin with a smile. Mother Chen and her daughter are so alike, almost like sisters. But why are their personalities so different even though they are both mother and daughter? No matter how you look at it, Chen's mother seems to be a sinister person. For a moment, Jiang Lin missed the little girl Chen Jia. Although she was a little flat, she had long legs and her silly personality was so nice, silly, sweet, and innocent. Such a silly, innocent girl is so easy to please, but what should I do now? Should I confess the matter? Tell Chen's mother the truth. That's right. Your husband is interested in that wine-selling girl from the Sun Moon sect. He was the one who bought the belly band. How can this be possible? I, Jiang Lin, am a businessman, a serious businessman. What is the most important thing for a businessman? That is integrity. Protect the privacy of guests, even if I get beaten to death with one punch. Even if this Madame Chen steps on me and crushes me. I, Jiang Lin, won't even frown. I, Jiang Lin, have integrity. The professional ethics of a businessman. Mrs. Chen. Jiang Lin sat up straight, resisting Chen's mother's punch, his eyes full of determination. Mother Chen smiled softly. That sweet and mature smile made Jiang Lin want to curse Chen Hui in his heart. Your wife is so beautiful. Why did you buy a belly band from me? Have you ever considered the feelings of a single person like me? Mr. Jiang, please be careful with your words. The pressure emanating from Chen's mother was getting heavier. Is this a true pure warrior? This is too much of a cheat. After all, I am also a swordsman at the Guanhai realm. Sword cultivators train their chi in their bodies. Although their physiques are not as strong as those of martial artists, let alone pure martial artists, they are still not bad anyway. Jiang Lin closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and showed an unyielding chastity. Madam Chen. Even if you beat me to death, I will not tell you his name. Are you kidding? How can you say that? At most, it's just a resurrection coin, but if I lose my credibility, how can I do business in the future? Isn't this cutting off my own source of income? Who would buy a belly band from me with peace of mind? I have to support my stupid master and maintain the twin Everests, which all cost money. Business has become increasingly difficult recently. It's becoming increasingly difficult to be a villain. If my source of income is cut off, you might as well kill me. Just when Jiang Lin closed his eyes tightly, thinking that the other party was going to punch him, nothing happened. Instead, a silver bell-like laughter rang in his ears. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Chen's mother, who was sitting in front of him, covering her mouth with her hands, and chuckled. She looked very happy, and there were even tears in the corners of her eyes. Jiang Lin was a little confused. What happened to Mrs. Chen? Did she go crazy after finding out that her husband bought someone else's belly band? Sorry, I'm being rude. Mother Chen tried hard to stop laughing, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at Jiang Lin and smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. My husband has already confessed everything. You offered him 20% off on belly bands and 3 peony belly bands as gifts in exchange for helping you practice boxing, right? Well, Jiang Lin was speechless for a moment. He was still thinking of keeping his mouth shut and refusing to admit it, but he didn't expect that Chen Ho would sell him out in the blink of an eye. Mrs. Chen actually knew everything, then why? Why are you still asking Mr. Jiang these questions? Why don't you just punch Mr. Jiang away? Mother Chen smiled slightly and looked at Jiang Lin with a little tenderness and appreciation. You're pretty good. I said you're a pretty good man. Mrs. Chen, please respect yourself. Jiang Lin's hands trembled, and he quickly hugged himself, looking as if he was on guard against a female hooligan. Mother Chen rolled her eyes at Jiang Lin. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you, but you have passed my test. Test? Jiang Lin became more and more confused. What is the situation now? Isn't Mrs. Chen here to call for justice? If you had revealed my damned husband to save yourself, I would have been disappointed in you, but you didn't, which is good. Also, you can withstand my fists, which is even better. You know, apart from my daughter, there are few young people who can stand up under the pressure of my fists. Thank you for the compliment, Mrs. Chen. Looking at Jiang Lin, Chen's mother nodded. Although you are known as a flower thief, selling women's belly bands, and usually do nothing good, cheating and deceiving, but you are a good person. Jiang Lin's eyebrows twitched. Was this considered praising himself? Why did it feel like he was scolding himself? And what about cheating? What did I kidnap? Did I kidnap your daughter? Okay, this matter is over, but Mr. Jiang should know that my little bride is a girl, right? I know, but don't worry, Madam Chen. Miss Chen and I are just friends, and I don't have any improper thoughts about her. Jiang Lin quickly distanced himself from the relationship. Although he often stole glances at Chen Jia's long legs, that was not considered as having improper thoughts. That's right, I have eyes that can discover beauty. Seeing Jiang Lin speaking so righteously, Chen's mother opened her mouth slightly, but felt it was difficult to say anything. Forget it, you young people should deal with your own affairs, toss. I'm just talking to myself. Mr. Jiang, you don't have to take it seriously. Mother Chen waved her hand. She felt that Jiang Lin looked quite smart, but why was his EQ so low? How about I beat him up for my daughter? After all, this kind of stray man can also beat gay people. Oh well, forget it, let the young people do it themselves. Mr. Jiang. Mother Chen sat up straight and smiled. Although my husband deserves to die and shouldn't buy this kind of thing from you, the deal has been made after all. What does Mrs. Chen mean? But please forgive me, Mr. Jiang. My husband fell down the stairs yesterday and accidentally broke his leg, several ribs, and hand bones. I'm afraid I can't teach you boxing. So, my daughter will be the bridegroom. I don't know if Mr. Jiang will do it. What do you think? Chapter 63 24K Pure Man. So, I'll let my daughter do it for me. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? Looking at Chen's mother's smiling and elegant face, Jiang Lin felt confused and even a little panicked. What does Madame Chen mean by this? Is she testing me? He has a reputation as a thief, but she still sends her daughter to him. Isn't he afraid that his daughter will fall into the tiger's mouth, or is it that Mrs. Chen is too confident in her daughter and feels that she cannot beat Mrs. Chen? Ha! Are you kidding me? I am a 24K real man. How could I not be able to beat Chen Jia? Don't mention it. I really can't beat Chen Jia. There is no way. After all, he is the protagonist. Besides, Chen Jia is a true pure warrior, a true golden body realm. A pure warrior cannot be compared with other cultivators and is naturally 2 realms higher than other cultivators. Even if he was a sword cultivator, he couldn't withstand the small fist of Chen Jia, who was at the 6th level of martial arts. Moreover, even if he could beat Chen Jia, he would not dare to do anything to Chen Jia. Chen Jia is the only daughter of the Chen family. Does she want to be beaten to death by Chen's mother? Didn't she hear what Chen's mother just said, that Chen Hua broke several bones? How do you feel, Mr. Jiang? Seeing that Jiang Lin didn't reply, Chen's mother asked again. Miss Chen is known as a martial arts fanatic, so I naturally have no complaints. However, I'm afraid Miss Chen has some misunderstandings about me and may not want to see me. Jiang Lin stood up, bent down and bowed. If Madame Chen really wants to complete the transaction for Senior Chen, then Madame Chen can just recommend 1 or 2 warriors. After all, I won't stay in the Sun Moon sect for a long time and will leave soon, so I just want to recruit some temporary warriors to join the sect. Mother Chen shook her head. My Chen family doesn't want to break our promise. Since the child's father can't come, it's not easy for me, a woman, to go to Shuangxufeng frequently, so Xiaojia is just right. Not many people know that Xiaojia is a girl, so it's best for Xiaojia to come disguised as a man, and if I want to advance to the next level in the golden body realm, I also need to consolidate my foundation and learn boxing again from the beginning. So letting me teach young Master Jiang is also a way for me to consolidate myself, which is also of many benefits to me. For some reason, Jiang Lin always felt that Mrs. Chen had more to say than just this. To be honest, Jiang Lin also wanted to refuse. After all, if Chen Jia faced him every day, although Chen Jia was indeed pleasing to the eye, he really couldn't stand her character that would punch him at any time. Besides, the girl Chen Jia had a bad impression of him to begin with. What if this guy took revenge on her during her cultivation? Mrs. Chen, I think it is better, Mr. Jiang. Mother Chen interrupted Jiang Lin. My Chen family never owes anyone anything, nor do we like to owe anyone anything. If we insist on owing others, it is a favor, and I think favors are the most troublesome thing. Does Master Chen want to get favors from our Chen family? Or does he think that our little bride is not worthy of teaching Master Jiang? Jiang Lin found himself speechless. It seems like no matter what I say, it's wrong, especially when looking at Chen's mother's faint and beautiful but somewhat cold smile. Jiang Lin didn't know what to say for a moment. Damn, this Mrs. Chen definitely came prepared, but why did she insist on her daughter teaching her? Mrs. Chen, I'm Mr. Jiang, what do you think? Suddenly, a fist force spread out, and Jiang Lin even felt that if Madame Chen continued to release this fist force, not to mention himself, the Twin Everest peaks alone would collapse more than 10 meters. How can I refuse? Ha ha ha, then I'll bother Miss Chen. How can you say I'm disturbing you? Mother Chen stood up with a smile, walked to Jiang Lin's side, patted Jiang Lin's shoulder with a smile, and whispered in Jiang Lin's ear, then let's put it this way. But, Mr. Jiang, my daughter is a simple person, and you, Mr. Jiang, inevitably have some reputation, so, don't worry, Madam Chen. Jiang Lin quickly stood up. The rumors about me, Jiang Lin, are all completely false. Oh? So the story about Mr. Jiang selling women's belly bands is also completely false? This livelihood is forced. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, Mr. Jiang. On the contrary, I trust you very much. Mrs. Chen patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. After all, my husband who accidentally broke his leg is still waiting for me to take care of him. Goodbye, Madam Chen. Jiang Lin quickly stood up and said goodbye. A Mother Chen nodded and flew away on the wind. When one reaches the realm of far traveling, any warrior can fly on the wind. Early the next morning, Jiang Lin and Shan Yan were still sleeping soundly. As usual, every morning, Shan Yan, who was lying peacefully on her father's chest, would always stick out her little tongue to lick Jiang Lin's chin. Jiang Lin would always frown because of the itch, then touch Shan Yan's little head half awake and half asleep before continuing to sleep. However, today there was a knock on the door again, and Jiang Lin's big head and Shan Yan's little head rubbed against each other. It's so early in the morning and you can't let me sleep. Jiang Lin smacked his lips in his sleep, and turning over while hugging little Nian who was like a pillow. Not long after Jiang Lin turned over, a loud bang was heard in the room. But it's like you were sleeping soundly and suddenly a high explosive bomb explodes at the head of your bed without any warning. Fuck! Who is it? Don't you know that repairing a door is very difficult? He suddenly sat up while holding Shan Yan. The sunlight coming in through the door hit Jiang Lin's face, and he felt like he was being burned by the sun. The dazed little Nian shrugged her nose, rubbed against Jiang Lin's arms, and wagged her little tail, as if she was still asleep, and said softly, "Mom." At this time, Jiang Lin slowly opened his eyes. Under the sunlight, a graceful figure appeared in front of the door. Her long hair was tied up and wrapped with a small cloth strip. She was wearing a long gown, showing her Confucian style. Apart from his fair skin, long legs and beautiful face, he looks just like a grown man. The girl puffed out her cheeks, with fist intent flowing freely, as if she was saying, "If you sleep again, I'm going to break your legs and make you lie down for a long time." Mama, I miss you so much. Opening her big watery eyes and looking at Chen Jia, Xiaolongnu broke away from Jiang Lin's arms, stepped her little feet wrapped in socks on the floor, and walked towards Chen Jia happily. "And Mommy misses you too." Seeing Shan Yan, Chen Jia's eyes lit up. She walked over and picked up Shan Yan, and the two rubbed each other's cheeks. Looking at the picture of Awei's death, Jiang Lin suddenly had the urge to draw something. Butanin, what the hell is this? Chapter 64. One day I will make you remember me, Anan. Nian. Anun. Nian. Be safe and sound. What's wrong with that? Nian dad. This sounds so humane. Beside the stone table on the top of Shuangju Peak, Jiang Lin and Chen Jia stood up and slapped the stone table, quarreling non-stop. Little Nian, who was sitting between them, looked around with her big watery eyes full of confusion, wondering why her mom and dad were quarreling. "I don't care. Our daughter will be named Anan." "Hey! You don't care?" "Chen Jia, let me tell you. I, Jiang Lin, have 3 rules that I don't hit: the elderly, the disabled, and women. Don't make me make an exception." Jiang Linhua said this, and Chen Jia punched Jiang Lin and sent him flying far away. "Chen Jia! You are murdering your husband. Who are you calling your wife? You shameless bastard." Chen Jia's face was red with anger, but Jiang Lin's words "dear husband" made the girl feel a little happy in her heart, like a flower blooming. Although she knew that Jiang Lin was pretending to be a couple with her in front of Shan Yan, she was still very happy. But then I thought about how Jiang Lin had flirted with so many other girls and even wanted to make a move on Woody. All of a sudden, Chen Jia's eyes widened, and she stepped forward with her fist, wanting to give the guy another heavy blow. "Mom, don't hit me anymore." Although Dad often stares at the bottom of Sister Fang Ruo's neck, and although Dad always looks up when there is a little sister in a long skirt flying in the sky, Dad still likes Mom. Just as Chen Jia was about to punch him, Shan Yan hugged Chen Jia's calf and shook her. Her cute eyes were filled with worry for her father and mother, as well as cuteness. Only Chen Jia's face seemed to have become even darker. "Be good, little Nian. Daddy and Mommy didn't have a fight." Chen Jia squatted down and kissed Shan Yan on the cheek. "Shan Yan, can you play outside first? Daddy and Mommy have something to discuss in the room." "Are Daddy and Mommy really okay? Is Mommy really not mad at Daddy?" Of course, Mama likes Shan Yan and Papa the most. Mary Chen touched Shan Yan's head, smiled and helped Jiang Lin up, and gently straightened Jiang Lin's collar with her little hand. "Husband, can we go into the room and talk about things?" "Room? Actually, I prefer being outdoors." If you don't come in, I'll tell my mother that you molested me. With her hair tucked behind her ears and tiptoed, Chen Jia whispered in Jiang Lin's ear. Just go in. Jiang Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Oh, Jiang Lin, never knew how to write the 3 words afraid of my wife. Jiang Lin walked into the room with great dominance, and Chen Jia followed him in with her hands in front of her. Little Nian Nian glanced at the little thatched hut and blinked. Just as Shan Nian Nian turned around to catch the insects, a sound like a pig being slaughtered came from the small thatched house. Ah, Chen Jia. Do you really think I can't beat you? Gao Fei, where are you sitting? Fuck, are you a cat? Don't bite my neck. Half an hour later, Chen Jia hummed and walked out of the room, clapping her hands contentedly, looking refreshed. When Jiang Lin came out, he pulled his gown up, but it couldn't cover the bite marks on his neck. Jiang Lin has made his decision. I must practice hard in the future, and then hang Chen Jia up and beat her. You have to light a candle. Chen Jia, who seemed to be in a much better mood, no longer worried about the name. Jiang Lin found this quite strange. At noon, Chen Jia insisted on cooking. To be honest, Jiang Lin was quite worried. After all, this girl was a daughter of a wealthy family. How could a daughter of a wealthy family cook? Sure enough, just when Jiang Lin was teaching Shan Nian Nian to sing Calabash Brothers, a burnt smell wafted out from the kitchen. If Jiang Lin hadn't rushed in time and skillfully put out the fire with the first snow, his kitchen would probably have been destroyed again. In the end, Jiang Lin still prepared lunch, but Chen Jia, who had experienced failure, lowered her head like a little hamster, with self-blame in her eyes. She would steal glances at Jiang Lin from time to time, as if she was afraid that he would get angry with her. Jiang Lin, who was eating rice from a bowl, looked at Chen Jia's cute eyes that showed she was afraid of getting angry, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Although this little girl looks quite fierce at ordinary times, she is actually a talented martial artist. She looks for people to challenge for boxing everywhere and is fearless. Just now she was so scared that she pinned herself to the ground and bit herself madly. Now she is like a little white cat who has done something wrong and is waiting for punishment from her owner. Alright. Jiang Lin put down his bowl and chopsticks, and subconsciously wanted to touch Chen Jia's little head beside him, but as soon as he raised his hand, forget it. What if he got beaten? It's okay. Master often started fires in our kitchen before. I'm used to it. It's no big deal. Really? Chen Jia raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Lin timidly. The look of self-blame and fear of being scolded almost made Jiang Lin's nose bleed. Jiang Lin, you really don't blame me? Really? Am I, Jiang Lin, the kind of person who gets angry over the smallest things? To be honest, even if she was really angry, which man would have the heart to scold her after seeing this cute expression? No way. Manly character. Okay, eat well. I made you some papaya stewed with milk to nourish you. Chen Jia scooped up a spoonful of the white soup with some papaya floating on top. She took a sip, and although it tasted a bit strange, it was quite delicious and sweet. If it tastes good, eat more. Seeing Chen Jia eating happily with her eyes narrowed, Jiang Lin said with a smile, this papaya stewed with milk is not only rich in vitamins, but also can enrich. Vitamins? What are they? What do they enrich? Chen Jia raised her head and looked at Jiang Lin innocently with blinking eyes. Enriching what the human body needs, Jiang Lin explained quickly. If he said that word, he would probably get punched again. Chen Jia rolled her eyes at Jiang Lin. Although she didn't know what this guy was saying, she didn't care. Wasn't he like this when he was a child? When she thought of her childhood, Chen Jia's small heart suddenly became angry. It's only been a few years, and she has forgotten about herself. Big pig's hoof. Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, the girl pouted and glared at Jiang Lin angrily, but Jiang Lin was eating happily and didn't notice it at all. Oh my god, what's wrong with you again? Jiang Lin cried out in pain when Chen Jia's small feet stepped on him under the table. He took off his shoes and blew on her feet. Nothing. Humph. The girl turned her head and continued drinking her soup. The girl glanced secretly at Jiang Lin and smiled gently as she saw him rubbing his feet. You big fool. One day I'll make you remember me. Chapter 65, huh? Mom, what did you say? At the Lingqing peak of the sun and moon sect, a pigeon holding a flower was chasing a sparrow. Diao even shook his bangs and showed his lush hair to his fellow disciple. No, It should be said that the owl named Two Wing to the World. At Black Mountain Peak, the Peak Master, Black Bear Spirit, is giving his disciples a lecture on how to properly raise bees and specific measures to prevent the double Everest gingerfish mud. At Chelanarm Peak, those guys who were probably crazy were still hammering the trees that were left behind from who knows when and what species they were. Anyway, according to a guy from Chelanarm sect, as long as they could break a tree in the forest with one punch, they could leave the mountain. Jiang Lin didn't say anything about this. He just reserved the trees that the guy would hammer down in the future. After all, he had been hammering for so many years, so even if they were not strong, they would have been hammered down to be strong. At the top of Shuangzhou Peak, Jiang Lin was sitting on a stone bench holding little Nian Nian in his arms. In front of them was Chen Jia, whose boxing skills were as fast as the wind. Every punch Chen Jia threw was so heavy that it seemed to break a hole in the sky, but even with such a heavy punch, there was not a trace of heaviness. Jiang Lin knew that she had already retracted her fist power, but the fist spirit that flowed through her body unconsciously due to her practice to the extreme was even more astonishing. In fact, the biggest difference between a warrior and a monk is not just in physique, the difference is lifespan. This is because warriors use the true energy generated in the small world of the human body, and they do not ask for help from heaven but from themselves, while cultivators use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and they ask for help from both heaven and earth and from themselves, so the lifespan of cultivators is much longer than that of warriors. Even a warrior at the 10th realm cannot live for more than 1,000 years, but a Qigong practitioner, cultivator, at the 10th realm, the nascent soul realm, can live for 4,000 to 5,000 years. That if you know how to take care of yourself and often soak wolfberries in a thermos cup, you may be able to live to 7,000 or 8,000 years old. And the most important thing is that once you reach the nascent soul stage, your appearance will be immortal and maintain youthfulness, but a warrior cannot do that, even if you are a pure warrior in the 10th stage. Therefore, the 10th realm is also called the end of the warrior, representing the end point of the warrior, and the warrior's path is also called a dead end. After practicing for 1,000 years, why would you practice Jill, unless it is the 11th level of martial arts? The 11th realm of a warrior does not have a specific name yet. Some people call it the realm of true God, while others call it the realm of ascension to godhood. The reason is that many yin-yang practitioners believe that if a warrior keeps improving his realm, if he continues to break through, surpassing the 10 realms, reaching the 11th realm or even higher, he will eventually become a god and become a terrifying existence like the ancient gods. I never asked for help from heaven or earth before, and I won't do so now, and I will not do so in the future, because I am already heaven. But for Jiang Lin, all of this is theoretical stuff, just like there is a theory that says that you can travel through time and space by exceeding the speed of light, but isn't it still impossible? After all, there are only 9 states in the world who can reach the 10th level of martial arts. According to Jiang Lin's knowledge, there are no more than 20 of them. As for the 11th realm, it seems that it has never appeared at all, but now, Jiang Lin feels that his ideas may need to change for some reason. Even an outsider like Jiang Lin could see that Chen Jia was very suitable for practicing boxing. Each of her punches was so crisp and clear, although it looked a bit like radio gymnastics, but this is not the point. The point is, can you do radio gymnastics so neatly and efficiently? In short, although Jiang Lin is a layman, he can see that every punch Chen Jia throws is accompanied by a faint thunder, and that natural feeling is like a kind of stubbornness. A kind of powerful spirit of my fist. Only ask the heaven. Only break the gods, and there is not a single doubt about his own fist. It's like I know I'm going to die, but I'm still going to smash your chest with my little fist. In addition to the bonus given to her by the system as the protagonist, Jiang Lin felt that the girl in front of him might very well become the first 11th level warrior in the world since the extinction of the gods. If that time comes, she will punch herself. Jiang Lin thought about it, and then shuddered all over. Mama is great, Mama is so pretty. Chen Jia put away her boxing stance, and little Nian Nian in Jiang Lin's arms clapped her hands happily, with her little tail wagging in Jiang Lin's arms. Thank you, Nian Nian. Chen Jia trotted over to Jiang Lin, stroked her skirt, squatted down, and kissed Shan Nian Nian on the cheek, looking just like a family of 3. Well, have you figured it out? Holding Shan Nian Nian's hand, Chen Jia raised her head and looked at Jiang Lin with a slightly blushing face. It was the first time for Chen Jia to be stared at while she was practicing boxing by a man, and she felt a little weird about it. Jiang Lin was speechless for a moment as he looked at the girl's eyes that said, "This boxing technique is so simple, you must be able to do it, right? How about I practice it again?" "Well, okay, practice it once and let me see." After exchanging positions, Chen Jia held Shan Nian Nian and sat on the stone bench that Jiang Lin had warmed with his buttocks. Jiang Lin stood at the place where Qinjia demonstrated her boxing skills and began to restore Qinjia's boxing skills based on his memory. Result: Jiang Lin actually did radio gymnastics sitting on the stone bench. Qinjia looked at Jiang Lin's indescribable awkward fist posture and her face stiffened. She always felt that Jiang Lin was deliberately irritating her, but when I saw Jiang Lin's serious look, I felt that he didn't mean it. It's real food, Dad. This is not how it's done. Just when Qinjia didn't know what to say for a moment, little Nian Nian jumped out of Qinjia's arms, stepped on her little embroidered shoes and came to Jiang Lin with her little tail dragging. Dad, this is how mommy does it. Little Nian Nian jumped on her little feet, turned around, and pointed her tail towards Jiang Lin. Little Nian Nian, who had just reached the height of her father's knees, clenched her fists and began to imitate her mother's gestures seriously. Hi, little Nian Nian was punching seriously, and every step with her little feet revealed her cuteness, especially her chubby and serious little face. Jiang Lin couldn't help but want to kiss it. Qinjia clapped her hands and looked at her lovely daughter with shining eyes, only Jiang Lin frowned. Why does it feel like the fist force is getting heavier? Nian Nian. Put away your fist. Qinjia also seemed to realize something and shouted quickly. Ah! Mama, what did you say? Little Nian Nian turned her head, but the last punch was just delivered. Boom! There was a loud noise and a violent shock at the Qilanarm peak next door, and a small and cute fist mark was embedded on the peak. Then came the accusation from the guy next door who kept pulling at the tree. Jiang Lin. What the heck are you doing? Why is there a hole on my mountain? Aren't you going to Chunfeng Tower? Chapter 66. I can't stand it anymore. There are two types of warriors in the world, pure warriors and martial artists. However, some people think that it is impossible for a Qigong practitioner to become a pure warrior. In fact, that is not true. Mother once said that a dragon can give birth to a dragon by finding a snake, and a horse and a donkey can give birth to a mule. How can it be impossible to practice both sword and body? Don't be lazy, and practice horse stance a little better. Come on, Dad. On the top of the twin Everest peaks, Qinjia was holding a willow branch and circling around Jiang Lin, who was doing a horse stance. Little Nian Nian was lying on Jiang Lin's head, wagging her little tail and barking to cheer him up. Don't be lazy. Seeing Jiang Lin's knees straighten slightly, Qinjia bit Jiang Lin's neck directly. Cao Fei. Don't bite me. Who told you to be lazy? Keep going. Still going on? It's been an hour. Humph. 1 hour is enough? What kind of man are you? Listening to Qinjia's words, Jiang Lin wanted to complain, but he was even more devastated in his heart. This rhythm is wrong. I will be leaving for Donglin City in a few days, and I plan to learn some theoretical knowledge in these few days, just like learning to drive with 4 subjects. I will pass the first subject first, and as for the other subjects, I will find a car to practice with when I have time later. But why did it feel like this little girl Qinjia wanted her to take it step by step, starting with steering, not only to get a motor vehicle driver's license, but also to let her learn to fly a plane this way? Qinjia, listen to me. What did you call me? In order to create a harmonious and warm family atmosphere for Xiao Nian, Jiang Lin and Qinjia communicated through telepathy, and Jiang Lin suggested that they call each other by intimate names. After all, only in a harmonious, warm and loving family can Nian grow up full of love. When Nian wants to spray herself to death in the future, she will also remember the warm and happy family time in the past. Maybe then Nian will go easy on me. Mary. However, when Jiang Lin said this repetitive word, a sense of disobedience and numbness suddenly filled his whole body. He shuddered all over. Damn it. Why would I make such a suggestion? This is too corny. The problem is that this little girl Qinjia actually agreed. Well, my dear, you tell me. Hearing Jiang Lin's address to herself, the girl turned her head to the side, and her pretty but extremely dangerous little hands kept pulling out the leaves from the willow branches. The strict coach look she had just had disappeared in an instant. No. That's too corny. I can't handle it. Let's just call each other normally. Jiang Lin quickly transmitted the message through his heart. I feel like if I continue like this, I won't be able to train this punch and I'll get goosebumps all over the floor. Don't want. Hearing Jiang Lin's voice transmission, Qinjia simply said it out loud, snorted and turned her head to the side. Seeing Qinjia's cute look with her arms folded across her chest, although she didn't, and her head turned to one side. Jiang Lin didn't know why, but the image of a golden-haired loser from a certain anime suddenly popped up in his mind. However, no matter how corny it is, why is it that when I shout out Mary, and then look at the girl with long legs and fair skin in front of me, I always have a familiar feeling? And the more I call it, the stronger this sense of familiarity becomes, and I always feel like I want to remember something. Jia Jia, listen to me. Jiang Lin stood up and hammered his old leg. This kind of training is too slow. Is there a faster way to help me get started as a martial artist? Faster? Chen Jia frowned and tried to think with her little brain, but that's what my mother taught me, and I quickly entered the mud embryo stage. Soon? How soon? I started learning boxing when I was 3 years old. After 2 or 3 days of horse stance, I reached the grassroots level, the second level of martial arts. But my mother disliked my poor foundation and forcibly broke my mud embryo level and grassroots level. Oh, by the way, after Nian Nian finished practicing that set of boxing just now, she has also reached the mud embryo realm, but I don't know if it is stable or not. I may need my mother to take a look. Husband, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Jiang Lin wiped his face deeply, his eyes slightly moistened. He raised his head and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. I thought I was one of the outstanding time-traveling students on Qidian, and I even had my own system plug-in. Although I live in an era where protagonists are everywhere and everyone wants to scatter their own ashes, I also have the confidence to be a villain with extraordinary talent and a cowardly attitude. But why is the difference so big when compared? Daddy, don't be sad. Even if Daddy can't learn Quan well, Nian Nian will protect Daddy. On Jiang Lin's head, little Nian Nian raised her short, chubby arms and said cutely while blinking her big eyes. It's okay, my husband. My father's boxing skills were also taught by my mother, and my grandfather's boxing skills were also taught by my grandmother. I heard from my mother and grandmother that my father and grandfather were also slow learners at the beginning, but they also achieved some success. Jiang Lin wanted to complain, but it felt like no matter how he complained, it wasn't right. Also, how come this girl called him husband so naturally that he almost thought it was real? So your mother also taught Uncle Chen to do horse stance? That's not the case, it's just that my mother and her friends' methods are a bit. Chen Jia glanced at Jiang Lin lightly, with a hint of shyness and cuteness. That? Which one? As he thought about it, Jiang Lin seemed to understand something. Chen Jia, I'm sorry, if you don't mind, Jiang Lin? Just as Jiang Lin was trying to distance himself from the fact that he had no such intention, Chen Jia continued, her voice becoming increasingly quiet. At the same time, in the center of the Sun Moon Sect town, there is a building like a palace. This is the headquarters of the Sun Moon Sect, occupying a quarter of the area of Sun Moon City. In the center of the building complex, there is a main hall. Under the bed in a room of the main hall, there is a small door. Jumping through the small door, there is a small world comparable in size to Sun and Moon City. In the small world, it is spring all year round. Bees chase butterflies, butterflies seduces bees, a tiger is in love with a lion, and a horse takes his wife to a donkey for a walk. Everything is so harmonious and beautiful, and right in front of a small wooden house in this world of flowers, a woman in a long dress was sitting in an armchair, rocking back and forth, enjoying herself. Hey, it looks like we're about to leave. The woman in the armchair slowly opened her eyes, sat up with a smile, stroked the hem of her skirt and bowed towards the cabin. Welcome the master to come out of retreat. Chapter 67, still a little happy. Chapter 67, still somewhat happy. Welcome the master to come out of seclusion. In front of the cabin, Feng Ruo bowed to the door that was opened by sword energy. As soon as Feng Ruo finished speaking, a woman walked out slowly. The woman was wearing a black dress, and her long hair was gently tied up with a simple hairpin made of ordinary material and then let down her shoulders. This hairpin was a birthday gift that Jiang Lin made himself when he was a child. Her eyes were like water, yet slightly cold, as if they could see through everything. Her fingers were slender, her skin was like cream, snow white with a hint of pink, as if water could be wrung out of it, and her red lips were as soft as cherries. The queen-like temperament faintly emanated from her, and the clear and brilliant sword energy gave people a sense of invisible oppression. It seems that if you take one step closer to this cold woman, you will be cut into countless pieces by the sword energy from her body. Okay Feng Ruo, stop doing this nonsense. The woman named Zhang Yunai rolled her eyes at her best friend, who was always frivolous and liked to act like an NPC, like Shaolin said in the mission hall. Fang Ruo smiled gently and playfully stuck out her tongue at the cold woman in front of her. How long will I be in seclusion? The woman slowly asked, her eyes as clear as black agate, looking at this small world. Although Zhang Yunai still looked cool and calm, he was extremely nervous when he asked this question. For a practitioner who has just entered the Jade raw material realm, time no longer has much of a concept, because as long as you step into the upper 5 realms, just entering the Jade realm will give you at least tens of thousands of years of life. Similarly, when a cultivator in the Jade raw material realm goes into seclusion, he basically immerses himself in his own sea of consciousness and has no feeling of the flow of time in the outside world. There are many cultivators in the Jade raw material realm who spend 1,000 years in seclusion with their eyes closed and open repeatedly. What's more, the small world left behind by successive leaders is completely isolated from the outside world. Your Excellency, 100 years have passed. Fang Ruo bowed and replied. What? 100 years? That little Lin, listening to Fang Ruo's answer, Zhang Yunai's eyes became dull and his faith seemed to be shaken. Although I have great confidence in my talent and believe that it will not take me hundreds of years, 100 years is not impossible. A lot can happen in this 100 years. Will something happen to Xiao Lin? Does Xiao Lin have another girl she likes? Could it be that Xiao Lin has already found a Taoist partner? Are there a lot of vixens seducing Xiao Lin? All kinds of thoughts filled the woman's mind, and even Zhang Yunai felt a little regretful. Why did she go into seclusion? Wasn't it just to stabilize her realm? How could this be more important than Shaolin? Zhang Yunai even regretted more about herself, because she thought it would take at most 3 months, but who knew it would take her 100 years? No. I want to go out. Zhang Yunai made up his mind and didn't want to ask any more questions. He made a move to fly out on his sword. As long as he got out of the secret realm, he would be able to sense Shaolin. However, before she took a step, Fang Ruo grabbed Zhang Yunai's hand. Because they were too close, the sword energy emanating from Zhang Yunai cut her dress one after another, but did not hurt her skin. Ruoruo, stop messing around and let me go. It's been 100 years. What if something really happens to Xiaolin? I will bury his entire sect with him. Oh, you and I lied to you. I was joking with you. You have only been in seclusion for less than a month. Shaolin is also alive and well. He recently won a lot of money and went to Chunfeng Tower to have fun. Fang Ruo was a little amused and helpless for a moment. They were obviously great monks in the Jade Pu realm, and Shaolin was fine. How could this little girl be fooled by her own imagination? What did you say? The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment. I mean, I lied to you. Fang Ruo sighed softly. Didn't I hear that the temperaments of the cultivators in the Jade Raw realm would change drastically, and they would be more obsessed with cultivation than ever before, and they would even sacrifice everything to improve their realm? I was worried that you would become like that, so I was joking with you, and I haven't even told you what happened to Shaolin yet. No, that's not what I meant. Zhang Yunai put away his somewhat frenzied sword energy, and looked at Fang Ruo with his beautiful eyes like a flying sword. How dare those sluts in Chunfeng Tower seduce Xiaolin? Did I just say that? No, it's not what you think, you and I, but which one? Zhang Yunai's slender white fingers gently slid across Fang Ruo's eyebrows. Ruoruo, you have to think about it before you speak. Boom! As soon as the girl finished speaking, her fingertips just slid across Fang Ruo's eyebrows, and in the small world, a mountain in the distance was cut open as smoothly as tofu by a sword, and the top of the mountain fell to the ground. I'll hit you, ah. Wait. Ah. Fuck. Don't bite me, wait. Don't hit the kidney. And don't hit the face. On the open ground at the top of the Twin Everest peaks, Zhang Lin completely blocked his spiritual power, and then used his body to resist the fists of the pure warrior. That's right, when Chen Jia punched him in the chest again and again, Zhang Lin felt that he was crazy to accept Chen Jia's training method with some strange tendencies. This matter has to go back to half an hour ago. When Zhang Lin asked Chen Jia if she had some quick training method, and Chen Jia shyly said that she had that kind of training method, Zhang Lin actually refused. Are you kidding me? I am a gentleman. How can I let others do that kind of thing with me just for my own sake? But I heard Chen Jia say she didn't mind. The girl said she didn't mind. so if you still act pretentiously, wouldn't that be too much? So Jiang Lin agreed very reluctantly. Result, unexpectedly, it turns out that training method is the legendary physical pain memory. Jiang Lin blocked all his spiritual power and handed Chu Shuai to Xiao Nian Nian to hold to keep her cool. Then Jiang Lin, like a fool, punched her again and again using the boxing stance taught by Qinjia. Then nothing happened. Jiang Lin was hung up and beaten by Qinjia, who used the same boxing stance. Every punch and kick from Qinjia made Jiang Lin feel his bones breaking, but his bones were just barely intact. Every time the palm struck him, Jiang Lin wanted to spit out something, but he subconsciously forced himself to hold it back. Although it hurt a lot, for some reason, Jiang Lin actually felt refreshed after each round. This made Jiang Lin worry whether he had awakened some attribute. In this way, Xiao Niannian watched her dad being beaten by her mom for an entire afternoon, and my own father looks somewhat happy. Chapter 68 Master. Brother Jiang. Why is it so? Brother Jiang. What's wrong with you? Who on earth could be so cruel? Are there any more rules? We agreed that fighting is not shameful, and kicking people is not a shame. Brother Jiang, huh? Xiao Niannian, who hit your father? Yes. We want to seek justice for Brother Jiang. That's right. Medical expenses, mental damage compensation, and the Sun Moon Insurance Hall's life accident insurance can all be used to blackmail them. We will carry Brother Jiang to their doorstep and block it later. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Just lie down and let us handle the rest. It'll be 50-50 afterwards. Of course, Brother Jiang, you get 50%. Looking at Jiang Lin lying on the ground, covered in blood with no intact part of his body except the most important part of a man, everyone shook their heads and saw a business opportunity. It was my mom who beat me. Little Nian Nian, who was standing by, saw her father in such pain, and she pouted her mouth with tears welling up in her eyes. Mama? Kneeling beside Jiang Lin, Xiao Nian Nian clenched Jiang Lin's fingers tightly with her little hands and nodded. Originally, Nian Nian didn't want Daddy and Mommy to fight anymore, but Mommy wouldn't stop, and Daddy kept shouting, "Don't stop, keep going, come harder," so it ended up like this. For a moment, Diao Da and others looked at Jiang Lin with strange eyes. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to have this hobby. Brother Jiang, you are still good at playing. But speaking of the future, where is your sister-in-law? Why haven't I seen her? Which dragon is so good at playing? But Brother Jiang, your master must not know about this, otherwise, okay, stop talking nonsense, I'm still alive. Jiang Lin, who was lying on the ground and almost dying, slowly opened his eyes. Daddy, seeing that her father was still alive, Xiao Niannian threw herself into Jiang Lin's arms. Jiang Lin felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then a slight ache. It hurts. All I saw was Xiao Niannian's tears constantly flowing down her cheeks, and as soon as the tears ran across the girl's cheeks, they condensed into small water blue beads. This can't be the dragon's tears, from Yokai List. What is this bead? Gigi Bo picked up Xiao Niannian's dragon's tears and looked at it repeatedly in the moonlight, emitting a beautiful luster. Oh, I see. This is it. Wuka clapped his hands and shouted loudly, and this clapping almost hit Jiang Lin's throat. Little Nian Nian's blood limit. Jiang Lin's heart fell again. Oh, it's the blood limit. But what is the effect of this blood limit? I don't know. There are too many types of blood limits. Last time I saw a strong man in Mirror Flower Water Moon who could kill a giant tiger beast with just a fart. I feel that these tears are very gentle, and they seem to have a healing effect. How about trying them on Brother Jiang first? Good idea. I think it's okay. Okay, you guys are just a bunch of idiots. Jiang Lin felt a little headache. Don't worry, Nian Nian, Daddy is fine. Didn't Mommy also say that it's okay? But Daddy, okay, it's okay. Trust Daddy. Daddy will just take a bath and be fine. Don't cry, little Nian Nian. Daddy likes you to smile the most. If you cry, Daddy will be angry. Jiang Lin pinched Xiao Niannian's cheek and pretended to be angry. Daddy, don't be angry. Nian Nian won't cry anymore. Little Nian Nian wiped her tears. Daddy, please get better soon. Well, Nian Nian is really good. The two people, the pig and the bird, looked at the warm family affection on the ground and couldn't help but smile like an ant. But Brother Jiang, why did you send us a letter with your flying sword? Yes, Brother Jiang, seeing you like this, I thought you wanted to take the brothers to claim medical expenses. But since it was my sister-in-law who beat me, this is difficult to deal with, right? Brother Jiang, do you want to divorce your wife? And my sister-in-law doesn't want to be with you anymore, so she played a trick on you. Get lost. Jiang Lin gently used his spiritual power to stimulate Xiao Nian Nian's sleeping point. There were no side effects. Jiang Lin also did this when his master was too noisy before. Soon, Xiao Nian Nian's eyelids became heavier and heavier. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and then fell on Jiang Lin's chest. Standing up with difficulty, Jiang Lin carried Xiao Nian Nian into the house to sleep, cast a soundproofing array in the house, then walked out with difficulty and threw a medium-grade spirit stone to each of them. Brother Jiang? What are you doing? Come and hit me, huh? If I remember correctly, you are all at the 4th level of martial arts. Although you are not pure martial arts, you should be almost there. Jiang Lin took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. Under the moonlight, he looked quite perverted. Come and hit me. Use all your strength. Don't show any mercy. Since it is Brother Jiang's request, then I can't refuse. Brother Jiang. I'm here. Wuka punched him like the wind. Brother Jiang, I'm coming too. Brother Jiang. I've actually been annoyed with you for a long time. Why are you so handsome? Brother Jiang, what about the agreed upon share? Return my wife's belly band to me. For a while, under the moonlight, the figures of two people, a bald man, a bird, and a pig came and went. The scene on the top of the Twin Everests was tense. Comfortable at 3 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Lin climbed into a large bathtub with difficulty and picked up a splash of water. Originally, Jiang Lin wanted to take a bath with bodybuilding liquid, but after hearing Chen Jia say that medicines could not be used at the beginning, forget it. Jiang Lin gave 2 bottles to Chen Jia to try, to show her how she was beating herself, and to ask her how the effect was. In fact, Chen Jia originally wanted to stay here overnight to help him practice, but Jiang Lin refused. Are you kidding? I'd been beaten for an entire afternoon. If the beating continues, someone will die, right? So Jiang Lin refused, and by the way, he also refused Chen Jia's request to take Xiao Nian Nian home. For so many days, I haven't slept with Xiao Nian Nian in my arms. I'm not used to it, however. After an entire afternoon of forging with Chen Jia and an entire night of intense fighting with Fang Chaochuan and the others, Jiang Lin, lying in the bathtub, discovered that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. I feel that my body is stronger than before. In the past, my body was like a puddle of mud, but every well-placed blow from Chen Jia seemed to be shaping me. Although the process was a bit difficult, I felt that the clay embryo of my body had been molded into a certain shape. In addition, I had to endure the punches and kicks from Fang Chaochu and the others, which made me a mud embryo, a little tighter. This is the mud embryo realm. Although it is the first realm for a warrior, Jiang Lin feels that he is almost at the entry level. If nothing unexpected happens, in a day or two, he will be able to truly enter the mud embryo realm. Lying in the bathtub, Jiang Lin scratched his hairy legs and thought about the day when he could fly with a sword and become a pure warrior with an indestructible body, even surpassing Chen Jia in realm, and finally be able to hang her up and beat her up. A familiar sword intent came across the sky. Master. Since the single chapter that Xian Yu posted before was lost very quickly, many readers did not know and asked Xian Yu about the rules for adding more chapters again. If you want to add more rules, Xian Yu uses the small one. In order not to waste the small amount of rewards from all book friends and their support, Qidian site every time 10,000 book coins are rewarded, add one more chapter. For example, if there are 100 book friends, each book friend rewards 100 Qidian coins, and the total is 10,000 Qidian coins, then add one more chapter. Penguin Reading will add one more chapter for every 20,000 book coins accumulated as rewards, because the first release is Qidian. Penguin Reading's share is half of Qidian's, so please forgive me, book friends on Penguin Reading. Point 2. If readers on Qidian give a one-time reward of 10,000 Qidian coins, one more chapter will be added. A one-time reward of 20,000 book coins from Penguin Reading will add another chapter. In addition, the rewards from iOS clients and other platforms are not counted, and Xian Yu cannot receive statistics on them either. Chapter 69 Chaos. This sword energy is frost, not good. Jiang Lin's natal flying sword Chushua flew out from the acupoint, trying to block the incoming frost. Asa result. The next moment Jiang Lin felt that Chushua was controlled, and the next moment Chushua actually flew over with Hanswang. Oh my god! He quickly recited the incantation to set up the formation, but before he could finish half of the incantation, the door of the thatched hut burst open. Frost and first snow stayed outside the door like a pair of sisters. Xiao Linlin, Master is back. Master! Don't come over here. I'm still taking a shower. Oh, when little Linlin was a kid, he would drag his master to take a bath together. Jiang Lin's face turned red. Master, that was in the past. I am an adult. No, Master, what are you doing? Master, don't come over here. Jiang Lin quickly closed his eyes, turned around and tried to get out of the tub, but his legs ached as if he had done 10 frog jumps around a 400-meter standard playground. Little Linlin. Master. Wait a minute, Master. With a bang, the water in the bathtub splashed everywhere. Daddy, Daddy, little Linlin. I opened my eyes dazedly. It was the familiar ceiling again, but why did it feel so heavy on me? On my left is my little Nian lying on top of me, and on my right is my master whom I haven't seen for a long time. What happened last night? I remember taking a bath, and then my master came back, and then I couldn't seem to remember anything. Little Linlin, you're awake. You scared your master to death. Zhang Yuni happily hugged Jiang Lin's arm and rubbed her little head in Jiang Lin's arms. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Little Nian also happily hugged Daddy's neck, wagging her little tail. Master, what happened last night? Jiang Lin sat up with difficulty, leaned against the head of the bed, and shook his head. Nothing happened. Little Linlin, you stayed in the tub for too long and fainted, so Master carried you out. But it doesn't matter. Zhang Yuni knelt on the bed like a kitten, looking at Jiang Lin with shining eyes. Xiao Linlin, Master is now a great cultivator in the Jade Pu realm. The Jade Pu realm is so powerful, so powerful. Seeing the Master's cute expression of praise me, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile warmly and rubbed Jiang Yuni's little head. Yeah, Master is the best. Jiang Yu and I rubbed Jiang Lin's palm happily like a kitten, and her beautiful eyes curved into two sweet crescents. In fact, Jiang Lin really doesn't care whether his master has reached the Jade Pu realm or not. As long as his master is safe and sound, it's enough. Although the realm cannot be said to be unimportant, it will never be as important as his master. What made Jiang Lin happiest was that his master was still the same as before, without changing at all. Although Jiang Lin also hoped that his master could return to his pre-injury sanity, this was also good. At least he could protect his master. The most fortunate thing is that I heard that the cultivators in the Jade Pu realm see a completely different world. After truly entering the Jade Pu realm, many people become more obsessed with cultivation, and even their temperaments change drastically, but the master is still so innocent, which makes people very happy. Daddy, Daddy. The little Nian in Jiang Lin's arms shook Jiang Lin's sleeve. What happened to Nian? Nian didn't cry today. Looking at Sha Nian's cute and innocent eyes, which seemed to hold some little expectations, Jiang Lin was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately understood. Yeah, Nian was very good today. Nian should keep smiling every day in the future. Jiang Lin touched Sha Nian's head with his other hand. Sha Nian narrowed her eyes happily and her fat tail was wagging on the bed. I don't know why, but as I touched it, I felt a strange feeling in my heart. It feels like you are petting a cat. It doesn't seem like it. Feeling like there is a trace of obscene. Just as Jiang Lin was feeling more and more vulgar and guilty, the door was kicked open again. When seeing this scene that could easily lead to misunderstanding, Mary Chen was stunned for a moment. Jiang Lin! You beast! Nian is still by your side. Chen Jia's fist power instantly reached its peak, and she was about to punch Jiang Lin in the chest. However, this time, before the punch arrived, a sharp sword energy flew away first. Chen Jia did not dodge, instead her fist force increased again and she collided with him. Although Chen Jia dispersed this ray of sword energy, it still pushed Chen Jia back. While trying to block the sword energy, Chen Jia could sense that the other party was showing mercy. This sword energy does not have much lethality, but it is more of a threat, a sense of declaring sovereignty. It's like saying this man is mine. No one can touch him. Seeing Chen Jia being beaten back, Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to be hit in the chest by a little fist again, but Jiang Lin also gave his master a light slap on the face. Master, what are you doing? She is my friend, she is here to help me train. Jiang Yuan held her head in grievance, but she just wanted to hit Xiao Lin. It's okay, I'm used to it. Jiang Lin waved his hand and said indifferently, but he soon realized that there was a big problem with what he said, but he didn't seem to know how to explain it. Xiao Lin, master has only been away for a few days, and you've already started dating another woman, and you even beat master for her. No, Miss Chen and I are friends. No, master, how did you know that she was a woman dressed as a man? Dad, what is friendship? Doesn't Dad like Mom anymore? Dad? Mom? For a moment, it was as if a thunderbolt struck. Jiang Yunyi's eyes froze for a moment, and then tears filled her eyes. Her little fists kept hitting Jiang Lin's chest. Xiao Lin is a bad guy. You said you wanted to be with Master for the rest of your life. You even said you wanted to marry Master, but Xiao Lin ended up being with another woman and had a daughter. Xiao Lin, do you not want Master anymore? Then Master will never come back. Wait, it's not like that. Jiang Lin held Jiang Yunyi's hand. On the other side, listening to Jiang Yunyi's words and their entanglement, Chen Jia was also very confused. She felt a little aggrieved. She obviously liked him so much, but he actually Jiang Lin. You are a beast. Shameless. Vulgar. Dad, Sister Fong said this is not right. Mommy will be sad, and the mommies will hate Daddy too. Little Nian at the side was also shaking Jiang Lin's arm, her little eyes full of worry. Wait a minute. Stop. Jiang Lin felt his head was in a mess, and he quickly blocked his ears with water vapor condensed from the first snow, just as Jiang Lin stepped off the bed and was about to stand up. Bang! Suddenly, Jiang Lin felt his legs go weak and he fell to his knees. This is definitely not because of yesterday's training. Rather, my waist seems to be aching slightly. Let's update regularly from now on, one chapter at 10 a.m. every day, one chapter at 8 p.m. every day. That's it. Chapter 70. Can we change someone? At the top of Shuangzhou Peak, Jiang Yunyi and Chen Jia sat face to face. Jiang Lin sat on the other side. Now, Shan Yan beside Jiang Lin raised her little hand to rub her father's waist, although Shan Yan's hands didn't have much strength, and even felt a little itchy when pinched. This was after all a token of his daughter's love, so Jiang Lin was still very touched, but the feeling before was so strange and yet so familiar, as if I had been hollowed out. I seem to have had this feeling once before when I was in the mysterious realm. However, it is normal to be sucked of your energy by mountain goblins or wild monsters in a place like the mysterious land. Why do you have waist pain at Twin Everest Peaks? Did I practice too much yesterday? Can practicing boxing still cause back pain? Is this wrong? Or is it that my boxing posture was wrong when I was fighting with Diaode and the others last night? Daddy, are you feeling better? Nian will help you rub it again. Standing next to Jiang Lin, Xiao Nian was rubbing Jiang Lin's waist with her palms seriously. Much better, thank you Nian. Jiang Lin picked up little Nian and sat her on his lap. He rubbed her little head with a smile and looked at the two people sitting opposite each other with eyes wide open. Okay, now that everything has been explained clearly, everything should be fine, right? Starting from the mysterious realm, it took Jiang Lin half an hour to explain the whole story to his master, and he also explained the misunderstanding in the morning to Chen Jia. However, when talking about the mysterious realm, whenever Jiang Lin came to some key points, he deliberately avoided Xiao Nian and transmitted the sound through the lake of his heart. Otherwise, Xiao Nian was still too young, and it would not be good for her to know her life experience too early. What if Xiao Nian comes and asks me to find my biological father and mother? What to do? Should I help or not? If I don't help, what if Xiao Nian is always sad? As an old father, how can I let such a lovely daughter be sad if I help her? And in the end Xiao Nian finds out that her biological parents were killed by a sword by me and who knows how many lives in the past, then Xiao Nian will definitely scold me to death in advance. Therefore, Jiang Lin tried hard to maintain the original worldview in Xiao Nian's heart. Jiang Lin also popularized to Xiao Nian that beating is love and scolding is love. In fact, sometimes quarrels between dad and mom are also a manifestation of affection. As for his plan to use those corny names in order to portray a warm and happy family in front of Xiao Nian, Jiang Lin had forgotten it long ago. Are you kidding? Do we need to act out a warm and happy family? We need to create it from the heart, okay? In fact, it was mainly because Jiang Lin had figured it out early on and felt that he couldn't deceive Xiao Yan Yan. After all, he and Chen Jiao were not really married. What if he met senior sister Lin and Miss Xiao in the future? Would they act together? This is too unrealistic, so it is better to let Xiao Yan Yan slowly accept the relationship between her parents imperceptibly. However, Jiang Lin believes that his love for Xiao Yan Yan will not decrease at all. But why is it that when I think of Chen Jia, senior sister Lin, and Miss Xiao together, it seems as if a kitchen knife flashes before my eyes? But even after Jiang Lin's explanation, Jiang Yuni and Chen Jiao were still hostile to each other, as if they had a natural incompatibility. Her master was like a little squirrel guarding her chestnuts, staring closely at Chen Jia, while Chen Jia was like a kitten staring at her eagerly, trying to snatch her dried fish back. Okay, master, stop looking at Miss Chen like that. Miss Chen is not your enemy. Jiang Lin gently tapped the head of his master who was sitting next to him. Wu Jiang Yuni covered her forehead with both hands and looked at Jiang Lin aggrievedly. But what? Jiang Yuni pouted, but she wants to snatch Xiao Lin from master. Looking at his master, Jiang Lin didn't know why, but he always felt like getting angry but couldn't. Master, don't worry. Xiao Lin will always be with you. Why would Miss Chen snatch me away? Right, Miss Chen? I humph. Who wants to snatch you away? Even if all the men in the world die, I still don't care about you. As soon as the girl finished speaking, Chen Jiao was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, what are you talking about? In this way, wouldn't the distance between me and this idiot be getting farther and farther? But how can I blame myself for this? Who would ask this question directly? I'm so mad, it's all this idiot's fault, idiot. Idiot, Chen Jia was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling without any amplitude, but Chen Jia became angrier and angrier, and she couldn't punch someone else's master, but seeing him coaxing the lovely woman in front of him, he felt a little uncomfortable. That he also knew that this beast's master became like this in order to protect him, and that his mental state was damaged. He was very grateful to him for protecting this beast. Jiang Lin, this beast, only had a master-disciple relationship with his master, but why do I feel so uneasy? Why is that? Why does this senior Jiang give me a dangerous aura? Okay, master, you see Miss Chen must be sad after hearing what she said. Jiang Lin stroked his master's hair skillfully and comforted him. Yeah. Jiang Yuni nodded, stretched out her hand, held Jiang Lin's palm and rubbed it. Her beautiful eyes secretly glanced at Chen Jia. Humph. You are trying to steal my man. You are still a young girl. Mary Chen also noticed Jiang Yuni's slight glance, but the silly girl didn't understand the meaning of Jiang Yuni's eyes at all. She just thought that Jiang Lin, the beast, did have a very lovely master, and Chen Jia looked under Jiang Yuni's neck, then looked under her own neck. Lost eyes couldn't help but climb up her pretty eyebrows, and her little mouth pouted cutely. Dad, mommy seems a little sad. Little Nian Nian, who was sitting in Jiang Lin's arms, pulled Jiang Lin's collar. Jiang Lin looked over and frowned. What is this little girl gesturing at her chest? It's no use gesturing again. Jiang Lin gently placed Xiao Yan Yan in his master's arms, walked over and patted her shoulder, brewing his words, and said calmly, "It's okay. Grasslands are also a rare resource." Chen Jia's fist intention instantly surged, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Beast, what did you say? Ahem, hey, Miss Chen, how are we going to practice boxing today? I feel like I've made some progress in the mud embryo stage. Even if it's on the grassland, I can run down it with just my physical strength without even taking a breath. Chen Jia rolled her eyes at Jiang Lin and shook off his dirty hand on her shoulder. It's not difficult to become a martial artist. I think you're almost there, but the final shaping is the most important. But I don't dare to help you with shaping. Then who will help me shape my body? Miss Chen's father? My mother, huh? Jiang Lin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Can we change someone else? Thanks to the book friends Mingyu Qingfeng for 200 book coins, Pikachu Big Boss for 100 book coins, and Yusha Chu for more than 100 book coins. Smiley face, winky face. Chapter 71, Little Thief. Chapter 71, Jiang Lin Xiao. Little Thief. Mr. Jiang. Hello, Mrs. Chen. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind, Mrs. Chen. Jiang Lin picked up the small cloth bag and handed it over. To be honest, Jiang Lin actually didn't want to come. If possible, Jiang Lin would want to avoid Mrs. Chen whenever he saw her in the future, but Chen Jia had already told her mother about the final body shaping, and her mother actually agreed to let Chen Jia bring Jiang Lin over tomorrow. This was very helpless. Jiang Lin did think about refusing, but he felt that if he refused, Chen's mother would probably come to Shuangxufeng to visit him in person. Finally, Jiang Lin and Chen Jia came to the Chen family mansion. As for Xiao Nian Nian and her master, the master said that he would take Xiao Nian Nian to play in the mountains. Xiao Nian Nian was also very happy and did not follow them. I guess they went to grab some honey. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Mrs. Chen took the cloth bag handed over by Jiang Lin and opened it politely. Soil? Well, these are 5 colored soils. They are a chance I got in the mysterious realm. They can prolong life by burning porcelain or making tea. You can also chew them raw when you are hungry. They taste good, hee hee. Jiang Lin explained with a smile. Then I would like to thank Mr. Jiang, but why are Mr. Jiang's legs shaking so badly? Oh, I overtrained last night, and my legs are a little sore. In that case, Xiaojia, you can help Mr. Jiang come in. No, don't bother, I'm just a little trembling. Since young Master Jiang has said so, then forget it. Mother Chen whispered to the maid beside her, take young Master Jiang to the martial arts training ground. Yes. The maid next to her bowed and said, Mr. Jiang, please come this way. Excuse me, girl. Jiang Lin nodded and slowly left with the girl. The door of the Chen family slowly closed. Inside the door, Chen's mother looked at her daughter, while Chen Jia blushed and lowered her head to look at her own feet, rubbing the toes of her shoes. Ah, you. Gently tapping her daughter's head, Mother Chen didn't know what to say to her daughter for a moment. How come my daughter inherited my personality? Jiang Lin followed the maid named Xiaohong to the martial arts training ground and passed by the backyard. As a result, next to the fish pond, Jiang Lin saw a guy who was wrapped up like a mummy lying on a chair and basking in the sun. The guy was wrapped up tightly and had a fishing rod in his hand. When a fish took the bait, he moved his hands up and down, and the fish in the pond ran away dragging the fishing rod with it. This mummy-like guy was so angry that he tried to sit up, but he couldn't. Although he couldn't see what he looked like, Jiang Lin kept looking at him and felt that the figure looked so familiar. A man who can appear in the Chun family. You can also lie comfortably by the pond and fish. I was injured recently, damn. Isn't this Chen Jia's father, Chen Hua, old customer? But Jiang Lin looked at Chen Hua, who looked like a mummy. This is too tragic. It's not just a few broken bones, it's almost hemiplegia. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? Seeing Jiang Lin stop in his tracks, the maid Xiaohong came back and asked with a smile. The maid Xiaohong had a pretty face and a tall figure. Jiang Lin felt that she was also a pure warrior. However, Jiang Lin didn't know why, but when he saw a pure female warrior, he felt a natural shadow. Oh, it's okay. It's just that the yard is so beautiful that I'm a little fascinated by it. I'd like to trouble Miss Xiaohong to continue leading the way. Jiang Lin smiled and planned to run away quickly without saying hello to Chen Hua. After all, although he did not betray Chen Hua, he was the one who half-threatened Chen Hua to make a deal with him. If he had not recognized and threatened Chen Hua at that time, he would have abandoned the belly band and ran away, and would not have left behind such solid evidence as the belly band. But this guy put the belly band in the study room, so he can't blame himself. What's the difference between this and watching Xiao Lu Bei being discovered by the teacher in class? Aren't they both courting death? As a result, Chen Hua, who was struggling with his fishing rod on the chair, turned his head and saw Jiang Lin. His eyes suddenly turned red and he kept gesturing to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin. Little thief. Does Mr. Jiang know the head of the family? Xiaohong also noticed that Chen Hua was looking at Jiang Lin very excitedly, and his body was struggling like a mummy. Oh, I don't know him, but it turns out that this is the patriarch of the Chen family. He is indeed very handsome. Even through the white cloth, one can see Chen's handsome appearance. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your praise. Mr. Jiang, please come this way. Okay. Watching Jiang Lin and the maid Xiaohong walking further and further away, Chen Hua fell on the chair with a bang, and his hands wrapped like pig's trotters kept pointing at Jiang Lin. Don't touch my daughter, little thief. Chenhua accidentally fell off the chair and fell straight to the floor in pain. At this time, Jiang Lin and the other two had already walked away. Chen Family Martial Arts Training Ground. The martial arts training ground is a large flat building with sandalwood floors, giving it a dojo feel. At the very front of the martial arts training ground, there is a big golden fist embedded directly into the word God on the wall, which looks very domineering. Xiao Hong will go down first. Master Jiang can get used to the venue. Excuse me, Miss Red. The two of them bowed to each other, and Xiao Hong smiled and left. But what is adapting to the venue? Forget it, since that's what people say. Jiang Lin took off his shoes and stepped on the sandalwood. When Jiang Lin stepped on it, he just took a step. Boom! Jiang Lin knelt down immediately. A huge sense of heaviness suddenly pressed down on Jiang Lin's shoulders. This pressure was many times stronger than the fist force released by Chen's mother before. Jiang Linji felt cold sweat on his head, his legs began to go weak, and an innate sense of fear emerged in Jiang Lin's heart. This feeling is not that of a husky meeting Godzilla, but that of Avanti's little donkey meeting Thanos. Raise your head with difficulty. The moment he raised his head, Jiang Lin opened his mouth slightly and blurted out, "Oh my god. Am I hallucinating?" Above his head were statues of gods. In a trance, he realized that this training ground was no longer an ordinary empty room, but an ancient battlefield of ancient gods. In front of him, elegant men in green shirts and women with tied skirts were floating in the air with their hands behind their backs, looking at the huge gods. Although they were human, their eyes were full of contempt when they looked at the gods. If you add some BGM at this time, such as the nuclear explosion song or the sword drawing song, it will be so exciting. Jiang Lin even had a sense of heroism that no one else could do it better than him. But at this moment, Jiang Lin felt like a husky mixed in with a group of lions. Although I also want to howl a few times, but I am afraid that the other party will dislike my howling and slap me to death with a claw first. Chapter 72, Not Like a Pig at All. At Lingqin Peak, in the Lushui Pavilion, two people, a bird and a pig, are making tea and drinking it. Hey, Jijibo, tell me, is Brother John's daughter really a dragon? Diao De raised his claws and touched his pointed chin and asked. I don't think so. Jijibo took a sip of tea, turned his head and looked outside the pavilion. Looking at the pigeons chatting and loving, Jijibo thought of his wife, but when he thought of his wife, Jijibo remembered that his wife carried him on her back to climb the tree with the minotaur, and his big ears drooped weakly. I think that Xiao Nian Nian might be a true ancient dragon. Wuko whispered, gently patting Jijibo, who was still sighing because of his wife. Hey Wuko, you are a real person who never reveals your true colors. You can even see through the seal on Xiao Nian Nian. I knew you must be extraordinary. How did you come to the Sun Moon sect in the first place? You are not simple either. Diode, didn't you also say that Nian Nian has a seal on her body? This seal is from ancient times. I remember that in ancient times, there was an eagle that covered the sky and the sun. It loved to fight with real dragons and eat dragons. Do you know it, Diaode? Fong Chaochuan, don't say that. If Brother Jiang hears me, he will definitely strip me naked. Now that you've said that, I really want to tell Brother Jiang about this. Hey, if you're talking nonsense, I do have a story. It is said that 3,000 years ago in Wanjianzu there was a rare sword fairy who only appeared once in 1,000 years. At the age of 10, he conceived his natal flying sword. At the age of 15, he reached the cave mansion realm. At the age of dancing with a spoon, he reached the Dragon Gate realm. At the age of dancing with an elephant, he reached the Golden Core realm. At the age of 20, he had already reached the third level of the nascent soul realm. At the age of 30, he was half a step into the Jade Poo realm. Unfortunately, he was trapped by love. This genius swordsman cut off his own flying sword because of a woman and finally disappeared. I have a portrait here, and it seems to be somewhat similar to Brother Feng. How about showing it to Brother Jiang? Come here, let me see. I want to see it, too. Hurry up and take it out and let us have some fun. What are you looking at? What are you looking at, Wuku? You are so great. Back then, Bodhizu heard that a holy Buddha body could achieve the supreme Buddhist Dharma and was even favored by the Buddha of Paradise. When that holy Buddha body reached the Jade Rough realm, the Buddha would come down to accept him as a disciple in person, but that holy Buddha gave up Buddhism and converted to the secular world because of a woman in a brothel, and you still have the nerve to criticize me? Don't spit blood at me. Wuko rolled up his sleeves and stood up. Brother Jiang said that if you talk nonsense, you will be sent a lawyer's letter. How am I slandering you? Are you a lawyer? What are you talking about? Fang Chaochuan was also standing on a chair, with two big heads butting against each other, and one of them was shining like a light bulb. All right, stop arguing. Jijibo raised his big pig's hoof and slammed it on the table. What are you arguing about? It's all old stuff. What's there to argue about? Are there any embarrassing things you can talk about? No matter how embarrassing they are, can they be more embarrassing than my Pigsy? Did I, Pigsy, say anything? The few of them sat down again and coughed a few times awkwardly. Outside the 9 continents of the world, there is also a world of demons, taken from the sword comes. In the demon world, strength is paramount, but for the demon clan, bloodline is paramount. Although acquired diligence is also important, the noble bloodline of a dragon must be much simpler to practice than cultivating among the flowers and plants in the mountains, and there must be fewer restrictions on the avenue. There is no way. After all, this is a world of cultivating immortals, and there is no such thing as equality on the path to cultivating immortals. Therefore, every demon lord in the demon world is basically some great Taoist master such as the dragon, the demon lion, the firebird, the descendant of the phoenix, etc. But 1,000 years ago, a pig demon suddenly appeared. Relying on his supreme talent and the 9-toothed rake in his hand, the pig demon hammered his way through the crowd and finally ascended to the throne that symbolized the demon king. However, in the 2nd year after this pig demon ascended the throne, he disappeared. Some people said that this pig demon was ambushed by a conspiracy, while others said that this pig demon died in seclusion. In fact, this pig demon came to the 9 continents, which are dominated by human monks, because his wife was about to give birth. As a result, the wife of this pig demon is very likely to have cheated on him. Damn it! No! I can't stand it anymore. I, Jijibo, will perish together with that minotaur. Jijibo, hold it in. Brother Pig, don't come. At once, all 3 of them grabbed Jijibo. Don't stop me. If Brother Jiang asks me where Jijibo went, you tell Brother Jiang. In the end, I am still a man. A man with no grass on his head. Who the hell cares if you have grass on your head? He is not an ordinary minotaur, but an ancient longhorn beetle, an old minotaur. If you two really fight and make a big noise, how can we live in peace? But my wife, okay, there's nothing to worry about. If you really dare to fight, Chen Zhuang's fists will beat you into bacon and beef jerky. Hearing Chen Zhuang's name, the raging fire in Jijibo's heart was immediately extinguished, like a bodybuilding pig that has lost its dream. Okay, Brother Jiang has all kinds of weird ideas, and he has the most naughty ideas. I'll just ask Brother Jiang for advice when the time comes. Maybe this is all a misunderstanding? Yes, Jijibo. For example, do you think Miss Fong Ruo from our sect is pretty? Ha! Jijibo turned his head away in disdain. The ears are so small, the nose is not big, and the body is so thin. She doesn't look like a pig at all. How can she be as pretty as my wife? That's right. Who says a minotaur will definitely like your wife? What did Brother Jiang say? It seems like reproductive isolation. Yes, it's reproductive isolation, so don't be anxious, Jijibo, maybe it's all a misunderstanding. Let's talk about it when Brother Jiang comes back. Jijibo lowered his head. Although he felt that they were fooling him, he still felt that they were not wrong. For example, would I think a cow is good looking? That is impossible. But then again, Brother Jiang has been in the Chen residence for so long and hasn't come back yet. Could it be that he was forced into marriage? How is that possible? Last night we helped Brother Joan to shape the clay embryo realm. Although we are not professionals, we are not bad. Chen Zhuang, that little girl, just needs to finish the work a little bit. Then why is it taking so long? Well, just as the 4 of them were rubbing their chins in thought, suddenly, a huge beam of light emerged from the Chen mansion and rushed straight towards the protective barrier of the Sun-Moon sect in the sky. Chapter 73 Tears fell involuntarily. Chapter 73 Tears fell involuntarily. A beam of light shot up into the sky, but fortunately, the Sun-Moon sect's protective magic circle completely absorbed the beam of light, and the protective magic circle, like a golden bell, also swooshed brightly, like a bright bald head showing how bright it is. The beam of light disappeared, and a figure floated over. In the woman's arms, there was a little dragon girl. The little dragon girl was sleeping soundly in the girl's arms, probably because this big sister had the scent of her father. Master. The four of them saluted Jiang Yu and I, even though they had watched him grow up. No, it should be said that they have watched several leaders grow up, especially Diao De. It seems that he played the game of eagle catches chicken with the first-generation leader, but was plucked out of his feathers by the first-generation leader. But no matter what, proper etiquette is absolutely necessary. Hey! The four of you! Hurry up and deal with the remaining aftereffects of that beam of light. Jiang Yuni knew their identities when he was 10 years old. You and I, you see our realm is so low now, it's not easy for us to handle this kind of thing. Wuka scratched his big bald head. Yes, you and I have to deliver lunch to Tuing later, otherwise how can I be a qualified licking bird? I also want to go back to find my wife. Jijibo said quickly. My cousin called me home for dinner. You really aren't going? Jiang Yuni narrowed her eyes. If you're not going, forget it. I want to count this matter towards your performance for next month. If that's the case, then I'll go. I'm going too. I will do anything for the sake of the sun and the moon. The sun and moon sect is my home. We all have to take care of it. Before Jiang Yuni could finish his words, the four of them took off into the air and flew to four directions of the edge of the sun and moon sect. In less than a quarter of an hour, when the four of them returned to their original place, the remnants of the light column were completely eliminated. In the meantime, except for some special existences, no one sensed that two people, a bird, and a pig had taken off into the air looking at the four people standing in front of him. Jiang Yu and I couldn't help but shook his head. When Jiang Yuni inherited the position of leader, the former leader gave Jiang Yuni a list, which contained all the ordinary people in the sect. Some of them have always existed in the Sun-Moon sect, but they change their identities every 1,000 years. Some of them wait until all their old friends have died, then they reincarnate, gain innate knowledge, and join the Sun-Moon sect again. Some of them are at the lowest level of the Willow Tendon realm, while the highest is at the Nascent Soul realm. They basically never leave the Sun and Moon sect and are simply the deadest otakus. Unless their performance is too bad and they have to go on a mission, they can drink happy fat house water and lie on a rocking chair for the rest of their lives. They never care about their realm or their own life or death, whether it is their own death or the death of a friend. They will not forcibly reverse it. Sometimes when I was on a mission, even if I was killed, I never thought about breaking the mirror, but reincarnated again, enjoying playing around in the world. Nothing is better than this. Jiang Yuni also knew that the two people, a pig and a bird in front of him, were indeed not normal people, pigs and birds, and he also knew that it was just a thought for them to break the mirror. But Jiang Yuni was not afraid at all. That it's not that Jiang Yuni has any leverage over them. He has cultivated to this level. What leverage could he have? Instead, he believed that this was a sect that was different from the Sun-Moon sect and other sects, a strange sect that looked like the mortal world, but without the intrigue and deception, and there are more than just the four of them in the church. Besides, Jiang Yuni felt that if he was given another 100 years, he would be able to enter the Ascension realm, and would be no worse than when they were at their peak. Come, master, have some tea. Well, this tea was secretly picked by Wuku during his last mission. It's very good. Forget it, I won't drink anymore. I still have to take care of the children. Jiang Yu and I looked at the little Nian Nian in her arms and gently touched her little head. Oh, by the way, let me ask you a question. Is it considered performance? Calculate. We will tell you everything we know. We will answer all your questions. Jiang Yu and I didn't know what to say for a moment. Why did it feel like these people were becoming more and more servile? No, Xiao Linlin has to stay away from them from now on, otherwise Xiao Linlin will be led astray by them. Let me ask you. Jiang Yu and I looked at the little dragon girl in her arms tenderly. Is there any way to make Xiao Nian Nian call me mommy? Chen Mansion training ground. Outside the training ground, Chen's mother tightly held her daughter who was about to rush to the training ground. On the other side, the maid Xiaohuang also calmly looked at Jiang Lin, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. Of Father Chen, who was sitting on a cart and bandaged like a mummy, was in a better and better mood. Humph. I let you, a kid, take away my sweet little cotton padded jacket and let you take away my lovely little cabbage. Now you are getting your retribution. Looking at Jiang Lin, who was sweating and shaking, Father Chen couldn't help but laugh. Then he was punched in the chest by his daughter. Not only that, he was kicked by his wife as well. Mom, Shaolin in this is the final shaping of the mud embryo realm. But, Chen Jia held her mother's hand tightly, her eyes anxious as if she was about to cry. Shaolin can't stand it. Looking at her daughter with tears in her eyes, Chen's mother gently held Chen Jia in her arms and stroked her daughter's long hair tenderly. Xiao Jia, you shouldn't have taught him the God-smashing fist. Mother has already told you that the God-smashing fist is different from ordinary boxing techniques. Ordinary warriors cannot practice the God-smashing fist. If you don't have a heart that says, I am the only warrior in the world who can use one fist, then in the end, practicing the God-smashing fist will only result in your divine will being shattered by the powerful fist force. Fortunately, you told me that you would help Jiang Lin shape the clay model. Otherwise, if you really helped him shape the clay model without a heart that could look directly at the gods, then it would be all over. This would be truly irreversible, and Jiang Lin's future in martial arts would be ruined in your hands. What I'm doing now is already a timely remedy. Rather than having Jiang Lin's divine will shattered by my fist in the future, it's better to let Jiang Lin face the divine power now. But if Jiang Lin can withstand the power of the gods, then his clay embryo will be formed naturally. If not, then his clay embryo will be broken, and it will probably be unlikely for him to become a warrior in the future. How come you, little girl, don't know the seriousness of the matter? As she spoke, Chen's mother tapped her daughter's forehead angrily. My daughter forgot too, and... Chen Jia lowered her head in grievance. And what? And Mom, you asked me to teach Xiaolin boxing, but I only know the God-breaking fist. Mother Chen was speechless for a moment, because she found that what her daughter said seemed to make sense. I have only taught my daughter the God-smashing fist since she was a child. If I let Xiao Jia teach Jiang Lin, then right? Oh, why didn't I think of it? The more Chen's mother thought about it, the angrier she became, and then she glared at her husband fiercely. A humph. It's all my husband's fault. If I hadn't been distracted by his belly band, would I have overlooked this? Dad, if anything happens to Mr. Jiang, you will sleep alone for the next 2 months. You are not allowed to return to your room. Chenhua, the mummy sitting in the wheelchair, was stunned for a moment and tears fell uncontrollably. Chapter 74. I understand, Senior. Fuck. Bullshit. In the illusion, Jiang Lin looked at the special effects flying all over the sky, and his eyes lit up. Just now, a guy with long flowing hair punched a huge statue covered in fire, and a huge heat wave spread out, like a shocking version of dynamic light waves. There was also a delicate woman with thin arms and legs who punched a giant dragon on the head. Then there was a loud boom and a mushroom cloud rose up, which was comparable to a nuclear explosion. But as I watched it, even though the special effects were wonderful and beautiful, I always felt that kneeling like this was not a good idea, as God knows how much time has passed outside. What if Chen's mother and Chen Jia have arrived, and I am still kneeling there stupidly? What if Chen Jia stands in front of me and takes advantage of me? Then I will be at a great loss. And Jiang Lin felt that the most important thing was my knees seemed to be a little sore. No, why do I have to keep kneeling on one knee? I'm not fucking proposing. It was at this time that Jiang Lin thought of this important issue. Yes. Why am I kneeling? When he first entered the illusion, the enormous pressure and the shock from the spirit made Jiang Lin breathless, and he even felt like he was about to pee his pants. But gradually, after becoming familiar with the scene, especially after realizing that this was an illusion, Jiang Lin felt that it was nothing. Now, in my previous life, I had used VR to ride roller coasters and see Miss Sadako and Aunt Kayako. Now I'm just in a special effects movie. Nothing will happen to me. Besides, even if something happens, I still have resurrection coins. It is understandable that others are afraid of death, but I am Jiang Lin. Hey, come and kill me. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin immediately got emboldened by the wine and started eating buns. There is a kind of lofty ambition that says, you can't do anything to me in this world. If you have the ability, you can kill me thousands of times. Once you have this lofty ambition, that feeling of oppression disappears. However, Jiang Lin was immediately mesmerized by the special effects, and was as impressed as if he was watching a blockbuster movie. Moreover, the special effects were extremely realistic, and even the sound was all round and three-dimensional. Then Jiang Lin forgot about it the moment Jiang Lin stood up. In reality, Jiang Lin on the training ground also stood up. Mother's violent of watching Jiang Lin stand up. Chen Jia's eyes sparkled with the most sincere joy, and Mother Chen also smiled with satisfaction. It only took an incense stick of time, which is quite good. Humph, isn't a stick of incense enough? It only took me a quarter of an hour, and when Xiao Jia was 3 years old, it took her less than a cup of tea. Father Chen curled his lips in the wheelchair, but there was indeed some admiration in his eyes. After all, How could this brat compare with his own daughter? But seriously, if this kid can't get past this hurdle, then he really can forget about having any bad intentions towards his daughter. No. Even if you pass this level, don't even think of having any evil thoughts towards Xiao Jia. If anyone dares to touch my little cotton padded jacket, I will break his legs, the three-legged kind. Don't worry about your father. He just wanted to save face. He knelt for 2 days and 2 nights before he got up. Mother Chen said with a smile. It's okay, Mom. It doesn't matter if Xiaolin is slower than Dad. I don't care. But Xiaolin is amazing, and Daddy is awesome. While Chenhua covered his heart with his left hand and felt a sharp pain to eye in the illusion, the moment Jiang Lin stood up, it seemed as if those seniors in the sky who were as powerful as the sky in boxing nodded to Jiang Lin one after another, with admiration in their eyes. Although Jiang Lin didn't know why they nodded to him, didn't he just stand up? Why did they look so relieved? When Jiang Lin stood up and stretched, a lively guy came down and looked at Jiang Lin admiringly, which gave Jiang Lin goosebumps. Can this senior see me? Jiang Lin bowed, and a huge meteorite fell towards the two of them, but was smashed to pieces by the senior's punch. The broken meteorites raised countless dust in the air, messing up Jiang Lin's hair. I can see it, but I can't see it either. Could this senior be a Buddhist disciple? Why is he speaking so philosophically? May I have your name? The senior asked with a smile, not caring about Jiang Lin's confusion at all. Junior Jiang Yida, courtesy name de Peo. Are you kidding? How could I possibly tell you my real name? Although this is the Chen residence and the illusion is not dangerous, what if, haha, Canon? What a great name. So domineering. Well, senior, please just call me Yida. Okay, Canon brother. The senior patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder and said, Canon, as the descendant of the God-shattering fist for who knows how many generations, do you have any understanding of the God-shattering fist? God-smashing fist? The one Chen Jia taught me is called God-smashing fist? How come I have never heard of it before? But this name sounds very powerful. After thinking for a while, Jiang Lin replied, the God-breaking fist is mysterious and domineering. Every punch has the energy of heaven and earth. It is as high as the sky and as strong as the gods. It is the supreme boxing method in the world. Ha, kid, why do you like to say these big truths? Ha, I like it very much. Although Jiang Lin wanted to complain about the senior's accent, he held back. As for his truth, what a joke. I haven't even reached the clay embryo stage yet. No matter how I practice that set of boxing, it feels like radio gymnastics. How can I understand it, anyway? Just blow it, come on. Canon brother, what is that? The senior put his arm around Jiang Lin's shoulders and pointed at the gods in the sky. Each of them was filled with supreme power. The gods are as huge as the sky, but every pure warrior who fights against them becomes more and more courageous and crazy as the battle goes on. Replying to senior, I saw the earth-shattering battle between humans and gods. The senior nodded and pointed to the other side. Then tell me, what did you see? At the place where the senior pointed, a pure warrior covered in blood was thrown to the ground by a giant elephant in the form of a god. The ground shook violently and the warrior looked like he was dying. Just as the elephant was about to make a finishing blow and raised its big thick leg to step down, this pure warrior stood up, laughed loudly, and threw a punch with all his strength, dying together with the giant elephant. Jiang Lin was touched by this passionate scene, and his heart was warmed. Senior, I saw the domineering spirit of our warriors. Very good. The senior nodded again. Jiang Lin's eyes lit up, and his blood boiled. I understand, senior. What you mean is that even when facing a god, we must look straight ahead. Compete with the gods for the sky. No, you don't understand him? Jiang Lin was a little confused. Then what the senior meant is that warriors like us must have the determination to win and never back down until the last moment. As long as we are still alive, we must deliver a punch. No, actually I mean, the senior patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder and looked forward deeply. If you encounter an opponent of the level of a god, don't be stupid and just stand there. Run if you can. If you can't run, it's not a loss to kill one, and it's a big profit to kill two at least. You have to die beautifully. Please recommend votes. Thanks to Penguin Reading MC 888 book coins, Black at Haha 400 book coins and above for the reward. Chapter 75 Don't hit the kidney. Okay, next, it's your turn. The senior let go of Jiang Lin's shoulders, and the next moment, Jiang Lin found himself flying into the air. In front of him was a guy who looked a bit like Bald Chang. Jiang Lin felt the supreme divine power from him. That powerful feeling of oppression came again, not only physically, but especially the fear from the inside out deep in the soul. Roar. The Bald Chang suddenly yelled at Jiang Lin, and his hair was messed up again. Humans! You are my puppets after all. How foolish of you to even think of freedom. The next moment, Bald Chang grew rapidly. That kind of pressure made Jiang Lin breathless. Now Jiang Lin finally understood what the senior said: when faced with an existence of this level, you should run if you can. But now, turning around and running will only lead to your death faster. So Jiang Lin decided it's better to commit suicide. Maybe you will die in the illusion and wake up. Jiang Lin thought about it, and the first snow fell into his hands. Madam, young Master Jiang, Xiao Hong at the side interrupted the family of three, and the three people's eyes were once again focused on Jiang Lin. Everyone on the training ground saw Jiang Lin stand up, pound his legs, put his hands on his waist and hips, twisted his neck, and jumped a few times. This kid is going to throw a punch. Sitting in the rocking chair and looking at Jiang Lin's refreshed eyes, Shenhua couldn't help but feel a little nervous. As long as he throws this punch, his mud embryo stage will be completely completed, and the God-shattering fist can be regarded as the real entry point. Everyone saw Jiang Lin stop jumping and slowly raised his hand, and just when everyone thought that Jiang Lin was about to deliver the punch, Jiang Lin's natal flying sword flew out from Jiang Lin's acupoint and landed in Jiang Lin's palm. Then everyone saw Jiang Lin holding the sword across his neck with his right hand, as if he was going to commit suicide. Wait. That kid seems to have a brain problem, and he seems to want to commit suicide. Ah. Shenhua suddenly sat up from his wheelchair, and just as he took a step forward, he suddenly fell to the ground. Mom! Let me go, I want to stop Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, wake up. Jiang Lin. The girl who was hugged tightly couldn't break free from her mother's arms no matter what she did, and tears dropped down her eyes. At this moment, Chen's mother was also extremely shocked. She had half-clenched her fists, wondering whether she should punch him to wake him up, but if he interrupted it forcibly, Jiang Lin would never be able to be a warrior in his life. But this shouldn't be the case. Why is it like this? Logically speaking, as long as he stood up and had the courage and determination to face the gods and took the first step, it should be easy to throw that punch. Why did this guy want to commit suicide? What is his brain circuit made of? Just when Jiang Lin was about to cut Chen's neck with his sword, and Chen's mother was about to punch the boy to wake him up, Jiang Lin suddenly put down his sword. And then this guy scratched his head again, and then, Jiang Lin seemed to have an idea suddenly, and he held his natal flying sword, which was forged from ice and snow, in his hand like a javelin. Go! Jiang Lin took a few steps and then threw Chuxue out. I saw a flash of white light, piercing through the roof and flying out like a comet. Give me back my beautiful fist. Then Jiang Lin shouted loudly, flew into the air, and punched the air crazily. It seemed that his fists, like raindrops, were all hitting someone's face. In the illusion, Jiang Lin did think about committing suicide at first, but Jiang Lin found that he couldn't do it at all. Although Jiang Lin died several times, it would be fine if he had acted decisively and not felt anything, like when he met Xiao Shueli in Xuanwu City and when he was ambushed during the battle against the 6 major sections. The other party acted quickly and efficiently, and it was obvious that they were veterans. On the contrary, when my senior sister stabbed me in the heart, it was really painful. If I wanted to commit suicide, what if I don't do it enough? Will it hurt? Wouldn't it be more uncomfortable if the blood got into my throat? And if I didn't die completely and was kicked a few more times, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? And most importantly, it takes courage to kill yourself. After all, who would want to have nothing to do while living a good life and then cut their own neck? So Jiang Lin decided. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Even if he died, he would turn into a mosquito and bite him hard. So in the illusion, Jiang Lin held the first snow in his hand, took a few steps, and then threw a sword at the huge bald man in front of him. Then, Jiang Lin's sword into the air. Give me back my pretty fist. Your dad had a makeover for you. Jiang Lin raised his huge fist, his fist power reached its peak, each punch was mixed with the Chuxue sword energy and smashed madly at the opponent's huge face. When using the give me back my pretty fist, Jiang Lin intentionally or unintentionally mixed it with the God-breaking fist, but he felt that the God-breaking fist was too awkward to use, and he felt that the give me back my pretty fist was more handy. Although apart from the sword energy, fists have no killing power at all. Jiang Lin transformed Bald Chang into Wu Yanzu, Gu Juji, and Erkong one moment. Boom! When Jiang Lin threw the last punch and felt extremely satisfied, about to turn his opponent into a famous basketball trainer, a bell rang out of nowhere. The illusion was suddenly shattered, and Jiang Lin, feeling that he had not had enough fun, slowly landed on the ground. Chushua, which was inexplicably thrown out by its owner with a brain problem, also turned several times in the air and flew back into Jiang Lin's acupoint. Is the illusion broken like this? Jiang Lin looked at the surrounding environment, then looked at his hands. Could it be that Bald Chang doesn't want to learn singing, dancing, and playing basketball? Jiang Lin. Before Jiang Lin turned around, a delicate body bumped into his back, and a pair of small hands tightly clasped Jiang Lin's waist. Although Jiang Lin felt his back was hurt. Ms. Chen, please respect yourself. I know you are worried about me, but this will lead to misunderstanding. Jiang Lin really wanted to pull her hands off, but how could this girl's hands be so strong? Who's worried about you? Chen Jia noticed her own loss of composure and blushed as she let go of Jiang Lin's waist. Miss Chen, I'm sorry, I'm so handsome that you're tempted. Jiang Lin turned around and looked at Chen Jia, who was lowering her head and stroking her fingers with a daughter's expression and looked a little cute. He knew that she was worried about him out of friendship, but he still joked. What are you talking about? Chen Jia punched Jiang Lin's old waist. It felt like a broken kidney. Don't hit the kidney. Don't kick my kidneys. Fuck, your parents are here, don't move, let me go, my ears are going to fall off. Looking at the two people fighting on the training ground, Chen's mother smiled slightly. The mud embryo realm is complete, which is pretty good. Chapter 76. Look. Wu Luck focus on answering two questions from book lovers. Question: A friend asked why the big boss behind the Sun Moon sect didn't help the protagonist. Answer: 1. I remember that Xin Yu wrote earlier that they were all playing around in the world and participating in the secular world. They didn't even care about their own death, so why would they forcibly change the cause and effect of others? Note that it is forcibly. If they can help, they will still help. If you don't find it troublesome, you can read chapter 72. Penguin reading seems to be chapter 73.2. Each boss has a story, which will be related to the protagonist's plot in the future. It involves the main text and will not be spoiled. Point 3. If you really can't figure it out, then just treat it as a setting, otherwise how can I continue writing? Question: Why did the protagonist's intelligence decline in the previous chapter? Answer: The protagonists with high IQ all went to see Makoto. P.S. The above questions and answers are not counted in the word count. They will be written into the author's words after they are put on the shelves. The following text is 2,200 words, 100 more than usual. Asterisk. I have something to do in the evening, so I will post it in advance today. I wish you all a happy reading. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang for completing the mud embryo stage. In a small pavilion in the Chen mansion, Jiang Lin, with a bandage on his waist, from being beaten by Chen Jiawei, and a plaster on his neck, from being bitten by Chen Jiawei, sat with Chen Hua, who was wrapped like a mummy. Although I don't know what happened, I still want to thank Madam Chen. Jiang Lin stood up and bowed. As for bending down, forget it. Mother Chen looked at Jiang Lin and nodded, then gently stroked her daughter's long hair. The training ground of my Chen mansion is also known as the God Training Ground. Young Master Jiang must go through some tests to practice our God-breaking fist. Only by facing fear bravely can you look directly at the gods and shatter them with one punch. Face your fears bravely? Old gay? Mr. Jiang, what did you say? Nothing. Jiang Lin bowed and said, I was just lucky. Mr. Jiang, you are too modest. Mother Chen stood up and bowed to Jiang Lin. The God-breaking fist is too dangerous. I am too abrupt. Please forgive me, Mr. Jiang. If I ruin your future in martial arts, it will be a great sin. It's okay, I don't care. Jiang Lin drank a cup of tea and waved his hand. Chen's mother had already explained everything to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin then realized how dangerous he was in the illusion, but fortunately the result was good. If Master Jiang doesn't mind, I will replace Xiao Jia and help Master Jiang train in the second level of martial arts in a few days. Well, thank you for your kindness, Mrs. Chen, but I have to go out on a mission tomorrow, so I'd better wait until another day to learn the second level of martial arts. To be honest, Jiang Lin could have left in a few days, but when he saw Chen Huo lying in a wheelchair beside him like a mummy, Jiang Lin immediately became scared. In that case, it will be up to Master Jiang. However, Master Jiang, please practice more. Your fist spirit will enter a stable period in the next 2 days. However, you must practice the God-breaking fist at least 100 times every day after 2 days. 100 times? Mother Chen nodded with a smile. Yes, and you can't miss one time, otherwise the fist will be too strong and can't be operated smoothly, and the clay embryo that Master Jiang just practiced will be shattered, and even his life will be in danger. Jiang Lin's brows twitched. Even though his great path was cut off, he would be fully recovered after being resurrected once, and his realm and everything else would be retained. But it was precisely because his realm and everything else would be retained that this was really a scam. This is like saving the game. When you have perfected the first level of martial arts, your body will save itself. If you accidentally fail to walk the martial arts 100 times, you will die. Even if I am resurrected, I still have to practice the pile 100 times, otherwise I will die again. Holy shit. Isn't this a rip-off? Isn't Pegasus Meteor Fist good? I can buy it after gathering a few more years of infamy. Why should I practice God-shattering fist? For a moment, Jiang Lin wanted to return the goods. It will be hard at first, but later on Jiang Lin's eyes lit up. No need to practice later. Mother Chen smiled and said, you'll get used to it later. Xiao Jia and I will go practice boxing first, so let my husband accompany Mr. Jiang. Take care, Madam Chen. Chen's mother slowly left the pavilion, pulling her reluctant daughter who kept looking back every 3 steps. Jiang Lin and Chen Huo were the only ones left in the pavilion. Mother, Dad doesn't like Xiaolin and will fight with Xiaolin. After Chen Jia and her mother walked away, she said resentfully. Mother Chen sighed and gently tapped her daughter's forehead. It is said that a girl in love has a negative IQ. The relationship hasn't even started yet, so how come her daughter's IQ has dropped to 0? Xiao Jia, if you keep giving in like this, no matter how much the other person likes you, they won't cherish you. Who said I like him? Chen Jia's pretty face turned red and she turned around. No. I want to go back. Otherwise, that beast will be bullied by my father. But if you go there now, will those martial lucks still come close to Jiang Lin? The girl pouted and stomped her feet playfully. Although she really wanted to be with that beast Jiang Lin, her mother was right. Why mother hadn't finished talking just now. In fact, Jiang Lin's first level of warrior is the strongest mud embryo level in JoJo. As long as Jiang Lin has not entered the second level of warrior, no one's mud embryo level will be stronger than Jiang Lin, and the gift for the strongest warrior is the martial luck coming from all directions. If he stayed by Jiang Lin's side, even if those martial talents came, they would not even look at Jiang Lin, but would all rush towards him. The reason was not because of anything else, because Qin Jia was the first genius in JoJo since ancient times who was at the strongest level from the first level of warriors, the mud embryo level, to the 6th level of warriors, the martial gallant level. Chen's mother asked her daughter to advertise that she was at the 7th level of martial artist, the golden body level, otherwise other martial artists would suspect that her level was fake. Although it was stated that she had reached a higher level when fighting with others, this would also make her daughter appear less stunning. Although the opponent was still beaten by her daughter, it still saved her a lot of trouble. Here we are. Gently holding her daughter in her arms, Mother Chen raised her head and looked at Wu Yun, who was coming from all directions. Xiao Jia, what do you think? Will Jiang Lin accept it, or will he break it up like you and I did? A warrior only relies on himself and never relies on luck or any other empty stuff. Even though that guy is a beast, he still has some backbone. Chen Jia muttered while looking up at the sky. Wutanzogandiquan sect, countless men were pure warriors carrying a tree on their backs, punching the ground crazily. One of the elders kept shouting 1, 2, 3, 4. Every time the warriors threw a punch, the entire boxing sect was filled with supreme boxing power. Rest for 1 stick of incense, and everyone take a bath where they are. Yes. All the warriors in the square quickly took out a large bathtub from their storage bags, and then filled half of the tub with hot water from a large enough capacity brand thermal water bag.as. If they were going to boil themselves, everyone quickly put the prepared bath medicine into the bathtub and then jumped into the bathtub naked. Oh, it feels good. Life is a bath, life is a second. Yeah, it's really cool. In the summer, all the warriors put towels on their foreheads, put their hands on the edge of the bathtub, look up at the blue sky and white clouds, and enjoy the beautiful sky and the birds singing around them. Some pure martial artists with 8-pack abs put little yellow ducks in the tub, some martial artists read fan fiction in the tub, and some pure martial artists competed to see who could make the biggest bubbles when farting in the water. Just when everyone was enjoying themselves, Buddy shouted, "Look! Wu Yun!" All the brothers raised their heads, and the martial luck in the sky quickly gathered in one direction. This situation also means that the strongest martial artist realm has been born, and judging from the degree of his martial luck, it seems to be the strongest martial artist in the third realm. Damn it! I told you to read fan fiction books. I told you to tease the little yellow duck. And you! Pop your bubbles with your mouths. Stand in the horse stance in the bathtub. We are the #1 boxing sect in Wutong State. It's been 20 years. In 20 years, our sect hasn't produced a warrior with the strongest martial arts level. Get up! The elder suddenly lost his composure and started hitting them with his mace. Chapter 77, Little Thief, Shout Again. For 1,000 words, 2 and 1, not from the Zhulu plan. A man with an alpaca hairstyle was explaining the wonderful battle to his fellow students. Thinking back to that day, your senior brother and I fought with Jiang Lin, the flower thief, for 300 rounds. Neither of us gave in, and neither of us retreated. In the end, the flower thief and I exchanged swords and punches, and we separated again, and a wave of energy swept us. Finally, I used up all my spiritual power and used the ghost fire. Jiang Lin, the flower thief, also wiped the sword with his fingertips and used his strongest sword move, Dragon Disintegration. We shouted each other's names, our moves collided, and the fusion of ice and fire set off countless spiritual waves. If the elders hadn't acted in time, some people with lower realms would have been injured. Brother Liangchen, you are so awesome. Ah, just so. It's a pity that I wasn't in good condition at the time, otherwise, I should have been able to win by a small margin. Although Jiang Lin is very strong, he is still slightly inferior to me, your senior brother. Brother Liangchen, I heard that Jiang Lin is very handsome. Is this true? Nonsense, if you're not handsome, how can you be a flower thief? But compared to your senior brother, you're still a little bit worse. Some of the junior sisters showed a lost look. Although my senior brother is not bad looking, he is not too handsome either. Jiang Lin is a little worse than my senior brother, and he is also average. Although there is a portrait of Jiang Lin in the newspaper, how can you tell what's in the portrait? But why are so many sisters saying that Jiang Lin is handsome? Is it because Jiang Lin is romantic? Brother, will Jiang Lin, the flower thief, also participate in next year's Kandao competition? Xiaoxia, young Master Jiang is from the demon sect, and we are the righteous sect. But just when Xiaoxia was about to refute something, Zhetian's martial luck flew across the sky. Oh my god, another warrior of the strongest realm is born. The other person must be a handsome guy. The other person must have 8-pack abs. He must be very durable at push-ups. In Longmen sect, many cultivators raised their heads and looked at the martial luck all over the sky. They couldn't help but sigh and thought of someone. Qin Xiao, do you still remember what junior brother Jiang Lin said back then, that he wanted to be a pure warrior? Of course I remember. At that time, junior brother Jiang heard that pure martial artists never had kidney deficiency, and he yearned for it. So do you think junior brother Jiang succeeded? I don't know whether it will succeed or not, but if junior brother Jiang really steps onto the ladder of adulthood, he will probably be in a very miserable situation. While the two sighed and looked at senior sister Lin, who had her own mountain. On that mountain, even though it was covered with barriers by the grandmaster and grandmother, the sword energy was still soaring into the sky. On the Tingyan spaceship, a woman wearing a veil on her head and carrying 2 swords stood by the railing, watching the clouds rolling by. Unconsciously, the girl's thoughts spread out. I, Zheng Yida, am willing to die for the girl. Miss Xiao, hurry up. Girl, I can't hold on any longer, let's play Pai Gao together. Miss Xiao, what did you ask me? One word after another emerged in the girl's mind. Unconsciously, the girl under the fence raised the corners of her mouth slightly and looked into the distance. Alas, there are 80,000 words in the world, but only the word love hurts the most. The woman's words quietly emerged in the girl's mind. Sister Jinling, I'm sorry. Hearing the voice of Sister Jianling, the girl responded in her heart and apologized for forcing herself to go to the sun and moon sect at that time. You little girl, you have apologized more than a dozen times, and you said it's nothing. The sword spirit smiled, but it's more dangerous to go to Donglin City next, Xueli, you can't be distracted anymore. Okay, disciple understands. Xiao Xueli nodded, her beautiful eyes became sharp. No matter what, she could never forget the day when the Dugla demon cult massacred the Xiaoyao sect. Oh, another strongest person in the pure martial arts realm has been born. Just as the Tingyun spacecraft was moving forward steadily, all the martial luck in the sky gathered in one direction. For a moment, the railings of the spacecraft were crowded with passengers and monks. When was the last time you reached the strongest realm? It seemed like a few years ago? Although I have seen it many times, every time I see this sky full of martial luck, it feels spectacular. Ha ha ha, what's the point of being spectacular? Won't these martial fortunes still be dispersed by then? Yes, it seems that none of the pure warriors with the strongest realms recently have accepted these martial fortunes. This is the domineering spirit of a warrior. He relies on himself instead of on God. These external things are good, but they can be dispersed with one punch. How domineering it is! It also improves the state of mind. The passengers on the Tingyun spacecraft all sighed at the martial luck that filled the sky, but no one thought that the other party would accept it. After all, more than a decade ago, it was said that after a little girl broke through the boundless martial luck, when the strongest martial artist in recent years was born, no one accepted the martial luck, as if whoever accepted the boundless martial luck would be like a wolf in the wolf pack. Okay, Sydney, let's go in. It's too crowded here, it's not good. Wait a minute, Sister Jianling, I want to take another look. What's so good about this? There are 10 realms for warriors. Except for the 10th realm, every few years there is a warrior with the strongest realm born. It's not always like this. But it's true that there are a lot of martial fortunes. It's possible that the strongest warrior in the 3rd realm is born. No, Sister Sword Spirit, I feel like I am at the 1st level of martial arts. The 1st realm? The Sword Spirit felt awe in his heart. Xueli has a natural perception of the changes between heaven and earth, which may very well come from her supreme bone, so the Sword Spirit believes in Xueli's judgment. But can the strongest person in the 1st realm attract martial arts from all directions of Wutong province? No, it is not impossible. More than 10 years ago, when a little girl reached the 1st realm, it affected the martial fortune of the entire 9 provinces of the world. Not only that, since then, every time that little girl broke through the realm, she reached the strongest martial artist realm, and each time she caused the martial fortune of the 9 provinces. However, in the end, all these military fortunes were shattered. Many people wanted to find this little girl, but they were stopped by some undead old men hiding in the deep mountains and forests. Until now, all we know is that it was a girl, and no other speculation is allowed. In order to stop some people from making deductions, 3 famous saints from the Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism even came forward to conceal the secret. Young Master Jiang. Suddenly, Xiao Xueli's eyes lit up. Sister Jianling, it's young Master Jiang who has entered the realm of a warrior. Jiang Lin? The Sword Spirit really needs to question his apprentice at this time. It's not that I look down on Jiang Lin, but that boy is too unreliable. A pure warrior needs to suffer endlessly, but his words forget it. Let's not disturb this little girl. Maybe Xueli misses Jiang Lin too much. In Wutong province, at this moment, except for some civilians, all the cultivators and warriors raised their heads to look at the vast martial fortune that was converging together. In the largest Confucian academy in Wutong Prefecture, wise men and gentlemen shook their heads, opened the classics in their hands, and the sound of reciting books could be heard. In a Buddhist temple in Wutong Prefecture, an old monk touched the head of a handsome young monk. The young monk knew that it was time to recite scriptures again, so he held the scriptures and read aloud on a stone in the temple, as if reciting a poem. In a Taoist temple in Wutong Prefecture, a young man who was sleeping on a whisk smacked his lips and touched his nose. Then, as if in a dream, he picked up the whisk and threw it into the air as if to drive away mosquitoes. Chapter 78. This is absolutely not possible. Above the Chen residence, pieces of martial luck gathered in the air for a long time, waiting for the guy on the ground to absorb them. But the idiot on the ground was sitting with a mummy and didn't even look at him. For a time, the military luck became stronger and stronger, like a dark cloud covering the sky above the Chen mansion. Normally, These martial energies could rush directly into his body and be absorbed by him forcefully, but the problem was that the fist force of this mansion was too strong, and these martial energies didn't dare to get close at all. At the same time, many of the guys who had already placed their bets stared straight at the sky above the Chen mansion, watching to see whether Jiang Lin was going to absorb the martial luck or disperse it, but after a quarter of an hour, these martial lucks were still in the sky. What is Jiang Lin doing? Is he trying to disperse or absorb it? Give me a definite answer. Do you think Jiang Lin is struggling? It's possible. Jiang Lin might really want to absorb all this martial luck, but he's worried that it would be embarrassing for him to do so. Is that kid afraid of losing face? His least valuable thing is his moral integrity. Maybe he is calculating the odds right now. Oh, by the way? What are the odds now? At this time, in the pavilion of Chen's house, Jiang Lin wiped his face deeply and leaned forward to grab the belly band, watching Chen was hand wrapped like a big pig's hoof slowly hooking the belly band out from under the white cloth. As a result, Chen Ho leaned back in time to avoid Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, what do you want to do? Nonsense, it was recycled at that time. Jiang Lin felt like crying but had no tears. That won't do. I bought the belly band with my own ability. Why are you going to take it back? Uncle Chen, if your wife finds out, we'll all be doomed. Oh, don't worry. Chen Ho whispered, my wife won't find out. What about the belly band in the study? This is unexpected. No, Uncle Chen, I still have to take back this belly band. I will have to rely on Madam Chen to enter the second level of martial arts in the future. Jiang Lin, you are looking down on me. Are you saying that my martial arts level is lower than my wife's? Jiang Lin looked at Chen Hua, who had suffered shattered bones all over his body, with disdain. That's because a good man doesn't fight with a woman. I, Chen Hua, never beat my wife. No, I still don't agree. I still want to take it back, otherwise I will tell Madam Chen that you have hidden 2 belly bands. Jiang Lin stood up straight, and his righteous look made him look like someone who was sweeping away the color, not someone selling belly bands. That's a shame. I was planning to buy a few more. If this is the case, then Brother Jiang, please take them back. As he spoke, Chen Hua took out a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage bag, sighed helplessly, and made a move to put it back into the storage bag. Just as the spirit stone was about to enter the storage bag, the spirit stone in Chen Hua's hand flashed by, and Jiang Lin wiped it and put it into his own storage bag. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Lin rubbed his eyes and looked distressed. I thought about it and realized that the customer is God. I have no reason to refuse God's request. What is God? Oh, you can listen to God. What does Brother Jiang mean? Jiang Lin snapped his fingers and cast an isolation array in the small pavilion. Warriors are not cultivators, so even if Madam Chen is very powerful, she would not be able to hear it. Jiang Lin took out a variety of colorful belly bands and placed them on the stone table, smiling and saying, this is the peony belly band of the wine cellar, this is the latest style of the widow Wang in the West Village, this is the lily style of the female swordsman in the East, and this is the chrysanthemum style from the chrysanthemum peak next door. These are the goods that have just arrived, absolutely authentic, and I will compensate you 10 times if they are fake. What is this one? Oh, this is worn by a female giant python on Wanchi Peak in the south. Because it has not yet transformed into feet, it crawls on the ground every day, so it is a bit worn out. I'll take them all. Chen Hua took out a top-grade spirit stone from his storage bag. Uncle Chen, I have a proper way of getting things. I can't find your top-grade spirit stone. Keep the change, please. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. There must be something fishy going on here. Uncle Chen is definitely a tracheitis patient, but even so he still wants to support his business. Not only that, he is almost giving a top-grade spirit stone to himself. There is definitely something wrong. Looking at Jiang Lin's expression, Father Chen also laughed. Jiang Lin, don't worry, we are all members of the demon cult, and we are the most honest. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I, Chen Hua, see that you, Brother Jiang, are very heroic and have a promising future. You have also practiced our Chen family's God-breaking fist. I want to become your sworn brother. What do you think? Chen Ho looked at Jiang Lin sincerely, without any evasion, full of sincerity. Just kidding. As long as I become sworn brothers with Jiang Lin, then Jiang Lin will be my uncle, right? I can even let Xiaojia recognize Jiang Lin as her godfather. Then, can this guy still marry Xiaojia? At the same time, Jiang Lin looked at Chen with sincere eyes and fell into deep thought. Uncle Chen definitely didn't become sworn brothers with me for this reason. Although I don't know what Uncle Chen's real purpose is, what are the benefits of becoming sworn brothers with him? Although dumplings are more delicious than anything else, after the sworn brotherhood, Xinjia can still call him uncle, and he can even ask Xinjia to call him godfather, but Jiang Lin's strong desire to survive told him that he couldn't become sworn brothers. If he did, something serious might happen, and most importantly, I have a brother for no apparent reason. Do I have to call Xinjia her dad, Oniai-chan? Oh shit. No. This is absolutely not okay. Uncle Chen, you are joking. How can I acknowledge you as my brother? I don't dare. Why should I be afraid of this? We are like old friends regardless of age difference. Isn't this normal? No, that's not normal. Not normal. Okay, normal. No, it's not normal. Just as the two were trying to shirk responsibility and then fell silent, they felt the pavilion tremble, and a moment later Jiang Lin's isolation formation was broken by a punch. In a hurry, Jiang Lin and Chen Hua were unable to put the belly bands into the storage bag in time. Instead, they rolled up their arms, gathered the belly bands into a ball, and then pounced on them together. What on earth are you doing? Chen Jia looked at her father and Jiang Lin, who were lying on the table and sliding their limbs around like they were swimming, and her brows furrowed beautifully. Next to Chen Jia stood her mother, who was smiling with her eyes narrowed. That Uncle Chen is teaching me how to walk on the table. Yes. This move of lying on the table and walking with fists is something I invented myself. Mr. Jiang is a quick learner. Ha, Uncle Chen taught me well. No, it's Master Jiang who learns well. Okay, Jiang Lin, all the martial luck has run away. Martial luck? Jiang Lin, who was lying on the table, raised his head like a turtle, and saw the martial luck in the sky dissipating in all directions. Please vote, Omega. Chapter 79. What's there to fix? In the evening, lying on the flying sword, Jiang Lin felt the evening breeze, raised his head and looked up at the sky, trying his best to prevent the tears from falling. How could this happen? How could I have missed it? Thinking of what happened in the afternoon, Jiang Lin felt as if his heart was broken. When the martial luck came, I thought it was dark clouds and it was going to rain, so I didn't pay attention. It turned out to be the martial luck gathered from Wotong State. Finally, Jiang Lin soared into the air, using an inexplicable martial artist's sense to collect all the martial arts luck, but unfortunately, I missed the best time, and soon all the luck disappeared. Although I don't think these martial arts luck are that important, after all, boxing is just a side job and my main job is sword practice. But I heard that the beads formed from the condensation of martial arts luck can be sold for money. When he thought of this, Jiang Lin felt as if thousands of flying swords were piercing his heart, just like he had missed the return sale when buying skins, or even more like he had not grabbed the red envelopes from the family group and class group on New Year's Eve. I feel like I missed out on $1 billion, although I don't know why those guys wailed when I missed my chance, but it doesn't matter anymore, forget it, it's just 100 million. I can earn it back next time. I can't go home looking sad. Jiang Lin rubbed his face and felt much happier when he remembered that his master and Shan Yan were waiting for him to go home at Shuangzhou Peak. Moreover, Jiang Lin felt that he was already lucky. In a hurry, he flew up on his sword, and half of his belly band was exposed on the stone table. At that time, Chen's mother's face turned green. Even when Jiang Lin was collecting martial luck, he saw the pavilion suddenly collapse, followed by a scream that resounded through the sky. Hearing the heart-wrenching scream, Jiang Lin collected some martial luck as a remedial measure and quickly ran away without even looking back. I hope Uncle Chen is alive and well. Dad, you're back. Xiao Lin, welcome home. Jiang Lin put away his thoughts and just landed on the ground when he saw little Nen running towards him with her short legs and her little tail wagging. There was a gleam of pure joy in the master's eyes and he was about to hit someone with the ball, but Jiang Lin dodged it in time as usual. Well, I'm back. Jiang Lin picked up little Nian, and with a smile he rubbed the head of his master who was pouting and complaining. I brought you gifts. From the storage bag, Jiang Lin took out 2 condensed martial arts beads. This is all the martial luck that Jiang Lin collected this afternoon, condensed into 2 small beads. So beautiful, thank you, Daddy. Little Nian Nian took the sparkling little beads, her eyes full of joy. It seems that the Dragon Clan is indeed interested in shiny things. Is Xiao Linlin proposing to the master? The master agreed. Jiang Yuni also took the beads and said happily, Master, please stop making trouble and stop teaching the child bad habits. Jiang Lin gently tapped his master's head. Master didn't make a fuss, little Nian Nian already called me mommy. Jiang Lin looked at Sha Nian Nian, who was holding the Wu Yun pearl in his arms. Noticing her father's gaze, Sha Nian Nian held the Wu Yun pearl in her arms with her 2 little arms and poked at it with her little fingers. Dad blames Nian Nian, but Jiang Lin found Sha Nian Nian's guilty look funny and cute, so he pretended to be angry and asked, but what is it? But the candied haws that Yuni's mom gave me are so delicious. Little Nian Nian looked at Jiang Lin secretly and said softly, is Dad angry? No, Xiaolin, you can't be angry with Sha Nian Nian. If you want to be angry with me. We mother and daughter will handle it. Jiang Yuni took Sha Nian Nian from Jiang Lin's arms, and the 2 of them looked at Jiang Lin with blinking eyes. Okay, I'm not angry. Jiang Lin smiled and touched the little heads of his master and Nian Nian. Although Jiang Lin missed out on his chance to become a martial artist and felt like he had missed out on 100 million, seeing how warm his master and Sha Nian Nian were, Jiang Lin felt like he had earned 200 million. For Sha Nian Nian, she has the innate ability to judge whether the other party has bad intentions or not. This is the basic quality of the true Dragon Clan. Although her master used candied haws to tempt Sha Nian Nian, but the fact that Sha Nian Nian can call Master Mama means that Sha Nian Nian completely trusts Master, and Master also truly likes Sha Nian Nian, so Master can feel relieved. Daddy, are you really not angry with Nian Nian? Little Nian Nian blinked at Jiang Lin, and the tears in her eyes seemed about to fall. Really, how could Daddy bear to be angry with Nian Nian? Jiang Lin gently wiped the tears from the corners of little Nian Nian's eyes, and the dragon's tears slid down Jiang Lin's fingers and fell to the ground. Then Xiao Linlin is not angry with Master anymore, right? Jiang Yuni, who was holding Sha Nian Nian, said happily. Jiang Lin frowned, bent his fingers, and gave his master a light chestnut. You can't fool Sha Nian Nian anymore. Master, do you understand? With his head lowered, the master touched his head and said quietly, I know. Just like usual life, although cultivators above the cave mansion realm do not need to eat, Jiang Lin still insists that the happiest thing is for the whole family to eat together. Moreover, even if he and his master do not need to eat, little Nian Nian still has to eat. So Jiang Lin returned to Shuangzhou Peak and cooked a table full of delicious dishes. After the 3 of them had their fill, Jiang Lin also made desserts with the honey that his master and Sha Nian Nian brought from the Black Mountain next door. Then the family of 3 sat on the top of Shuangzhou Peak and looked at the sky full of stars. Jiang Lin still tells his master and Sha Nian Nian stories about constellations and the pure love Greek mythology of the modified children's mosaic. As Jiang Lin was talking, he realized that the little Nian Nian in his arms had shrunk into his arms, with his little tail curled up. The master who was holding his arm leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep peacefully. If you cultivate to be an immortal but in the end there is no one you love by your side, what is the point of cultivating to be an immortal? Looking at the girl and the woman beside him, Jiang Lin smiled slightly, put Sha Nian Nian in the master's arms, then picked up the master and walked towards the room. There are 2 thatched houses in Shuangxiufeng, one for the master and one for Jiang Lin. There is also a temporary thatched house that was demolished by Jiang Lin. This kind of temporary project is not safe to live in. Sha Nian Nian doesn't dare to sleep alone, but now that she has a master, she can't always let Sha Nian Nian sleep with her. After putting them on the bed and covering them with a blanket, Jiang Lin looked at them sleeping soundly. He thought for a moment and decided not to say hello to them when he left tomorrow, otherwise he, a grown man, might not be able to stand their tears. Jiang Lin returned to his room, wrote a letter to his master in Sha Nian Nian, and fell asleep peacefully. At dawn the next day, before the alarm clock made by Shou He, a modest monk from the Sun and Moon sect, swung a hammer and smashed it on his stomach, Jiang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and turned off the alarm clock just when Jiang Lin sat up and got out of bed and was about to secretly leave Shuangzhou Peak and go to Donglin City. Bang! Jiang Lin, who had just stood up from the bed, suddenly fell to his knees. He stood up by holding onto the edge of the bed, supporting his waist. Fuck! Why is my kidney hurting again? The cover was forcibly changed. It seems that the cover does not meet the standards. Xian Yu has already hired an artist to make a new one, and it should be ready in a few days. Chapter 80. This is what you said, Xiaolin, please don't leave and don't abandon your master. Dad, did Nian Nian make you angry? Dad, please don't abandon Nian Nian. Little Linlin Daddy. At the top of the twin Everest peaks of the Sun Moon sect, the voices of the master and Xiao Nian floated away. Xiao Nian was hugging her father's face, with her fat tail tightly hooked around her father's head. The master was hanging on Jiang Lin like a koala. For a moment, Jiang Lin could not move forward. Jiang Lin had guessed this would be the result, so he planned to sneak out in the morning. However, who would have thought that as soon as he got out of bed, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground after coughing up a pill of 9-ingredient Remania pill rewarded by the system and spending a quarter of an hour quickly replenishing his energy. Jiang Lin just stepped out of the door and saw his master and Xiao Nian coming over with breakfast. Then the master found the farewell letter Jiang Lin had left on the table in the room. Then there was a cry, Nian. Let go of Nian Nian first. Jiang Lin, with Xiao Nian hugging his face tightly, felt like he couldn't breathe. Dad, are you okay, Dad? Feeling that Daddy's breathing seemed to be very rapid, Xiao Nian said with tears in her eyes, and she held him with less strength. It's okay, it's okay. Jiang Lin placed his hands under Xiao Nian's armpits, and with a click, he pulled Xiao Nian off his face like pulling a cork, but his master was still hanging on his back like a koala. Master, if you don't come down, I will ignore you. Jiang Yu and I pouted in grievance and reluctantly got off Jiang Lin's back, while Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little headache. He put Xiao Nian on the table and gently touched her head. Don't worry, Nian. Daddy is just on a mission. Nothing will happen to her. It's not that I don't want Nian. As soon as Daddy completes the mission, he will be back soon. When he comes back, he will bring Nian some delicious food. But little Nian looked at Jiang Lin with blinking eyes, her little tail weakly resting on the table. But Xiao Nian wants to be with Daddy. No, it will be dangerous. Dad just lied to Nian and said everything was fine. Dad really lied to Nian. For a moment, dragon's tears kept falling from the corners of Xiao Nian's eyes, landing on the table with a clatter, rolling all over the floor. Damn it, who taught Xiao Nian this trick? She actually knows how to use a trick? Could it be Sister Feng Ruo again? No, Nian, listen to Daddy. Jiang Lin wiped the corners of Nian's eyes and gently pinched her little nose. Dad will definitely not be in danger, but Daddy is worried that Nian will be in danger. What if Daddy doesn't have time to look after Nian when he is working, and Nian encounters a strange uncle? There are still many people who make a living by practicing copper these days. Little Nian lowered her head and sniffed. Daddy, what is practicing? What is copper? Well, it's dangerous, but it's okay for Daddy. Why? Because it's wrong for Dad to sell swords because Dad practices swordsmanship. He is a sword cultivator. Then Xiao Nian will also become a sword cultivator. Xiao Nian will always be with Daddy. That's great. Jiang Lin thought, when Xiao Nian becomes a swordsman in the future, she can protect Daddy. Yeah, Xiao Nian wants to protect Daddy. Xiao Nian clenched her little pink fist and shook it up and down. Her determined look made Jiang Lin wipe the blood from his nose. Away would go and die first. But although Daddy really wants to teach Nian, Daddy has some things to do, otherwise Daddy will have no money to buy Nian candied haws. If Nian doesn't practice, how can she protect Daddy? Thinking about it, little Nian lowered her head, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and her little hands pinched the hem of her skirt. So Nian learns swordsmanship and reads books at home. When she becomes a great monk in the future, she can protect Daddy. Daddy's master, Sister Yu and I, is very powerful. Sister Yu and I will teach little Nian the swordsmanship. Jiang Lin took out a small wooden sword from his storage bag with a smile. He remembered that this small wooden sword was carved by Jiang Lin when he was waiting for the women's bathhouse to open in Longmen sect. From now on, Nian, you must protect your daddy well. Yes, Nian will learn sword skills well with Sister Yu and I, and Nian will protect Daddy. Holding the small wooden sword, little Nian Nian nodded like a chick pecking at rice with tears in her eyes. Well, Nian Nian is really good. Jiang Lin smiled and touched Xiao Nian Nian's head, feeling extremely happy. Holy shit. I am such a genius. Not only did I trick Xiao Nian Nian into staying at home, but I also used my quick wits to inexplicably make Xiao Nian Nian establish a small belief that she should protect her daddy well. In this way, if Xiao Nian Nian really remembers in the future that she is the murderer of her father, should she kill herself or not? This will definitely become a problem that Xiao Nian Nian will be troubled by. Then I can put on a show, commit suicide to apologize, and then run away with the resurrection coins. It would be perfect, however, if possible. Jiang Lin still hopes that this day will not come. After all, it is so good now. Master, look, little Nian Nian has become so sensible now. Is Master going to cry and make a fuss? Little Nian Nian is calling you mommy. Standing up, looking at his master who had been lowering his head and pulling at the corner of his clothes, Jiang Lin skillfully touched his master's little head. Mimi Jiang Yuni raised her tearful eyes slightly and looked at Jiang Lin, then looked at Xiao Nian Nian with a slightly blushing face. Humph. Xiao Lin Lin is too cunning. She actually used Xiao Nian Nian to trap me. In the past, I could secretly follow Xiao Lin Lin to complete tasks, but now Xiao Nian Nian is here. What should I do? Okay, Master, I will come back safely. Please teach little Nian Nian the sword skills well. Master, I know, Jiang Yuni said softly. It's not that she doesn't like Xiao Nian Nian. On the contrary, Xiao Nian Nian is cute and sensible. She even calls her mommy. She loves her so much. How could she not like her? This is her and Xiao Lin Lin's first child. It's just that I just want to be with Xiao Lin Lin. Obviously, Xiao Lin Lin doesn't need to go out. Okay, when I come back this time, I will promise Master one thing. Really? Jiang Yuni raised her head and looked at Jiang Lin with a twinkling look. Is anything possible? Seeing his master's happy expression, Jiang Lin smiled and said, of course it's true. Anything is fine. Anyway, my master is so cute and silly, he won't have any weird or excessive requests. It will definitely be ice cream cake or something. At the same time, the woman whose head was touched by Jiang Lin was very happy. Hee, any request is acceptable. This is what you said, Xiaolin. Thanks to Wise for the reward of 10,000 starting coins. I owe him a chapter, so I wrote it down in my notebook. Chapter 81, The Sun and Moon Sect is the most prevalent. Daddy, Nian Nian will be a good boy when we meet again. Xiao Lin Lin, you must come back soon. Master is waiting for you. Nian Nian, remember not to eat too much sugar, it will cause tooth decay. Master, remember to check on some of the intelligent monsters on Shuangzhou Peak. I suspect some of them are absorbing essence. Don't worry, Xiao Lin Lin needs to take good care of himself. Nian Nian will miss Daddy, and Daddy will miss Nian Nian too. Well, Dad will definitely miss Nian and Master. At the top of the Shuangzhou Peak of the Sun and Moon Sect, Jiang Yuni was holding little Nian Nian in her arms. The mother and daughter waved to Jiang Lin, who was riding a horse with spiritual power and gradually flying away. Jiang Lin also stood on the horse to say goodbye to them. Jiang Lin reluctantly withdrew his gaze only when the two people on the twin Everest peaks gradually disappeared from his sight. Although I don't know why I feel like leaving my wife and daughter behind, leaving the countryside and going to the big city to work and earn money. I have to admit that I really can't bear to leave my master in Nian Nian. However, compared to the empty nest master in the past, at least he has Xiao Nian Nian to accompany him now, so at least he won't be lonely anymore. As for the skills that the master would teach Xiao Nian Nian, Jiang Lin asked the master not to teach Xiao Nian Nian the sun and moon cultivation method first, but to teach some more introductory sword techniques. It's not that Jiang Lin was worried that Xiao Nian Nian was practicing too fast and wanted his master to keep it a secret, but Jiang Lin felt that there were some problems with the sun and moon practice. Although he didn't know why when he was in the mysterious realm, it seemed to run smoothly suddenly, just like clearing out computer junk that had accumulated for a long time. But Xiao Nian Nian is a member of the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan must have its own mental inheritance. If the Dragon Clan inheritance of Sun and Moon practitioners conflicts with that of Xiao Nian Nian, it will be troublesome and may become an obstacle to Xiao Nian Nian's practice. Although I am afraid of being scolded to death by Xiao Nian Nian, I cannot hinder her bright future. Moreover, the Sun and Moon practitioners mainly focus on swordsmanship, supplemented by mental skills. It is the practice method of sword practitioners, but not everyone can be a sword practitioner. The most important thing for a sword cultivator is a flying sword that is born with him. Due to the special physique of the human race, it is easier to breed natal flying swords, but the number is not large. The number of demons is even smaller, and even the ancient true dragons are no exception. Jiang Lin also asked his master about the dragon clan's cultivation that night. It is rumored that most dragons do not use swords, but practice their own way of heaven and earth. Although there are rumors of true dragon sword cultivators in ancient times, I heard that those true dragon sword cultivators threw away their swords during a fight and switched to breathing fire or slapping you with their claws. So letting Shan Yan Yan practice sword is mainly to appease Shan Yan Yan, and the most important thing is Jiang Lin reined in his spiritual horse, and the spiritual horse gave Jiang Lin a look before disappearing into the air. In front of a school, Jiang Lin slowly floated down. The name of the school was Sun and Moon School, and it was opened by a down-and-out scholar. I heard that this poor Confucian scholar chose to become an official, but forgot to bring his admission ticket when he took the imperial examination. Not only did he forget to bring his admission ticket, but he also got drunk the night before. When he woke up, he found a girl lying next to him. Although this girl was a 300-pound tank, she was actually the daughter of the prime minister. Later I heard that the scholar really couldn't drive the tank, so he ran away overnight. Some people also said that the scholar really couldn't stand the daily crushing of tanks, so he ran away. There are also rumors that it was not a tank at all, but a made-up one. It was a brothel girl. The daughter of the prime minister of that country liked the scholar and asked the brothel girl to frame him. Anyway, no one knows what happened. Jiang Lin did ask this guy, but he always smiled and shook his head, and then asked how many ways to write fennel beans. After coming to the Sun and Moon sect, the scholar's school did quite well. Basically, all the families who wanted their children to study sent their children here. After all, the Sun and Moon sect only has this one school. Seeing Jiang Lin floating in the yard outside the school, the scholar stopped teaching and said with a smile, "The quiz will start in a quarter of an hour. You should memorize it first. If anyone scores less than 60 points today, I will tell his parents." Following the wailing in the school, the scholar came out and bowed to Jiang Lin. "Mr. Jiang." "Mr. Kong." Jiang Lin also bowed in Confucian etiquette to return the greeting. Kong Shusheng smiled and said, "Actually, Master Jiang, just call me by my name." Jiang Lin's brows twitched. Only a fool would call this guy by his name. His surname is Kong and his name is Baba. Haha, Mr. Kong really knows how to joke. It seems that no one will appreciate my latest fan art. As he spoke, Jiang Lin took out a small picture album. As soon as Jiang Lin took it out, Kong Baba took it and put it into his long sleeve with righteousness. "Mr. Jiang, that's not right. It was just a joke. Please don't mind it." "But Mr. Jiang, is there anything going on today?" "Oh, that's right, I have a daughter." Kong Baba nodded. "I have heard of it. It's a girl named Nian Nian, right? It seems that Master Jiang is really powerful. The New Age flower thief is really as good as his reputation. Even the dragons are good." Cough cough cough. "Master Jiang, if you have any orders, I, Kong, will definitely not refuse." Seeing Jiang Lin's narrowed eyes, Kong Baba quickly changed his words. This is what happened. Since Jiang Lin was in a hurry to get to Donglin City, he didn't say much to this guy. "I have agreed with Master that I will send Shan Yan Yan to school in 2 days. It is very necessary to learn Confucian classics. I hope Mr. Kong will take good care of her when the time comes." Hearing that Jiang Lin was going to send his daughter to school, Kong Baba quickly bowed and said in a serious tone, "Since Mr. Jiang trusts me, Kong, although I am not talented, I will do my best to teach you." "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Kong." Jiang Lin also bowed, and then secretly handed Mr. Kong a picture album full of holy light. "Oh, Master Jiang, this is not possible." Confucius declined, but he honestly put the album into his sleeve. Jiang Lin smiled and hooked his arm around Mr. Kong's shoulder. "If any rascal dares to approach my Nian Nian and has bad intentions towards my Nian Nian, what do you think we should do, Mr. Kong?" "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I will make that kid do twice as much homework." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Kong is indeed the most honest one. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Kong. Mr. Jiang, take care." The two of them bowed and said goodbye again. Confucius looked at Jiang Lin, who was driving farther and farther away, and then he slowly withdrew his gaze, patting the album of paintings in his sleeves, which had a unique but extremely beautiful style. Confucius walked slowly back to the classroom. It is hard to find a true friend in this world, only the sun and moon sect is the majority. Chapter 82, Smiling Like a Flower, 4,000 words, 2 in 1, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, slow down. Brother Jiang, please wait. Brother Jiang. Just as Jiang Lin left the sun-moon sect's protective formation and galloped on his horse, two people, a pig and a bird, flew over from behind. Jiang Lin reined in the horse that was transformed by his spiritual power and slowly turned around. What's wrong with you? Are you here to send me off? Of course, Brother Jiang, you are on a mission. As your brothers, we will naturally come to see you off. Jijibo said while panting. Jiang Lin smiled and looked at them. Stop talking nonsense, I have been on so many missions before, and I have never seen you send me off. Well. Fang Chaochuan scratched the back of Wuka's head. I heard that Brother Jiang's trip to Donglin City is a little dangerous. Brothers, let's see him off. Wuka slapped Fang Chaochuan's claws away, took out a golden lotus and said with a smile, Brother Jiang, this golden lotus was fertilized by me. It has a miraculous effect in curing injuries caused by knives, clubs, internal injuries, and sword energy. Wuku, do you fertilize it yourself? Brother Jiang, don't worry. I have definitely cleaned this lotus. Wuka said as he rubbed the lotus on his body. Brother Jiang, if you don't believe me, smell it. There is still the fragrance of the flower. Forget it, I'll take it. Jiang Lin took out a piece of cloth, hugged the lotus, and put it into the storage bag. Actually, Brother Jiang, I have something else to ask of you. I know. Let's find a girl. Her name is Tsuehua, right? It's a lotus flower. Okay, I'll tell you when I find you. Then thank you, Brother Jiang. But Wuku, every time we go on a mission, you always ask us to keep an eye out. It would be better if you could go and look for it yourself, which is better than staying at home in the sun-moon sect. Hey Brother Jiang, you don't know this. Everything depends on fate. Brother Jiang, our belly band business is being copied by Lao Wang next door. What should we do? It's okay. Lao Wang's family is very strict. He just wants to save some private money. I understand. Go tell Lao Wang that I plan to expand the women's business and ask him if he wants to join. Okay. Brother Jiang, my wife has gone to look for Lao Niu. What should I do? I'm panicking. Jijibo stuffed a bag of pig feed to Jiang Lin and said, this feed is my Jijibo's unique formula. It can refresh your mind and satisfy your hunger. If you are starving, you can eat it. Get away. Jiang Lin picked up the feed as if to throw it away, but after thinking about it, the Jijibo family's feed is indeed very famous. What if I encounter a pig demon? Maybe I can use this to seduce it. Put the feed into the storage bag. Jijibo, I don't think the old cow likes your wife. Brother Jiang, why do you say that? What's wrong with my wife? She has a big belly and big ears. She weighs more than 400 pounds. Why doesn't that minotaur like my wife? Jiang Lin's eyebrows twitched. Jijibo, don't get excited. Lao Niu is a very honest man. He blushed when he asked me to buy a belly band from the cow lady next door. How could he like your wife? Brother Jiang, what do you mean? Jijibo, think about whether you have done anything wrong recently. Your wife might be angry, and maybe she is doing it on purpose to piss you off. Jijibo stroked his chin with his big pig's hoof, seeming to be thinking about something. Brother Jiang, this is the latest fine hair I have grown. It can be big or small. It can be used as a quilt when it's cold, and as an ear spoon when your ears are itchy. Please don't dislike it, Brother Jiang. Diao De plucked a hair from his armpit and handed it to Jiang Lin. Tell me, what's the matter? Jiang Lin took the fur from him and put it into the storage bag. That Tuiying has been getting close to an eagle named Ingbi recently. Brother Jiang, my heart aches. That's easy. That guy, Eagle Bai, is actually a scumbag eagle. Many female birds have been deceived by him without knowing it. You can go and find out which female birds Eagle Bai has approached recently, and then you can interfere. Diao De suddenly realized, so that's it. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm really going to leave. When I come back, we'll play another exciting game of flying chess. Farewell, Brother Jiang. The two men, the pig and the bird, bowed and saluted. Jiang Lin also bowed and then got on his horse and galloped away. It was not until Jiang Lin disappeared from everyone's sight that the two men, the pig and the bird, slowly withdrew their gaze. Wu Ku bent his elbow and poked Diade. Wu Ku, what are you doing? Wu Ku touched his chin and said, Do you think Brother Jiang has already had some suspicions about our true identities? Who knows about this? Jijibo grinned and scratched the pig hair on his head. Fang Chaochu and also smiled and said, But don't even say you have any suspicions. Even if Brother Jiang knew about it, do you think he would care about it? That's true. Diade nodded his chin, perhaps to Brother Jiang, no matter who we are just a small cultivator in the cave mansion realm. He, birds of a feather flock together. Jijibo on the side wiped his nose and smiled foolishly. As a result, the two men and the bird slowly turned their heads and pressed him into the air and rubbed him. As Jiang Lin was walking further and further away, he suddenly had an idea. He transformed the spiritual energy into a Ferrari, and then attached an automatic navigation ball designed by Xiao He, a Mahist monk, to the front of the car. Jiang Lin adjusted the seat and lay down on it, feeling extremely comfortable. Just as Diade and the others said, there are so many ordinary people in the Sun Moon sect, but so what? I only know them now, and that's enough. Well, let's finish the task quickly and go back to church. While lying there, Jiang Lin suddenly thought of Shan Nian Nian. It's been more than an hour since I last touched little Nian Nian's head. I feel so uncomfortable. Mom, I miss Daddy. At the twin Everests of the Sun and Moon sect, little Nian Nian was sitting in Zhang Yuni's arms. With her tail drooping weakly, the little girl looked longingly at the sky where her father had left. Mommy misses Daddy too, but Daddy will be back soon, so don't worry, little Nian Nian. Zhang Yuni kissed Nian Nian on the top of her head and said with a smile, It's time for Nian Nian to take a nap. You can practice sword with Mommy in the afternoon, okay? Yeah, when Daddy comes back, Nian Nian will definitely practice sword skills well to make Daddy happy. So good. He gently picked up little Nian Nian and carried her back to the hut, singing the song Two Tigers that Jiang Lin had taught her. The sweet voice slowly lingered in the quiet and peaceful hut. Dragons all have a period of sleepiness when they are young. Soon, little Nian Nian's eyelids began to droop. After the 8 tigers lost their ears, little Nian Nian gently grasped the quilt with her little hands and made steady breathing sounds. Looking at the pink-faced girl lying on the bed, Zhang Yuni's eyes sparkled. So cute, Xiaolin, and I also want to have a daughter, so that Shan Nian Nian will have a sister. Leaning over and kissing little Nian Nian's pink cheek, Zhang Yuni gently put Nian Nian's tail back into the quilt, cast a soundproofing array, and walked out of the thatched hut slowly. As soon as I walked out of the thatched cottage, I saw Fang Ruo slowly floating down and bowed. Fang Ruo pays respect to the leader. Why are you here? In an instant, Zhang Yuni's long black hair was draped behind her, not reaching her waist. She was originally a head shorter than Fang Ruo, but now she was half a head taller than Fang Ruo. She had a slender figure, and her black eyes were like black transparent agate. Her cold temperament gave people a sense of distance that she could only be admired from a distance. Oh, before Jiang Lin left, he asked me for a bottle of mountain spirit repellent and sent it to me, saying that some flower essence from the twin Everest peaks had taken shape and would absorb the essence. As he spoke, Fang Ruo looked at Zhang Yuni with a half-smile and shook the medicine in his hand. I don't know whether it is the master who will use it, or I, a little one, will do the job of driving away the flower spirits? I can do it myself. The woman in a black dress with a cold temperament took the herbicide from Fang Ruo's hand. Hey, the leader's face looks a little red, is he sick? Fang Ruo. You still come here? You're asking for a fight. Master, I was wrong before the beautiful woman in front of him could take a picture with her hand. Fang Ruo walked away lightly. Zhang Yuni, with a slightly red face, did not chase after her best friend who was always out of tune. Her eyes gradually became serious, even with a kind of chilly coldness. Is Xiaolin going to Donlin City because of the Dugu demon cult this time? Fang Ruo also gradually stopped smiling. It should be, but Xiaolin didn't say much. Humph. Dugu demon cult. Zhang Yuni snorted coldly and swung his long sleeves heavily. A sharp sword energy cut through the sky, breaking through the clouds, As if it wanted to chop off the sun and the moon, Chen mentioned out. A girl raised her head and stared blankly at the sky, not looking away for a long time. Everyone has left, and you are still looking. The girl's mother came over and gently touched her daughter's forehead. Behind her was Chen Hua, who was lying on a stretcher and couldn't move. Mother, I want to go to Donglin City too. The girl named Xinjia bit her lips lightly and grabbed her mother's sleeve. No. But that beast. On the road of cultivation, life and death are at your own risk. We warriors all know this truth, not to mention the sword cultivators with the strongest killing power. Mother Chen touched the girl's hair. Don't worry. Although that kid is a bit unruly, I think it will be difficult for him to get into trouble. Just focus on preparing for the sect competition next year. John Lin should be there too. The girl bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, raised her head, looked toward the horizon again, and her thoughts drifted away. Hey! What's your name? My name is Xiaojia, which means the one who gets married. Oh, you're talking about Xiaojia. My name is Jianglin, Jiang is in Jianglin, Lin is in Jianglin. Why are you in my yard? Are you a thief? How is that possible? Xiaojia, have you ever seen a thief as handsome as me? Then what are you doing here? Why not? Fuck, don't hit me, no, don't bite me, I'm just hiding from my enemies. Hey, Jianglin, play games with me. What to play, play house. Well, why? No way? It's not impossible. Okay, let's play. We have a daughter. The girl said happily while holding a ragdoll. Our daughter seems a little ugly. What are you talking about? No, it looks good. It really looks good. Then marry the name. The boy thought for a moment and said, why not just call me Anan? Anan? Why? The boy looked at the plain rag doll, stroked his chin and said, it's good to be safe and sound. Anan? The girl thought about it and nodded happily. Well, okay, let's call you Anan. Still looking up at the sky, the girl gradually came out of her thoughts and looked into the distance in the direction he left. Her smile is as beautiful as a flower. Longmen sect. Sister, please say something. Senior sister, the ancestor said he was wrong. Senior brother John Lin did not step onto the ladder of adulthood. Sister, just eat something. You haven't eaten for half a month. Yes, senior sister, although you can practice fasting, junior brother Jiang said that the human body needs to supplement amino acids and proteins. Yes, senior sister, how could junior brother Jiang, a straight man, lose his virginity? You have to believe in junior brother Jiang's ability to be alone. That's right. Junior brother Jiang invited me to drink, and I got drunk on purpose, waiting for him to do something to me. But he only drew a turtle on my face. How could such a fool lose his virginity? Senior sister, outside the barrier of the mountain, many disciples of Longmen sect came to persuade their senior sister. Ever since the day when the ancestor said that junior brother Jiang Lin had lost his virginity, senior sister has been feeling terrible. She grasped her sword tightly and was about to rush outside. In the end, she was forcibly pulled back by the Grand Master and grandmother, and then trapped in senior sister's own mountain. Forget it, let me do it, master, it's all your fault, said a female cultivator from Longmen sect, pouting. Yes, master, if you hadn't said that, how could my sister be so sad? Last time, master, you took junior brother Jiang to learn the dialect. That's right. Grandmaster, you dragged junior brother Jiang to the women's bathhouse last time. Outside the cave, many female disciples of Longmen sect blamed their ancestor. The ancestor of Longmen sect was also very embarrassed and kept scratching his head. To be honest, I am worried too. Jiang Lin has returned to the demon sect. Qingwan is also trapped in love. Why are his two most proud juniors so troublesome? The ancestor of the Longmen sect entered the barrier, cleared his throat, descended from the mountain, and knocked on the door. Qingwan, actually, it was really my mistake. Jiang Lin must still be a little brat. Don't worry, I like to brag. Jiang Lin showed me some bath medicine for martial artists. He must want to practice boxing. I misjudged him because of his sprained waist. If you don't believe me, Qingwan, I will swear to the heavens. Boom. Before the ancestor finished speaking, a beam of sword light shot straight up, breaking the wooden house, breaking the clouds and fog in the sky, and even piercing the imprisonment magic circle. The sword flashed, and a graceful woman with long flowing hair landed on the ground holding a sword. Lin Xingwan rolled her eyes at her ancestor and said nothing more. After the barrier was broken, the fellow disciples who were above the mountains slowly landed on the ground with cold sweat on their faces. Qin Shao wiped his face and said, "Grandmaster, please don't use the fourth move. Even the fifth move is useless." "Did junior brother Jiang teach you the fourth move?" The old man's face turned red, as if he was going to make another excuse. Lin Xingwan waved her hand. "Okay, master, no need to say more. After so many days, Xingwan has figured it out." "Well, have you really thought it through?" The old ancestor was shocked. Could it be that this stubborn girl has seen through the world? "Well, I figured it out," Lin Xingwan said calmly. "I believe that junior brother Jiang is not so ignorant of cherishing himself. There must be some vixen who used dirty tricks on junior brother. I'm going to Donglin City. I'm going to protect Xiaolin. No vixen can get close to Xiaolin anymore." Chapter 83. I have a noble spirit. Please give me some recommendation votes. Donglin City, located in the west-central part of Wutong Wuzhou, is an independent city, similar to Xuanwu City. However, the difference is that cities like Xuanwu City are where cultivators gather, and it is also the gathering place for gossip reporters in the entire Wutong state. There are tens of thousands of cultivators in the world, and there are countless ways to ascend to heaven. The most common ones are Confucian monks who attain enlightenment through reading, Buddhist monks who attain enlightenment through meditation, and Taoist monks who ride around on cows and attain enlightenment while strolling. Of course, there are other strange ways of proving the truth among the various schools of thought. For example, there was a farmer monk who tasted hundreds of herbs and was poisoned and fainted. He was dying, but when he woke up, he achieved the truth and ascended to heaven. There was also a yin-yang monk who took a different approach 1,000 years ago and became a yin-yang man in the world of monks. This old yin-yang man finally achieved the truth and ascended to heaven after disgusting the 99,999th monk to death with his weirdness. Although those reporters in Xuanwu City are always gossiping and never doing anything serious, in fact, this is also a form of spiritual practice. Some of them are keen on gossip, while others are pragmatic. Anyway, they are all walking on their own path and never question. Cities like Donglin City are different from Xuanwu City. It is an ordinary and normal mortal town and also the most common town in the mortal world. However, the difference is that Donglin City does not rely on any country, but has developed naturally. There are mostly ordinary people, but there are monks too. Generally, we don't interfere with each other. There is no such thing as "if you look at me, I will kill your whole family." This generally does not exist, because the three major religions of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism have formulated certain rules to protect mortals, such as cultivators cannot be emperors on earth, except for emperors of demon countries where demons are the majority. Killing innocent people will be investigated and severely punished by the three religions, etc. Of course, there are definitely those who go against the orthodox schools of thought such as Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, etc. They like to punch children, snatch people's lollipops, and believe that if you look at me you are humiliating me, and if you humiliate me you want to kill me, so I will also kill your entire family of monks. This kind of monks is collectively called the demon sect. However, the meaning of a member of a demon cult is too broad. You can be a member of a scattered demon cult, or you can be a member of an organized demon cult, such as the Dugu demon cult and the Sun and Moon cult. In fact, apart from eating, drinking and gambling, the Sun Moon sect also did some cheating and deceiving things, and as a result, it was labeled as a demon cult. Jiang Lin felt that it was because the world was not open enough. How can playing with people's hearts be considered a demonic cult? This is a psychological game, manually funny. In addition, for those who practice Taoism, there are too many causes and effects in the secular world, involving countless people die. In other words, how do you know if there are any relatives or sisters in their family who are the leaders of the sect? You don't know what kind of New Zealand dollar Qigong practitioner an 8-year-old child is. For example, what if someone has an illegitimate child who works hard to cultivate in the future and avenges his parents? Another example is Xiao Huahua in the book Biography of Xiao Huahua written by the novelist monk. He likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. How do you account for this? So generally speaking, no cultivator would be so idle as to get involved in the cause and effect of the mundane world. I am here to gain experience, not to be a big devil. Besides, if a cultivator says that I will kill your whole family if you curse me, his cultivation must not be that good and his realm must not be very high. There is a great possibility that he will be slapped to death on the road by a little girl, an old monk, a beautiful nun, a sweeping monk, or something like that. However, the hundreds of schools of thought led by the three religions of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism basically don't care about the competition and even killing among the cultivators. If you are not strong enough, the disciples of Luohua sect can make you unable to mess with them. After lying on the Ferrari for 5 days and 5 nights, Jiang Lin finally arrived at the outskirts of Donglin City from the western part of Wutong State. In fact, Jiang Lin could just fly to Donglin City, but after thinking carefully, he thought that if he walked there, he might be able to investigate the environment around Donglin City at the same time. Now Jiang Lin just hopes that his system won't go wrong during this period, such as asking him to help the Dugu demon cult turn people into zombies or something, but think about it, it shouldn't be like that. Although this system has no moral integrity, it has never allowed itself to kill anyone in such a long time, which is basically in line with the purpose of the Sun and Moon sect. Don't kill indiscriminately, just attack the heart. And I have to say, the system is quite useful. It basically has blood potions, blue potions, and a bunch of incomprehensible materials. It's like a department store, even resurrection coins. It's just that the resurrection coins are worth 40,000 infamy per person, a bit of a ripoff. Jiang Lin took the mask awarded by the system and thought about it. He decided not to wear it for the time being. Anyway, the portraits in the newspapers didn't look like him, just like the portrait of Sanji in One Piece. Am I that disgusting? After an afternoon of traveling 10 miles outside of Donglin City, Jiang Lin did not find any traces of magic array, but didn't Aunt Lin say that it was probably the magic circle that turned the people of Donglin City into zombies? What's going on? If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. It was getting late, and Jiang Lin found a dilapidated temple to stay in. At this time, Jiang Lin was wearing a Confucian blue shirt and holding a paper fan, looking like a scholar. After all, I heard that it is easiest to encounter fox spirits in such dilapidated temples. Most fox spirits rely on male essence to cultivate. They will only absorb a part of male essence but will not hurt their roots. Moreover, fox spirits especially like scholars. In the story, the scholar who went to Beijing to take the imperial examination met a beautiful woman in a dilapidated temple. This is not just a casual saying, they help you relax before the exam, and you help them improve their skills. It is a win-win situation. There are even some vixen who are really in love with a talented man, and the two fall in love with each other. After the talented man passes the imperial examination and becomes successful, the vixen will wait in the temple and eventually marry the vixen home. This is also a common story. At this moment, Jiang Lin, who looked like a scholar, felt that there was a monster in the temple. Although he couldn't tell what kind of monster it was definitely a fox spirit. Jiang Lin decided that he had to help them improve their cultivation, so Jiang Lin jumped over happily, fixed his hair, and slowly pushed open the door of the temple. The moment he pushed open the ball, 2 figures rushed into people with the ball. At this moment, Jiang Lin felt his mind go blank. Holy shit, this really happened. And they were 2 monsters? I like. My 2 ladies, the ancients said that men and women should not touch each other. I am a serious scholar, and I think we should, master, hurry up. Is there a monster in there? Before Jiang Lin finished speaking, 2 of the fox-eared girls shouted worriedly and fearfully, pulling Jiang Lin out. Monsters? Is this the latest trick of the fox tribe? Are they not satisfied with staying in the temple anymore? Hey, sir, are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, we will leave. Just when Jiang Lin was about to say something, the door slammed shut. In the darkness, 2 eyes slowly glowed. Don't be afraid, girl. I have great energy. I will protect you. Jiang Lin put the 2 cat ears, not the fox ears, to protect him behind him, and gathered his spiritual power in his eyes, emitting 2 rays of light like Ultraman. 2-on-2 staring husky? Chapter 84 Pull out a frying pan. Chapter 84 Pull out a frying pan. Man and the dog looked at each other, both confused. Jiang Lin was stunned for a moment when he saw the husky cub in front of him with thick eyebrows and big eyes, which was only 40 centimeters long without the head and 25 centimeters tall. This husky with bright blue eyes, thick white eyebrows and a black head, stood on the shabby floor with 4 short legs. Although its fur looked a little dirty, it was still very soft and fluffy, and was looking at Jiang Lin fiercely. Woof woof, ah. When the husky let out a vicious growl, the two fox-eared girls behind Jiang Lin screamed instantly, and the high-decibel shouts almost pierced Jiang Lin's eardrums. Is this the monster the two girls were talking about? Jiang Lin turned and looked at the two fox-eared girls. The two fox-eared girls were seen hiding behind Jiang Lin, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at rice, their bodies shaking constantly. They wanted to just leave, but how could they live with their conscience if they just abandoned this young master? And this young man looks so handsome. He is an honest and talented scholar. It just looks a bit hollow. Sir, don't. Young master. When Jiang Lin took a step forward, the two fox-eared girls behind him called out softly. Oh my god, this young man is so brave. Even though he looks weak and frail, he actually took the initiative to confront such a ferocious monster for us. Don't worry, although I am a Confucian disciple, I also have a side job, a farmer and animal husbandry disciple. Farm animal husbandry? It's the kind that specializes in taming magical beasts. Please don't panic. I will definitely protect the two beautiful girls from the claws of such a ferocious magical beast. Looking at Jiang Lin's eyes that were so bright that they could only squint, the two fox-eared girls wanted to say, in fact, we should just run away. However, Jiang Lin's righteousness made them feel nervous. They nodded dumbly. After comforting the two fox-eared girls, Jiang Lin took out the bag of pig feed that Jijibo had sent him from his storage bag. Come on, don't be afraid, Jinkula does not contain sugar. Jiang Lin grabbed a handful of pig feed and spread it on the ground. Speaking as gently as possible, the dog looked at Jiang Lin, whose eyes were glowing like Ultraman, then looked at the feed on the ground, and took 2 steps forward with its short legs. Yes, don't be afraid, this handsome guy is not a bad guy. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes and felt that it could work. This husky is definitely a rare breed. I was born into this world when I was 8 years old. I have traveled all over the world in the past 10 years, but I have never seen such a thing. When the time comes, I will kidnap her and take her to the twin Mount Everest to give her to Shan Yan Yan as a pet. Cute baby and cute pet, what a perfect match. When it grows up, let it guard the mountain as a guardian beast. Those sex-used dragons, 2-headed tigers, etc. as guardian beasts, which are simply weak, my husky is not inferior to them in momentum, but just as Jiang Lin was imagining with a funny face, the husky jumped up with its 4 short legs and bit the back of Jiang Lin's hand. Young master! Then there was another scream that echoed throughout the dilapidated temple. After a stick of incense was lit, the flames flickered in the temple. Jiang Lin's arms were held in the arms of 2 fox-eared girls, who were bandaging the back of his hands. The husky next to him was still eating the pig feed that Jiang Lin had brought out. Although it was accidentally bitten by a dog, this monster still calmed down. After bandaging, the 2 fox-eared girls stood up and bowed to Jiang Lin. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Jiang Lin waved his hand. Although I am a Confucian scholar, I also have a heart of chivalry and justice, so it's nothing to mention. The 2 fox-eared girls looked at each other, their faces slightly reddened, and they said softly, my little sister and I owe you a favor. Whatever you want, as long as my little sister and I have it, we can give it to you. Ha? Really? The 2 fox-eared girls nodded with a slightly red face. That's easy. Jiang Lin patted the seat beside him and raised his eyebrows, looking funny. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Lin, who had been rubbing the heads of the 2 fox-eared girls for a quarter of an hour, showed a satisfied smile. Although I can't rub Shan Yan Yan's head anymore, the head of the animal-eared girl is also very comfortable to touch, especially the pair of soft animal ears, which are simply perfect. The fox-eared girl, whose head had been rubbed by Jiang Lin for a quarter of an hour, looked a little embarrassed for a moment and wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Actually, I have a favor to ask. After rubbing for a quarter of an hour, Jiang Lin said seriously. Sir, you say? Thinking that Jiang Lin had finally gotten the idea and wanted to see the animal world, the 2 animal-eared girls looked at Jiang Lin expectantly. Well, Jiang Lin scratched his face, can you 2 show your true form? This way, petting a cat, no. Petting a fox will be much more comfortable. Although the 2 fox-eared girls really wanted to slap him on the face, they had to admit that he was very good at stroking his fur, so they simply transformed into their real form and let him stroke their fur. Master Jiang, do you have no further requests? A quarter of an hour later, a fox felt a little strange about the pet shop-like atmosphere in the temple and hinted again. Other requests? Jiang Lin thought for a moment. I do have one request. Mr. Jiang, please speak. Ladies, may I ask how to get to Donglin City? Mr. Jiang is going to pass through Donglin City? The fox-eared girl raised her head and looked at Jiang Lin. Yes, I will pass through Donglin City to go to the Great Xia Dynasty to take the exam. No, no. Another fox changed into a human form and stood up, saying worriedly, Young master, you must not pass through Donglin City. Why? My sister and I don't know the details, but a few months ago, people in Donglin City started to go missing. One night, my sister and I were resting in the jungle, and we saw the soil of a grave was loose, and then a corpse crawled out. Yes, it was jumping around, which was really scary. Some nearby sects were commissioned by the city lord to come here to investigate, but they didn't find any results. And I heard that some monks have died. But there must be a reason for this. How could it happen so suddenly? Have you heard any other news? Other news, the fox-eared girl frowned and thought seriously, there is a tower? Well, my sister and I used to practice near Donglin City and never encountered anything like this. But after the tower was built, it seems that strange things have been reported one after another. Just as Jiang Lin was thinking, stroking the fox ears with one hand and his chin with the other, suddenly, the two slender hands turned into two fox claws and stabbed into Jiang Lin's abdomen with force. Ding! Only a sound was heard throughout the dilapidated temple. Era raised his head and saw the men in front of him slowly pulling out their claws, then he pulled out a frying pan from his arms. Chapter 85. There is a white fox in the world. When they saw Jiang Lin pull out the frying pan from his arms, the two fox-eared girls immediately retreated, and their teeth gradually became sharper, which seemed like a tiger fang injury. Their hair was also messy, with a few stray hairs sticking up, as if they were frizzy. Shrimp. The two animal-eared girls lay prone on the ground, their pupils shrank like vertical pupils, and their three snow-white tails swayed back and forth. The entire temple was filled with evil spirits. I don't know why, but looking at them, Jiang Lin felt that if their hair was yellow and they wore a ninja uniform full of circles, it would be a joke. Woof 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 woof. The husky cub and Jiang Lin stood on a united front, roaring at the two foxes. However, Jiang Lin felt that there was something wrong with the way this husky was named. How can a husky bark woof 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 all the time? This is not spiritual enough. It seems that I have to teach it the orthodox husky bark in the future. Pulling out a frying pan from his arms, Jiang Lin clapped his left hand on his right hand, raised his bangs on his forehead, and looked at the two fox-eared girls with a playful look. You've cultivated 3 tails, not bad. You should be at the sea watching level, right? And they're white, so rare. Among all the monsters in the world, the most representative one, besides dragons, flower spirits and grass spirits, is the fox monster. Fox demons are born with 1 tail. When they enter the last of the lower 5 realms, the furnace-building realm, 1 more tail will be added. After entering the middle 5 realms, cave realm, 1 more tail will be added. After that, 1 more tail will be added to the sea watching realm, 1 more tail will be added to the dragon gate realm, and so on. 1 tail will be added for each realm. It is true that most fox spirits are kind-hearted, like scholars, and use the essence of scholars for their cultivation. Some even develop a sense of righteousness at the end of their cultivation, but there are also many fox spirits who like to take unconventional approaches. For example, some fox demons not only absorb human essence, but also absorb blood. They specifically select young and energetic men, and turn them into mummies after one night. For example, there was a fox demon ant from the Sun and Moon sect. Jiang Lin often went to her to purchase goods. One time, when he was chatting with her in the yard, he asked her what her dream was. The fox demon ant said that her dream was to be a mistress so that she wouldn't have to struggle and could eat and drink well every day. Although Jiang Lin spat out a mouthful of water at that time, thinking about it afterwards, it seemed to make sense. I also want to be a gigolo. It would be so nice to be kept by an empress or a female clan leader. It would save me 20 years of hard work, but 2,000 years. But he had no choice but to give up his great dream as he had a master to support, and now there was the lovely little Nian Nian. However, when Jiang Lin went back to the Sun Moon sect to purchase goods from the fox demon ant last time, he asked her again whether her dream had come true. As a result, the fox demon ant shook her head with a melancholy look on her face. However, Jiang Lin felt that if this fox demon ant succeeded, one day, she would probably be able to break through the Jindan realm and enter the Yuanying realm. After all, her obsession was also a kind of Tao heart. In addition to the number of fox tails representing the realm, the type of fox is also very important, and the rarest of them is the white fox, there are white foxes in the world. It is said that this kind of fox is the descendant of ancient gods, which is equivalent to the mythical beast species of the animal fruit in One Piece. Its practice is smoother and more in line with the avenue, and its strength is also stronger. However, white foxes are rare in number, and usually appear in the world of demons outside the 10,000 demons continent and the 9 provinces. Moreover, white foxes are of noble nature and disdain to absorb the essence and blood of others. They rely on their own practice to achieve enlightenment, but the question is, how could such a noble and aloof demon aristocrat become a killer? Was he sent by the Dugu demon cult? This is unlikely. Although the Dugu demon sect is more famous than the Sun and Moon sect, and its reputation is much worse, its overall strength is not that strong. It is about the same as the upright Longmen sect, right? How can there be such a rare species? As he was thinking, Jiang Lin looked at the 2 white foxes in front of him, patted his frying pan, and a bold idea came to his mind: either the sect in Wan Yaozhou is cooperating with Dugu demon cult, or he is an undercover agent sent by the demon clan. After all, the demon clan has been eyeing the 9 continents for a long time, but no matter what, there is definitely more than just the Dugu demon cult behind this. Or maybe his fame has spread to the Wan Yao continent, and one of the white fox ancestors has a crush on him, and his disciples are jealous and want to get rid of him. Damn. It seems that this possibility is not impossible. What are those kitchen utensils in your hand? Why did they suddenly appear? One of the foxes, as big as Opai, spoke first, but they were still tense, as if they were about to come up and scratch your face at any time. Oh. Jiang Lin raised the frying pan in his hand. This is called the Red Wolf Pan. It was made by a friend of the Mahist named Xiao Hei. It can automatically grow in size when in danger. The metal used is titanium alloy. Forget it, you won't understand it anyway. The 2 fox-eared girls frowned slightly. Although they didn't understand what the man was talking about, they continued to ask, "How did you find us? How did you find out?" "This is easy." Jiang Lin raised his lips wildly. "I was recently sucked of my vitality by a mountain monster, and I had not fully recovered when you came. Under normal circumstances, a kind-hearted beast-eared girl would not have the heart to suck the vitality of a weak scholar like me, but you actually had bad intentions towards me. Isn't this enough to make you suspicious? Just because of this?" "Of course not." The natal flying sword flew out from Jiang Lin's acupoint. Jiang Lin held the sword in one hand and the frying pan in the other, ready for battle. "There is a failed novelist monk in my sect. He said that fox spirits and scholars usually have one-on-one tutoring, but you are doing 2-on-1 tutoring. This is very wrong. Have you finished asking questions?" Jiang Lin looked at the 2 of them with a smile. "Since you have finished asking questions, it's my turn to ask. You are not from the Dugu demon sect, right?" Shua. As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, 2 animal-eared girls rushed towards him. Jiang Lin dodged to the side, and they left 2 deep scratches on the already worn-out floor of the temple. "I originally wanted you to die more easily, but it seems that you don't admit your mistake, sir." The elder sister of the White Fox sisters said, "Sir, please don't blame me." "Humph. Do you think you are 2 against 1? Jiang Lin pointed at them with a frying pan. "Dog. Let's go together." "Woof woof, woof woof." The dog, who was originally full of vigor, barked again, and then the voice became lower and lower. Then, it hid behind Jiang Lin's heels, with its legs straight, and its trembling paws tightly hugged Jiang Lin's trouser legs. Chapter 86 Flying Out. Chapter 86 Flying out. In a dilapidated temple cast with a magic array on the outskirts of Donglin City, Jiang Lin and 2 three-tailed white foxes from the Guanhai realm were fighting to a standstill. Jiang Lin was seen holding Chushua in his right hand and a frying pan in his left hand, resisting the opponent's attack again and again. I have to say, they are worthy of being the aristocrats among the monsters, possessing unique talents for cultivation. Their claws are extremely sharp, leaving scratches on the frying pan that Xiao Hei made for them die in an instant. Just as Jiang Lin took a step back, the 2 foxes shot out like bullets. They not only used their hands and feet, but also their tails, stabbing Jiang Lin from top to bottom with their tails again and again. Although Jiang Lin dodged it gracefully, the tail still poked into the ground and made holes one after another. Snow Fox Lotus. In the distance, the Fox sister's mouth moved slightly, her lips opened slightly, and white lotuses bloomed in the temple. The lotus roots and branches were like vines entwining everything in the dilapidated temple. A cold breath was spreading, and everything in the temple was covered with a layer of light frost. Bite the fox sister stood up straight, and with a snap of her fingers, a snow lotus flew towards Jiang Lin. Just when Jiang Lin was about to block, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Thinking of Chu Shui, an ice wall appeared in front of Jiang Lin like a shield. The flying snow lotus instantly froze into an ice lotus when it was about to touch the ice wall. The crystal clear ice lotus slowly bloomed. The next moment, the blooming flowers burst out like ice spikes. Bang! At the same time, another fox sister stepped forward in an instant, her skirt fluttering, and her long legs kicked straight to the side at the ice wall in front of Jiang Lin. The ice wall was shattered by the kick, and ice chips splashed all over the ground. Why do so many women like to practice martial arts? Jiang Lin shook his head as he looked at the graceful fox sister. It turns out that practicing martial arts with weights doesn't allow for fast punches. Chen is still the right choice. Ding! Before Jiang Lin finished speaking, another crisp sound spread throughout the temple, and a slender hand with nails so long that they could kill you pierced Jiang Lin's forehead. Fortunately, Jiang Lin picked up the frying pan in time, but even though the pan blocked it, a big hole was pierced through it. Snort! The fox-eared girl raised her lips slightly, and spiritual power burst out from her wrist. Bang! Just like putting a grenade in a frying pan, the whole pan exploded and Jiang Lin took advantage of the situation to fly out, making a sword flower. Sister, stop playing with him and finish the task quickly. I don't want to stay in this place anymore. It's dirty and smelly, and there are so many dirty humans. The other fox-eared girl walked over to her sister, her brows furrowed. But young Master Jiang was also a romantic man. It's such a pity that he died like this. Isn't it just a shell? It's not like I haven't seen anything better. The younger sister glanced at Jiang Lin, her eyes full of indifference, even a little disdain. Girl, you don't understand. Jiang Lin gently kicked the husky lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, to the side. I have a unique, beautiful appearance and an interesting soul. Are you two really not going to consider my energy? Ah, the fox-eared sister laughed as clear as a silver bell. You are running out of energy, yet you are still bragging. You are not afraid of hurting your waist. Jiang Lin's eyebrows twitched, and he wanted to complain about something. You can mock me, Jiang Lin, for not being handsome enough, but you actually despise my waist for not being good enough. Which man can tolerate this? But when I think about it carefully, the other party seems to be telling the truth. But can I blame myself for this? MMP. After completing this mission, I will definitely capture those monsters in the Twin Everest Peaks. Let them absorb my energy privately. Hang them up. Mr. Jiang, Just when Jiang Lin was thinking about hanging up and beating the spirit flowers and plants on Shuangzhou Peak, two soft voices were heard, and Jiang Lin responded subconsciously. These two voices flow into your heart like clear spring water, fluttering the leaves in your heart like butterflies, and are more like thousands of women whispering in your ears. Soon, Jiang Lin's eyes gradually lost their luster, and he stood there holding Chushua like a puppet. The dragons and snakes are good at the art of wind and rain, the Qilin is good at the art of thunder and fire, and the white fox is an expert in illusion. The technique is just as its name suggests, living a life of drunkenness and dreaming of death. What on earth did Mr. Jiang dream about? Sister Fox placed her slender hand on Jiang Lin's shoulder and pressed her face against his heart. For the second fox, as long as someone falls into his dream of drunkenness and death, unless interrupted by an outsider where the other party's realm is relatively too high, even if your will is very strong, you will not wake up in a short time. So at this moment, Jiang Lin was already a dead man to them. However, before killing Jiang Lin, Sister Fox curiously sneaked into Jiang Lin's dream. As soon as she entered, she saw Jiang Lin in the dream chasing after a series of strange and not-so-real women. Jiang Lin was still chasing those women in his dream, and kept shouting, Kato Megumi, wait for me, Chocho Shinobu, don't run away, Nezuko, wait for your brother, and Asuna, let me see. Sister, did you see anything? Seeing her sister open her eyes, the younger sister came over and asked with a smile. Sister Fox shook her head. Some strange people, some strange words, this Jiang Lin might have a problem with his brain. Is that so? Then take it away. The master is waiting for us to return and report. Looking at Jiang Lin, the younger sister muttered, but the master is really a fool. He asked us to take this man away from afar for some reason. He also has kidney deficiency. The elder sister glared at her younger sister and said, don't talk too much. Can you guess what the master's intention is? Don't say these words again. Even if there are only you and me, a sister. The younger sister bowed and apologized. It's my sister, well, just in case, let's cut off his hands and feet first. Anyway, the master said that as long as he is alive, it's fine. Yes, sister. The two sisters stretched their arms out from their sleeves, their sharp nails emitting the cold light of the moonlight. Just when the two were about to chop off Jiang Lin's arms with their claws, they heard a fierce woof nearby. Then the husky monster flew over, opened its mouth wide and bit Jiang Lin's head, blood slowly flowing from his forehead. Base the flying sword Chushui also flew out of Jiang Lin's hand and swept forward. The cold sword energy repelled the two men, and its sharp claws were frozen by the cold air. However, Chushui did not pursue the victory, but made a big circle in the air, as if he was running, and Thena's sword stabbed Jiang Lin's chrysanthemum. Blood spurted out. Chapter 87. We, the Sun and Moon sect, like to attack people's hearts. In front of the two fox-eared girls, Jiang Lin's eyes gradually regained their luster, and the corners of his somewhat wretched but damn handsome mouth slightly raised. As expected, you two are not from the Dugu demon cult. Jiang Lin picked up the husky on his head and placed it on the ground. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and gently blew away the increasingly cold frost on the Chushui sword. The blood from the chrysanthemum was frozen by the sword energy and slowly dripped onto the ground, like a pendant of a blood drop. Did you hear everything? The white fox sister bared her teeth, and circles of cold air spread out from the woman as the center, and everything in the house was covered with layers of frost. Jiang Lin tilted his head disapprovingly, with a rather childish look on his face, even though his anus was still gushing blood. Villains always like to reveal their purpose when they are sure of victory. So, villains die because they talk too much, even though I am also a villain. Layers of ice crystals covered the Chushui sword, and ice spikes spread out from Jiang Lin. When Jiang Lin raised his sword and pointed it at the two of them, the bright moon in the sky seemed to dim for a moment. Although I, Jiang Lin, never hit a woman, she must have some place in my heart. If you two can tell me your purpose and the person who wants me, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, what will you do, sir? White Fox sister said playfully, what will you do to us two sisters? Jiang Lin shook his head. You guys are going to debut at Chunfeng Tower, that's great. Before the word excellent was uttered, the two white foxes disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, their claws tore through the air and appeared in front of Jiang Lin's pupils. The two claws pierced into Jiang Lin's head from his eye sockets, and it seemed that there was no intention of holding back at all. But just when the second white fox thought he had succeeded, the world suddenly changed. When the second white fox stood still again, what he saw was no longer the dilapidated temple, but a deserted space, like an ancient battlefield. High in the sky, there is a tall red moon. Under the red moon, on the blood-stained soil, there are many long swords with strange shapes. No two of them are the same, but the murderous intent and sword power are extremely overwhelming. I'm Sword Bone. On the front slope full of long swords, a man in white clothes was speaking slowly incomprehensible words, although it was unclear why this man, whose appearance was totally inconsistent with his inner self, cursed himself. But after he finished cursing himself, all the swords in this ancient battlefield opened their invisible eyes like awakening beasts. Illusion? Opie spoke again. With her noble blood, she was the first to feel that the man in front of her was so difficult to deal with. You are uneducated. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes at her. This is called infinite sword system. As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, more than 20 long swords flew out, creating one rainbow after another under the red moon. The white fox sisters opened their long sleeves, and two white ribbons were pulled out from their sleeves to meet the swords. The two sisters kept defending against the flying swords like they were dancing. Every time they spread their sleeves, there was frost and cold air. The spiritual wind raised by the long sleeves accurately changed the trajectory of the flying swords again and again. Especially their seamless cooperation. It was obviously a fight, but it was like an ancient dance. This reminded Jiang Lin of the ancient-style girl he had followed in the dance area in his previous life. However, this purely natural impromptu dance, coupled with a real tail and fox ears, seemed to be much more beautiful. Now Jiang Lin also understood why some of the cultivators in the upper 5 realms often spend a fortune just to go to the 10,000 demons continent just to watch a dance. Looking at the dancing of this pair of sisters, it seemed that this was not unreasonable. Dog. It's your turn. Avenge your previous shame. Woof 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 woof, the dog barked, and a black and white husky, which looked a bit fierce and cute, stepped on the sword with its 4 short legs and flew out. Behind the dog, there were 28 long swords. A total of 55 swords add up. which is the maximum number that Jiang Lin can control an infinite sword system. In addition to the long sword under Gozi's feet, a total of 54 long swords joined the battle, and the two White Fox sisters were already sweating. The long swords cut through the clothes of the two, but they had great tacit understanding and did not hurt their skin. Half a minute later, the holy light descended and hit the two of them like a shadow priest sitting on the hillside. Jiang Lin stared at the battlefield with bright eyes and a serious face, not wanting to miss any scene. After all, distraction on the battlefield can be fatal, but as he watched, Jiang Lin wiped the blood from his nose. Have you been overreading recently? System, give me 2 bottles of blue medicine. I want the blue bottles, the kind without sugar. Good host. After deducting 600 notoriety points, 2 bottles of blue medicine appeared in Jiang Lin's hand, and he started taking them. This is a blue battle. Just when Jiang Lin had finished drinking 2 bottles of blue medicine, his eyes lit up. Dog. Now. Woof. Be careful, sister. The husky, which was less than 50 centimeters long without the head, pounced forward with a woof and bit the White Fox sister's thigh directly. A trickle of blood seeped down and stained her skin. Just a moment of chaos was enough to decide the outcome. More than a dozen swords turned from real to virtual and pierced through the bodies of the 2 White Fox sisters at the same time. Puff bright red blood spurted out of their little mouths, their skirts spread out, and they knelt on the ground like blooming snow lotuses. Dozens of long swords also turned from virtual to real at this moment, pointing directly at their necks, chests and other vital points. If they moved, they would be pierced like hedgehogs. Then a long sword pierced through their bodies again, and they were unable to move. Seeing that the outcome was decided, Jiang Lin wiped his nose and walked forward. Kill us if you can? Holding her sister in her arms, the White Fox sister bit her red lips and spoke, blood streaking across the corners of her mouth, transmitting the message through her heart. At that moment, he could have killed himself and his sister with a single sword. However, those swords turned from real to virtual, and although they pierced him, they only caused him serious injuries. As for sparing the lives of the 2 sisters, there was only one reason for the other party to do so. That was because Jiang Lin was a lowly person. Holding out Shushua, Jiang Lin lifted up the White Fox sister's chin and said, I heard that white foxes are noble. If they fall in love with someone, they will only love that person for their whole life. If the person dies, the fox dies too. They value their own purity the most. Shameless. Obscene. Lewd and thief. The White Fox sister in her sister's arms cursed loudly through the telepathic communication of her heart. Sigh, although I, Jiang Lin, have been involved in fraud, selling belly bands, and robbing others of their own money, I am clearly a good person. But why doesn't anyone believe me? Jiang Lin looked up at the sky, sighed, and shook his head. Kill us if you can. Killing is not my thing. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Lin bent down and approached the 2 sisters with a ferocious expression. Expression guide, accelerator. We in the Sun and Moon sect like to attack people's hearts. Chapter 88. I am honored by. Bastard. Jiang Lin dodged the spit in time and listened to the White Fox sisters scolding. Girls, why do you like to curse so much? Jiang Lin smiled. If he wasn't handsome, Jiang Lin would look like a pervert at this moment. Brute. Who are you calling a beast? You beast scolded you. Sister White Fox was speechless for a moment. She wanted to scold him again, but she didn't know where to start. Her face turned red with anger. Why are there such shameless people in the world? Okay, save your energy. Jiang Lin snapped his fingers, and the infinite sword system disappeared. A man, a dog and 2 foxes appeared in the dilapidated temple again. Anyway, they can't move now, so there's no need to waste mana by activating infinite swordworks. Kill us if you can. Okay, stop talking about whether to kill or not. I've already said it, we in the Sun-Moon sect are good at attacking people's minds. Jiang Lin smiled slightly, then used his notoriety points to exchange for 2 ropes from the system mall, which cost Jiang Lin a total of 6,666 notoriety points. The label on the rope is whether you are a tank or a lava monster, even a Tyrannosaurus Rex, you will be tied up. After tying them up artistically, like in a movie, Jiang Lin clapped his hands with a sly smile on his face. I'll give you a choice. First, tell me who ordered you to come to Donglin City, why did you target me, and why did you try to take me back? Tell me the answers to these 3 questions, and I will spare your lives. What if we don't tell them? Don't waste words. If you continue to write water, readers will complain. Jiang Lin waved his hand, squatted in front of them, and looked directly at the White Fox sisters. If you don't tell me, that's fine, then I'll tell you my next plan. Don't worry. Although I, Jiang Lin, like beautiful girls and often stand guard at the door of the female monk's bathing pool, I, Jiang Lin, know how to look at things wisely and will not do anything like a minotaur. But first of all, you two have such long legs, it would be a pity if you don't ride a tricycle. What is a tricycle? Oh, this is a kind of cargo transportation tool in our sun and moon sect. I provided the concept and Xiaohei made it, but it's not important. After bringing you two back to the sun and moon sect, I will have people seal your spiritual orifices, and then give you a pill that can drive your bodies. At that time, you will retain consciousness, but your bodies will not obey you. Combined with the muscle-building pills I taught a medical monk, I believe that after a few months of riding the tricycles, almost all of your long legs will be muscles. Then, after riding the tricycle, you two can go move bricks. After a few months, your arms will probably be full of muscles. Then there's pulling carts, exercising abdominal muscles, digging in the mud, etc. Finally, I'll take you two out in the sun for a few days, and take the bronze skin pills that I developed. I guarantee that you two will look like this within 2 years. As he spoke, Jiang Lin took out a colorful portrait from his pocket. The portrait showed a muscular Barbie doll, referred to a high school biology textbook. When they saw the portrait, the White Fox sisters' faces turned pale for a moment. Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you that the muscle-building pills and bronze skin pills I taught you are mature products. After taking them, they will be connected to the longevity bridge, life bridge of cultivation, in the body. Unless you are in the Jade Poo realm and have the opportunity to reshape your appearance, you cannot recover. Please think about this. Even if you two can really break through and reach the Jade Poo realm one day, how long do you think it will take with your own qualifications? Hundreds of years? Or thousands of years? Looking at the two beautiful fox-eared girls, Jiang Lin's smile was both reserved and vulgar. Jiang Lin. You beast. You killed me. What kind of man are you? Kill me if you can. Don't let me look down on you. Jiang Lin. Use the knife. In Jiang Lin's heart, the desperate voices of the White Fox sisters were heard, and even 2 lines of tears flowed in the corners of their eyes. Although white foxes are aloof and consider themselves noble, their bloodline is indeed nobler. After all, there are not many of them, but even so, white foxes attach great importance to their appearance. There has never been an ugly white fox. Especially white foxes, who are naturally charming and have a special pride in their appearance. No normal woman who loves beauty can stand turning into a Barbie doll, let alone a white fox. Okay, it's getting late. Although I have to go to Donglin City, I can only take the 2 girls back now. Before Jiang Lin finished speaking, he suddenly stepped on the tiptoes and quickly moved backwards. In front of the White Fox sisters, where Jiang Lin had originally stood, a thick, white, and fluffy foxtail was inserted into the ground, causing the ground to sink. Jiang Lin held the first snow in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and quietly practiced the sun and moon cultivation mental method, gradually turning the snow back to blue with the help of the faint moonlight. But this situation seems a little bad. Jiang Lin stood up straight and watched a slender figure floating down from the roof with a hole in it. The white embroidered shoes were small and exquisite, and she wore a white elegant snow lotus-colored long dress with a front opening and waist-hugging sleeves. Her green jade fingers were folded on her waist in front of her body. Even when the woman slowly descended, her snow-white long hair that did not reach her thighs was still draped behind her like a Newton infuriating thing. Without any floating at all, there is no decoration on the head except for a plain light yellow bamboo stick. But why does it look so much like a bamboo stick for Candide Hawes? The woman was wearing a veil, and although her face was hazy and vague, her true appearance could not be seen at all. However, relying on his years of experience with Diao De and others squatting on the street to look at girls, Jiang Lin dared to guarantee that the other party must be very beautiful, and her body proportions were so good that she not only gave people a sense of elegance, but also a sense of charm. These two feelings are originally contradictory, but in her they are harmoniously combined. Especially those silver eyes, those eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, made Jiang Linji feel that his Tao heart was unstable. Well, in fact, Jiang Lin also felt that he didn't have any Tao heart at all, and he reached the Guanhai realm mainly by relying on the waves. But to be honest, Jiang Lin felt that if the other party was casting an illusion on him, he would not be able to wake up even if Chu Shui used the withered chrysanthemum on him again. The woman floated to the ground, and the moment she landed, The magic that Jiang Lin had cast on the White Fox sisters was instantly released. The White Fox sisters knelt on one knee behind the woman, cold sweat on their heads, and Jiang Lin could see that their bodies were shaking. "Mr. Jiang, I am honored." The woman did not speak, but her voice echoed in Jiang Lin's heart, but it did not sound like the sound was transmitted from the heart. In an instant, Jiang Lin felt a sweetness in his throat and covered his heart with his hands. A puff. Jiang Lin still couldn't help it and blood mist spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 89. Woof woof, I can't beat him. This was Jiang Lin's first thought. Who the hell is this? This was Jiang Lin's second thought. Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by an unknown force? This was Jiang Lin's third thought. If it doesn't work, just use the resurrection coins and run away. This was Jiang Lin's last thought, but before running away, Jiang Lin felt that he couldn't waste his life. Even if he died, he would try to pull out a few of her hairs. Although I still have tens of thousands of resurrection coins, the system also has a service for purchasing resurrection coins, but it is too expensive, 40,000 infamy points for one resurrection coin. Isn't this a ripoff? Jiang Lin took a deep breath, raised his sword in front of him, and didn't even plan to take blood potion, since he would be resurrected with full blood soon anyway. Master, my sister and I underestimated the enemy. Please give us another chance. Behind the woman, Sister White Fox spoke, her voice trembling. Don't embarrass yourself. Come back with me later. The woman said in a calm tone. She still didn't open her mouth, didn't even turn her head, and looked straight at Jiang Lin. The little White Fox girl opened her mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but her sister held her hand down. Yes, Master. Okay, get up and take care of yourself. The woman with her back to the White Fox sisters stretched out her arm and gestured. The White Fox sisters slowly stood up and stood behind the woman like maids, running the little world in their bodies to heal themselves without any worry. Miss, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. Looking at the veiled woman in front of him whose name he did not know, Jiang Lin felt that he could get some information out of her. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding do you think it is, Master Jiang? The woman's veil moved slightly, and it seemed that the corners of the woman's mouth were rising. You hurt my sex disciples and threatened them so viciously. Could this also be a misunderstanding? Girl, you have to speak with conscience, but these two want to kill me first. Oh? So what? Jiang Lin was speechless for a moment. No wonder old Wang from Dongcheng always said not to reason with women. As expected, it was impossible to reason with women. It's like a girl tells you she has a stomachache, and you tell her to drink more hot water, and then she gets angry. Why are you angry? Doesn't hot water taste good? As expected, women are just inexplicable. Mr. Jiang is really rude. Just as Jiang Lin was still sighing, the woman's voice sounded in Jiang Lin's heart again. Why can't I reason with you? What does drinking more hot water have to do with a stomachache? Oh my god, girl, you can read minds? Jiang Lin sighed. What a trouble. You have been able to do this since childhood, so it is normal for you to find it troublesome. However, I was unable to hear the words and phrases you said in your heart before. This is really unprecedented. Can't hear? That should be because the words resurrection coin and system were mosaicked, and the words about the system and the resurrection coin were also mosaicked. Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately his trump card was not exposed. Jiang Lin took another deep breath, looked at the woman, and smiled. Girl, are you really not going to leave anyone a way to survive? A way to survive? Of course there is. The woman in front of him folded her hands on her thighs and knelt down in greeting. Please follow me, Mr. Jiang. So I won't be able to come back after I leave? The woman said calmly, it should be. Forget it, I have parents and children to take care of, so it's not appropriate for me to elope with such a beautiful girl like you. That's the truth. Jiang Lin loosened his fingers slightly and tightly grasped the hilt of the Chuxue sword. Above the dilapidated temple, the dark clouds that half covered the bright moon dissipated, and the moonlight poured down like a waterfall, penetrating every crack in the dilapidated roof of the temple and merging into the Chuxue. With a light touch of his fingertips, the first snow once again emitted a bright light like a lightsaber. Anyway, there is no point in thinking about it, so I will use up my last mana to test whether this woman is deep or shallow. Woof! When the woman landed, Era, who had been hiding far behind a pillar, called out to Jiang Lin softly, as if to say, "Have a safe trip, brother. I will remember you." Courage. The woman did not move at all as she watched the first snow in Jiang Lin's hands continuously condense into ice crystals. This move is Jiang Lin's own creation based on sun and moon cultivation. It uses the moon as a guide and sword energy as frost. It is the strongest burst attack that Jiang Lin can use now with all his mana. The inspiration and name are both from Bingrinmaru in an anime. Dragon Sling Rack. Jiang Lin silently recited in his heart. His inner voice was like a drop of water falling into the lake of his heart. The moment the lake of his heart calmed down, the sword energy swept through the dilapidated temple and then condensed into a line. In an instant, Jiang Lin was no longer in the same place. Instead, he moved in a straight line, and a beam of white light passed by. The moment when the sword was about to pierce her chest, the woman clamped Jiang Lin's sword like clamping leaves, and at this moment, a huge cross-shaped icicle quickly formed, wrapping up the two of them, even the White Fox sisters. The moment when the huge cross-shaped icicle was about to explode, the eyes of the woman in the ice curved slightly, as if she was proud, like an inexplicable teasing, but Jiang Lin felt that it was more like a mockery of, "You little guy, you were such a wimp." The next moment, the ice crystals shattered, and the scattered ice cubes turned into a world reflecting the bright moonlight, like a world in a mirror. "I will come to you again in the future. Forget about this sword. You should keep it well for now. However, I have reserved it." The woman's figure slowly disappeared along with the White Fox sisters. Woof woof. Woof woof. Jiang Lin seemed to hear the faint cry of Era, and in a trance, Jiang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The husky held the bag of pig feed that had been eaten and kept patting the back of Jiang Lin's hand with its little paws, as if to say, "Are there any more?" "I'm still hungry, dog." Jiang Lin touched its dog's head and looked up in a trance. There was no hole in this dilapidated temple that had been broken by the woman, there were no scratches on the ground caused by the White Fox sisters, and there was not even the slightest sword energy in the temple, nor any signs of fighting. There was only the sound of the first snow and Jiang Lin's acupoints making bursts of sword sounds. It turns out that I have been in a fantasy without knowing it. Jiang Lin closed his eyes and was about to reconsider his actions when a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Sister, let's take a rest first and then enter the city tomorrow." At the same time, 10 miles away, two White Fox girls were walking in the mountains and forests behind the woman with their hands in front of them. The woman stood up and turned her head. The maids stood on both sides to avoid her sight. Under the bright moonlight, a woman in a white dress and a veil smiled softly, and her 9 white fox tails spread out like flowers, swaying in the air, like a painting. The hairpin of the woman in the painting is very strange. It seems to be a bamboo stick, like the one used to string candied haws. Chapter 90. Sir, please stay. The previous chapter about the 9-tailed fox's hearing of the heart has been slightly modified. In short, the 9-tailed fox cannot hear what Jiang Lin is thinking about the resurrection coin and the system. If you don't mind, you can read it again. Need to reload, but... Sister, let's take a rest. It won't be too late to enter Donglin City tomorrow. A familiar voice outside the door slowly entered the temple. Tan Xiao, who could be addressed as senior sister by Tan Xiao so respectfully. Not good. With a bang, the door of the dilapidated temple was pushed open. Who? Suddenly, Qin Xiao and others drew their swords and looked at a man in tattered clothes who had his back to them. Just looking at this man's back, why does it feel so familiar, especially the graceful woman in the front? When she saw his back, her heart tightened, her eyes dulled slightly, and she took small lotus steps and was about to move forward. "Xiao Lin, you died miserably, dog." The two words that the woman uttered subconsciously had not yet landed on the ground when a burst of howling followed. The man's voice was desolate, with despair in it, and sadness in it. "Dog!" Another cry was heard, and the sound of the temple door being pushed open was heard. At this time, Jiang Lin put on the mask given by the system. As time was running out and there was no time to pinch his face, Jiang Lin chose the one provided by the system, ugly generally in line with the public aesthetic, handsome, very handsome, ridiculously handsome. Among these, the ridiculously handsome, although Jiang Lin didn't know what he looked like now. However, when Jiang Lin heard the sound of the door opening and turned around, the eyes of the two female disciples outside the door suddenly lit up, and they even covered their mouths and exclaimed, "This guy is so handsome." Even Qin Xiao covered his chest with his hands as his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This was the feeling of a myocardial infarction. In Jiang Lin's arms was the husky, which was sticking out its tongue and not moving. Jiang Lin fed it a fake death pill that he got from the system mall. It cost 1,000, which was very expensive. He lifted his sleeves and wiped his eyes cruelly with the onion. The next moment, Jiang Lin's eyes turned red and tears burst out, crying in grief. Dog! Why did you leave me? Jiang Lin slammed the floor and cried in front of everyone. You and I depend on each other for survival. I study while you light the lamp. I eat meat while you drink soup. I sleep while you keep watch. We promised that when I pass the imperial examination, I will give you a life of wealth and glory and make you the richest and happiest dog. Why does God want to separate us, dog? While crying, Jiang Lin picked up a sharp wooden board from behind and put it against his neck. Goozy. Since you are dead, then I will go with you. Sir, don't. Sir, please respect yourself. The two junior sisters beside the cold woman flew out and hugged Jiang Lin's arm tightly. Him feels a bit like cotton candy, ladies. Please let me go, otherwise my flying blood might stain your clothes. Jiang Lin struggled hard with his arms. In order to prevent them from slipping out of their arms, the two sisters held Jiang Lin's arms tighter and tighter. Sir, please be more open-minded. Even if you die, your beloved dog cannot be resurrected. Yes, sir, you are so handsome, it would be a pity if you died. No, what I mean is that Confucian scholars aspire to rule the world. If you leave like this, it will be a loss to the people of the world. No. My beloved dog is dead, and I don't want to live anymore. Jiang Lin burst into tears, his voice slightly hoarse. He stole another glance at the woman standing in front of the temple, not sure if it was because of the moonlight or something else, but Jiang Lin always felt that the senior sister in front of him was more beautiful and refined than before. Even just standing there, it seemed as if she would leave the mortal world and go to the fairyland. If I am not mistaken, it should be the feedback from my senior sister after she has completely consolidated her nascent soul stage. When one reaches the Jade Poo realm, one can maintain eternal youth. After the nascent soul realm is stabilized, the last few impurities in the body are completely eliminated. It can be said that one has achieved a pure immortal body. Of course, this immortal body does not really mean that one has become an immortal. Since the fall of the gods, no one has ever heard of anyone becoming an immortal. Even if one has reached the immortal realm, he is not a true immortal. In a nutshell, senior sister is so beautiful, but her eyes were fixed on herself, and her pretty eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, as if she was thinking about something. This made Jiang Lin feel uneasy. Could it be that senior sister has discovered it? This is impossible. Although my body shape has not changed, I am not too thin or too fat, which is just the common type. How could she have discovered it? Just as Jiang Lin was crying and holding the dog, with cold sweat in his heart, Lin Qingwan slowly walked over, gently stroked the hem of her skirt, and squatted in front of Jiang Lin. It was just a moment of eye contact, but Jiang Lin turned his head away because of that beautiful pair of eyes. As shy as an innocent little boy. Oh no. It's a heart-pounding feeling. This one of yours is not an ordinary domestic dog, it's a magical beast. The woman said softly, and the faint fragrance of orchids came out from her rosy and thin little mouth. Although the smell is quite fragrant, it still feels like it has been marinated. But World of Warcraft, Jiang Lin looked at the dog in his arms with some disbelief, his expression a little confused. What the hell? Is this husky really a monster? Although monster cubs are born to act cute to confuse their enemies, is there a monster that looks as silly as you? Dog, are you a time traveler? Sir, what's wrong? Looking at Jiang Lin, Lin Qingwan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her suspicion seemed even greater. Nonsense. As an actor, I have to continue acting even if I die. Girl, don't think you can speak casually just because you are beautiful. How can my dog be a monster? It is my family member who I live with day and night. How can you slander the dog's innocence? Lin Qingwan kept an eye on Jiang Li's expression, not missing a single move. Finally, she shook her head and did not argue with Jiang Lin whether it was a monster or not. It's not dead. How is it possible that my dog is clearly? Before Jiang Lin finished speaking, Lin Qingwan stretched out her slender hand and covered Era's body. In less than 3 breaths, Era in Jiang Lin's arms slowly opened his eyes. Fuck. System, you're selling fake medicine. I want my money back. Jiang Lin complained in his heart. Reply to the host. this fake death pill was developed specifically for the human race. Other races cannot fully exert its efficacy. The instructions are there as evidence. The host's malicious reason for refunding the money is rejected. Woof woof woof. Era stood up from Jiang Lin's arms and shook his head. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw several people staring at him. Guzi growled at them fiercely while shrinking into Jiang Lin's arms. Dog, you're awake, that's great. Jiang Lin hugged Era and said, thank you for saving my dog. I have no way to repay you. Here is 1 tael of silver. Please accept it. I have a long way to go, so I'll say goodbye. Holding down Era's head, Jiang Lin stood up, picked up the bamboo box and was about to leave. Before he took 2 steps, a clear female voice came from behind him. Sir, please stay. Chapter 91. Women's Intuition. Sir, please stay. Looking at Jiang Lin's back as he left with Era in his arms, Lin Qingwan stood up and slowly called out to him, her brows slightly furrowed. Too much alike. Too much alike. His figure is so much like Shaolin, although he could not detect any fluctuation of spiritual power in his body. If a cultivator sealed his spiritual orifices, he could also act like an ordinary person, but Lin Qingwan was a little conflicted and very uncertain. First, his face. If it was an ordinary disguise, he would definitely be able to see through it. This was the magic trick that his grandmother taught him personally. It seems that the purpose of my grandmother inventing this spell was that my great-grandmother liked to disguise herself to learn foreign languages and dialects, so my grandmother invented it specifically in order to bring my great-grandmother back. The last time I was able to discover Xiaolin's disguise, it was not only because I was able to sense Xiaolin's abnormality at that time, but mainly because of this spell. But now, why can't I see it at all? What kind of disguise is so powerful? Is he really not Shaolin? The smell on him just now was not right. This man had a faint scent of books on him, but why does my intuition keep telling me that he is Shaolin? At the same time, Jiang Lin, who was called, had his back slightly wet with cold sweat. Impossible? Had I really been discovered? Something's wrong. This skin is produced by the system. Although this system is very unscrupulous, the quality should still be guaranteed. Could it be that something else was exposed? That doesn't make sense. How is that possible? The book fragrance I wear was specially bought from a friend who works in a farmer's family of the Sun and Moon sect. I also asked him to make the squid-scented sachet last time. The quality is really good. My own voice. That's even more impossible. The system sells a voice changer for 5,000 notoriety points. It was agreed that cultivators below the Jade Poo realm couldn't see it. If you give it to a 50-year-old tank and ask her to call you Oni-chan, you would feel numb all over and there is no way it would be exposed. Then there is only one possibility: women's intuition. In fact, Jiang Lin changed his mind and felt that he didn't need to avoid his senior sister deliberately. After all, the situation this time was not like the last time in Xuanwu City. However, Jiang Lin came to Donglin City this time not only to solve the strange events in Donglin City, but also to target the Dugu demon sect directly. With great ambitions, there are even strange forces attacking me. It would be bad if I dragged my senior sister into it, and to be honest, Jiang Lin actually doesn't really want to get in touch with the protagonist right now. After all, his relationship with his senior sister is pretty good. At least my senior sister wouldn't want to scatter her ashes. What if I get close to her and some misunderstanding happens, like the system sends me some shameless tasks? Wouldn't my relationship with her be back to the time before liberation? But yes, why is the system not responding? Just when Jiang Lin was wondering if there was something wrong with the system, the sound of ding echoed in Jiang Lin's mind. The system will never let you down. It is detected that the host and the protagonist Lin Qingwan meet again, and Lin Qingwan suspects the identity of the protagonist, and the mission is triggered. Optional tasks 1. Please take off the mask and say the following words: Sister, I'm sorry, I loved you before, but now, just as you think, I have stepped onto the ladder of adulthood, please forget me. This will destroy Lin Qingwan's heart. Show the charm of the villain. 2. Please ask the host to sneak into the Longmen sect and infiltrate the enemy. P.S. If the host chooses task 2, he will automatically enter the Donglin City event copy. There are various tasks for the host to find in the copy, and there are also main tasks that the host must complete. After clearing the Donglin City copy, there will be more generous rewards. The reward list is as follows. Looking at the list of rewards released by the system, Jiang Lin's eyes gradually lit up. But he was not excited enough until at the bottom of the list, the indestructible kidney. Suddenly, 2 streams of white smoke came out of Jiang Lin's nose, 3 times, when I stood up in the morning on those 3 days, my legs went weak and I knelt down. Jiang Lin felt deeply helpless, especially when the two white foxes said that they were weak, although he didn't care on the surface. Which man could tolerate it? And the most infuriating thing was that he couldn't refute it. As a man, anything goes, but you just can't be told no. Select countdown to start 32. No need to choose. Just 2. Jiang Lin raised his head and looked at the dilapidated ceiling of the temple. I never want to be looked at with contempt by others again. I will never rely on Zhouwei Dihuang pills to make my life again. I don't want to soak wolfberries in a thermos anymore. I want to revive my manliness. Ding host, the selection is complete. Please take care of yourself. The system's voice slowly faded away, and there seemed to be a hint of sympathy in its tone. Sir, it's already late tonight. Why don't you stay with us in this temple and rest, and then continue your journey tomorrow morning? What do you think? Lin Qingwan had no idea about Jiang Lin's mental activities in such a short period of time, but this did not stop her from walking forward to test Jiang Lin before this mission. My grandmother heard that I was going to Donglin City and there was a high possibility that I would meet Xiaolin, so she called me into the room and taught me many of the techniques she used to deal with my grandfather. Although Qingwan is dull and has not understood much, she can still try out some of the basics. Jiang Lin looked at his senior sister, who was already very beautiful before and is even more beautiful now, with a look of hesitation on his face. Sir, you can stay here. A junior sister came forward and pulled Jiang Lin's sleeve. Yes, sir, my junior sister and I like Confucian scholars the most, especially your Confucian Tao Te Ching, which sounds very moral. Jiang Lin's eyebrows twitched slightly. Girl, the Tao Te Ching is a Taoist classic, not a Confucian one. Oh, it's okay. The pretty junior sister waved her hand. Anyway, our real purpose is not to drink. Oh, Xiaoya, please stop talking. The sister next to her tried to smooth things over and looked at Jiang Lin innocently. Sir, don't listen to her nonsense. We are serious cultivators and will never do anything to you. Yes, sir, you can stay here. For some reason, Jiang Lin felt as if he had not entered a dilapidated temple, but a place of romance. You guys are monks after all. Why do you feel like female gangsters? At the same time, Lin Qingwan, who was standing by, looked at Jiang Lin being pulled by her junior sister. For some reason, she felt a little unhappy. Her originally unobstructed mind seemed to be blocked. Chapter 92. Xiaolin, I am enough for this life. The night was always so long. Jiang Lin sat beside a bonfire. On one side of him was his senior sister, and on the other side were two female monks from Longmen sect. Between the female monks and Jiang Lin was Tan Xiao. Brother Qin, please sit over there. Yes, senior brother Qin, we still need to discuss academic matters with the young master. The two female disciples kept pulling at Qin Zhao's clothes, wanting him to get up and sit aside. Why is a man like him sitting next to the young master? You are not practicing purple air coming from the east. To be honest, Qin Zhao also wanted to get up, but he didn't dare to get up. Just now, Lin Qingwan sent a message to Qin Xiaoxinu, asking him to stay between this young master and his two junior sisters and not to disturb this young master, who dares not to listen to the senior sister? What if she makes things difficult for you in the future? And gradually, the more the junior sisters asked Qin Xiao to get up, the less Qin Xiao wanted to get up. Before, he was calling me senior brother affectionately on the road, but as soon as a handsome Confucian scholar came, he kicked me aside. Why? Humph. As expected, what junior brother Jiang said was right. Women are all pickled pepper chicken feet. But Qin Xiao glanced at senior sister Lin and always felt that her attitude towards this man seemed different. His eyes were very gentle, just like the way he looked at junior brother Jiang, and his tone was a little restrained, even a little nervous, as if he was afraid that his voice would not sound good. Could it be that the senior sister is also a chicken claw? She originally liked junior brother Jiang, but suddenly fell in love with this scholar. Impossible, impossible. Senior sister is definitely not that kind of person, but this scholar seems to be more handsome than junior brother Jiang, so it's not impossible. Oh my god. Junior brother Jiang, you are so miserable. Qin Xiao decided that if he met junior brother Jiang again, he would definitely invite him to drink green tea under the big tree full of spring. Lin Qingwan naturally had no idea about Qin Zhao's thoughts. On the contrary, she felt more and more that this scholar was like Jiang Lin, but they were somewhat different in some details. For example, when I just handed something to him from the side, junior brother Jiang usually takes it with his left hand, but he took it with both hands. For example, I just bent down to pick up something without any precautions. If it was my junior fellow apprentice, his eyes would definitely stay on my collar, but he kept looking at the fire. Of course, even if he looked over, he couldn't see anything. I have cast a spell on my collar. Except for Shaolin, no other man can take advantage of me. For example, I just deliberately said, I have had a little stomach pain recently. If it were Shaolin, he would definitely say, pay more attention to rest and drink more hot water. But this scholar actually gave me a series of prescriptions. But even so, Lin Qingwan's doubts about this scholar continued to grow. At the same time, Jiang Lin was still thinking about how to sneak into the small team of Longmen's sect as a mortal. After all, he had sealed his spiritual orifice. If he continued to say that he was a cultivator, it would definitely arouse serious suspicion from his senior sister, who was already suspicious. The most important thing is that I have entered the realm of sea viewing. After reaching the cave mansion realm, the sword cultivator's spiritual power and sword energy will gradually merge, and eventually a trace of spiritual power will become a sword energy, or even sword intent, and his own first snow sword energy cannot be hidden at all. So Jiang Lin could only sneak in as an ordinary scholar. In fact, Jiang Lin had already thought of a breakthrough point, which was to sneak in as a pretty boy, and then follow the two junior sisters under the name of studying abroad. It was obvious that these two junior sisters had just arrived at Longmen's sect, so they were so relaxed and happy about the mission, just like an outing. As long as I used my beauty to seduce them, these two junior sisters would flatter me. Most male disciples would try their best to persuade their senior sisters, but the final result would be a sword. However, it was different for female disciples. The senior sisters would treat their female disciples like their sisters and would be very soft-hearted and caring. Shaolin. Just as a few people were roasting by the fire as if nothing had happened and Jiang Lin was lost in his own thoughts, Lin Qingwan suddenly looked at Jiang Lin beside her and shouted. Jiang Lin opened his mouth slightly and was about to say in response, but luckily the husky lying on the ground had a dream and bit the back of his hand, forcing the that was about to be uttered back. What did Miss Lin just say to me? Jiang Lin turned his head and said with a smile, and then he pulled away the husky that was biting his palm. Oh my god. That was a close call. Jiang Lin was so frightened that he even broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Era's bite, he would have been exposed. Who did the senior sister learn this trick from? She was so scheming. Could it be that there were some very outstanding junior sisters in the sect? As expected, without me here, the atmosphere of Longmen's sect has become so impure. Looking at Jiang Lin's innocent and somewhat handsome smile, Lin Qingwan shook her head. Nothing, I just think that you look like one of my junior brothers. Puff. When Lin Qingwan said this, Jiang Lin, who had just opened the water bag to drink water, suddenly spit it out. Sir, are you okay? Cough, 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 it's okay, it's okay. Jiang Lin wiped his mouth. I just choked. Sorry for the rudeness. Your junior fellow apprentice looks a lot like me? Jiang Lin has not seen his current face yet, and he really has no idea what he looks like. But this shouldn't be the case. This face is just ridiculously handsome, while he should be extremely handsome. There is some similarity between their brows. Lin Qingwan picked up some firewood, looking a little disappointed. Did your junior fellow apprentice make you unhappy? Lin Qingwan shook her head. That's not the case. My junior fellow apprentice has an eccentric personality. Although he is a bit unreliable, he is very gentle. He has all kinds of ideas. At first, I was afraid that I couldn't keep up with his thinking. But he would explain some knowledge to me every time. Even if I didn't understand, he would just smile at me. But my junior brother was forcibly defiled by a foxy girl using dirty means. This time I came to Donglin City to solve the strangeness of Donglin City. Another thing is to bring my junior brother back to the sect. I will protect him for the rest of his life. After listening to Lin Qingwan's words, 3 black question marks appeared in Jiang Lin's head. Dirty means? Defiled? What the hell is this? I am still a child, how could I be defiled? I usually sell my art but not my body. Gao Fei. Could it be that master thought that my back pain that night was caused by something unspeakable? But didn't I explain that it was because I bumped into the table? My apologies, sir. I actually deliberately tested you a few times just now. Please forgive me. It's okay, Jiang Lin forced a smile, but girl, what if your junior fellow apprentice doesn't want to go back to the sect with you? Lin Xingwan frowned, then junior brother must have been bewitched by the foxy girl. Even if there is no other way, I will break Xiaolin's legs and take him back. Lin Xingwan stood up and looked at the shabby ceiling, as if she remembered the face of the person in her heart. After a long time, she smiled sweetly. Xiaolin, having me in this life is enough, voice. Chapter 93. Hello, Xiaolin. In the early morning, a few birds in the woods cleared their throats and chirped. A cool breeze blew into the dilapidated temple. Jiang Lin opened his eyes drowsily. At the temple gate, he saw his senior sister looking up at the sky. The flying sword Qingbi, which was made of jade, was flying in the air, and dewdrops condensed on it. Washing the sword with heavenly dew. This is the Longmen sect's basic sword washing technique. Both beginners and direct disciples will use the Longmen sect's basic sword washing technique. It is also a compulsory course for Longmen sect disciples, just like the morning self-study and morning reading before class. However, just like the morning self-study in class, some sword practitioners of Longmen sect wash their swords while dozing off, some wash their swords while eating breakfast, and some wash their swords while tapping their toes on the ground. In short, there is everything. For example, now, apart from the senior sister concentrating on washing the sword seriously, Qin Xiao was daydreaming while washing the sword. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his sleeves, probably thinking of something delicious. As for the other two sisters, they washed their swords with their shoulders drooped and their eyes squinted, nodding like chicks licking rice. Whenever they were about to fall asleep, the sister would gently give them a chestnut. A day's plan begins in the morning. As a sword cultivator, Jiang Lin also needs to wash his sword. This not only helps to nourish his natal flying sword, but also strengthens the connection with his natal flying sword and enhances the relationship between the flying sword and its master. When a sword cultivator reaches the immortal realm, his natal flying sword will give birth to a sword spirit. To be honest, Jiang Lin was really curious about what the sword spirit of his natal flying sword looked like. Could it be a guy who picks his toes? It shouldn't be, after all, my natal flying sword is so beautiful. Could it be Hideyoshi? Or Fuku, FGO? Jiang Lin frowned and thought about it. Shit, it's exciting just thinking about it. Jiang Lin stood up, put away his thoughts, and walked out. The dog next to him moved his ears, and saw that the buddy who fed him last night walked out. He also got up, walked with his short legs and twisted his buttocks to follow Jiang Lin's heels. Sir, you're awake. Sir, would you like to have breakfast? When they saw Jiang Lin waking up and walking out of the temple, the eyes of the two young sisters from Longmen sect suddenly lit up and they no longer felt sleepy. Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, it won't work if I'm not in Longmen sect. How come this new batch of junior sisters only look at appearance? Can they be moved by this ridiculously handsome face? At least it has to be my real handsome beyond belief face. Sir, are you going to set off? Lin Xingwan looked at the man in front of her, and gently pinched his slender hand under her sleeve. After last night's test, it seemed that Lin Xingwan had already dispelled the suspicion that this scholar was Jiang Lin. Lin Xingwan thought that it might be because she hadn't seen Xiaolin for a long time, and the other person's figure was similar to Xiaolin, which created an illusion, but for some reason, even though Lin Xingwan's mind clearly told her that he was not Xiaolin, in her heart she always overlapped Jiang Lin's figure with him. It was too strange even thinking about him leaving. I felt a little reluctant for some unknown reason. Oh, it's already daybreak. I'm going to Donglin City to study and then write down what I see in a travelogue. This has always been my dream. Jiang Lin bowed to the four of them, stood up, his eyes full of determination, and continued speaking affectionately while looking directly at the two younger sisters beside his senior sister. Although I heard that there are monsters haunting Donglin City and zombies resurrecting at night, I may also die in Donglin City. Then don't do it, sir. But Jiang Lin interrupted a junior sister, put his hands behind his back, turned around and looked into the distance. As a Confucian scholar, I manage my family, govern the country and bring peace to the world. If I stand still because of the difficulties ahead and dare not enter Donglin City, then what kind of scholar am I? Young master, came the reluctant voice of another junior sister behind Jiang Lin. Even with a hint of obsession, Jiang Lin turned around and bowed again. You are all cultivators, gods in our eyes, but even ordinary people like us have our own goals and pursuits. Even if I die, I will complete this travelogue of Donglin City. If there are really people who make trouble, I will confront them with my righteous spirit. You don't need to see me off. If I die in misfortune, it would be great if you four could remember me a little. After saying that, Jiang Lin carried the bamboo box, picked up the dog, bowed and said goodbye, then turned and left, looking at Jiang Lin's never to come back in his heavy, slow, and determined steps. The two junior sisters of Longmen Sect began to hold their senior sister's arms and coax her into doing all kinds of things, constantly communicating with their senior sister in her heart. Senior Sister Lin, please let this young master go with us. Yes, Sister Lin, this young man is so handsome and a scholar. If something happens to him, our Taoism will be damaged. Senior sister, we haven't seen such a handsome scholar in a long time. Yes, senior sister, he reminds me of the little brother next door in my childhood. Senior sister, the two junior sisters were still shaking Lin Xingwan's arm, and Jiang Lin was walking further and further away. To be honest, Jiang Lin was panicking when he took 10 steps. Fuck, why didn't she call me? Could it be that my senior sister discovered something? This doesn't make sense. Although my senior sister doesn't want to get involved in worldly affairs, she shouldn't be so soft and hard to be pestered by her junior sister? Just as Jiang Lin was about to stop and turn around to execute Plan B, a woman's gentle voice came from behind him. Sir, please stay. Hearing the shout, Jiang Lin clenched his fists and his expression instantly became funny, but when he turned around, Jiang Lin's expression was so calm again. What's up, girl? If you don't mind, you can come with us. Although we are not skilled enough, we should be able to protect your safety. Will this be too much trouble for you all? No trouble, no trouble. The two junior sisters let go of the senior sister's slender arms and hugged Jiang Lin's arms. Young master, please come with us. We love reading the most. Can you teach us some classics? This Jiang Lin's face was, unhappy for a while. Then I'll trouble you for. No trouble. Lin Xingwan took a step forward and looked at Jiang Lin carefully. My name is Lin Xingwan, these are my junior sisters, Fang Shui, Hulan, and this is my junior brother, Qin Xiao. The two junior sisters let go of Jiang Lin's arms and bowed to Jiang Lin together with Qin Xiao. Jiang Lin bowed in return. My name is Snecker. Hello, Mr. C. Lin Xingwan's mouth corners slightly raised. Hello, Xiaolin. Chapter 94. Just because of a string of candied haws in a pavilion in Donglin City, a woman with a veil on her face and two maids slowly walked into the empty hall. The main hall is elegantly decorated with a touch of literati, and incense sticks of netherworld flowers are placed everywhere in the hall. I request to see the leader of the Dugu demon cult. Facing the empty hall, the tall and graceful woman bowed. She still did not speak, but her alluring voice echoed throughout the quiet hall. Although the White Fox sisters behind the woman were extremely reluctant, they still bowed their heads along with her. As soon as the woman's words in the hall disappeared, a black mist appeared in front of her, the black fog dissipated, and an assassin wearing a mask and a tight nightgown, who was obviously a girl, knelt on one knee in front of the woman. The sect master is resting. If you don't mind, please allow me to take you there. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. The assassin girl stood up and led the three people to the main seat in the lobby. The assassin girl inserted the dagger into the seat, and a secret door slowly opened. Through the secret door, the four people walked down the stairs step by step. After an incense stick of time, the stairs ended and a huge square appeared in front of them. A huge magic circle was carved on the square, and bright red blood was flowing on the carvings, as if it would never dry up. In the center of the magic circle was a ball of black fog. Apart from the woman, the White Fox sisters who were proficient in illusion could only sense that there was a person in the black fog, but they could not tell whether it was a man or a woman. The female assassin bowed and turned into black mist and retreated. The woman who looked like Shueji also made a gesture and asked the maid to stay where she was. The woman walked forward and entered the magic circle. Two cute white fox ears appeared on top of her long silver hair, and a total of 9 tails fluttered in the air like silk and satin. She was wearing a white dress, and her steps were like snow lotus. The white embroidered soles of her shoes never touched the blood on the ground. White foxes naturally like cleanliness. This place is too dirty. If you don't like this place, you shouldn't come here. When the slender woman walked in front of the black fog, a voice spread out from the black fog. The voice could not be identified as male or female. You are my best friend. The woman looked at her tenderly in the black fog, with a look of heartache, regret, and a little helplessness in her eyes. Are you really not going to stop? Why, are you afraid that I will be doomed? She smiled softly in the black fog, and the black fog moved slightly, as if she raised her head. You already have 9 tails, why do you still care so much about the mortal world? I am a fox. The woman smiled softly. I usually attain enlightenment in the secular world. So, my little cutie? Black Mist said with a smile, how are you going to enter the Ascension realm when you are already a nine-tailed heavenly fox in the immortal realm? The woman's veil moved slightly, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and her tone was light and pleasant. We have known each other for so many years. What do you think? You want me to capture him alive? You don't have to be so deliberate. It doesn't matter if you capture him alive or dead. But if you can, just kill him. It's okay. If you kill him, will you be able to resolve the obsession in your heart? Who knows? What if he dies and the obsession in your heart still cannot be resolved? Then what should you do? Then, she thought like a little girl, her silver eyes looking up cutely, then I will look for him life after life, and at worst I can just kill him again and again. Why don't you do it yourself now? I don't really want to now. Looking at the beautiful woman under the veil in front of her, she looked at the woman's long hair as bright as snow in the black fog. A bamboo stick was inserted in her hair, and the hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She couldn't help but shook her head, just because of a string of candied haws? Under the veil, the woman smiled happily, her eyes were as intoxicating as crescent moons, and her tone was playful, as if she would never grow up. Just because of a string of candied haws. Fuck, I'm so tired. Finally they arrived in Donglin City, and Zhonglin lay down on the bed. Last night Zhonglin felt that he was bearing a weight that he shouldn't have to bear at his level and age. At first, she fought hard with the White Fox sisters, and then a girl above the nascent soul realm suddenly came to save the situation. No, generally, people who have cultivated to this level, except for geniuses like my master, should be over 1,000 years old. So it should be said that she is an old aunt. Although I was trapped in an illusion from the beginning and was not physically tired, I was mentally exhausted, plus I had to battle wits and courage with my senior sister. Zhonglin, lying on the bed, rubbed his eyes. It was the first time he felt so difficult. Bite just when Zhonglin closed his eyes to rest, the system voice rang out. It has been detected that the host has entered Donglin City and infiltrated Longmen sect. The mission is completed. The reward of 6,000 notoriety points has been received, and 3 hours of system training time is rewarded. PS, the Donglin City event has been triggered, and tasks will be released at any time, please check it out. The system sound disappeared and Zhonglin sat up from the bed. Since the system's tasks have been completed, why am I still in Longmen sect? Staying one more second means a risk of being exposed. Anyway, the system didn't say that I had to stay in the Longmen sect team all the time, and I still had to meet with the intelligence officer arranged by Aunt Lin. Just go. Zhonglin picked up the dog that was still chewing on the teething stick that Zhonglin had exchanged from the system. Holding the teething stick, the husky looked cross-eyed at this human who was very kind to him and was almost his master. What does this master want to do? Come on, dog. Your master will take you to visit a man's dream place. As he spoke, Zhonglin opened the window with the dog in his hand, stepped on the windowsill and was about to fly out with his sword. Brother C, do you and I want to go shopping? Just when Zhonglin was about to open his sealed spiritual orifice to release his natal flying sword, the door burst open with a bang, and Qin Zhao's voice came in. Beside Qin Zhao were 2 senior sisters from the Longmen sect. Mr. C, don't let it get to your head, Mr. C. The 2 junior sisters saw Zhonglin trying to commit suicide by jumping out of the window, and their faces turned pale. They immediately rushed over and hugged Zhonglin, trying to pull him down from the windowsill. Zhonglin was like someone who had urinated and defecated in the wild, and was seen by a girl. He was so scared that he had to hold his pee back halfway through, and his spiritual orifice that was about to fully open closed again. As a result, there was a conflict of spiritual power. Zhonglin felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Brother C, why did you come to this? No, Brother Qin, please listen to my explanation. Why is it so difficult for you to die, young master? Why do you have to be so depressed? I'm not upset. Sir, you are so handsome. It would be a pity if you died like this. Wait. I'm not committing suicide, please let me go first. Zhonglin was hugged by 3 people and wanted to cry but had no tears. Only the dog was still licking its teeth. In the next room, the woman who had asked Qin Zhao and the other 2 to go shopping with Zhonglin, while she was flipping through a book, heard the faint noise and couldn't help but smile softly. Idiot. I'll let you lie to me again. Chapter 95. Why are you more handsome than me? Mr. C, come and eat shrimp. Mr. C, eat the big pig's trotter. Mr. C, drink. At the inn where Jiang Lin and his group were staying, Jiang Lin, who had accidentally suffered some internal injuries, turned pale. Although it was not serious, Jiang Lin got a headache when he thought that he only had a second to escape and Qin Xiao rushed in. Why is it such a coincidence? Lin Qingwan poured a glass of wine for Jiang Lin. Mr. C,